Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
Day 4 of the Blast Bounty 2025 returns, and that means the final 8 will be having their chance to make their debuts today. Only 3 bounty hunters have managed to take down the most wanted team so far, but 4 more do have the opportunity to be wreaking some havoc today. I don't know about you, Pimp, Dupree. I like chaos. You like chaos?
I love chaos. I thrive in chaos, and so do you, Peter.
Of course, I mean, chaos is good. Now we're going into a very much interesting part of the tournament.
You've been using the studio in a lot of ways, Jacob. How many push-ups did you do just before we went live?
Take a guess.
Like 10? You can't do more than 10.
That was more than 10. It was like
more than 10?
I'll guess 20?
Like
30.
30 push-ups. Is that like the game
Good way to
start
get
to the
going,
end?
you know, get the blood flowing, get into the groove.
Okay, what would you give as a
muscles,
recommendation for the players out there? You know, you're just about to go into game. What's your little fitness routine?
I'll be honest, for most players, probably don't do too many push-ups. You don't want to feel sore in the middle of the game, you know. But,
True.
just get the blood flowing, you know. Whether you do some steps on the side or if you do some push-ups or whatever. What do you do?
Fun fact. Glaive used to do this.
Yeah.
For real?
Whenever Glaive had a bad game back in the Astralis era, he would go backstage and do push-ups.
way.
Yeah, he did it before
The goated in-game leader,
Yes.
push-ups, that is what's in common. You used to do some like tennis ball things with Vitality, right?
did,
There was
yeah.
like reaction tests. That's cool.
Yeah, it was cool. It's just something different, you know. At least it gives the mental part that you are doing something, like you feel like you're ready, you get something going. Yeah, it was different.
Sorry to derail the train. I just obviously had to give Pimp his flowers because he does them every day. We've got to put it out there. Of course, this is a recap of exactly what is going to be going down next week and what is going down this week. Of course, it's online Counter-Strike beginning in week 1. We've now got the teams down, and there's going to be 4 more eliminated today as we move on to stage 2, which will still be online, will still be in the studio, and then the top 8 will of course be progressing onto week 2 here live from Copenhagen. I'm really excited for that, and I'm really excited for this evening as well because we get a draft show going down tonight where teams will once again be picking their opponents. That's very nice.
And they have to do it live, you know, on the spot. So some of these teams have probably looked at the rankings and looked at the simulations so far, which I know for a fact we'll do later on as well, so stay tuned for that. But as a team to be put on the spot like that and pick your opponents right after each other, that could be some very interesting stuff to look forward to for tonight.
Yeah, not before we recap exactly what went down yesterday, day 3 of the Blast Bounty, just in case any of you guys missed out the action at home. We kicked things off with VP versus Complexity. That was a 2-0 series. Sounds a little bit skew-if to say that VP were actually the bounty hunters in this situation. Sure. They managed to win, but fair play to Complexity. Did get kind of close, and they did pick into Train, which I love.
Yeah, I mean, to those of you who did not watch that game yesterday, I think Complexity in both the maps were getting off to a good start. I believe they were leading 8-2 on Dust 2, and even on Train, they were leading on the T side in the first half at a certain point. So we spoke to Grim afterwards as well. I think the feeling within the Complexity camp was that was a match we could have won. There was 2 maps we could have won. Whereas for the VP side of it, the CT side a little bit sloppy, but the T side was almost perfection.
Yeah, and it was great to see the VP, like the new likes of VP, also with Electronic bringing the range, you know, controlling everything. Also bringing in the likes of Flamus and also Icy. And, you know, Flamus had a really great game. He started off strong. It's got to be great for him.
Speaking of new new things. Of course, both Eternal Fire and Fluxo coming in with a couple of roster changes here and there. For Fluxo, it was, you know, kind of difficult to bolster anything versus Eternal Fire. Art was up to his usual antics, but it wasn't really too much else going for them.
And I mean, they played their chance. I agree. You look at the maps as well, Mirage and Dust 2, two maps that is very open for the taking, two maps where you can play fast-paced Counter-Strike and chaotic Counter-Strike. I think that's what we got to see yesterday. Fluxo put up a decent fight, but no doubt EF were the better team.
Definitely. I think EF maybe wanted to close it out a little bit faster, maybe get a little bit more of a confident start to the season. Wasn't really the case, but you know, it was amazing in the beginning, but they ended up getting a footing right and took out the win.
Jacob, question for you. FaZe Unleashed, we got to see it going down officially on the server. Did you like it? Did you like that team?
I mean, I think M80 did a great job at pushing FaZe all the way to the limit, you know, even taking a map off FaZe Clan. I didn't see that coming, so in that sense, yes, we got to see some good stuff out of M80. We also got to see some good stuff out of Unleashed, but I have been told by Dupree I can't speak too much about him because apparently that's all I've ever done.
I mean, let's be honest, Jacob, you're probably the biggest Unleashed fanboy out there, so it's okay you get to talk about it.
I used to be a fan of you, but
that's
you
great.
started being bad, so yeah, I guess that's the difference between you and Unleashed.
I think it was interesting to see FaZe, you know, that the whole dynamics of the team, how are they going to move forward, also with Rain getting new position, you know, like to make space for Unleashed, you wanted to thrive, you wanted to get into those star positions. How are they going to solve that issue? I think that's going to be interesting to see in the future.
Yeah, shout out for M80 for making that one competitive. But speaking of a competitive game, man, we were all so excited to see Na'Vi taking on Imperial Female. And I know it sounds kind of, you know, inverse to say, even though Imperial Female lost, I still feel like that was a win for them, for their scene, for the community as a whole. Because, man, did they make Na'Vi sweat at points?
I mean, I'll be completely blunt and completely honest with you, FURIA, as I tend to be. We had the conversation as well. How many rounds do we think they're going to get in this game against Na'Vi? I said that 8 to 10 would be great over the course of 2 maps. So by that imagination, they overperformed. You know, they did way better than I thought they would. And as you said, there were a couple of cool calls coming in from the female team. There were a couple of cool plays, a couple of cool clutches. And overall, I was just impressed with the level of Counter-Strike. Again, I'm not going to be dishonest about it. There was no way they were going to win this game. There was no point where I felt like, ooh, maybe they could steal off a map or maybe they could win the game. At no point did I feel that, but the expectations were that they would get ran over and they didn't.
And I think that is probably the biggest case to take away. They did not get run over. They played some good Counter-Strike. It was great to see them go in with full force. You know, they didn't play scared. That is the one thing that you would probably worry about the female team going in. You know, they were probably scared. You would go up against like the likes of Na'Vi. And, you know, if they would have just been stomped, you know, everyone would just be sitting back saying, this is what we expected. This is the things. Nothing has changed throughout the years, you know. And female Counter-Strike has been around for a long time.
Yeah, I'm loving some of the reactions that we're getting to see from Imperial Female
had a good time
as well.
then.
Yeah, it was such a good vibe. A shout out to Zaz as well. It was a really good interview that Banks, Vu, and of course Maui conducted after that game, where she was just basically saying, you know, give us more opportunities to play against the tier 1 teams, which I think is totally fair, and they proved they deserve it.
And Zaz has been around for I don't know how long, like even longer than I have. I remember, you know, back in the days at ESWC that we used to play together, they had this female tournament. They would occasionally go in there, if not every single time. You know, they were considered one of the top dogs back then, you know, playing Counter-Strike. So, I mean, it's just great for the female Counter-Strike scene, you know, to get this opportunity and also to prove that they can actually still play with us. Like, it was just amazing to see.
Yeah, sadly, it's the end of the line for them here at the Blast Bounty. We'll be seeing them at the play-ins of Kato, though, so very excited to see that going down. Yeah, of course, as we mentioned, there's only been 3 bounty hunters managed to take down the most wanted. That is Heroic, Big, and Virtus Pro, who've all managed to steal those seeds, get some bounty on their head, and some money in their bank. What happens today, though, Jacob? Are you foreseeing any more upsets, any more chaos going down?
I mean, we could. I think the first 2 games we have today are kind of interesting from that point of view. There is a potential upset in the making. I think the later 2 games we have tonight, there's a clear favorite, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see the majority of the favorites win today, but never say never.
Let's dive into the Blast Bounty Simulator over on Blast TV to see exactly what that will spell going into stage 2 as well. So first of all, let's do our predictions for today. Where are we standing?
I mean, we know most of the teams already, and I think me and Peter agrees that despite the first game right here between paiN and GamerLegion could be a close one, we both have paiN winning that one.
Yeah. That is definitely the case. I mean, I think paiN has been showing like some good signs. You know, they made a recent change, but the whole core of the team is still the same. That's been that for a couple of months now. You know, the leading of Bigusera has been a talking point for a long time. Also bringing in the young talent of Snow, so I think they're in a good spot.
You know what? Let's make this fun. I think all the favorites are going to win today. So if our lovely producer could just pick all the favorites, and then that gives us the next stage simulator, which I think is super, super interesting. On your right side of your screen right now, you can see the seeding, and then you come into this whole game show that we have tonight, where the teams will be picking up the seeds. You know, they have the chance of picking within the top 8 seeds who they want to face. The first one, seed number 9, would be FURIA in that one. And Peter, if you're FURIA, you're looking at the top 8 teams. Who would you go for? Who would you pick?
If I were to be Fallen, you know, I always wanted to be Fallen, so now I'm gonna get to be Fallen. You know, I get to make some decisions in Furia here, you know. But you know, we can pick from every shelf. You know, that is like the thing that is really good for Furia here. So if I were Furia, would I go for Liquid maybe?
You think that's the weakest team out of all of them?
No, I'm not saying that the weakest, but it's probably the team that they know the best.
Okay.
That could be a thing, you know. But we need to take into consideration that they know each other, but also the map pool. But if we have to look like a weakling or maybe the weakest team up there, maybe Falcons?
Falcons or Liquid? I think the thing is one of the two. I think it's a good point you're making with Fallen knowing Liquid and Liquid also being relatively new to it. So if I'm Furia, go for Liquid.
Yeah, let's lock that one in. Okay, Eternal Fire. They will be next if everything pans out the way we're expecting for today's games.
Yeah.
Who do they go with?
I'll be honest, you know, looking at the list of teams that you have on your screen right now, you got to pick Falcons. I think the top 6 are some of the best teams in the world, obviously, and they have a level above the rest of them. So if I'm Eternal Fire, I pick Falcons, and especially considering that matchup as well, it's going to be an open matchup. It's going to be a new team versus a team that likes to play hectic Counter-Strike. That could be a fun one to watch.
We've also played Eternal Fire quite a lot in the last season, so could also be a thing.
Did you win?
Occasionally. We also lost.
Occasionally, yeah. It did happen.
Democratic way to put it, to be
Yeah, that's sure.
yeah, if everything pans out the way we're anticipating, Big will be next to be picking. Is there any way of winning now when we're looking at these
That's when it gets real tough, right? Because there's only good teams left. I mean, I'd still argue that FaZe didn't look that convincing yesterday, and maybe there's some, as Peter said it, with the roster, with the roles and everything, a bit early into the season as well. So if you want to pick a big team, you know, with a big bounty on their head, but also a team that you potentially could win against, I look towards FaZe and maybe Mouz as well, to be fair.
Potentially, yeah. I think that is like good candidates for them to pick. But, you know, as Freya just mentioned, like there's like no good opponent in that sense of picking. There's no weak opponents anymore. Like even looking from the beginning, there was no.
Who would you pick?
You know, I'm probably going to go with the likes of Mouse Sports.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you leave FaZe for the taking.
Yeah.
Which is Heroics.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think, like, any history between the players, any, like, how's the map pool looking? I guess that also throws a spanner into the works, because now it's minus Vertigo plus Train. Like, we don't know who likes to pick that. This is kind of wild.
I mean, we call them Heroic. Is it Sangle? Who knows? We are in a scenario where it's a team that's merged together. So I think regardless, you're looking at Spirit, Vitality, Na'Vi, G2, and FaZe. I would probably pick FaZe for that very reason. I think Vitality also obviously have had a roster change as well, but you don't want to go up against Saivu, Flames, and Robs in that regard. So if I'm Heroic, I'll pick FaZe, even though it's not going to be an easy matchup.
I'll buy into that.
Can we save Spirit to be picked by VP? Can we save that? Do you think they'd want to play them?
I mean, paiN is not going to pick Spirit, so I think that's an obvious one.
I mean, they've got 4 pretty horrific choices here. Do you think G2 is probably?
I would definitely go G2 here.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think out of the 4 teams, they're still in the top 4, and we don't know what they're going to look like. They are playing today, and God knows, maybe they lose, and maybe the simulator will look different. But I think G2, with the roster changes they've made, losing Nico, that's not a strengthening of their lineup, despite the replacement being good in heavy guards. So yeah, I'd go for G2 straight away.
Could be, yeah. Maybe I'm actually leaning a little bit towards Na'Vi. Not that Na'Vi looked weak yesterday, but it could also be a sign for paiN to go for.
And then you want VP to pick who?
I would like to see a clash of Spirit.
Yeah.
I just think that would be crazy. I think that would be chaotic. I'm really excited by the sort of new look of VP being a little bit more fast, able to get up in your grill. I wondered if they could bolster anything versus Donk. But will they actually? Realistically, do you think Spirit is the last team anyone's going to pick? I
think VP could pick Spirit. We speak about this domestic, you know, thing where they know each other well. Some of the players have played with and against each other, or if not, then they play these POCs together, etc., etc. So you know them a bit better. And I think regardless of the 3 teams you're picking right here, they're all going to be great. So yeah, maybe Spirit would be up for the taking. Probably I'd go Vitality, to be completely honest, or Na'Vi. I'm not sure, but
I think for the storyline, could be cool for VP.
Listen, let's grant Freya her wish.
Yeah, I think it's good. Let's go for it.
Let's go Spirit. Okay.
Yeah.
That's wild. That's the first time you've ever given me anything I wanted.
Well,
this one I'm excited about.
Most likely will be the last time.
Oh my gosh, should we do? Oh.
It's gonna be Astralis Vitality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be Astralis Vitality. I think there's a history in between that team as well and that core of players. And I don't know what you feel, Peter, but Astralis and Vitality has always been a fun matchup.
It's always been a fun match, you know, and I'm looking forward to hopefully seeing Device against Saiwu. You know, there's no way. Even if you are Vitality, you don't feel like comfortable going up against Astralis. I guess like Astralis is one of those teams that is in the bottom that you don't want to get. You know, you'd rather go up against a team like FlyQuest. And I know that Astralis maybe haven't had like the best results lately, but still, you know, looking at the players, looking at where they at least come from and the experience they have, I think it could be very interesting.
At least Na'Vi with FlyQuest obviously is going to be a tough matchup for FlyQuest, and on paper a relatively easy matchup for Na'Vi as well. So they could maybe ease into the LAN studio right here. But regardless of that, the rosters you see right here on the right side, there's no bad games, there's no bad teams left. left. And it's easy to say as well that this is dependent on the fact that we think all the favorites are going to win today. One game messing up, that could change the seeding of the entire thing, and that would then play out in a complete different way. So you should head into Blast TV and play the simulator as we progress throughout the day.
Yeah, I'd love to see what you guys are saying at home as well. But as Pimp aptly said, nothing here is guaranteed. It all depends on how these final 4 matchups are going to be going down. We can take a look at exactly what we've got on the cards for our 4 best of 3s today. We're going to be rounding out the night by seeing this new look G2 versus bait, Mouz versus BetBoom before that, not before FURIA versus Nemiga, but first we're kicking the day off with paiN versus GamerLegion.
What does mental health mean to me?
What Movember does is we're the largest men's mental health charity in the world, and we've identified that esports is one of the best ways to reach kind of isolated young men.
Are you with me? For me, mental health is so important to make sure that you're vigilant of how you're feeling. It's something that you can't take for granted just because things are going good. You always just need to be aware.
How should we try to cope with uncontrollable stresses?
I mean, I remember I walked out the Blast fall final like 2019, and before the game started, I was like, we know how to cast. You know what I mean? Like, we know how to cast. It's a crowd, like I've seen 1 or 2 of these before, no big deal. And then I walked out, and then I remember I was just like, like I couldn't do my intro, I couldn't speak, and I didn't know what to do.
In 1 year, I had a child being born, and then my dad died of cancer later in that year. I had some crazy anxiety attacks. I'd basically be in my bed for like 6 to 8 hours, just like, I could take deep breaths, but it was like I couldn't get enough oxygen.
So I think the players, though, they get it the very worst because people don't realize that outside of the game, they also have a normal life.
You play so many matches, you have shit travel days, like so many things that go into this. It's not really in your ability to choose how you perform in game.
I think definitely overwhelming part about Counter-Strike is the schedule. It gets just tiring to travel from event to event.
People, when they want to blame you for something or they want to criticize you for something, they come at you from a point of where they're anonymous. They don't have their face, they don't have their real name there. Death threats and all sorts of people.
Yeah,
We're all human at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly.
If you're gonna get stressed out, it might be bigger than you, you know? You don't really have a choice. You can only decide whether or not you're going to address it.
That's what this is day 1 of. How can we create psychologically safe spaces that help improve mental health such that the hundreds of thousands of young people that watch this tournament engage on Twitter and all the media streams go, I want to be just like you.
At the time, it was nerve-wracking to talk about it, but now I have no problem doing about it. And you see the wonderful benefits of being able to speak out about it.
So when those things happen, what strategies do you guys use?
Maybe it's praising them or saying, don't worry
Building
about
them back up.
Yeah, building them back up.
Part of being a pro CS player is looking after yourself.
I actually started doing this to people when I meet them, like talking each other up before going on camera. It just makes people happier.
But you guys picked paiN as your first opponent. Was there any particular reason why you went with those guys?
I wasn't behind the decision, but I believe it was because like paiN is kind of an equal ranking as us, so like kind of equal level, I guess. So if we we are not like we are obviously a new team, and if we win, we get a certain amount of points, and we won't lose that much points if we manage to lose this game. So like I think it's like a balanced pick for us. Like it's just a good like overall pick.
Yeah, because they have a 15k bounty on their head, which is, you know, the lower side of things.
Yeah.
You guys weren't tempted by going for the big bucks? You weren't tempted by the 60k?
Obviously, you want to beat the best, but right now we have to be realistic, you know, like we're a very new team with the minimal amount of practice. Like we want to take this one step at a time, and I think paiN is like the more realistic like opponent for us. Why
do you think they picked you?
I'm not pretty sure, but maybe because in the FURIA, in the major, Shanghai Major. They beat us. Maybe because of that, maybe because we had some change, maybe because we are like I don't know, one of the last numbers that in the ranking. Maybe because we are weak. I don't know what they think, but we're probably gonna surprise them.
Do you feel weak at the moment, or do you feel like the team's strong?
Not even a little.
No weak feelings for the side of paiN Gaming, and for good reason. I'm glad they're coming in confident because they're going to be going up versus GamerLegion. They picked them, they were 20th seed, paiN 13th, which means they've got 15k bounty on their head. And I think it makes sense for paiN to be feeling good in this matchup because GamerLegion have gone through a lot of changes over the off period, Jacob.
Yeah, GamerLegion has always been an interesting lineup when you think historically speaking. We remember what happened during the Paris Major where they overperformed and did a tremendous job, and then ever since they've been trying to rebuild a roster that could stay competitive. The Snacks era as well, they were doing all right, but coming in against a team like paiN, it's going to be a tough showing for them. And as you said, FURIA, they're constantly losing their best players. It's like a farmer team in a way. It's like the Ajax of football in some senses, that whenever they have a good player, someone else will snap them up, like we saw with Flammers, like we saw with Snacks going into G2 as well. So it hasn't been easy for GamerLegion. However, the roster they're fielding into this tournament is by no means a bad roster, and the addition of Res is not bad either.
Yes, that's exactly what I was going to say. Took my words right out of my mouth,
Sorry.
Jacob, and I caught up with him earlier to see exactly how he ended up coming on to GamerLegion. Obviously, Rez, you were a staple name of the Ninjas in Pyjama squad for such a long time. What sparked the decision to move to GamerLegion? Was it personally from you, or was it the org kind of making the decision for you?
Obviously, when I got benched, I didn't want to take time off. Like, I wanted to get back on the grind and back to playing as fast as possible. And yeah, like GamerLegion reached out to me, and they looked like they've been looking very promising in the past years. Like, they're reaching majors, and I think Ash is like a very talented coach. Like, he's doing a really good job with all the rosters he's had. So like it was a really like kind of easy choice for me when they approached me, and yeah, I'm really happy that I made this decision.
Having had, you know, albeit quite a short time in the squad so far, what's the biggest learning curve or biggest challenge you faced having to adapt to the GamerLegion way of Counter-Strike?
Obviously, there's a lot of new things to learn, like yeah, a lot of new people to meet and get to know, and a lot of like call-outs on maps are different, and yeah, like basically a whole new system that I'm not really used to. So basically everything is new for me because I've been used to the NIP ways for a really long time now, and coming into like a really fresh start with this kind of organization and system is definitely a challenging start for me. But like so far it's been going great. Like, I'm getting more and more comfortable like each day, so it's been fine.
On the flip side, is there anything that you feel like they could learn from you, from, you know, your long tenure on NIP and some experience on like some decently big stages as well? Is there anything that you want to teach the guys?
Yeah, of course. There's a lot of young guys in this team, and I obviously have probably the most experience in this roster. And with that, I obviously will come with like some information, and like in crucial moments, I will try to chime in as often as I can to help the guys to, I don't know, like if they're like not understanding something in the game, or like with the, I don't know, like anything that I can bring, I will do. But yeah, I've been doing that so far, and trying to bring a lot of input in our practices and or like our reviews and stuff like this to like help us improve as much as possible.
I really like that attitude coming out of Reds. You know, he's hungry enough, he wants to be competing, doesn't want to just sit on the bench and keep it warm. He wants to go into a new team.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think it was a great interview by him, and he approached the thing of that he didn't want to take too much of a break being benched by the NIP guys. You know, as a player, it's important that you stay relevant and you get into a position where you showcase yourself and you just want to keep going. I think that's a great observation from him. Obviously, also the whole thing about Ash. You know, he talks about the previous rosters of GamerLegion going very far in tournaments. You know, he has also, for me at least, Ash seems to be this like mini Saul guy that creates something out of something that you don't really expect anything from. And I think it's a very interesting approach that he decided to go to GamerLegion and felt comfortable around.
See, here's my thing. I think Ash is the biggest star within GamerLegion, and if that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know. The coach quantity and what he's been able to achieve as a coach with all these different variations of GamerLegion has been nothing but stellar. You look at what player material he's had to work with, always found a way to get the most out of it. Then you look at the GamerLegion lineup right now, and I would argue that he's the biggest star within that lineup. And when your coach is your biggest asset, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? It can be both.
We'll get some answers as they go ahead versus paiN. Ranked 13th coming into this tournament. Do you think they are the 13th best team in the world?
I think they're up there. You know, I think Big Zero and the boys from paiN have been steadily progressing. Are they the 13th best team in the world? Maybe that's a little bit high, but I think they've shown upset potential at pretty much every single tournament they've been at. They also made a roster change, you know, brought in some new fresh blood. So yeah, I'd say it's a pretty fair range of ranking.
Let's check on in with our predictions to see exactly what the talent was saying. Now, we can kind of, you know, steal each other's homework on the Google Sheet, and somebody said they were coming for your head, Jacob. Are they going to take you down?
I think it was Wu, but Wu has 9 points, so who cares?
Well, if GamerLegion win, then you're going to be caring, my dude. And bait as well. That's pretty wild.
I mean, he lost his mind, so good for him.
Crazy.
American, I guess. Yeah.
I guess. Let's just start off with that comment from Jacob, the real Jacob coming out on air. Yeah, we are ready to be diving into game number 1 of day 4 of the Blast Premier Bounty.
Yeah, paiN taking on GamerLegion. I think this one's going to be a bit of a banger. I think we're in for a bit of a bomb, but low key, right? I think it's a little bit slept on, this matchup. So we have Rez back in the server, longest standing NIP member, now moving in to this GamerLegion squad. You feel like if you're Rez, you've got a point to prove here, right? You want to show him, you talked about it in that interview, he doesn't want to sit on the bench, he doesn't want to be a bench warmer, he wants to get out there, put the name of Rez back in everyone's minds. He wants to try and accomplish that his first time in the GamerLegion T. And when you take a look at this paiN squad, both these teams had good results at the major. I would say surprisingly good. Now they kind of fell off once they hit the top 16, but they both have something to show here. And for paiN, there's also been changes. They've also taken Lux out of the fold. They've brought in Davide as someone who is very, very capable, also looking to get his name back into the limelight in a big way. So everyone's got a point to prove here in this matchup. Everyone's going to be bringing the heat from round 1.
Absolutely. I'm more excited for Rez in this server than anything right now for the GamerLegion boys, right? He's been a part of so many broken rosters over the years and had his ups, all in nip, obviously. Had his ups and downs, but I think, yeah, this is a chance to completely change your tune, change the way that you're spoken about. It's not 1972 anymore, Harry. We're not in Oakland anymore, but maybe Rez has still got it. He's going to try and prove it up here. Top middle on Inferno. GamerLegion, their map pick to begin. T-side's a difficult place to begin, but we know that ZTR has some nice tricks up his sleeve.
Rez, looking to show everyone he's from Goatland. Kind of sounds like gold. Here we are. Davideus doubles up. Why not make it 3? Oh, it's all Davideus. And talk about making an impression. First round played alongside his boys, and he puts up 4 in the pistol.
Hell of an impression, hell of a debut for the Chilean player in this Brazilian mix. It's an incredible pistol. 4 headshots on short. And this guy, yeah, he was supposed to be the next big thing, right, coming out of South America. We've seen a lot of actually these mixed South American teams, Argentinians, even Guatemalans. I know that's North America, but now a Chilean here at the top.
Lays down the law in the pistol.
Nice. Doing anything but chilling. I'll workshop it.
That was what you came
That was horrible.
It's pretty good, honestly.
Yeah, you know. We're warming.
Rez.
He's back, Harry. We're on Rez cam today. What's he got? Tip of the spear, Tech 9 Force with no bomb plant, but Inferno's a great map for it, right? We talk all the time about how a couple of entry kills can overwhelm a bomb site and get you a win, but paiN have already taken Banana. They're already setting themselves up for a quick flank, so these need to be extremely fast and clean entries for GamerLegion to avoid Snow backstabbing. Are they ready to go? We've got the long smoke, we've got a pit smoke, we're gonna go straight up short like the pistol.
Piado open. Rez moving in, gets into the site, flashes are good. Slend gonna take it one step further.
Where's he gone?
And QZ gonna get run through, and it's Rez's Tech 9 to deliver. paiN might have had that flank that you mentioned earlier on, but it's gonna struggle to amount to a retake here. 2 versus 4, even with that kill coming in. Seems like GamerLegion have done enough.
Yeah, I actually really like the Force. It's kind of off meta. No bomb plant. They just catch paiN off guard, really, with a very up-tempo A play. And paiN are trying to contain right now, keep the pressure on, maybe grab these M4s, trying to save. But GamerLegion are going to exit together. So BiggerZera, they're all around the corner. He's not getting out with much. Upgrades are plenty. And GamerLegion hungry, starting this series off with a bang.
You know, looking at the line of thinking of, like, Rez trying to remind us all what he's made of. I think that's why moving into this GamerLegion team is so interesting, because it's not like he's joined a roster that's been entirely newly cobbled together and there's no track record there. You know, the core of this team, the ones that survived post the changes that GamerLegion have made during the whole roster mania after the major, well, they went and found a lot of success kind of from nowhere, right? It was guys like Flamus who took a lot of eyeballs in this team.
For sure.
And so you're hoping someone as experienced and someone who we hold to high standards, even though he hasn't provided them for a while, like Rez, is able to at least match that in some capacity. Back at the major, it was enough for GamerLegion to win this exact matchup.
Yeah, 13-10 last time around. So that's a very good point. In a BO1 as well, they're going to have to long it out this time. Yeah, it's a hungry team. It's a young team, and all the reason for Rez to perform, given he's slotting in as a star player into this roster. I also think we haven't talked about PR. It's an interesting piece, right? Another Mouz NXT Academy prospect, but haven't seen him play official in a little over 3 months here. So this is his first one back into the new year. We'll have to see if he can land on his feet. Now in a notable squad. Stack up on short here, paiN, side by side. GamerLegion looking to go back to what just worked, it seems. No apartments control on the anti-eco. Trying to play a little bit safer. The bomb can bail if they see this stack, so paiN are trying not to show it, but suddenly they explode in middle, and the rifles come up, top trumps. paiN chasing down another frag as that bomb goes back.
Good awareness from Rez, catching Kawes on the aggro. It was those 2 new faces for GamerLegion finding all the kills in this round so far. Now it just comes down to, can they get past BiggerZera? Don't underestimate this guy. Not one to crumble under the pressure is BiggerZera. Might only be armed with a P250, but he's put it to work. Slend now has to wait.
Oh, that's
BiggerZera's house, but the follow-up kill onto Davideus.
No, he's dead. Surely.
Should have sealed the deal on this. BiggerZera low on health, and Slend, fight after fight, going his way. Sniping Davideus on the rotate in through spawn and stopping a scary-looking BiggerZera in his tracks.
Can't believe he's able to hide his model there perfectly, right? Not anything that BiggerZera can find. One bullet clipping him through the stone might have been enough. But he does it on his own without that rotate in time. Slend saving this one from a very sticky situation. I like the GamerLegion left their options open there. They go back to B with a top banana player. This one more spread on a default now. paiN just pistols. Whoa. It's not part of the plan. Seeing methodical mid-clearing here in these rounds for GamerLegion. Expected from a ZTR T side.
Yeah.
Definitely one of the IGLs for the future, if not the present. He's done a lot with very little. Now that is even more with even less. Kawes double kill in mid.
Oh God,
dear.
This is getting weird. It's getting out of control.
That's huge.
Huge pickup. That hero gun gone, and the other 3 spotted over here at B, but there's no rush on this round at a GamerLegion.
I think they only think there were 2 there, because they're being really cautious here in mid.
Slender's heard them, though, and looks to keep this one contained. For a moment, it felt like it was going to get out of hand. Well, if it's gonna have to come from Snow.
The meta move, Harry. The meta move. Oh, no, he wants to go for it. But now he realizes he's simply out of position.
Yeah, so, you know, we spent some time now kind of looking at the new additions on both of these teams, but looking at the ones left behind. You mentioned ZTR already. said he's one for the future. ZTR career captain, always looked to be a leader. And I feel like he certainly earned his stripes. It's clear that Ash has enjoyed working with him within this GamerLegion squad. Ash, a coach who now has put multiple major attending and major placing squads together, seemingly from nowhere. It's not like he's getting given the best pieces. No. He is building these squads from the ground up.
Quite a statement.
Yeah. So he's, I think both of them kind of earning their stripes in a big way.
And ZTR, really cool pickup, you know, been on this team for over 6 months, but he had experience playing Tier 1 on LAN at the age of 18, right? He filled in for NIP for some time. We saw during the kind of the online era.
Playing alongside Rez.
Yeah, true. Towards the end of it, you know, filled in a couple of LANs for NIP, got some experience, led young ninjas as well through the Academy League. So it's not like he's new to this by any means. A career captain is the right way of putting it. From the get-go, had his vision and always been at the forefront of good T-sides in these underdog squads. Full of ideas, boost up on B.
I mean, his counterpart lies in wait up here at the top of Banana in BigAzera. He's someone who also has made his name for himself at majors in these big tournaments, right? The high-flying, high-fragging IGL, someone that a lot of eyes were looking for a while to try and bring that second win to Brazilian Counter-Strike.
Yeah, he was a killer in Copenhagen.
Was a part of that kind of green wall that opened up a bunch of extra slots for the Americas on the back of Brazil's success in Copenhagen.
Was one match away from making it to the playoffs of a major with a rookie squad. So, and with him, you know, high flying, top fragging in-game leader. So it was actually an incredible run, just falling short to Mouz.
All right.
Very blind.
But
they've got it boxed in.
Money's on the line for paiN, so this is a very important round. Kauer's down in the pit. Gonna take first contact, and Torsten bests him straight away. Damadeus in the pistol was lights out here, but not in the all-important rifle round. This is starting to get a little bit rough for paiN. GamerLegion's pick starts swimmingly, right? Not only are they 4-1 up now, but winning this round starts to really put the hurt on paiN's money, and that's gonna start teeing you up to build some serious early momentum here on your map pick. Starting strong in this series is great for GamerLegion. Maybe worrisome for this paiN squad as you have some slow starters, some notable names struggling to get the ball rolling. It might have been Damadeus wowing us in the pistol, but that is the only round they've been able to find so far, and it's not changed and now that the rifles have come out.
Love to see that for GamerLegion, keeping 5 alive as well, building their money. Not interested in hunting just yet. They've got the boot on the neck of this paiN Gaming squad. Of course, they went for the pick here. It's paiN who are most wanted. GamerLegion seemingly up for the task so far.
Yeah, but the other thing there is I think you give Ash a bit of time to study his opponent. Sure. And that's suddenly a whole different beast, right?
That's why these opening matches are so much fun.
Yeah, I think, you know, Ash has always been good at that, even on the short turnaround time that you get at those major runs that we talk about for GamerLegion. He was always keen to study. You don't have to look any further than the Ash's Playbook YouTube channel to know that this guy does not mess around when it comes to researching what he's up against.
Wow, that's great value from a player with 10 health, getting him such a clean trade. And Torsten even hit a good nade before he died. BigAzera re-peek dry, risked the entire round on that move. But he's found another kill to keep the advantage for paiN. Keep in mind, only 2 guns. They're separated right now. If GamerLegion just explode, it's BigAzera or bust.
Thing is, for paiN, BigAzera is their consistent man. You know the output you can expect from this guy. He's the one you would want in this situation with a hero rifle. The guy who's supposed to provide for paiN.
Oh dear. Ooh, good shot.
Good for 2 in the round. BigAzera has done everything he could and then some.
That smoke on
Will it be enough?
Fade.
Oh, it's not looking likely. No one else finding success. NQZ a little later, but a 1v2 teed up ahead of him. Certainly tempting enough to give this one a look in with how quickly he's arriving on this backstab.
Good timing. Right now, they're holding the banana side. Rez in a great post-plant position, and he's crouching into the angle. Rez is sharp right now. Not missing a beat, not missing a shot. Puts on another round for the GamerLegion. How long till we say the line? Give it a few more at least. But he is looking very sharp.
Well, you know, even thinking about Rez in terms of when was the last time this guy, like, truly, with how long he was in NIP, I don't want to use the word complacency, but you feel like after nearly 8 years in a squad, like, that maybe starts to dawn on you a little bit, right? You could put together like a time lapse of the NIP squad, and Rez would just be sat there, stoic-faced in the center as rosters are moving and shifting and changing around him. He just became a part of the furniture at NIP.
Yeah, and some pretty horrible rosters in there as well. Like, not...
So don't get me wrong, he was never in like these fantastic positions to succeed and to be a world beater, but you feel like eventually that's going to get to you, and you're just kind of showing up. It's a bit like a 9 to 5 at that point. You're just putting the hours in, right?
Yeah,
getting home, clocking in, clocking out, jobs are good and everything's fine. But this is him having to put himself back in the shop window in a big way.
Well, I do think there is the interview before was great with him, but I do think there's an angle of if he didn't join the team straight away, we would have forgotten about him pretty quickly, just because he hasn't been remarkable for a long time.
Yeah.
So if he still believes he's got it in him and he's ready to show that in a young team of hungry players, of players who still have more to achieve, who haven't graced major playoffs before, right? There's still a lot they want to do. I think that's the perfect fuel for the fire. Get them logs burning. Torsten's in a bit of hot water here. Molly nade. Luckily it blooms on the smoke. He's flashed back in for one more. Bigazera keeping it alive as he's always doing on this banana position. NQZ's Orb finally in the round now, and finally putting paiN in position to win. First time since the pistol. 4v2. GamerLegion. Will that fire be doused after a 5-round streak?
Well, paiN have desperately been looking for a way to break back through. They haven't had any success since the pistol round. This could finally be it. This is the moment you're telling yourselves, all right, 4v2, we fought hard to get these openers. It's another Bigazera double to get them there. You have to deliver in this round. If you don't, Inferno is going to start so quickly, spiraling out of control. And you're going to be off to this horrific start.
It's good smoke, though.
Oh! They've lost Cowes. No one's worrying yet. Davideus moves in, and he will clean this one up. Davideus provides that double kill alongside Bigazera is enough for paiN to start to find some success again.
Bigazera's taken some huge risks in this CT side, and they've all paid off so far. So right now, it only looks like we're going to be seeing GamerLegion try and continue to abuse this A-bomb site, because they have not, even with even trades, Bigazera has double dipped and gotten away with it every time.
Yeah, we were talking before we headed into this about paiN and how we feel about this squad, and I think Bigazera gets the limelight, as he should, because he is hands down the most consistent output at all levels.
Sure.
Oftentimes at the start of a tournament, you'll see Bigazera middle of the pack or towards the bottom for his team, but that's because the other guys, I think, actually have like these higher ceilings, and so as a result, they're able to like farm the lower pressure, lower, I don't want to say lower stakes, but like lower ranked teams, right? And so you often get guys like Cowes really delivering in the early stages of a tournament, but as a tournament drags on, as the pressure grows, as the stakes are higher, as you're closer to elimination, whatever it may be, it seems like Cowes drops off, whereas Bigazera does not, and that's where you see him rise the ranks and often end up as the top-rated player for his team. So it's Bigazera for the consistency. I think we're going to need to see Cowes across this year, especially after Shanghai, where his numbers dipped drastically between the RMR to opening stage into the top 16. You want to see him really come into his own, find that comfort. There's a duel over towards Banana though. Rez has reclaimed this early double push and at least taken the space away. The GamerLegion have the faith to just follow Rez into the Lion's Den here. It's a low HP Bigazera calling for rotates over.
Yeah, he's got him stuck in the site right now. They're trying to bail him out with utility, flash, nade, everything they've got to break that smoke, and Rez needs this kill at the back of the site. Bigazera stalling things out as long as he can, but oh dear, miscom, they're not in. Bigazera still manages to pull a single kill out, but GamerLegion owned the bomb site, and that was the goal. It was worth the trades. Back to Banana, information gained, but it's 2 1v1s that decide the outcome. Good patience from Cowiz pays off, and PR, new boy on the block, academy prospect in a 1v2.
This is a big test for PR. But paiN are equally nervous, and they don't know where he's gotten to. This long game that PR is playing.
Oh, no.
Oh, it's an awkward whiff on the backstab, but that one kill, the player nearest the bomb, that should be enough. NQZ's hopped on this, but there isn't time.
Why did he treat it like Old Inferno? You can't plant there anymore, Harry. This isn't CSGO. You can't plant there. It's in the smoke.
NQZ's headspace in a different time.
That's weird.
Taking us back to when Rez was the Oakland MVP with that defuse, man.
You literally can't plant there. So he's treating it like the different game, the other game.
Dude, I mean, even this round, and it's heartbreaking that paiN go on to lose it once more after everything that Bigazera accomplishes. It's how consistent he is that is why this guy is such a marvel. He's like a sub 10 HP there. And gets out with a second kill in defensive B.
Crazy. Bit awkward. Davides came through the smoke looking the wrong way, thinking they were in pool already, but they hadn't crossed. I mean, that's probably like the ugliest 1v2 I've ever seen, but it got the job done, and it's kept paiN down and maybe out on this half. 6 T rounds already. That's your half done. And it's now an anti-eco. 1 gun here for NQZ. Bit of a predicament for paiN. Bigazera just trying to block this B play. He's got another smoke. Snow with a pop flash. GamerLegion's trying to burn out this util, trying to make them panic right now, but honestly, they're just going to execute. Once the smoke fades, they'll probably go through it. The second one, that is. Because they are lining up their last bit of utility for the full send. Oh, great smoke timing, though. Do they really want to wait in the darkness for another 20 seconds? See, a lot of teams just break smokes in this position to offset the timings, but GamerLegion, they believe in it. They're just going to go for the Hail Mary. Here we go. They've got to break it now. Rez, the only guy for the job. There it is.
Smoke made it open. None from Bigazera. Instead, it's going to be Snow.
Oh, wow.
They start to push through now. They run through this B site, and for paiN, with just these pistols, that one hero M4, you're already thinking about the save, at least for NQZ.
Rez just tried to plant in that spot, Harry. What's going on? What year is it?
They saw him go there for the defuse, and they went, wait, can you still...
Nope.
Can you still plant there?
You can't.
But you can't.
Still can't. Game's been out a year now, guys. Well, this is another save for paiN, unfortunately. GamerLegion just playing some really solid team CS, putting a lot of focus on Banana. Always holding flashes for Torsen. He's 2 and 5, but he's gotten 2 important entries or trades in Banana. They've done some nice A wraps. And they keep forcing saves, so the game plan is going to plan here for GamerLegion. This buy has got to come through now for... Torsen have notes there on the shift tab. That's what it looked like. Bit of prep. Ash's playbook.
Yeah.
We saw
that will be an Ash thing.
Yeah.
Would be a good feeling to just show up and have a nice friendly voice tell you, hey, don't worry guys, I've planned everything for this game.
I do that every day for you, Harry.
True. And I hate that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you better learn your lines.
Ooh. Okay.
They wanted to app spot.
Yeah, there's been good timings on this util out of paiN to try and take the game plan away from GamerLegion.
Oh, BigAzera wants it so bad to go through that smoke, but Snow's rotating, so he can't.
He's the type of guy who has faith in his reads of moments like this.
He is right.
He's not committed to it, instead just freeing up that fourth man. Snow already over here, ready to lend a helping hand in defensive A. GamerLegion don't know it yet, but they're playing right into the master plan of BigAzera.
Yeah, without the long control, this is going to be hard to break open this site hold. NQZ with AWP insight plus pick crossfire with a man down. Good luck, GamerLegion. PR's cracked it open. Cowes swinging for a second, trying to survive. Snow even gets aggressive, and GamerLegion are falling like flies. Well held for paiN, but it could get sticky here. Torsen drops in on a headshot angle on low HP. Anything is possible right now. Low in the mag, and Snow swings for the finish. It's paiN with a bit of Brazilian flair, trying to stay in this series. Finally, banana control, and they believe it, because it has been very late takes. The difference in that round is they clear out the logs at B, right? BigAzera pushes all the way down. He knows Torsen's not in his traditional cubby, and so they just make the read. They say, we have full banana. We've left BigAzera re-smokes. He's playing safe. He won't get picked. We can play 4A. And while the site hit is coming in, Snow just swings out and shoots the util player in the back.
Kind of tell how like awkward that whole round felt. Torsen's usually the guy who likes to go in first. So when you have him in apartments getting smoked off and then being the guy left alive in the clutch, you know something's gone wrong. Ooh. NQZ might be full blind, but that's not going to stop him. ZTR going to take a bird's eye view of this round now as he watches on. I'm going to try and lead his team to victory in this 4v5 after a blind shot goes the way of paiN.
Yeah, I wonder when we'll stop seeing players when they know there's an AWP in play, just swing off of the flash. I feel like when you know there's an AWP, you have to delay that swing, because you're often not even using that flash to get the kill. Like, you're not hard peeking the angle, and the AWP is just going to reactively shoot on the flash. We even see some AWPs delay their shot sometimes if they feel safe enough to do so. But those kills are so common. When you're full blind, you just fire and get out. Here's the B pop. GamerLegion, last-ditch attempt in this round. No nades. Oh, are they going to save it? I actually don't mind this. They've been locked out on the A side, and they have 0 util after that exec, and you can see paiN are just cycling smoke molly on B right now. So if they could save 3 guns, that's all they're going to have in the last round of the half. GamerLegion have already done what's necessary on the T side. They're looking for that little bit more.
This at least means you're going to have ZTR getting to don all his util, Rez there alongside him as well. They're likely going to just have to play something a little bit faster around these guns. You don't have the utility to go for some sort of crazy fake here. Might just have to be a set piece called from ZTR in this coming round.
Wouldn't even mind something a little more aggressive towards B, because they've actually been pretty safe on the B take. Don't get me wrong, if they do it, they will eat HEs. Sorry, Torsen, but it could be a way in here. A change of pace.
Yeah, I mean, it's another reason why you end up singing BigAzera's praises. It's like, sure, when you go into him, the odds of him multi-killing are very, very high. The output is super consistent, but you can't dodge that threat by ignoring it, because he's a very active player, and he always likes, as the captain, to be constantly getting as much info as he can. So the moment you give him space, he's super proactive over here at B.
Oh my god,
NQZ, this is a ballsy call, but swings it wide down through middle still. GamerLegion do lean into some of that early banana fights that you were talking about, and they reap the reward. They've dealt with Snow early.
Oh, they've killed Snow at B, but still paiN don't buy it, and they actually full rotate that third B player back to A. Good call for paiN. Their positions have been actually really good on this CT side, but GamerLegion have walked into stacks and still won. This is now going back the other way. Cowes falls immediately. Now the panic button pressed by paiN as they realize we are gambling in the wrong place. GamerLegion are in no hurry. They've got a minute on the clock. Just one smoke, so they have to group and play together. CTR needs to cross past a very dangerous banana hold. And he's faking it right now, but I don't think he realizes BigUzera is right here. It's not going to make this 5-on-3 any easier as BigUzera realizes what's going on. This is a fake, he says, and he's calling the bluff. Oh, no.
Torsen back turn. I mean, he's the only util, so he kind of needs to help his teammates, but that's allowed BigUzera to close the gap.
Oh, they're going to...
This is what we're talking about with BigUzera, always looking to be active, always looking to make moves. You can't dodge this guy. You have to give him the respect, and BigUzera, given room to play with in this round, is right behind enemy lines. Every step of the way, he's been offering up resistance. Brought his team back into this round. GamerLegion are going to flush him out over on the short side. And so now it's down. Davideus and NQZ trying to finish what their captain started. First kill comes in from the new man on the scene. Flash teed up to try get him in through the apartments. Davideus with the swing. One more still to find, but a gap in the comms, and he's cut down. It's a runaway first half put forward from the new look GamerLegion with Rez in his debut game leading the charge. Because we can't like oversell. No. We're not. But the conversation is better.
Yeah, it's more back and forth, and yes.
It's the classic, bro. It's the classic. That was. Dial your televisions, get in the phone box. It's 1972 all over again as Rez topping the charts at the end of that first half, Hugo. It's taken us all the way back to Oakland.
Yes, I don't want to just give it to Rez. I actually think this is a really solid game plan from ZTR and Ash. I think they had a really nice idea of what paiN were doing. Sure, there were a couple of flanks that caught them off guard, but for the most part, they would run into stacks and still win them out. The firepower across the board has been solid. Rez has definitely been a huge part of it, but GamerLegion as a whole, an impressive debut so far. Can they close it though, Harry? That can be the hardest part.
Well, the rock-solid first half and about to become a floppy disk now. Torsen in with the opener. GamerLegion immediately get off to a good start. Rez hears the pitter-patter of footsteps in through the apartment. And so he's ready for that. Slend even posted with him. It's a strong crossfire setup between pit and sight. And look at that in the blink of an eye. The round looks to be over. Only Snow left. Oh my God. Knife pulled from ZTR.
Cheeky.
No respect given.
Cheeky guy.
Big Azera might have been doing some really annoying stuff in that first half, but ZTR shows that he's not the only captain capable of getting a little cheeky with it as the knife is pulled.
Vibe check very good. We saw on those player cams at halftime, you know, all the GamerLegion boys smiling away, cracking jokes, and now pulling out the blade in the pistol. Really good setup for GamerLegion, not just because Rez falls back into pit, but he has a big pit player, and neither are fighting. They actually force paiN to just commit into that triple setup. They never give them an entry. And yeah, go farming. Make that orb money, Slend. You've earned it. You're trying to earn it. Nice and clean for GamerLegion. 1 casualty, 10 rounds now. This game is disappearing fast.
Am I the only one who thinks PR gives like check device type vibes?
What, in how he looks?
Yeah.
I'm gonna need to take another look to.
All right, come on, show us PR.
Show us PR. What's he got? Okay, I see what you mean.
You
it's
see
the hair.
Yeah,
it's
it
the
is
hair.
the hair.
Yeah,
it is the hair.
Maybe the brows as well.
Yeah, he's just. It's like he knew.
Oh. Yeah, sort of, but also not really. We called Nyx Smooya yesterday, so I mean, anything's possible.
It's weird. It's only in video.
Whoa, that's a lot of nades.
nades.
Solo B. Is that ZTR B as well? Of course it is.
You like nades, huh?
You like nades? I got a couple to sell you. I got thousands. And he's not even using them, Harry.
Hey, it's ZTR's nade emporium here.
Hey, guys, they got 4B. Look at the mollies.
I'm thinking like...
Look, that's a cool... Oh, he's throwing that from CT.
Yeah.
Steal those lineups while you can, guys. You don't have to get on top of the box. Look at the ground. Line up. You can throw that from just CT. So do it again, and then one more time for good measure. That's going to force him into the A stack.
I'm thinking, bro, how many people are on B? There's like 20 people here. They've re-smoked us several times. I mean, that does leave the A site strapped for util, but my God, have they got the manpower as a result of this?
Yeah, 4 strong, 40 seconds. paiN are biting down on this chew toy. It's squeaking, Harry. Oh, why are they rotating?
He's used all the util. The fear is crept in.
That's a ZTR gamble, but
nade brain players, util players, util players.
Oh, I've run out of utility. Quickly help.
15 seconds. They could still lose. No, they're not going to lose. That's a weird rotate. GamerLegion is just making a read like, oh, the nades have worked so good, they're trapped behind them. But that's not what's going on. They're just really late on the mid-take.
Oh, God, my lineups have failed.
Dude, GamerLegion would have just won the round if they unplugged their keyboards there.
Oh, that's devastating.
They were definitely going to win that round, but... Damn. It was going so well until it all went wrong. You know, you make a gamble, Harry. Sometimes, you know, sometimes you win. Sometimes the house usually wins.
Yeah.
It actually kind of always wins.
Oh, it's just the most relatable feat ever.
Oh, God. They're coming, I swear. There's no more Molotovs. I can't stop them.
That's not a voice comm segment, if you were wondering. That is Harry Russell.
That's not how ZTR sounds.
All right, you can have one of those. Oh my God, look at it. Whoa, action replay. That's a lot of nades. and then the one kill.
This is what util guys need to feel secure in life. Just literally everything else from the entire team, and even then, it's still not enough.
Yeah, he still needs a quad rotate.
He needed more.
He needed 4 players on B. It's a funny gamble. Don't do it again. All right, guys, you can keep your nades this time. I'm sorry. Boom. Solid util at B. The trade is very nice for paiN.
Ooh. Yeah, this time they wanted to be a bit more proactive in fighting for top banana. I can't move past how weird a round that must have felt for paiN.
Yeah.
They're thinking, really? Like, we didn't do anything.
I mean, they
threw one smoke over a B, and they were silent everywhere else.
It's weird because they took mid so late, but it's not like they were faking B in any capacity, which is the funniest part.
Here they are, eyes set on the A play again. At least early on. They're always leaving that back door open.
And the bomb back and spawn. It's fine, they have 30 more seconds before they have to go. Smoke on the long side. That's just telling them we're stacked. Oh, go short. Walk into our crossfire. paiN don't want to be told what to do. They want to make up their own mind. Dangerous peek, but it works wonders for Rez. He's feeling it.
It's good to see. I like that he has been given all this freedom to take fights like that one into the top of mid. Fights that can decide the outcome of rounds. Those are the sorts of fights you want Rez having the confidence to go for. PR down here in the pit, but will get overran. It's Rez who has to do it all for GamerLegion. He's on for the ace. First time seeing him, not in that nip jersey in almost a decade, and he's leaving one hell of an impression. 4 kills deep. Has Rez just done enough for GamerLegion to look to walk this one over the line? NQZ is resisting every step of the way and brings it down to this 1v1. Rez could not do more. It's Torsen who has to finish what he started, or NQZ.
Checked it.
NQZ looks to bring paiN back into the conversation with this clutch. Rez's heroics all for naught. It's not about him, it's about the NQZ clutch to keep paiN Gaming in this T side.
It feels almost rude to criticize Rez after such a beautiful round of CS, but I'm so shocked he doesn't chase that final kill, knowing the player was either planting or off the bomb with no time. He could have taken all 5. But man, 4 should be enough. You'd like to think they just plant in his face. 3, 2, 1. Maybe he thought he killed the planter, right? Definitely could have thought that. There was a lot going on. He never saw him. That's, man, poor Rez. Beautiful round, but not enough. paiN by the skin of their teeth. Back-to-back rounds. Trying to build into this game after all. That is such a kick in the teeth for Rez. Now just pistols. Of course, a healthy collection of utility for ZTR as he tries to fake a solo sight hold. Good grenade, man.
He just has like every lineup in the book, even the lineups that don't exist. He's making them in the moment.
I don't think he can stop this though. They're coming through. Oh, that smoke's a bit shallow. Fun them, I'm going right over that one. ZTR hopes so. Hide out in the smoke. Big Azera gets spawn control, and now they know they've won the round.
paiN are building back into this T side. I mean, you know, with how this all started, this was feeling really, really good for GamerLegion. They were making a case that their map pick was going to go swimmingly, right down without a threat. They were leading commandingly on the half. They move in, they pick up a pistol round early on. They stick the landing on the conversion, so they're 10-4 up. And since that point, everything has come up in favor of paiN. And it starts with, you know, the weird nade round over towards B where they over-rotate. At that point in time, you're thinking, okay, you know, we flobbed one decision, but it's not the end of the world, right?
I like this.
They're trying to go in right at the end, inflict a bit of damage here. And will they be able to manage that? It's a lot of guns looking their way. paiN were aware of what was happening.
Got a Galil out of it.
But yeah, you know, it starts with that one weird round. And I think if you're GamerLegion, it's so easy to write that round off. Because at the end of the day, it was an unfortunate rotate.
Yeah.
It was an unfortunate lean away.
Very unfortunate.
And now it's building into something. Now paiN is starting to streak some rounds together. And this game so quickly is tightening up.
Yeah, they just avoided a 4-man stack into stopping an unstoppable res. And now anti-eco is clean as well. So paiN starting to believe.
And then you think about it like that, it becomes even more, you know, rage-inducing if that 4K round from Rez might have been one of the best chances you had to just lay this whole game to rest. Your new star player put up 4 out of 5 kills and it wasn't enough to win you the round.
Yes.
How many more chances like that are GamerLegion gonna get on the route to the paiN comeback?
No more smiles for GamerLegion. They realize the gravity of the situation, Harry, hurtling towards the ground right now as paiN motor mouth their way forward round by round. Slend on the scout, and QZ has his T-side AWP. Standard start, not going 3B. No one taking any risks to begin this round.
I think something the GamerLegion have got to figure out was how Davideus in every single one of these rounds has been allowed to kind of one-man army his way up through Banana and hold that control till later on. I want to see them try and fight for this a little bit more. Think about Big Azera in that first half. It didn't always work, sure, but my God, was he active alongside Snow in these Banana fights. They attempt it here and now, but it does not pan out. Davideus this time has reinforcements there with him. It's no longer a one-man show. All of paiN were primed and ready to go for this Banana control. The sad thing is, I think that's going to spook GamerLegion out of going for that again, and I think it would be the right call in any other round but that one.
Yeah, they also had different utility in Banana for the first time. Instead of just doing standard top retake, Banana smoke and Molly at car, they actually do a half Banana smoke and a half wall molly, and paiN just run right after it. They just sprint 3 players around the corner with 1 flash. It did not stop paiN from taking that space. So GamerLegion, their proposed solution denied. And even Snow doesn't give them a thing here on the lurk. He just puts some pressure on and pulls back. So paiN building their money, building their momentum, building their belief as they find an 8th T-side round. Or an 8th round on the T-side. Felt like maybe we just kept paiN, or we found paiN sleeping in this game. But they've woken up.
Okay, 3-strong start over at B. That last round didn't spook GamerLegion out of going for this control. Instead, they brought in reinforcements. And it is the round now where Davideus has been left to lurk this all alone.
Oh, I like the route.
Instead, NQZ takes a faster timing over into the apartments.
Nice util set from PR, though. It hits him with a nade and boiler and then blocks with the molly. So no fast play for paiN allowed in this round. And GamerLegion actually own all of Banana.
This is more like it. This is the best start to a round that GamerLegion have had. For the first time, they're not flying blind, right? In the past, whenever they've had these stacks, it only ever came from still having util over on B, so they felt the freedom to do it. This time, there was actually forward positioning taken. And Torsen's even floating around here just to keep that pressure on, forcing paiN to come back and clear this. He can't run the risk of going down, but he is trying to keep that pressure applied.
Yeah, he heard them nade the smoke and he didn't peek at all. He doesn't want to give away this pick. He's just trying to make it look like there's more pressure. He's trying to force paiN back into this A stack. This time, GamerLegion plant their feet in the ground.
Best looking start to a round yet from GamerLegion. They have to capitalize on this. Davideus through the smoke opens up. When you see it's Davideus, he's the guy who's been lurking on you up through Banana. That should be a big hint for GamerLegion, but it might not matter unless these kills start coming through. Slend puts one on the board, but all the pressure right now on the shoulders of PR. Push through the smoke, Slend silence, and so PR has to do this all alone. Davideus does not give him the respect. And Torsen left to save. GamerLegion once more have paiN walking right into a stack, and once more they are unable to stop this site hit.
I do love how paiN they value the information so much on these pushes. They've done it on both sites now, where they just send one guy in and they don't try and chase or trade. They know on Inferno, when that CT position is given up, that player is trapped for the most part. That player is not getting out. They're not repositioning, so they all just wait on the van on short side. They wait for everyone to be ready, and they swing together. They even catch Slend coming through the smoke, thinking that paiN is scaling. It's really good pacing for paiN. Akin to that round where GamerLegion panicked and rotated 4B because they cleared middle at 20 seconds. paiN take their time, and it's worth every second right now because they're building back in this match. 5 straight on the T side. On fire are paiN.
This opening kill onto ZTR sucks for him because it's not like he did anything wrong there. He gets smoke spam. The thing that I feel a little bit disappointed is, you're playing the 4-man stack over at A. You know the A hit's coming, and it felt like there weren't a lot of crossfires set up between those players actually in the site to play off of one another. It was a lot of 1v1s to bring paiN into a favorable situation. Considering you played for that exact round there, if you're GamerLegion, it would have been nice to see that look tighter.
Oh my God,
there we go, Slend. Davideus wallbanged out of the round. There's revenge for the round prior where Davideus opened on the smoke spam.
My God, he hit him with the AWP, then he naded him, then he got him running away.
Had to hit him 3 times.
Davideus wanted nothing to do with that. And now, okay, 5-on-4, untradeable. Util on both sides. AWP made its way back around. So position trade is very standard here. Will paiN be ready for the short side AWP? You would expect it on long. But NQZ holding this angle. If Slend goes any further, he should be dead. Oh, missed shot. That is an ugly angle for NQZ, holding very wide. And Slend is putting this AWP to use. 2 huge openers. He wants more. He's going to get it.
Oh my God. Slend is taking matters into his own hands here. The individuals just haven't been there for GamerLegion in these last few rounds, but Slend has made it apparent that he does not want to go down quietly here. Trying to put a stop to this comeback single-handedly. 4 kills deep on his way to the ace. Starts his journey over at B, finishes it pushing top middle to rob that bomb in the round from paiN. And that's what's been missing in these moments. GamerLegion have had stacks in the right place, but no kills, no plays have materialized for the GamerLegion squad. It takes their AWPer getting involved to make all the difference.
Yeah, sometimes heroic individual effort is enough to save the game.
We have the time to kill thing. That's big.
That's a quick reaction for Slend.
And, on the flip side, while we're bigging up Slend, imagine this. You're paiN. You were 10-4 down in this game, building a monumental comeback. Suddenly, you get wallbanged at Banana. Your AWPer loses a must-win fight in top middle. For NQZ, that might be the miss that defines Inferno. He had the chance to find the 4v4, to find the opener into the A site, to completely change the tune of that round for paiN, and he missed it. And it wasn't the hardest shot ever. It was not, far from it, the hardest shot that NQZ has ever had to hit. It's those ones that can make all the difference in the long run. And if that ends up defining how Inferno goes down, paiN are going to be kicking themselves.
He's expecting a rifle there. He's holding a wide peak for a rifle because Rez has done that a couple times where he swung short, and that's exactly the call for paiN. They don't think an AWP has already made its way back to short. Good grenades in Banana, an uppity pace for paiN as they smoke the Molotov. They're looking to force send it. They got the AWP trapped out in a box. Torsen provides the cover. Can he allow his AWP to escape as nades continue to rain in? Slen just takes the damage and takes the route back to B. We're already seeing rotations. They don't want paiN to jump the gun on this A hit. Slen sees another. Rez in danger, but they could double swing this on the CT side. Snow's found that from apartments. PR trades. 4-on-3. This is a bit of a brawly round. Hectic comms, hectic peaks, and they're coming up for GamerLegion.
Oh. Took that one round from Slender. Look at the belief it's put back in GamerLegion, right? They're no longer sitting back in the sights here. They're thinning the herd before paiN are fully teed up to go for this push. Once more as well, it starts with this early pick on a Davideus, someone who early in the T side was getting away with murder over at Banana. Well, now it falls to Bigazera and NQZ. Bigazera, the guy who, as we say, his output is so consistent, it's terrifying.
Smoke is
alongside him, NQZ on the AWP, the one who missed that shot in the round prior, to bring GamerLegion back into the conversation.
Dude, they're going to get blocked if they run through this. Does he spam? Are they just going to wait till...
Playing the fade, up on the boost. ZTR plays into it with them. He thinks he's in the corner. He's gone right past them. He's gone right past them. That's the double for ZTR. Tower knocked down. GamerLegion up on to map point.
They probably think they just got boiler flanked. How did that happen? Just right through the smoke. That is one way to do it. ZTR puts 12 on for GamerLegion. 3 kills in the round. If he stopped there in the corner, he would have been dead meat. And we've got a GamerLegion on their second wind, jumping at the chance to shut down this map. They're picking the series against a paiN that gave them a fright, but is that all it will be? Slend confidently peeking Banana yet again. They're coming through.
Oh, Bigazera dead first. Really not the man you want to lose.
Wow.
And there's the strong nades in through Banana. That nade just did 140 damage. Painting up a sea of red in the paiN roster. Slend continues his reign of terror into Torsen. They come. Quiet game from Torsen thus far, but he will hold on with just one more kill, making matters worse for paiN.
CTR has not got a nade to stop this, so he's going to have to allow it and just play for the retake here. 3-on-2 advantage, even with the plant, is going to sit for GamerLegion. They've got grenades, they've got a flank, they've even got ZTR ready to make a play. I like that he's holding off here. There's nowhere for paiN to go.
Early on in this comeback, Davideus, new boy on the block for paiN. He has been a real difference maker in controlling Banana. The last few rounds, he's been dead first. Finally, he's alive in the post plant. Can him and Snow be difference makers? Kills apiece, leaves it all on PR. And the nerves may be setting in as he's stuck shuffling util. Smoke out to nullify the player at dark, but he's got his work cut out for him. PR, one fight laid out ahead of him. Davideus dead, but he can't locate Snow, who conceals himself in PR's own smoke to keep paiN in this. Double digits achieved. Snow and Davideus with a massive round to keep paiN in this.
Great to see how calm Snow stays there, right? Just playing the round win, very young player, a lot of energy on this guy, and PR's just calling his bluff, saying you're gonna swing just so you actually feel like you have a choice in this round, so you don't just have to hide in the smoke and hope I don't get spammed. But Snow calls his bluff, clutches up, and paiN live to fight another round.
I think that's what's so exciting about Snow, right? For such a young player, he does do a very good job of keeping his cool. And you feel like, oh, hang on, out in the top mid, is it going to be a fast end? PR couldn't pick it up in the clutch last time, but might have just delayed it to steal it all away in the next round. It's only NQZ. And this map might end the way the paiN comeback ended, with Slen's AWP looking to finish off NQZ in top of middle. Back turned as the AWP pressures in, and GamerLegion, right their wrong, stop that comeback and pick up their map pick.
Oh yes, the bounty hunter's out for some scalps today, despite it getting a little bit tight, a little bit testy towards the mid portion of this very map. GamerLegion standing tall and rounding out Inferno Dupree.
It was a great, like the last round we see that the paiN just decides to try and go fast towards the A-bomb sign, and they just completely get shot down from the boiler. I mean, boiler has always been a very dangerous place when you decide to rush A, because it's a position that's very easily overloaded, and you see it just ends up in a horrendous way.
Yeah, you see the last round right here, and obviously CT are doing PR doing a great job standing inside boiler and just instantly destroying 3 players. And at that point, there's nothing paiN can really do. It's kind of anonymous of how they played that T side. You and I, we spoke about it, Peter, in the green room. It felt like paiN slowly but surely fought their way back into the game in the second half by playing somewhat boring Counter-Strike in a way. They were just sweating out their opponents, winning the trade duels, and then slowly but surely walking into this bomb site every single round. And then it's only fitting that the one time they tried to play a fast Counter-Strike, the one time they tried to pick up the pace and maybe change the alter of the game, they get completely shut down. So essentially, paiN didn't really have that much to offer on Inferno, I felt like, and it was only fair GamerLegion won.
We can only always trust you to say it how it is, Jacob. I guess boring Counter-Strike, you can quote him on that. But let's talk about the first half, because it was super exciting coming out of GamerLegion, right? If it wasn't for Rez, wasn't for Slend standing up really tall from the beginning, I think we'd have a different game on our hands.
Do I dare say it? We have IEM Oakland, Rez, form coming back.
You're new in this job, huh?
I'm trying, right? I mean, Rez had a tremendous game here. You know, he definitely showed up this potential why, and he's also changed into this lineup. You know, like he brings the Starfire power. You know, something that was maybe lacking a lot more in NIP. You know, not that Rez couldn't have these kind of performances in NIP. You know, but you know, the lack of consistency has maybe been his biggest issue in the last couple of years. So it's great for him to get a start. But at the same time, you know, we also need to get to the situation that this is very early in the season. You know, he's also still, you know, got some time, so he still needs to prove his way.
I think Rez always has been very skilled as a Counter-Strike player. His raw aim and his ability to win duels has always been great, but he needs to be put in positions where, as you said, Peter, he can continually do that and find some sort of consistency in the way that he approaches those duels. NIP never really figured out how to use Rez in a consistent way. A lot of roster changes, a lot of times where the NIP roster were just not competitive, you know, whenever they were going up against opposing teams. One thing I do like about this Rez move into GamerLegion is the fact that we praised Ash, you know, as a coach. Maybe he has an idea of how to get the most out of this insane aim that Rez obviously still possesses. So this could be a bit of a comeback. Again, one game, one series. Let's wait and see. But for Rez to be, I guess, maybe coming back to his old self, and what is his old self? I don't even know. That's 5 years ago, 6 years ago at Oakland. But it could be interesting to see if that could reignite him as a player and maybe lift him up to a new level that he just couldn't find in NIP.
As I mentioned also, Slend looking stellar in that first half. It's kind of weird to say that he's one of the, I guess, the longer standing members of GamerLegion, even though he's only been on the squad 9 months. But yeah, he's one of the players that's been wearing this jersey for a longer period than others, right? And we've got to learn quite a lot about him in that time.
Of course, I mean, he's been in the team for not that long, you know, but he's still been showing some great Counter-Strike. I think one of the great things that we saw, at least from this game today, is that the game started out by them playing good, but then they come into like losing a couple of rounds when they go onto the city side, and it felt like they had to understand what they could do against paiN to actually kind of limit it. So at least what I saw is that Slend started to play a lot more on the banana, and he wanted to try and keep the control for GamerLegion a lot more on the top of banana, instead of them always having to fall back, saving utility and all these kind of things. So I think he did a really good understanding of how he could contribute a lot more on the CT side.
Yeah, he didn't give a damn. I hope this highlight package will show some of the situations on the CT side as well, where, as you said, Peter, a little bit more focused towards banana. But with the AWP in particular, there were a couple of rounds where he just took charge of the game. Nice wallbang right here. There's a 4 kill in the round right here as well, where you would argue after getting the second kill in a 5v3, just fall back, don't take the risk. He didn't give a damn. He just continued, moved forward, got another kill and another kill and another kill. So the kid found impact, and he played with not a single scare in his life almost. And I like that approach from a guy like Slend. You're coming in and you're dictating the game with the way you're playing aggressive, proactive Counter-Strike, and he was able to do that against paiN, who played boring Counter-Strike.
Now, you had another statement, Jacob, before we dove into the game. Ash is the biggest superstar on the side of GamerLegion. I'm not saying that I disagree with that statement. I think you're totally right, because we also got some evidence of that inside the server with a couple of nice new tricks, right?
I think if you watch his content on YouTube, which we both have, and if you watch him speak, you know, publicly as well, he's always trying to find new things. He's always trying to change the narrative and change the status quo almost. And we saw that in this game as well, with some interesting nade nade dropping in CT spawn. And I guess for people watching at home, it's pretty normal to drop nades in CT spawn. You've done it on pretty much all your teams, but it's a lot of nades being dropped right here. And there's a purpose with every single nade in this instance. You want to keep banana control. You want to make it very tough for the opponents to get that banana control. And you just see CTR running back and forth, picking up the nades and throwing them over. So Peter, from your perspective, obviously it's not a new thing. It's not like I'm saying Ash reinvented the wheel right here, but the fact of the matter is it always feels like there's a plan behind every single nade thrown, which is something Sonic introduced back in the good old days.
Oh yeah, you know, the whole utility game on banana has something that's been in the game for a long time, also before you could drop it. But now that the fact that you can drop utility set to your teammates also allows you to mask a lot of things. You know, you get to drop the nades for your teammates. He can make the assumption that there are small players on the side. He can use utility defensively. He can use it on the bottom of banana, on the top of banana. It's all about keeping the opponents guessing. Is there going to be more people here? Is the AWP going to be here? Sometimes you delay it a little bit to keep the assumption that the AWP could be there. So there's a lot of tactical depth and possibilities in doing this.
Yeah, obviously the round didn't end out in the way it started, but it's a nice little thing to be focusing on. And speaking of which, you know, this is where paiN started to put, you know, their foot on the gas a little bit more. I thought the comeback was going to be on for them.
Yeah, it looked good on the T side to begin with. I said boring Counter-Strike. It wasn't necessarily boring. It was just slow-paced Counter-Strike where they sweat out their opponents. And as we spoke about in the green room as well, Peter, it kept ending up on the A bomb side. They would try to take banana control. They'd contest it a little bit. They'd force back the GamerLegion side to deny information, so to speak, and then they just slowly but surely walk into the A bomb side. They would trade their way out of their problems. And as you could see, all the T rounds paiN won was on that A bomb side. Whenever they tried to pick up the pace in the last round, didn't really work out. The one time they went towards banana and actually executed into the bomb side, didn't work out. So it was one-dimensional in the sense that the A plays from them worked good, solid, but that was it, you know, and that's why I labeled it as a little bit boring.
And I think that the last round that we showcased was that paiN decided to rush A. You know, I think that was a reaction to that Slen had actually started banana a lot. He was there punishing them, and he gave them a hard time trying to get this kind of information and all this space. So I think paiN was like, we've been hitting the A bombs so many times. We've won every single time. We've been punished on banana. Let's just try and rush A. But that is the gimmicks of Counter-Strike sometimes, that the obvious also has a decision to make. So he also knows that he started a lot towards B. Now I'm going to start on the A bomb side. So even if PR didn't get this triple, maybe Slen would have gotten a triple.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see how kind of BigUzera approaches a lot of these situations, right? Because he's a leader that we always say, you know, leads by example. Sure, he's maybe in some of the preferred positions where he can get a lot of that impact, but he's a man that we know can deliver both in aim and in brain.
I mean, yeah, and I agree with you. He does put himself into positions where he finds an awful lot of impact, but he's also delivering in those positions, so you can't really fault him for doing so. First half was much better for BigUzera than the second half. He was a big part of the reason as why paiN stayed in the game on the CT side, especially his banana plays right here. You see some of the slow-mo action. He was doing a good job fighting kills left, right, and center. He fell a little bit short on the T side. His calling was good, as we spoke about. He fought his way back into the game together with paiN by hitting the A bomb side over and over and over. But from an individual standpoint, he kind of quieted down a little bit on the T side.
I've always been quite a big fan of BigUzera's leading. He's also one of these guys that you think of being a fracking in-game leader. And I don't know about you, Jacob, but I've always had this concern, well, not concern, but question, why has BigUzera never ended up in one of the higher-ranked Brazilian teams? I've always wondered, why is he
You are new to this job. We've been discussing this for 4 years straight.
Why has he never been the guy that's been leading FURIA?
I mean, it's a good question, and I think there's a lot of different reasons. One being that when FURIA had both Art and Fallen on the lineup, that's 2 in-game leaders. Adding a third one probably wouldn't work out.
Too many cooks.
Too many cooks in the kitchen, and then you'd be like, yeah, get rid of Art, sure thing. Then Fallen is in-game leading. Then you'd be like, get rid of Fallen perhaps, or make Fallen just the AWP player without being the in-game leader.
So what you're saying is when Fallen retires, that's when BigUzera gets the upgrade.
I mean, to answer Peter's question, BigUzera to FURIA should have happened 2 years ago. So if it happens in the future,
that's a good question.
Who's gonna? There's so many. NQC is a great example. You know, I think there's many great offers in the Brazilian Counter-Strike. It's all about gathering the best players in one team. So we have a FURIA that, you know, I've always said it, and I'll say it blunt right here. When you have Caserado, when you have Yuri on your lineup, and you're not contesting for trophies, you're not even getting to playoffs, then whoever is the in-game leader of that team, whoever's running that project, you're not doing them justice. So hopefully Fallen can get to do that with FURIA, and if not Fallen, then bring BigUzera back in and give him that chance.
Final thoughts on Davideus. Obviously, first time we've seen him in this paiN lineup, first map for him. One of the only Chilean representatives that we get to see really at the upper echelons of Counter-Strike. Did you like what you saw so far?
I think so. I think he did a decent job. I think he found rounds where he had impact, both with the rifle. Of course, he was not scared of taking the duels, not scared of swinging out. I think as a whole, paiN as a team didn't deliver on Inferno. Devidus as an individual, he did what he could, and it's a hard playing field, let's be completely honest. For him to come in and dictate the game and be the difference maker, he was trying his best, but overall, I think he passed. Obviously, we'll get to see more in the Mirage.
And he's probably also one of those relatively new players coming into the scene. You know, he's had his time around the scene for a while, but obviously coming into a team that maybe goes into the more like fancy tournaments and everything, you know, so he's probably not the guy that goes in and say, guys, we should do this and this, right? Because you're doing this wrong. So, I mean, he probably still needs some time to fit in things, but he's also probably taking a more passive role in the team.
I like that, fancy tournaments. It's not tier 1 anymore. It's how fancy can
elite,
you get. I like
whatever
that.
You want to
I
call
like
it.
that a lot. You got some good language, Peter. Nevertheless, we are going to be diving into Mirage, the pick of paiN, after this break. ...2024, how would you summarize it and how content were you with your results throughout that year?
To be honest, I think we could do more, but I think at all we did a great job in 2024. I think our team was the first big year of, how can I say, entire one tournament. So I think we did well. We had well results comparing from other years, other teams in Brazil as well. So I think it was a good year, but I'm pretty sure that we could do more, you know.
Where do you think you could have done more? Is there a particular result you wanted more from?
I think because sometimes I felt the guys a little bit nervous. I think more because I was the first year of the big tournaments and this kind of stuff. And I think now with one more guy who is more experienced, we can do more, you know, at this stage. I think we right now when we're gonna face like better teams, I think we probably will be more prepared. So I think it will be better than 2024.
Yeah, obviously you mentioned Davide, a very experienced player now coming into your team. What else does he bring to the team aside from the experience?
I think the aim is insane. Probably you guys gonna see. I can guarantee this. He will surprise you guys. I'm pretty sure that he's insane. Yeah, you guys gonna see.
I love to hear that. Were you responsible for picking him up, or was it management? How did he come in?
Yeah, kind of. Actually, when last year I played that tournament, he was in the Red Canids, and he's from Rio as well. And I'm Rio too. I'm from Rio too, and we got the same taxi, you know, and to go to the tournament, and we were like talking about these kind of things, and because in the past we tried to get him to the team, and I said to him, bro, you should accept in the past playing game and this kind of stuff, and talking here and making like convincing him, and he said, yeah, right now would be I would love to go to the team and this kind of things, and when the year is over, we made it. So yeah, kind of, but not 100%.
No way. That's a very unique way for him to be picked up to the team. So, Pimp, you've just got to take a leaf out of Big Azera's book. For that team that you tweeted about, you just got to get them all in an Uber at the same time, and then they can't say no.
That's smart thinking by Big Azera. You know, I never thought about that, so I guess me and Peter will go for a car ride later.
Yeah, potentially.
Yes, you can see the pain in his face. Speaking of pain, their pick of Mirage. Are we going to 3?
I've changed my mind, actually. I think GamerLegion played incredibly well on Inferno. I predicted paiN to win, but I'm willing to jump ship and say it's going to be a 2-0 for GamerLegion.
Are you flip-flopping as well, Dupree?
I still think we're going to go to a 3rd.
Well, let's see exactly how it is going to go down. We've got Mirage with Harry and Hugo.
Damn, pretty clean rejection from Dupree there.
Yeah.
Potentially. The potentially will go in a car ride.
The ultimate joke is that every day Pimp has been driving him in. So they've already been on countless car rides. And now Dupree's like, actually, I'm going to get a taxi from here on out.
Walk. I'll bike. On your bike. Well, we might send paiN on their bike if they can't step up right now. Mirage, second map of the series. It is their pick in fairness, so whatever they've been prepping on in the off time, in the little break we've had with this new player, hopefully they'll be able to showcase it. Ultimately, a close game, but it started pretty strong for GamerLegion, came swinging out of the fences, 10-4 at the beginning, before things got too interesting. Have paiN got it in them.
Yeah, and even though, you know, it's a different GamerLegion lineup to the one that we got to see back at the Major, the core's still here, the leadership's still the same, and this was a map that did not treat them well throughout that Major run. They went on a big old loss streak on their way to taking the L there. Admittedly, that is versus top-tier opposition. Well, they have the depth or the playbook to make this one happen on paiN's pick. Snow doesn't seem to think so. Starting it strong in the pistol. ZTR overran.
Good clear. Oh, that's a nice bait. Can he finish the job, though? Still not an easy fight for Rez. He will fall, as will everyone else. Cowers with a 3-piece and Fries on a pistol.
Yeah, I do think this is going to be a much better look from paiN. I don't think it's going to be the same case that they're having to try and come back here. Because as we saw, right, on Inferno, where they were 10-4 down, they still made that competitive. And in reality, it was some wild luck and spam that really started to turn things around. It was the round where Slend popped off with the AWP. They had chances to stop it. 1 or 2 fights that you'd been winning didn't go your way anymore, and the game was so far out of your hands that kind of decided the outcome. I'm expecting a lot more from paiN here in this first half. I think we're going to see them get off to a way better start and what we had to open up this series.
It does feel like a map that just favors what they want to do, right? Like play fast and split sites and play very poppy. And already in round 2, look at them. They're walking up connector behind the smoke with A ramp control. And there's only 2 players here in the way. Zera, Davideus all enter the fray. Slend can't stop them jumping around the corner. And ZTR might just have to save this force alongside PR. They've been smoked out and out-positioned. What a clear. No chance. Force goes astray. paiN 2-0. Feels like we have woken up the Brazilians now. Expecting a lot more on this map. Map 3 is Nuke, which I really want to see because GamerLegion's T-side had some really nice concepts in Shanghai.
Yep.
Remember the variety of smoke walls. They actually threw 3 different types of smoke walls outside, and they even used them all differently as well. Getting into garage quite a lot, doing main splits. Very exciting T-side on Nuke. paiN might just do us the honor of getting us there.
I mean, that was also the map we saw this matchup go down on back at the major, so there is tape to go over. This round has actually gotten more interesting than maybe it had any right to. Rez with the hero gun, but the moment that's dropped, the intrigue goes with it, and so paiN mop that one up eventually. 3-0.
Yeah, these rounds are fast, but guns are coming out, so will that keep up for paiN, or are they going to play a little more default? I don't mind the momentum, I think, until GamerLegion earn your respect. Why give it to them?
Yeah, I think there's going to be 2 things here, like Rez and I think Slend are going to have to be real difference makers if this Mirage wants to go their way. Rez started this series off strong, right? He didn't leave us questioning anything. He talked about having hunger, wanting to be back in the conversation, and he bought that heat. And then Slend was the guy who rescued that game from getting awkward. Oof. Big Zera donning the AWP after NQZ falls early on, and Rez will be knocked out of the round promptly.
Rez and Connector is in this team is a fun prospect as well, so denied in this round. But yes, him and Slend with eyes on middle.
I mean, here's the other thing, right? With Rez, it's like you've been given the... that's awkward.
Just walked through Connector smoke.
You've been given the good spots, so with that has to come output. First rifle round has not gone swimmingly for him. But there'll be time to course correct that. Right now, they clamp down on Davideus down in the connector. Slend's AWP rattles off for a 2nd kill. And that leaves it just on Snow. Minute left to play with. Time's the only thing on his side here as he fans out and looks elsewhere.
It's a really good rotate because he saw the GamerLegion had read the round already. They pushed off Cat and tried to regroup in connector. So for the moment, A is very heavily stacked. And Snow is taking a really nice route here. He might even get a free kill onto ZTR, but that turn is amazing. Blimey. ZTR and PR off the Cat push, make it work. GamerLegion finish what they start in middle. And QC still able to fund his AWP.
One of the conditions for GamerLegion that we just laid out with Slend, I'm really liking his approach to these early few rounds. He's been super mobile on the AWP. This round taking the cat jump, scoping in on the top of mid. It's clear he wants to be involved. It will be him and Rez, that duo that we spoke about. Taking contact here in middle as paiN creep through the lower tunnels.
Window boost is a gap. Oh my god, that's... No, I've never seen that kill over from one boost to another. That is not traditional. What will paiN do with this advantage? Window Molly's not going to stop the line, so NQZ still has to remain aware as they cross up Catwalk. But it's only ZTR, deep B control. He won't stop the bomb, but he could. Wow, get dinked, I guess. Crazy pre-fire from Snow. And even Rez's shot from the other side is not going to stop paiN from winning this round. I think it has to be a save off of position alone. GamerLegion tucked in A, and paiN get that plant. He wants to stop him grabbing it, but he knows it's inevitable. Meanwhile, Kawes realizing that a single kill could throw this round into disarray. That's one way to get the AWP
Because
back.
everyone was like trying to pick it up from off on top of the boost. God, if only I was 10 feet tall. Or just had really long arms.
Terrorists win.
Yeah, this T side is building for paiN. You know, something that I hope we get to see a little bit more of at a GamerLegion, something that it took a while for them to find the answers to back on Inferno, was like when and where to place this kind of early to mid-round aggression on their CT sides. It was something that Inferno felt like it was burning them every now and again. They were very passive in those CT halves, and it was only once they started to piece together, okay, Davideus over on Banana is going to be our way in. That was really where they got a bit more control over the game. Now, there's more options here on Mirage to go for that early aggression, to try and stifle paiN before the plan has come together. If you sit back and you give paiN runway to make their plays, you're going to be in a very rough spot. So clash over here in the A site. Snow in with a double. NQZ's AWP firing off, taking it even further. This is already a paiN round locked in, unless ZTR has some insane play up his sleeve.
Nice cover. Oh, yeah, he was doing the same thing. They blew the AWP to him before he could. And this is already a done deal. GamerLegion know it. Getting out with their loot. paiN. Aggressive round. Oh my goodness, they are just hitting everything right now. And the pace behind it is suffocating for GamerLegion. Getting dealt A rushes, quick mid control. Now they're running for this AWP. It's a very good idea. They've got nades here as well to flush him out. Goodbye. 5-1.
Talked about some of the aggressive options that we would like to see GamerLegion explore. The problem with how paiN are playing right now is it's very poppy, it's very quick, so you don't feel like there's anywhere yet where you've noticed, okay, we can try and push and prod this a little bit. Oftentimes where you've seen the first player, where you've seen that first popper util, that's where the rounds ended up. And it's another one of these immediate sight hits being called from paiN as they quick pop flash out through the apartments. Snow will not make it in unscathed, tagged up, but it's Davideus on the board, cracking open that B site, taking it one step further, and it's another done deal of a round already. 2 entry kills found from Davideus, and a 6th teed up for paiN.
It's really impressive momentum calling. This is what we said after the first 3 rounds, which are, you know, off the back of anti-ecos. Like, if you're not going to, GamerLegion don't give you a reason to respect them, why let them back into this game? It's extremely oppressive calling, suffocating, and these rounds are dominant. They're at no point at GamerLegion in these rounds and making them competitive. Sure, this is a gamble. They were out of the sight, but paiN just have them right where they want them.
And I think, you know, it's even posing an interesting problem for GamerLegion, where it wouldn't surprise me if you see Slend when he brings that AWP out, maybe start for something over towards A, because having him and Rez in mid when so many of these rounds have been these fast pops, not a super in-depth bout and fight for the mid control, you kind of have 2 of your most important pieces watching nothing in middle in a lot of these rounds that have gone by. And so I feel like there is a bit of pressure right now on GamerLegion just to pad out 1 bomb site, just to see if having Slen's AWP, lending a helping hand over towards A. Yeah. Maybe he takes a deep line in through the apartments, something of the likes, just to try and force that early fight, throw a bit of a problem the way of paiN. These are all, you know, awkward solutions that you have to try and come up with in this timeout now.
That's why CS mind games are so much fun, because now with GamerLegion calling a timeout, I think if you're paiN, you go, well, now what will they do? What will they do to fix what we're doing, and how can we counter that? It's the mind game. Do we go one step ahead, or do we just double down and do it again, right? Don't be surprised if you see a fast short split. You see something heavier towards middle here for paiN, trying to counter exactly the counter that they think GamerLegion will go for. It's impossible to call. It's the mind game. But paiN right now, everything's working, everyone's hitting.
I mean, think about it this way. You are calling from the front right now if you are Big Azera. Everyone has full faith in every word that you're saying, and so you're going to approach this round with that sort of confidence. For GamerLegion, they kind of need this timeout to yield the results. If not, that confidence is shattered. ZTR feels like he can't catch a bearing on this game. Well, Slend has started A-ward bound with that AWP.
But that means the room in taken in middle is crazy. Big Azera is going to be up connector instantly. I say that, it's the MAC-10 to find the opener as GamerLegion try and force the fight on ramp. Meanwhile, Big Azera is also here on the split, and there was no info and no one to stop him. Easy hold for Davideus. Rez, this should be his, but you're not winning the round off this frag with the smoke down. Couple of kills. I still don't even think you're tempted because of the damage. But you can only save for so long.
Yeah, in the most awkward way. This is one of the best spots you've been in, and that just goes to show how dire this game has been so far. So there is that voice telling you, well, we kind of have to try. We have to give it a look in, but with Rez not getting past that orb, that seals the deal. That's the round done.
Oh, okay, gets out. I mean, GamerLegion had the right idea in putting pressure on ramp and having the AWP cover, but just paiN aren't missing a beat, are they?
Yeah.
How does Snow win that fight with the MAC-10?
There's two sides to that coin. On one hand, you can say, okay, for the first time, we've kind of had the right read on a round. You know, we put ourselves in the positions to actually stop that. We just missed the shots. On the flip side, you did everything right, and you still barely made a dent in paiN.
They're getting hunted again.
Now they get out of the round with nothing. And so this is a very different game to the one that we had just take place on Inferno.
Unrelenting from paiN. Look at that. That's desperate. Yeah.
Ash always has like the most cinematic shot going. He's really upped the production value from the early days where he was recording on like pretend mic, that mic right there, maybe even yelling across on the other side of the globe.
Yeah, I remember.
Timeout called. Ooh, and this time.
It's going to go really quick.
This time it's paiN who pulled it.
Oh. Well, yeah, keep everything in order. You don't want to let him back in.
I mean, also, you've spoke about mind games, right? I think if you're Big Azera there, you recognize, okay, they did make a change. Things were different in that round. They didn't fight for middle. Now you're having the conversation, do we want to stick to our guns? Do we want to try and do something with this gap that we found in mid? And knowing Big Azera, I feel like he wants to press this advantage a little bit more. He wants to really make mid feel useless to GamerLegion, and so they largely don't play it. Davideus here alone is floating around, waiting for any sort of aggression. Bro, Big Azera is in the head of ZTR and Ash right now.
Rez is playing for it though, and PR can swing off this, so this could be a bit of a bloodbath. They both turn around. Oh, that's awkward, no cover. They're the trades though. PR somehow gets two kills.
That came out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Those aren't kills he's supposed to be getting away with. Suddenly GamerLegion have a round they can believe in, a round that was supposed to just be written off. They come into this with next to nothing. Just that hero gun for PR. Cowers crossing, goes hunting for players down in connector, but only gets out with one. PR has bought the intrigue on this round. He's giving GamerLegion something they haven't had in a very long time. A fighting chance here on Mirage. GamerLegion deliver on that. I mean, if you fall down here, I feel like the entire half is cooked. You've not been in these positions. And so it's so important that you stick the landing, because if you come up short, you're crushed. Mirage feels like a done deal. You can't give away this advantage.
I like that GamerLegion are cooling it off right now. The AWP is desperately looking for a kill, and GamerLegion, the lower the clock gets, the more pressure they can start to put on. Snow trying to stall out that CT player. ZT are running it in, and they overwhelm on the plant. The clock lets paiN down. No picks are given over. That's a good freeze for GamerLegion after the kills in mid. Maybe this is salvageable. 5 is your best bet. That's still not a pretty half, but it's better than it started.
Yeah, you're a long way from celebrating or feeling any kinds of comfort if you're GamerLegion. I think the thing that really matters is you've just dodged how destroyed you would feel if a 3v2 after the double up doesn't come through. It's not so much what you've gained, it's what you've avoided here if you're GamerLegion. Now you have to start building. Now is where the work has to come through. And you can tell how desperate the times are for GamerLegion as the double AWP comes out on this CT side. ZTR picking up a second to go alongside Slend. This is GamerLegion having to think outside of the box and problem solve. But the double AWP buy comes with a serious price tag. It's GamerLegion putting the money in for it.
Oh, I would have bet my money on NQZ. He's been hitting today, but denied by PR. Davideus kills on the plate. He can't bite. And somehow getting out is that short player with his life. A more default round, and one that GamerLegion are answering on. PR headshot. Barrel gives away his position, and Bigazera equalizes. paiN have got to get that bomb, and they've got to pick the right site right now. There's a big gap on this B bomb site that is being filled by Rez. But paiN are looking for the A split. Slend's AWP was the star of the show on Inferno. Can it keep it going here on Mirage?
I mean, the one time they found success was on the outside of the one that PR just helped put on the board, was when Slend multi-killed on that AWP. So he's going to need a repeat run of that. He's at least got teammates alongside him here. Both Torsen and Rez are nearby to lend a helping hand, and Rez actually strikes first. This might make Torsen and Slend's positions both more valuable, as Rez is soaking up all the attention, all the eyeballs on Rez. Slend now spotted, but that allows Torsen to spring the trap, and so these crossfires, this setup, far cleaner for GamerLegion, and this is where they start to pick up a little bit of their own momentum. This is where they are now responding to the game plan from paiN. Finally, for the first time in this matchup, they've chained together 2 rounds in a row. Things are looking up for GamerLegion to try and deliver on a 5-round half.
Rez absolutely bails them out with some incredible shots again. Very nice to see him playing so well. paiN's second time out as well. They're feeling the pressure, not because this game is slipping away, but they don't want to let GamerLegion start believing and get back in. They don't want to get 2-0'd. They want to take this one the distance, get revenge for that Shanghai Nuke match.
Yeah, I mean, you know, when you talk about a team believing again, there's a lot of stuff that comes with that, right? When you're locked in and you're kind of focused, the communication starts to flow better. Overall, ZTR's read of the game is going to start to become better. Individuals are going to start to feel more comfortable. The whole time that paiN were on this huge streak, everyone on GamerLegion felt a little bit lost. Like, no one felt comfortable in any of the positions they were in, and they're constantly thinking, we're going to make the wrong move. We're going to make the wrong decision. You kind of go into fights already believing that it's not feeling good before the fight has happened. That's changing now, second by second for GamerLegion. So the pressure is on paiN to try and get back to their winning ways, but they don't find the opener here and now. Snow falls early. Bigazera in a box, trapped in middle. Things might get worse before they get better here for paiN, unless a hero can emerge, and Cowes is trying to make that play. But it's looking to get silent, spotted by Slend. They know they've got another kill, a further advantage, and they will press that.
They just know that's a luck as well. They're not even worried about A right now. He just walked into the open, scoped in to find that kill. The 2 AWPs here for GamerLegion come up with a 5v3, and low health on the captain of paiN puts them in a predicament. It's got to be this short split. PR is nearby to stop it. paiN are not getting out of this one alive. That's an entry at least, but it's not going to save the day. GamerLegion have time to fill that void at the B bomb site with Rez's rotation, and that's just through the smoke. A random shot for Slend. That's another kill. Because they're just holding on.
I mean, this game is a great reminder that...
What? Did he tab out? He must have tabbed out there.
Low-key, a little rough. It takes Torsen so long to get that kill.
He could have won that. He could have got that. He probably would have got that kill.
Versus a guy that was not fighting back.
He panicked so hard he crashed or something.
Dude, no, like this game is a really good showcase in how, you know, momentum is not a tool defined by the scoreline, right? Like, paiN might be winning, and they might have been winning hard, and they're still winning now, but the conversation these last few rounds has been centered around GamerLegion, starting to build that momentum, and you can feel how the game has changed, right? Suddenly, they're the ones throwing themselves into these fights. GamerLegion are the ones depending on individual heroics. They're the ones with the good reads. Slend gets involved early. Kill and a half down in lower. Snow with an important trade. The fact that he doesn't fall there, the fact that he's kept this in a 4-on-4 is huge for paiN. Let's see if they can capitalize.
Oh, he just got chased by ZTR up a B. He's very deep, but he's armed himself now. paiN know they have a gap. They're going to take it. They want to plant. They want to set up. 3-on-3 here. ZTR runs through the Molotov to try and stop this one.
These are the type of plays you just didn't feel comfortable making earlier on. Kawez, though, is going to deal with the aggressive ZTR. It's Rez, it's Torsen, side by side, left up in this. paiN desperately hoping they can win back some of this favor that they'd gained from earlier on in this first half, and they're looking good to deliver that. It's just Torsen between them and that goal. The shots connect, but NQZ will get the better of him. And Big Azera's gambit there to slow things down and try to combat this GamerLegion squad. Works out to find one more on the half for paiN.
Brazil bringing the pain here on Mirage as this new squad of David Deus and this Brazilian mix find themselves with a solid first half on the T side. 8 rounds over the GamerLegion boys as they match exactly what their opponents did on their map of Inferno. We're looking for 3. It's going to be Nuke if we get there. GamerLegion, a last-ditch attempt to turn this one around.
Yeah, you know, why I think this maybe could still have some legs on it is GamerLegion just going on that little streak of 3 rounds down the stretch, right? Giving themselves a little bit more confidence in their Mirage. On the flip side, though, David Deus, debut game in the paiN jersey, looking real good. We had Big Azera talking about him before this game, and he said keep your eye on him. Some big things will be coming. Well, right now, he is the man making a huge difference for paiN.
But we know a ZTRT side always has something in store, so GamerLegion have to win this pistol round to showcase that explosive A attack. They've got a man already in the jungle behind enemy lines, and that's going to stop the easy rotate like that.
ZTR even commits to this flank.
Boom. Oh my god, he's alive. No, he's not. But it's all fine. GamerLegion on to 5.
Yeah, there is still spice in this game with the pistol round now picked up. They're going to start to close the gap on this lead. GamerLegion as well, back at the major, weren't a team that got put away easily. They had that comeback potential, having a run from 0-2 to even get to the major, right? They managed to do that in the BO3s.
Yes.
They weren't a team that squads could put away easily. It's safe to say they never give up. The question, when you look at this GamerLegion squad, is sure, the core is there, and you know they've got that ability to never drop out of a game, to keep fighting to the very end. They've got that resilience. The question now is, do the 2 new faces possess that, PR and Rez?
It always took them 3 maps though, Harry. They never 2-0'd a series. They didn't win a single 2-0 in all tournament. They always were on the back foot the entire time. So this would have to be a different story to Shanghai, and Snow wants to shut it down instantly. We've got a B stack here. This could get worrying. David Deus connects another. Smoke shots coming in, and these can connect at this point. GamerLegion coming through a tight choke point on this short pillar. An important kill for Slen, but it's a mess right now with the smoke down. We need a clutch from the Dane. Torsen 1v2, and they're fast flanking.
Timing's going to be everything for Torsen. NQZ does not need to repeat this. The longer he stays alive, the further Cowes can creep, and that kill delivered for free. NQZ plays it perfectly, applies enough pressure, but never leaves himself in the firing line for long. And it slows Torsen's roll, puts a stop to him on his way to that 1v3 clutch, meaning the force buy landing is stuck from paiN. And immediately this tug of war continues to open up the second half.
Yeah, GamerLegion might just topple, fall off their feet right now because they have no money to work with without a bomb plant. And with the pistol, it's 1,400 bucks. That's not enough. And they're just trying to explode out A through the smoke. 3 CTs here. Cowers with an AK as well. It's not going to get easier.
Still, a lot of room's been taken. Gonna need some clean taps from Cowes. And he does not falter, not giving up this room. This was what GamerLegion wanted. The whole round was centered around taking this CT control. They finally get past Cowes, but now Big Azera moves in, trying to take up this position and deny Dominion over the spawn. Slend might get past him. 3 kills deep in the round, but only armed with this Tech 9 tagged up. Slend is wounded.
Such a nice reset call because they know the bomb is loose. They know they have time to go round the world, and there's no way Slend is expecting this, and he's slowing down because he's got to get that bomb. So NQZ has essentially already won the round. He believes it so much he goes for Palace, which is a far safer option. And Slen, this should be impossible. It's similar to the last round. He's just going to get shot in the back of the head.
Once more, just enough pressure applied from Snow to guarantee that from NQZ. Got the info. He's still in CT spawn. He hasn't moved a muscle. The pace just hasn't been there in these clutches from GamerLegion. They've had incomplete information, and as a result, they end up frozen in place, giving time to the more proactive paiN squad to make moves.
It's a map that you can do it far more right. We saw a little bit of that right here on Inferno with these fast banana flanks of Big Azera, pushing smokes, getting aggressive, playing quad stacks. This time it's paiN just going, look, if GamerLegion are going to run 4 or 5 players out of sight, I'm going to go behind them. I know I have the gap. They're taking it every single time. This round is Cowes with 0 utility, just pushing top mid. He wants the glory. He might just get it. Hero gun for Slend, nothing else. Won't actually see the stack there. Slend coming out a little bit later. But I still favor the MP9. It's so good right now.
Yeah, bro, Speed Demon.
This gun's bronkin'.
Call him Clarkson, the way he just wants to farm. Take a look at this. On the MP9, trying to make that money. And he's even got the rifles here, just in case things really do get desperate. He's not alone in this endeavor.
Help me!
Oh, he actually was left entirely alone in that endeavor. But it shouldn't come back to haunt them too much. PR with this Scavenge Galil.
It's not happening. It's
oh
happening.
My God, he's making something happen.
But
there's another one of these proactive moves. paiN is so involved on these CT sides. Hot flank on the cards already at a bigger Zera. Info on the back of the footsteps. There's already the rotate coming in. He's not going to fire off. He's going to close the distance. That's what it's all about. Snow is waiting, ready to receive, ready to stop this round. Short of the clutch from PR.
Could even block him, but they're just so confident right now. He knows where he's coming from. It's an easy kill for Snow, and another round from paiN.
I mean, the contrast between these CT halves is night and day, right? When you look at how paiN are playing this, it's so proactive. They constantly are taking space, whether that's in the early round, the mid round, when it's come down to these clutches, the way that they've stifled every single one of them is not through out-aiming their opponent, it's out-braining them, it's out-positioning them.
Obviously with the caveat that we've just never had the money there because they lost the most important round of the half in that second round after winning pistols. So GamerLegion never had a full buy. This is their best investment yet, and it's one of necessity. 4 rifles, enough util to get going, but they're going to have to be flawless for 8 rounds on this T side to take this game in regulation. There is no way paiN have any intention of allowing that to happen. Continuing to fight through the smoke even. Davideus takes the first. Torsten saw him. Oh, he didn't reload.
Oh! I couldn't believe he stayed alive as long as he did. Slend actually the one who picked that up on the wall bang.
Would have been a free kill top mid. Doesn't even matter.
That's the thing. That was one guy. It took you so much time to deal with him in the round. And it hasn't gained you anything. The moment you try to take the extremities from that kill in mid, what do you run into? The NQZ AWP watching from top ticket, denying any ground to be gained from that kill in middle.
Torsten's holding under flank because he knows how aggressive paiN have been on the CT side, and it's going to keep going. Cow is on a great off-angle shadow advantage. Easy first. Can't take the second, but he set his team up for the close.
I mean, listen up, Rez. These are sort of the rounds you were brought in to try and deliver to GamerLegion. Ones where there is no more hope. You are the veteran, you are the experienced player, and you're supposed to be the star. Let's see if he can live up to the hype. Plant comes in the 2-on-3, but they're already walking him. Torsten nowhere to be found. Rez left fighting solo. Has to try and wrestle with these 3 players out through the spawn. Torsten now in a position to lend a helping hand. Rez gets out with 1. Has he teed up Torsten for success in the clutch, or will this come unraveled? There's no room for paiN to get tricky with flanks or rotates here. They've got to win this one in the straight-up fight, and Torsten falls immediately. You thought they needed those flanks. You thought they needed to outposition you. Big Azera sends a reminder there that the aim is sharp as hell.
Yeah, he even does a little bit of trolling in the round, getting the nade out on the site. Rez doesn't swing him. I mean, GamerLegion are feeling the burn right now. They're feeling the pressure of this match. They can even paiN are making mistakes and getting away with it. That's all that's happening. GamerLegion just getting run rings around them. 12-5. A dominant map with no signs of anything but nuke as our decider. Whoa. Davideus, an impressive series as well. Had that astounding opening round on Inferno. He's kept it going on Mirage. Okay, a bit of loosey-goosey fighting in middle with no flashes. And it will give away a couple of kills, but the cows have yet to come home. Can paiN make the right gamble in this round? If they lean B, Trading positions now, putting that AWP in the right place. And GamerLegion won't get given a pick here, so they're going to have to make up their mind. If they set their sights on B, they go right into the AWP. This could be it right now.
Oh, Big Azero is about to leave, but something's called him back.
Davides is blocking, so it just reinforces that B bomb site while he buys a bit of time.
PR, good shot. They learn about the AWP. Terrifying thing is for GamerLegion now, all the AWP being revealed here does is let you know you are walking in to this stack, walking in to that AWP, but he can't flick up to Slend in time.
He heard Torsen rotate.
Chance at a 1v1 for Davideus, the man sitting top of the board for paiN, but it doesn't look like he wants to attempt this. Gonna go hunting out in middle. Sees if he can catch Torsen slipping up through the short side. Swinging now, he will find Torsen. Suddenly the round's back on. Davideus hits the movement. And it's just Slend, weapon of choice in a bench. First shot won't connect. Slend back on the angle, and it will deliver. GamerLegion put a stop to Davideus on his way to a 1v2 clutch.
It's an NT, it's an NT. Knows which kill to prioritize, cuts down the lurker, very well done. Has to hit the jump. But he can't find that final headshot despite Slend missing his opener. Right,
even in these rounds though, like at every point in that round, it was so far from comfortable for GamerLegion.
It was 3v4 and I thought paiN were gonna win it. It's just the jump over the van, NQZ couldn't see him in the smoke.
You can just still tell that the playbook and the read of the game is favoring Big Azera. He feels very, very comfortable calling the shots here on Mirage.
They got 3 lower with no info. There's no way ZTR saw this. Sure, the possibility has to be considered.
Bomb's coming down first.
Uh-oh.
Torsen there. You just want to clean Mo down here at the USPs. Don't let this round be the one that gets weird. And there's Torsen to alleviate any worry. Thank goodness they played that with 2 and had those trades ready to go. A sigh of relief for GamerLegion, sure, as the scoreline continues to close up, but this is a war of attrition now. You have to withstand a bunch more rifle rounds before this game is over. So this is the beginning of a very long road for GamerLegion if they want this comeback to happen.
I'm not buying in yet. Give me one more gun round before you're going to convince me, paiN. They are right on the precipice of closing this map. Just make sure you flash your con swing this time. At least GamerLegion on the T side, they feel like they can feel like it is their choice, right? The decisions they make, the way they want to end their rounds. But paiN are going to force it yet again. The break on the smoke actually works out for GamerLegion's favor. 4 players inside of it. Davideus could nade this open if he wants to get cheeky, but already GamerLegion say, hey, man advantage, just get our group on and go check out that A site. UMP, don't see this every day.
Considering every round could be your last if you're GamerLegion, it feels wild. So you hope that doesn't come back to haunt them in any way.
They had money. Like, there's no helmets on most players, but still, very unique purchase. Orb spotted with the bomb as well. So paiN, again, 3v4, they can stack.
Yeah, they've brought everyone over. ZTR makes noise in the connector. That is so awkward.
Yeah.
Kawez brings this back into a 3-on-3, and now braving the waters of this A stack might be GamerLegion's undoing. That info on the bomb spot, more than enough for paiN. More than enough for them to shift all their pieces into the right place as they look to run away with their map pick. Rez up on top of the balcony, left up alone, 1-on-3. These are the rounds that Rez is meant to bring them, but he will not be given a fair chance. paiN chase him down as they lock in their map pick convincingly. The score, the bounty, it will be settled on Nuke.
It will indeed. paiN living up to their name and not making this one an easy fight for GamerLegion as we move on to Mirage. That was very convincing, very aggressive at the start as well, Dupree.
It went very fast at the beginning, and it was like 5-1 before we even got to blink our eyes, and they came in hot. It seemed like paiN wanted to just showcase that whatever just happened on Inferno is not going to happen on Mirage. You know, they want to go in and just prove that we are the better teams, and this was not a case for us not playing bad.
I learned something. Never flip-flop. You know, stick by your predictions, trust the process, and paiN did that in this game, as you said, coming out swinging from the get-go. Very fast-paced Counter-Strike on the T side, and again, as I like to phrase it, at no point did I feel that they weren't going to win the game. Sure, GamerLegion had a couple of rounds where they fought their way back into it and made it look, you know, a bit as a cosmetic comeback, dare I say it. 13-7 is not that bad, but at the end of the day, Davidus and the boys from paiN were by far the better team.
Should we dive right into one of the examples on that T side? Because I feel like if paiN went A, they would go fast. If they go B, they go fast. They go down mid, they go fast. Like everywhere, they would just bring in the tempo, right?
Definitely, and a great example of this change of pace and also how they manipulate the rounds was that using the middle area in the beginning of the round, sending a guy out doing noise. They do the same here. With the failed Molotov here, it allows the guy to search on A. He gets that crucial information that you want when you go on these tactics. You get the position of the A player, and you see how he completely ignores balcony, shadow, and default to just instantly go fight connector. And you know, they just with this sheer aggressiveness, going in, taking the fight to connector, getting a triple kill really, really fast, they secure the round before GamerLegion even have an answer.
And I think that's the cool thing about this clip, and maybe I'll throw production under the bus now by saying play it again. But as you said, Peter, the detail in this clip, we spoke about it in the green room as well, is that when you push up ramp right here and you see the player with the nade in the hand flashing over towards middle, it not only gives up this player's position, but it also suggests to this guy Davidus that he's flashing out for teammates trying to retake middle, which means that there's only gonna be one player on the A bomb side, and that is the guy with the flash, which is why they're so comfortable just running up, as you said, Peter, not clearing on the balcony, not clearing any of the corners, just solely focusing on that guy, because clearly that flash is also suggesting that you're flashing out 2 or 3 teammates towards middle. So you get all the information and you basically get a free round.
What could GamerLegion have done then on the flip side to maybe be a bit more prepared for those fast takes that were coming straight out of paiN?
It looked like they tried to copy a little of the things they did on Inferno by putting Slend into action. Like he wanted to go out and get some of the more aggressive picks and try and eliminate some of the players pretty fast in the round. And I noticed a couple of rounds later that they decided to put Slend around the stairs area so he could actually help on the A bombs, like getting picked down ramp or into Palace, so he could also go into connector. You know, they wanted to center him inside of the round instead of putting him on the sides. They wanted to have him have that impact by being in the middle of the ground where he could just, you know, move around and be proactive. I think that is what they tried to achieve here because they felt that was what worked for them on Inferno. Unfortunately, it wasn't as effective. I think paiN did a good job of trying to, you know, then they went B, they kept them guessing, which was also what they tried to do on Inferno. But in this case, it just didn't work out the way they wanted.
It also was one of those cases where for Slend, it felt like he was the difference maker on the first map, and he tried to be the difference maker on Mirage as well. I noted, you know, watching the game together with Peter in the green room, that he constantly would re-peek into, you know, certain scenarios. He got the first kill, then he would re-peek into it. And you said, yeah, but someone has to do it, right? Someone has to try to change the tide of the game. So if anything, 13-13, you know, and the way they were playing right here, it doesn't suggest that he had the best of the best game, but at the very least, he was one of the few players from GamerLegion trying to change the tide of the game, trying to change the dynamic, and he was somewhat successful with it, but not to the full same extent as he was on Inferno.
Yeah, he was trying to get a little bit in their face, but unfortunately, not many other teammates could be bolstering that same kind of energy behind him as well. On the flip side of things, Davidus, we got a taste, obviously, on map number 1. What was your takeaways from Mirage in this new look coming into paiN?
I mean, he definitely had a good game this time around. You know, he went out and had a lot of multi-kills. He had a great start to the game, and we talked a lot about getting the confidence, especially as a new player in the team. So for him getting out, getting a good start to this map was also crucial for their success. So I think in general, like, it must have been really glad for them to see that he's having a good game, that he brings that firepower that Bigusero talked about that they maybe need inside the team. So for him to get this start and for them to bounce back on Mirage, I think that's crucial for the whole best of 3 series.
Yeah, 120 ADR. That's an awful lot of damage to do on average, you know. And as you said, Peter, he was very aggressive. He was very assertive, and he's involved in the game. Sometimes when you see the signing of a new player, and we've seen that time and time again, you bring in a guy to the team and you're putting him in some of the positions that is perhaps not the most centered on the maps, you know. You maybe sometimes forget about him, or he's playing, you know, certain positions that he didn't used to play, that he did on the former teams. This time around, though, it feels like he's in the center of everything. On the T side, he's part of the pack that is gaining getting map control, fighting all the time. CT side as well, you see from the highlight package right here, playing an awful lot in window around connector. He's almost at the center of the game for paiN Gaming as well. So they're coming in to this lineup and they're giving him responsibilities from the get-go. And as you pointed out, FURIA, so far so good. He was great on Inferno, he was great on Mirage, and he's living up to those expectations and living up to the responsibility that he's getting from Big Zero.
I think you were totally right about, your summary regarding the GamerLegion side of things. A cosmetic comeback indeed it was, because although they won that second pistol round, paiN, they stopped them from converting, they managed to win that force buy, which I think it was kind of over at that point, right?
GamerLegion definitely needed that pistol round, and they got it. But how Counter-Strike goes sometimes, you end up losing the force round, and that just creates like a mental thing for you. You know that this is going to be even more difficult. You just secured that all-important pistol round that you knew was important for us to make this comeback, and by losing that round, not only in terms of like mental fortitude, but also in terms of economy and how the game flows, it is just hard to come back, especially when you're already on the backside of the game.
I can't believe it's taken me 4 days to actually ask you this question on air, but MR12, like selfishly for me, I love this update, right? Because everything has more stakes, there's more pressure round by round. How is it as a player actually being inside the server? Like, do you enjoy it, this new iteration?
Obviously, this is fairly new, and I'm probably also a little bit biased coming from a time where we play a lot more rounds. I personally don't like it too much. I think it creates a case where an underdog has a way bigger chance of winning the game, especially if they can convert the pistol rounds. It seems like if you just convert both pistol rounds, you seem to get off the get-go of getting potentially 5-6 rounds. You've basically won half of the game by winning 2 rounds if you can convert. And for the top teams, why I think it's difficult for the top teams is that usually if you would go up against an underdog, you need maybe a couple of rounds to understand what is going on, how are they playing, how to approach, and you need to adapt. You don't have that time to adapt, and I also think that you get in the position as a team when you want to plan coming into a game, it is way easier to now say, we want to do this as pistol, we want to do this as force, and this is the first buy round. And if you secure these first 3 rounds, you are in a really good position. So there's a lot less mid-round, a lot like in the middle of the game that you need to take into consideration.
I think there's good arguments for both things. Personally, I'm a big fan of MR12, but I would probably side with dupreeh on the sense of if you're a player and you've been used to playing MR15, it does feel like a lot of the game is being taken away from you. Creating more chances for the underdogs to win, I'll buy into that argument as well. Doesn't apply to everyone, obviously. Falcons didn't really win too much, being an underdog. So I think it goes both ways in that sense. I think for the game, though, as you said, FURIA, putting in stakes to the game, giving the fans the sense of every round is important, also as a viewer. It's a great update, but maybe there's some economy channels. Maybe there's a case to be said that when it's a best of 1 you play MR15 and then best of 3 you play MR12.
That's a risky route to go down.
We just need to understand it's not always about the player. So maybe it is a good chance that also the viewers get a bit of experience like this.
Not to put you on the spot, dupreeh, what would you have done? Because there was a lot of discussions about how much money maybe you would glean from the pistol round, keeping MR15, but maybe making those pistols a little bit less important. Like how would you have done it in an ideal situation, or would you have just kept it the same?
I think I maybe would have tried and kept it the same and see how things work out. I think it's been a thing in Counter-Strike if we've come to the point where we need to change how much money you get from eliminating an enemy, and sometimes it's about how much you get from planting the bomb and everything. There's just so many things you can adjust to try and get the game in the right direction that you want. Right now, I don't think we're in a bad spot. I don't think we've definitely been in a worse spot before, but I still think that going forward, I still think this could still be a way of doing it, but it's interesting to see if things are going to change in the future.
If anything, thanks to Jame and VP, I think they were the spearhead of this whole change. Watching them play Dust 2 and play Inferno and save 14 rounds out of 15, that kind of made the case that we need less rounds and less saving time. So, if anything, I think he did us a favor.
He's been kicked. You don't have to bring the man down when he's benched, man.
But he still plays, so he does still get to bring this Jame-esque thing into the game, right?
dupreeh, final question for you. What's the third map?
It's Nuke, Yesterday I made a blunder of talking about a map that wasn't going to be played, but when I make a blunder in this show, I'm just knowing that it's going to come in the future, so it actually wasn't a blunder.
And the future is going to be present, but not for a few moments. We're going to head things to a quick break. When we're back, it's going to be Nuke going down between GamerLegion and paiN. the Blast TV Austin Major going down for Counter-Strike 2 later on in the year in June. That's going to be an exciting prospect. Either of you been to Austin?
Nope.
No? One of the few places you haven't been?
Yeah, actually never.
No.
Have we ever had a tournament in Austin before? DreamHack Austin, maybe?
DreamHack Austin, there was DreamHack Austin. I didn't go to that one. I went for my birthday last year. It was actually sound. Plenty of karaoke, so karaoke enjoyers, come join us and watch some Counter-Strike.
I'm actually a decent singer. That's what I think myself.
What's your karaoke song?
Prove it.
No. No. That would be
Maybe that's something for Sunday after we
I
finish.
need maybe a beer or two, then we'll go to it.
Yeah. A couple of apple juices here and there. Anyway, we are going to be coming down to the ground of Nuke. Interestingly enough, it was the best of one map that we saw going down in Shanghai the last time these two teams faced off, albeit with quite different rosters, right? Are you expecting the result to kind of reflect those differences today?
There's a possibility. I mean, I think that the fact that both teams won their map pick is something that's obviously very important for both teams. Coming into this game as a third is always special as a player because it's where you feel like the ground is maybe even. You've picked your map for a reason. Coming into the third map that is a map that both teams feel like they can play equally is also something that lines up for a good story. So I'm interested to see what teams will bring, and at least I'm gonna have to slightly favor paiN, and I think the reason why I want to do that is because I think they have a more solid baseline of how they approach the game, and they are also a roster that has been together for a longer time. And I think Nuke is a map that requires you to have been together for quite some time, mainly on the CT side because of the rotations, which is definitely one of the harder things.
I was just about to ask you, Peter, because I've made this argument for the past 4 years that Nuke is probably the map that requires some of the most team play on the CT side in order to make sure that you don't leave any gaps open on the CT side to be exploited on the T side. Is that still the case today? Was it harder to play Nuke like 4 or 5 years ago than it is today? Because I do think that certain teams are coming in and they're bringing out Nuke as one of the perma picks, pretty early on, and they're doing a good job at it. So is it easier to play Nuke today than it was 4 or 5 years ago, or is it the same?
I think it's easier in different ways. I think it's easier to play as terrorist than it was back in the days.
Okay.
People maybe seem to be disagreeing, but I actually think the CT side is the harder fact, mainly because of all the different smoke lines. There's a lot of different variations. You can sneak through garage and you can go down to secret at the same time. There's a lot of chaos to be made on the map. Also, the rotations is something that you need to master. A lot of CT, I know some of the best Nuke teams out there still have struggles with the rotation, and I think it's all about having a clear communication. And I also think that the fact that a lot of teams have transitioned into becoming an international team also does something to the communication. And in this case, we also have a full national team in the Brazilians, so I think that also favors them.
I'm flip-flopping again. paiN's going to win.
You love flip-flops today. I feel like you should be wearing them, Jacob. Well, speaking of the CT side, that's where paiN will be starting on the third and final decider. It's Nuke going down with Harry and Hugo.
Oh, it ends the way it all started, right? All the way back in the major, we saw these teams face off on this map. Now we see them do it again with the bounty that's on paiN's head on the line. This is going to be pretty interesting. I think the thing that's exciting here is that this was a map back at the major. As I say, we've seen them go down on before, but changes have occurred for GamerLegion. Now, will those changes influence how the map was looking to be played? And for the paiN squad, how much of this is research versus their own style? Because GamerLegion, Ash and ZTR have already demonstrated that they know how Big Azera likes to play this map. There's a lot of mind games at play as we head in to this deciding map.
And you posed an interesting question on the last map of Mirage, which was, hey, GamerLegion, they played this 4 times in the major. They lost it every single time. Well, this is now paiN's issue. They played it 3 times in the major circuit, losing every single time, including to this GamerLegion core. So they're going to have to play their best new game yet in the last few months with this new David Deus edition, but at least he's hitting right now. They're going to need him. Little fake on ramp to pop out upper, but these are some ugly jewelies not connecting, and Slen backs up as David Deus falls into his crosshair. 3 on 4, a predicament for paiN. If they can find that kill, maybe they could open a way, but PR is putting the pressure on, and there is no way paiN can win this round.
Now there is a tried and tested. Hang on a second. Does this get any more interesting?
Just
hide. They don't have a kit.
Just hide. Wait for the flank. It's Dunzo. It's fine. There's nothing that can go wrong.
ZTR
unlosable.
Teed up for him to win it. Oh, shot nothing, but we'll win the round there at a time. paiN made it interesting. Got to give it to them. but it's a GamerLegion pistol round picked up to open up our third map, and they're already trying to have a bit of fun with it. ZTR with the flare.
Just a light bit of trolling.
Yeah, there's a tried and tested method for knowing who's going to win a game.
Okay, tell me.
Do the opposite of what Pimp said.
Oh, what did he say?
Well, so if you notice,
I wasn't listening.
He picked, that's fair. He picked paiN to win the series.
Yeah.
Then flip-flopped in the second map of all maps for whatever reason to GamerLegion, and paiN won. And now he's gone back to paiN, thus tying him into his original prediction, which means GamerLegion should be taking the dub.
Interesting. He just has a bit of recency bias or something?
He just only remembers the last game he saw.
Leave him alone, man.
Like a goldfish. It's going to be a very awkward car ride home today.
As long as we make it, Harry. It's fine. He can't take us down without taking himself down too. GamerLegion. They just want to take paiN down, and they're going to do so with one of these smoke walls that we talked about. A quick main split coming in, and while FAMAS sits in heaven, it's about to be forced into a decision, forward or back. The ladder will be locked in. Snow? Snow? No one's watching. No one's even thinking that there could be a backside player, and now the chaos strikes the site, up the vent, FAMAS out the heaven, and somehow, some way, paiN find a force. Woo!
Bigazera celebrates so hard, he has destroyed the camera. That was a beautiful sequence from him on the Deagle.
Man, they really believe that.
Dude, paiN are great with the force buys. In the same vein, GamerLegion suck at converting these pistol rounds. That's the second one that's let them down now.
The strat's great, dude. If they just kill Snow on the swing for the plant, I don't think anything like worrying happens. But they all just get discombobulated. They're like a kill behind the entire time.
I mean, oftentimes, you know, especially in a close game, which is what we're anticipating with this third and final map, in a close game, it's not sticking the landing on your conversions. It's things like this that really come back to haunt you. You know, if this ends 13-10, 13-11, and paiN end up winning, suddenly losing that conversion round is what's going to be replaying in your mind if you're GamerLegion. So they now come through with a force of their own. Let's see if they're able to find any success with it. You'll know that their force buy is far uglier than what paiN were able to bring to the table. One galore for Torsen, but that's the only gun in the round, and it's left solo out in the yard. Torsen, someone who likes to be involved early, likes to be a real space taker. Gonna try and take space away, but Snow is waiting for exactly that move out of GamerLegion. It's a little transparent here in this force buy round. Lurk smoking at main. Snow just holds for it, waits for them to walk on through, gets delivered a free kill. And from then on in, it's kind of a tiptoe out through the hut when the whole game plan is known about from paiN.
Yeah, that's this is now a way spicier game because GamerLegion can't just stomp the first 5 rounds, win a pistol convert, win a gun round, and then have their half done. They're really going to have to work for the T side. And I actually prefer that because, as we've said, they have a lot of cool ideas with the util outside and the variety of splits they do on upper. We're gonna have to wait for that though, as Bigazera on top of the roof, 3 rifles nearby outside. GamerLegion just trying to waste time, util. Even 1 kill would be a win here.
Well, this might be a good time for us to talk about, like, who it would be cool to see stepping up here. Starting with paiN. Davideus gave us a great second map. He's also the new guy in this squad and someone that Bigazera spoke very, very highly of. So I hope that we see him continue that upwards trajectory. He's certainly not had a bad start here as Davideus as he farms them up out in the yard. The second guy, got to be Bigazera. 5-1 currently. the captain of this team, the cool, calm, collected presence, someone who's remarkably consistent in his output.
On the flip side, you know, while you obviously want to see Rez perform, I think it actually might be quite hard to do so on this map because he's in an entirely new team with a new system, with their own specific way of calling the T side on this map that he won't be used to. And it can be hard to slot into that pace and that push and pull that T side nuke often has. So my eyes are on Slen's CT side more than anything, knowing how mobile he is as an AWP in that second half. Can he do it again like he did in Inferno? Wall down outside, the cross secret, Torsen leads it, but these are terrifying nowadays. Just HE's landing, Molly's blocking, and so GamerLegion use it to fight through the smoke.
Yeah, I think a really cool fight to be keeping an eye on is going to be Torsen battling with Kawes and NQZ out here in the yard. NQZ not starting there with the AWP though. Nice. Instead finds himself ramp bound and locks it down. Ramp play denied as the NQZ AWP delivers. Battle of the three-letter names. NQZ is the one in the spotlight.
Yeah, ZTR crossed right side. NQZ didn't know, and he still hits that upward flick to avoid the leg shot. They know about secret control. Trying to fake it out to go back upper. paiN could take lobby if they wanted to. They drop into the site. They are in a very nice position. Might even force a combat save, and BigZera, he's back to his tricks on a flank. They know the intention of GamerLegion, and that's enough to know what's clear on this map. He's coming in with a backstab right now. Info given away. Oh, the flank denied though, but it's still not enough to save this round. It's a three-man stack on upper. Gonna need some clean shots. Rez is not up for it. 4-1. paiN putting it together right now on this CT side. That force by... Oof, it's building.
I share in your worries for Rez and us like wanting to see him perform, but the other issue I have is that like you kind of have to cut through the noise here and have your individual prowess shine through. Because, you know, you can give him the out and say, you know, it is going to be hard to slot into nuke out of all maps on this T side, and same in that second half where rotations become so important. But at the end of the day, Rez is supposed to be the star. Rez is the guy with all the experience. And also, I'm a little bit tired of just having any sort of excuse for a Rez game. Now, that's coming off the back of 8 years of jadedness from watching him at NIP, now being transferred into this GamerLegion squad. But I really hope he can at least stand up and kind of deliver something here worth getting excited about, because he wasn't really the main character back on Mirage. He wasn't really the guy putting up the numbers to turn the tide. And he did, however, start the series off really strong and really promising. But enough about Frederick Sterner. We'll look down the rest of the line. ZTR, time to mull this one over with the team. See him and Rez having a little chat. Trying to come up with solutions to this next round. Yeah, I think on this T side, we want to have Torsen under a microscope too. Keep your eye on him out in the yard. If he can get a ball rolling, if he can kind of build something there and start to stake some claim to this yard control, that could give a lot to the GamerLegion T side, and he is one of those OG members of this GamerLegion squad.
Good save.
One of the 3 players from the core. Went from being the new man in at the major.
I think Rez just got plucked out the sky there by the AWP. It looked like he fell from the silo, but Torsen got his smoke naded by paiN, and BigZera found him. Meanwhile, they did creep 3 down vent, and no one knows. They could plant. Is it too good to be true? Molly, and they have to go now off of that. There's the info to paiN. Clear the site, get that plant, but winning this round, my God, it would be hard.
First fight, PR over here versus BigZera. That's PU, because BigZera dealt with him cleanly. A flawless round, but a bomb plant in for GamerLegion. All in all, that's not a horrible way for that round to end. still it's paiN with a huge bounty of rounds put in their back pocket early on this CT half. You know, we spent time talking about this matchup when it occurred back at the Major. It was there, predicated by a strong T-side start that got GamerLegion off into it. 5 rounds were all paiN were able to muster in their CT side. And it still ended up really closing up down the stretch. So the fact that they're already there puts a lot of pressure on GamerLegion for this to be the round that they break through in.
Very good sign, you're right. Outside control has been difficult so far. GamerLegion have taken a lot of damage and deaths in this position. Again, standard wall. No nade on this smoke. Allows a cross for Torsen. And QZ tries to pluck the player off the roof. Torsen again going for the same play. Moving through that smoke to look for an outside pick. But it's Slend on the edge of the fade who finds another instead. paiN gonna back up into the bomb site. GamerLegion round the world.
This is something new for paiN to have to problem solve. Haven't conceded this sort of space yet in the game so far as Torsen makes his way up into heaven, gonna go dueling with Snow, and that's a nice flick up from Snow in the heavens. Lobby control's been taken. It's so dynamic. These CT sides are constantly shifting, constantly moving. And because Snow got that kill, they're not even aware just how many players went and took the lobby control. paiN already know where this round is ending. They already know the only options available to GamerLegion, and they've done a great job on the fly after losing NQZ out in the yard of making these mid-round moves happen to piece it all together. It's left to Slend on a smoke walk, and needless to say, that's not going to pan out of him. Great round from Snow, as this CT side just continues to build out of control.
Could have gone so wrong in so many ways. Snow's aiming down. He has to flick up for that heaven player. Then there's a hut player, and paiN are calling lobbies clear because they've got 3 guys pushing radio and door, but he was hiding in the hut. This is a good check from Snow. Wins 2 very important fights, and third one is just a formality to push it over the line. paiN 6 rounds straight after losing the pistol. Expert CT side right now. And not even panicking about lower when these smokes come down, because GamerLegion have given them no reason to. They've never committed with the lower smokes. They've never put pressure. Secret, sure, they got that vent walk and a bomb plant B 1 round, but otherwise these have all been old smoke walls and then walks into garage, smoke in main, wrap to hell. So right now, paiN have even just stopped putting players lower. Don't need to worry about ramp either. There's just so much that's not being exploited. The game plan for GamerLegion has gone out the window. Now they have to adapt on the fly.
And if I'm honest, this kind of felt like some of their problems they had on their T side of Mirage as well, right? They would leave these gaps, and these were gaps that paiN were keen to exploit. And I figured, you know, that's Mirage. It's a big map, and if you have these set pieces that you want to try and run, gaps are inevitable. Here on Nuke, paiN have been doing a great job of just finding the holes. And once again, that speaks to the reads from Big Azera, right? In the round with the 8 yard smokes, he knows they're kind of obsessed with taking away this yard control right now. Torsen's been doing it every single round, and the number of players looking to assist him there is only growing as the game's gone on. So paiN have got some great responses to what GamerLegion are bringing to the table, and the onus is going to be on GamerLegion figuring that out and coming up with a solution.
Yeah, it almost feels like a destiny for an upper pop or something now after smokes, because so many rounds we've seen 2 or 3 paiN players starting outside the orb, beginning garage, main player and yard player. Like, there's been so much emphasis on outside in this game that I wonder if paiN, or rather, I wonder if GamerLegion want to move away from it. They double down again. Oh, there's a molly on the smoke there. I think it missed completely. Look at that gap. Unless it's on purpose to bait someone to hold it. I didn't quite catch it. Either way, they're walking main. They seem aware of it. They're going to go for this upper pop. There's 4 players in the site right now. 3 rather. It's going to get very messy. Up the ladder comes the 4th. Snow at the back of the site. Easy for him. He is on the money right now. Big Azera uncleared, and GamerLegion turned to mulch. That was paiN not overplaying outside. They went 2 ramp 3A. Very ready for an adaptation. And yeah, you're giving credit to BiggerZera. It's absolutely deserved. Calling some great setups right now. And when you got your young star of Snow performing like this, it makes it all the easier. Oh dear, that's an AWP.
I mean, you hope that doesn't cause any unraveling of the round. ZTR spotted and dealt with cleanly, and so now it is just that AWP. Easy to silence if you're Snow with the game he's having. Doesn't even pick up that AWP. He wants to run the AK forward with the game he's having. It's fair enough. They are sitting on a lot of money.
Multiple players on 16K right now. They are in control. Look how ready they are for the upper pop.
But this is where, you know, GamerLegion, you said it earlier on, I think it's a really good point. It pertains to kind of everything. They haven't given you much to be scared of here. They've been so fixated on Yard with so little success. I think if you're paiN, if you're BiggerZera, you're almost thinking, sure, they can keep going Yard. They're not winning the round from there anyway. They're actually content to give this up and just play the routes that Yard then leads to.
A bit more fear instilled with event smoke, but paiN have naded it, they've spammed it, they don't believe it. PR kills an aggressive lobby player.
Yeah, I think this sort of move in this round was what was a long time coming for GamerLegion. It feels like the way in dawned on them too late. You were prophesizing, you know, the fast top site hit to try and offset the Yard smokes. Instead, they threw them in as a fake, hoping that that brought that lobby aggression that's been a problem.
And 2 nades on the smoke, and they go, I don't believe it. Now, ramp player coming back up from B. They don't think a single player's even crossed, and they're right. They even re-smoked the front of Secret. BiggerZera playing with them right now. And Cowers staying at ramp is so important. He started to move down. That means they have a gap. Oh! Peace. 4v4 forced. But Cowers still has advanced position on lower. They just need to be aware of this ramp.
The fact that it's Torsen who dies there out of everyone doesn't tell you a whole lot if you're paiN, though. He is the guy who lurks out in the yard. So in terms of what you've learned from the kill feed there, it's not a surefire fact that GamerLegion are setting their sights on this lower play. BiggerZera now starts to piece it together. When he sees PR moving into the ramp room, it becomes clear. He drops down to go and help out at this B site. He's now teed up at ramp, ready to lend a helping hand to Cowers. The first hint was not enough for BiggerZera to solve this riddle. The second was supposed to be, but Rez and ZTR have delivered the openers. They've given GamerLegion control of this lower site. And even though Snow is having one hell of a start to this game, this is not a 2v3 they can look to attempt.
That's insane that that works for GamerLegion, but Rez hits a fantastic clear to Cowers back site. And the second flank on ramp was never known about by BiggerZera. So despite his excellent start to the round, it ends in dismay. And GamerLegion, they make a mid-round work for them finally. It took 2 smoke walls and 2 ramp players separately.
Well, so I think this is, you know, this is a very good step in the right direction for this GamerLegion squad. Because what we've been praising paiN for is their protocols. Oh, that's rough.
You like let him cross behind the box.
What we've been praising paiN for is their protocols in response to seeing those yard smokes. And because so often GamerLegion were going yard with the yard smokes, their responses worked, right? When you go and take lobby and there's 4 players outside, that is the position you're supposed to be in. But now that this time when you tried to go for that same lobby take, GamerLegion are there, they're waiting. They shut it down. That's actually how they get their opener of the round onto Davideus. That might give you a moment of pause about committing to this lobby push in response to seeing the outside util. So slowly but surely, GamerLegion are trying to give themselves a leg to stand on this T side. If they can chain together a couple of rounds here and now, there's still a route to 5 rounds available to GamerLegion.
Again, BiggerZera is a nightmare outside. Kills the outside player. They know now they're heavy lobby. Sure, the possibility of lower is there, so he will drop vent, but he trusts in his upper hold. Snow has just been so reliable on this site. Rotation coming in from the AWP. Not far away now. This layer is really nice and door, but Davideus spots it. He doesn't have to commit. Snow's pushed back by the Molotov. Oh my god, makes up his mind very late about where he wants to go. So he's on 3 health. Can he really make this work on his own? They're running him down. Smoke spam. BiggerZera on the ladder gets a double. And ZTR shot in the back of the head. paiN. They just keep flooding into the site. This is a brutal game right now from paiN. And GamerLegion, They got nothing to show for this T side. That's crazy. There's been, what, one bomb plant in this half?
Ash and ZTR are very tactically minded. They know when they're getting rings called around them, and that is very much the vibe of this game. The moment Big Azera found that call out in the yard, there was no need, there was no agency to go and push lobby, and that's exactly what GamerLegion wanted. They were hoping that the same round as the one prior would play out again.
They throw this mist smoke on purpose to make a gap.
Bad to worse in this one. PR smoke spammed. Davideus will get dropped in main. And Yard now falls in favor of GamerLegion, but that's where NQZ rotates in on this orb. That's a collateral hit. He also tagged Rez in that skirmish with the first man in. Can he finish the job he just started? Playing out through the window is one step too far. Rez says, look, you might be feeling it, you might be good, but it doesn't mean you can get away with that.
And another flank, another bit of space taken. Triple lobby push for the entirety of paiN. As Knife out walking back. ZTR, he might lose the bomb here as he checks roof. It's only Rez, no health, no chance, no bomb. It's done. This is a paiN perfection of a half.
Yeah. Big Azera has called a monstrous game in terms of the rotates. Now,
and he's 14-3. He is wrecking outside.
Yeah, he is. And that's been a huge part of it, right? Early on, GamerLegion thought the way to solve this was by going harder in yard to get past Big Azera. That only exposed more gaps in the GamerLegion offense. And Big Azera put everyone in the right place.
Apologize
to shut that down.
Apologize to Pimp right now, Harry.
Yeah, he was right. Big Azera has destroyed the will of GamerLegion here. It just, imagine what it feels like if you're GamerLegion. As soon as you decide to make a play, as soon as you decide to do anything, they immediately go to the gaps. They immediately take the control, and the save is even denied. Snow knew that he wanted his hands on that orb.
He took the gun too early, man. He needs to wait a couple more seconds, but he grabbed it. Snow hears the noise, just flies in. After time death, no orb saved. GamerLegion. Their world being rocked right now. There is not a weak link in sight. We haven't even talked about Davideus. I barely know where he's playing. It's all Snow. It's all Big Azera. Davideus is 13-9. 10.
This isn't a bad solution to this, right? To try and just go fast. At least this way you're not falling prey to these fast rotates, these late lurks out of paiN. You face them head on, and it has done well by GamerLegion as they shoot for 3 on the half. It is the direct approach. It is the combat-focused approach that nets them results. They couldn't go toe-to-toe with paiN tactically, so they meet them head on with the guns. But that dawning realization comes too late for GamerLegion. 3 rounds, all they've been able to pick up on this T side. Meanwhile, paiN of Big Azera in great form, calling a blinder. Snow chart topping alongside him, and Davideus constantly a nuisance, harassing all around the map. Even this one is far from comfortable. How's this gotten so exciting? NQZ will get finished off, and so GamerLegion scrape by with a measly 3-round T side.
Let's go, boys. Let's literally nothing to lose, boys. We've had no practice or anything. Everyone expects us to lose. We're playing like we've got the weight of the world on our shoulders right now. We should be a loser.
No practice for GamerLegion, and right now that does feel accurate after a 3-round T-side. Weight of the world hopefully lifted as they swap over to CT. Pistols have been good for GamerLegion. Conversions, a different story. Right now it's paiN who are writing a new chapter as they try to survive these hunting bounty hunters.
Yeah, well, words to that effect.
Thank you.
Oh, Rez, dual Berettas shut down as Snow continues his reign of terror. Snow up and down the country. As the land of GamerLegion had ground to a halt, they try to reply, tossing in with a double, and there it is, the turnaround from GamerLegion. They found none of the openers, but they dig deep and reply to open up the CT half.
Can they convert? That's the big question, Harry. That's always been the question in this series. The issue is no plant. It got denied, I think, so maybe paiN just go for the full eco with Glocks and get guns in ASAP. That's exactly what they do. GamerLegion given a chance.
Yeah, if you don't win this conversion, you really didn't deserve to win the game.
That's fair. I respect the attempt. Nice. 5 up. Perhaps a game on our hands after all. Last time these two teams played, it was on Shanghai, on Nuke. It was a 13-10 to GamerLegion, but they had a far better go at things on the T side. Gonna have to do it from behind.
Snow with the main walk. Davideus opening. Whoa. Snow put a stop to many of these in the first half, and oftentimes it was Torsen now besting him on that push. Rez mollied out. He's never allowed to get comfortable as that fire spreads, but it's Slend bringing the heat from the heavens. Helped out by ZTR. He gets the info on a player pushed up, but unaware. NQZ plays that with pace, doesn't hang about. And now has a serious power position. Kill for ZTR, knows where that last man's coming from, and right now he's got him trapped in a box. ZTR plays to evade, but in doing so, low on health. Bomb down out in no man's land, but this will not be an easy round for ZTR. The favor rests with NQZ. Higher on health, has the info. ZTR has to try and MacGyver away to put this one together.
Down the vent, yeah. It's a good move. CTR won't know until it's too late as well. Gonna hear that util go down. And a nice, easy plant allowed as ZTR just tries to hunt him.
Grabbing the AK levels the playing field somewhat, right? Now it gives you the chance to wreck him in the first shot, but this is such a strong post plant from NQZ. There was no playing back into that for ZTR. It was a very rough spot for him to be left in that 1v2. Yeah. Just on positioning alone, the odds were so stacked against him, and so you don't have to wait long for paiN to immediately get back to their winning ways, right? Sure, they lose the pistol, they lose that full eco in the next without making a dent. Would have been weird if they did. But as soon as those guns come out, and when it comes down to these clutches, paiN have the edge.
Oh, tell me what you really think. 10-5. And the celebrations will not last long for GamerLegion's pistol. This is the best buy they're gonna have. paiN have them right where they want them. Smokes go outside. Torsen can confirm this is a fake. Snow is walking around them. Gonna route to garage. As Torsen comes up, he sees nothing right now, and they hit ramp. Torsen does win his outside fight. It's just CTR in a lot of trouble.
Oh, he hangs around to fight this. ZTR didn't back down, didn't go away. Instead stays fighting, and it's a double nade kill from ZTR. Leaving it just on NQZ. He was shooting bodies at the end of that last clutch. Well, can he level up? Or will this just be the save? Nothing given to him for free here on this 1v3 attempt, and so might just be back to spawn and into the next round for paiN. Don't feel the urge yet to have to try and force through a 1v3 like this. As a save is called, ZTR and Slend in at the ramp room, combining with Torsen, hitting a fortunate timing there up through Secret. It looked like Snow had dodged him. Looked like he was going to play through in a garage, but at the last moment, as he's walking through those smokes, decides to head secret bound, wanting to meet up with his team in a lower hit. Torsen in the right place as the edge in that fight. And then you have the nade swing combo out of Slend and ZTR over at ramp. So GamerLegion will find their way to one more. They offer up some resistance. That was a weak buy that they fielded in that round. And as you said, heading into it, if they lose, that was the only buy they were going to have. So they've at least got a chance to show us what this CT side is made of. Did the nade actually impact him and kill him?
It did, didn't it? Kill, yeah.
I didn't notice that.
That's funny. Double
nade kill, one off of the impact. That's kind of sick,
it's
ZTR.
Unique. Yeah, it's unique.
That's kind of sick. That's going to inspire you. It has to. When's the last time you killed a guy with an impact?
I dived to one recently, actually.
That's less inspiring.
Yeah, it wasn't as fun. Ooh. Got my helmet. Right, cleanups have been nice on the Antica. Very, very clean indeed. GamerLegion know it's, you know, with the inspiring words from Ash at halftime. A weight may be lifted. Nothing to lose. First official of the season.
Yeah, I'm at least glad they get to show us something on the CT side, right? If they lost that one rifle round and that was the best it ever got, that would feel sad in a way, you know? Like you didn't even get to really play on the CT half. Now at least the ball's in your court as to whether or not this gets entertaining, whether or not the comeback is on the cards.
I think he's on an Apple device because just saw the floating thumbs up. It's pretty funny. Slenzorp, we talked about this a long time ago. The options available on CT to go for picks are fruitful on this map. And we've already seen a lot of broken smokes in this half, or in this game rather. So maybe Slend can give us some more.
I mean, something else that GamerLegion are going to have to contend with at some point, and this is the advantage that paiN have coming from the front, is that at any moment you could get hit with one of these up-tempo, top-side plays, split in through main. You know that Snow likes to do that out in the yard. If you repel one of those, I think suddenly you're reinvigorated and you're fully believing. Right now, paiN is still going through the motions of playing these slower, more defaulty rounds. But Snow is going to try his hand at taking away this yard control, going to try and play around the main smoke.
Oh, PR backed up through it. That's a sick move. I think the kill still would have come through for that hell player, but it just makes it a little bit easier as Slend drops in, down lower, NQZ late outside, but he's just trying to scrap right now, look for a 1v1, and they're not giving it away for free. GamerLegion doing everything they can to slow and steady pull this game back with some dominant rounds. And this remains to be out one-sided again. CTR might bite off more than he can chew.
But that's not a kill that gives them a way into the round. This is just a save with an exit found from Davideus. I mean, the fact they've gone for this save again, there comes a time where you wonder, you know, this is going to throw the money out of whack. It's kind of forcing you to commit to some of these reinvestments. And that could be a way for GamerLegion to really start closing the gap on this. I wonder if this is the round where you get the top site hit, something a little bit faster.
Would like that. paiN are very good at explosive T-side sweep. Saw it all game on Mirage as well, right? Just a lot of pops, a lot of con splits. And that's where the cracks could begin to show for a GamerLegion that proclaim they haven't even had practice time. One mistake on a top hit, on a defense, you can lose very quickly. Timeouts are coming through. paiN killing their ducks in a row.
I think this is like an awkward kind of ebb and flow for BigAzera to have to call around, because he's constantly working with these limitations as a result of the saves. They're losing rounds so decisively across the last couple that they're over long before the time is out, right? And so they're getting forced to save these guns. I can understand not wanting to top site hit when you have 2 hero AKs and you would be force buying into the round at the sort of scoreline that would allow GamerLegion to tie this game up. Maybe you do just keep it slow. Maybe the time you try one of these top site rushes is at 10-10, but doesn't that option feel like it's off the table then? Doesn't that feel too late in the game? We'll have to see. It's these hero guns, Davideus and NQZ, given some room to see what they can get away with. Cross with the outside smokes. Torsen is watching for this, catches that first man going down, but it was all to tee up that hero gun. PR's drop down the vent was heard by Cowes, who tried to move out and take the space. They at least know there's resistance down here. If PR falls, getting nothing done, that's another gun gained and the lower site controlled by paiN. They bring out a gimmick. They throw the boost up to try and get PR on that opening. Quick reposition, he tucks himself in. Now he's got Slen's AWP here to lend a helping hand. They can't cross out through the double doors. paiN are gonna pump the brakes. They don't like what they see.
Oh, dear.
Waiting to see if they can force a kill, force an advantage, put that pressure back on the shoulders of GamerLegion. But nothing will be provided. 45 seconds left. Time is starting to run out for paiN.
I hope he didn't scope. If he did, NQC gets that info and they know it's double lower, which may be why paiN are going back. What a shot. BigAzera takes the mantle. It's Rez inside the door, up against it all.
That shot from BigAzera might have just saved Nuke. It might have, if it wasn't for Rez in the door. 2 quick kills. Cowes finds one more. That bomb's going to start to scramble in towards the top side. They fly up through the vents to go get it planted. PR left in this clutch. 1v2. And GamerLegion's lifeline and now rests on the new blood. PR up into the heavens, a clutch that is needed and a clutch that won't come through with nothing more than those hero guns and a Hail Mary of a dig from BigAzera. paiN are back in.
Such a cheeky play to bait them into fighting outside with a late smoke that they swing right before it. I love the concept for paiN. I think Slen did scope lower, and that's why paiN go back up, because we even saw NQZ kill him late, leaving that B bomb site, waiting for the orb to rotate out ramp. So what an awkward way to lose a round, but some really nice shots connected by BigAzera and co. paiN, it was getting a little sticky here as GamerLegion landed some punches. But that is one more step in the right direction. Vent drop denied. Davideus risking his life with the same play, but it's going to be PR falling into his crosshair instead. Cross shot connects. We're into a mid-round 3-on-3, and they've got Secret.
ZTR knows their secrets, though, and moves in towards this B site. He's going to be in the right place, but he is all alone in this endeavor.
Oh, dear.
He needs to go 1-for-1, bare minimum. Anything less is a disaster. He gets his 1 kill. NQZ secures that lower site. Rez deals with Davideus in the meantime, and so now you look on. NQZ left in this clutch. He's got time to get that bomb planted, time to get set up. Slend moving in through ramp side. Flash gives it away. That AWP now scoped in, but NQZ has eluded capture for the time being. Second time is the charm though for Slend, and he will hit his mark, putting a stop to that clutch and keeping GamerLegion in this match. Important, just 1 kill from ZTR down at lower. If he dies straight away, that rotate gets scrambled, Davideus gets to pounce out through the hut, and the round is over. So his 1 kill opens up a doorway to bring themselves back in late into this game. The pressure is still on. Victory is not assured for paiN yet.
What a topsy-turvy map. paiN with their final timeout.
I wonder if you've spent all game conditioning them so much that on the back of these timeouts, and on the back of how every round is played, you've gone for this slow yard control. If there ever was a time to use that as a bit of a fake,
yeah, I'm
it's
really
surely now.
I am really surprised at this game because it's really just all about the outside control, right? We saw one upper hit for GamerLegion their last round. We haven't even seen paiN really do it. They did it at the start of the half in round 2 of the half, but for the most part, it has just been crossing to secret and using these smokes, not even faking with them. So we'd love to see something different, a ramp play, a quicker A.
Oh, they are going to send it ramp right into ZTR.
Ouch.
They thought this was conditioning.
That's not what I meant.
But it's straight up shampoo all over paiN.
It's just something you're really gambling when you smoke a molly and you go for a rush like that in a full buy round. Those are the rounds you see on Tech9. You have less than you lose. You're running faster. You're running and shooting. That's a really hard play to get away with in a buy on buy. Even if ZTR is alone, which he was, he's just holding close to that smoke. It's a real roll of the dice for paiN.
Even now, it's like, you know, you're 2v5. You're probably not going to win this round. It's like, what, do you save? Then you're right back in the kind of weird economic situation that started this whole downfall in the first place.
There's no winning. Either way, you either lose the guns and then you have nothing next round, or you save the guns and your money is skew-if for the rest of the match.
You almost have to play for some damage here.
Yeah,
the last thing you want is for GamerLegion to be able to withstand one loss down the tail end of this, right? You want to be in that situation where you win one round and you break them, and so this comeback is almost out of their hands. And to do that, you need damage as a bare minimum. That is a requirement now for paiN. This is a 2v5 that they might not be expecting to win, but my God, do they need to find some kills in. It's a handful in at the close, but it's a GamerLegion round stacked up as ZTR repels that play in through ramp.
Yeah, it's not exactly enough, but it's something at least. They're going to have to half buy and let this game level out right now, as GamerLegion have pulled a very impressive comeback on this CT side. Everyone has had their moments, and ZTR does not falter on a ramp rush. Is this a round that they can do an A-pop after the smokes? Oh dear. GamerLegion seem to think so. They're stacked heavy upper. Torsa start secret. It's a nice change. They did this very early in the half. It means they don't need to fight outside. And still they're putting the pressure on. 2 players spamming. So paiN might not be ready for Torsa this close in secret.
These are the sorts of rounds that have let GamerLegion down in the rest of the series, where they've struggled to convert versus the pistols. They can't afford to have that be the thing that tears this series from them. They've lost Torsen early. A gun has now been gained. They're chasing down this secret player, but Big Azera gets out with one more. They find Cowes in amidst the madness. Just pistols now for paiN to play with. Glock posted, Tech9 in the sight. These are not the weapons for the job.
Trades are so important here for GamerLegion. As long as they can swing out together, this should be a done deal. There's no way NQZ can even contribute. No way! He's got a kill. Take 9 taps back. It's only the Glock. It's not the gun for the job. He's dancing, stalling out this situation, and he almost wins the round. But PR with 2 points of health stops him in his tracks. That does not get closer any other gun, and paiN win it on Eco.
2 HP makes all the difference on the outcome of this series. It's a tie game now.
Oh, the Glock.
NQZ's Glock was so nearly blessed. He's up against the new boy, PR. You can feel the nerves as he's approaching the final bullet in that M4. But he just keeps GamerLegion afloat. 11 all now, all in for paiN.
Yeah, and honestly, whoever wins this game, this round should lose this game. They're going to have no money. It's bottomed out for both squads. Very low, more so for GamerLegion on that CT side. Slend making a play.
Oh, to go for a playmaking move to open up this pivotal, important round. It's a sign of confidence from your AWPer. It's what you want to see, but you live and you die by it. And he falls first at the hands of Miguzera. Helped out by ZTR, sure. Bringing us back into a 4v4, but feel the tension right now. No one wants to be the next guy to make a move. It's stagnant all across the map, but eventually contact taken out here in the yard. PR very wide on this angle, knows he can't hang around. They want to try and capitalize while they know they've got Snow trapped, but so much attention is going out in the yard that it's left a gap over in this A site that PR can't fill. Now Snow gets to play another round a little bit later. That man they thought they had trapped, it now might be their undoing. Late in through main, Torsen gets his revenge. They know where the last player is, and paiN are given some time to cool off here. They don't want to commit instantly into that top site, so they slow it right down. Torsen trying to get ahead of this, moves right into their hands. paiN onto match and series point.
No way GamerLegion pull this all the way back to get their money broken at the final hour. This might not be their decision anymore. It might be simply out of their hands. You thought they'd save their souls by just beating that Glock. But it may have set them up for an even more devastating loss. paiN on the precipice of eliminating GamerLegion in a bloody, scrappy third map.
GamerLegion's best quality back at the major was their ability to remain resilient, and I think coming into this, when we had that little clip from Ash talking to the boys, trying to bring them back into the fold, you can see what he brings to the table, right? You can see he calmed the nerves, and it certainly worked to get them this deep, but losing that round cuts deep into the heart of GamerLegion. paiN have every advantage. They have every reason to win this now. It's going to take something truly monumental to put a stop to paiN with the buy that you bring forward here.
You almost feel like you have to call an aggressive round for GamerLegion, and paiN are going to know that. They know the money's on the edge, so it's the most expected move, and they find the spam on the crossing player to the vent. It's a crazy play for PR, considering there are 2 secret immediately off spawn, so trying to get a third in play has dug a deep grave, and paiN walk all the way.
Snow v Torsen has been a super interesting fight, and in the final round of play, Snow wins it out convincingly. Double kill down in secret. Right now, paiN own the entire map, and GamerLegion are left with a minute left to come to terms with it. Their first outing as this 5, their first outing in the Blast Bounty, looking to come to a gut-wrenching close, unable to claim the bounty, resting on the head of paiN. Waiting all game long to finally break through with paiN. Countless saves, countless ballsy calls, but finally it comes up their way, breaking GamerLegion down the stretch, and they'll send them packing from Blast Bounty.
Oh yes, the full 24 rounds required, but the most wanted keep their heads and their bounty for now. But damn, that got close, Jacob. Fair play to GamerLegion for mounting that comeback that was almost, but not quite ultimately.
Almost, but not quite. They got so close, you're right. You know, very tense game back and forth. We had a clutch going on the lower bomb side, a guy with a Glock putting down a guy with 2 HP, and it was so close all the way back there. I like what we heard in the beginning of the second half. I think it was Ash who did a TeamSpeak check-in where he said, guys, calm down, no need to stress. We have not had practice, you know, and I assume he meant that we haven't had practice on this specific map. So if that's the notion, the GamerLegion came in here playing Nuke in a best-of-3 series against paiN Gaming with next to no practice on Nuke, they did well for themselves.
Definitely, and the fact that if we take into consideration that they didn't have practice, you know, that this is one of the maps where you definitely need practice, as I mentioned in the beginning. That if you don't have your rotations on point and you don't have the reaction and you understand how you have the dynamics as a team, then it's going to be super difficult for you to play as a CT.
And they only got 3 rounds on the T side of things to start thing off too. None of them back to back, which is kind of a bit of a repetition of what we were seeing earlier on in the series, where they won the pistol, but they couldn't get the conversion. Yet again, that was all coming up paiN, right?
Exactly, and you know, especially in this format, you know, getting that all-important pistol round and then flustering and then losing it on the second one is always going to be super tough. And you know, it happened on the Mirage. And it happened here once more, and it was just, you just can't afford it. You know, it's going to be super difficult if you end up in a situation where you lose these serious situations, especially if you actually played them well, which I think GamerLegion did in this special scenario.
Yeah, it's going to come back to haunt them. Round 2, I believe, is the round where we can perhaps pull up as well, where we had the scenario happen once already in the game, and then we see it one more time here. Again, well played by paiN Gaming, but mistakes are coming in for GamerLegion, and I guess, Peter, this is a sign of that lack of practice. You know, you tried to put down the bomb here, and then a bomb side. For some reason, Snow goes accounted for, gets the bomb planter, and then everything snowballs out of control. And
I think something that is important to address here is also when Snow, like, first of all, Snow plays this one really well. He doesn't show himself, and if we can get this play once more again, production would be nice. And you know, in this series, like, if he goes into the part where he doesn't get spotted, he doesn't jiggle anywhere, he doesn't get to a position where he's known about, he gets to play this secret position, you know? He is here, he gets baited, but you see the Molotov comes into heaven. This is where it actually starts getting really tricky, because they don't check backside. Snow goes out here, gets the first kill, and this is the cue for the guys that went to jump in here. He takes all the attention, and I can guarantee you that the GamerLegion TeamSpeak is screaming that there's a guy hiding behind backside. This is the exact cue, and they use it so perfect in paiN to know that they can go up vents, get the guys in the back.
It's also a game of details, because I bet you if Snow doesn't get the kill on the bomb planter, that round is never happening at all. That's the thing that makes it snowball out of control. So if you're GamerLegion, you maybe look back towards this round and think to yourself, that could have been one that we probably should have won, could have won, would have had a better start to the T side. But overall, again, with lack of practice, I think they did well for themselves. So mistakes like these, they will happen once in a while, and then it's up to Ash and the boys to learn from them.
No, and it's surprising how close GamerLegion made this series nonetheless. We do have Ash ready to join us for a quick interview. First of all, commiserations, Ash. It was great to get to see the sort of first look of the new GamerLegion coming into the server. Let's talk about Nuke, because you guys mounted an almost comeback in that second half. Where do you feel like it slipped away from you guys?
I think we probably lost it mostly in the first half, to be honest. We give ourselves too much to do, and then when the game goes on, I think the anti-ecos, it felt like we just didn't build any money. The rounds are probably closer than they should have been, so when we do lose, our economy on the last round is a bit of a mess, right? And I think on the buy rounds we were pretty good, but when it's that sort of money, it's kind of always difficult to win.
Ash, coming into the game, I think I said that I believe you are the biggest star of this lineup, in the sense that you've been able to make some magic happen with your former rosters of GamerLegion. You now have a new group of players to work with. You have some experience within the Counter-Strike scene. Do you think this team and this iteration of GamerLegion have some of the same potential that we've seen early on with some of the old rosters you had to work with?
Yeah, for sure. I think they've got extreme potential, to be honest. It's something that I'm super happy to work with. I don't see any drop-off, to be honest, for the last teams. If anything, we're building up for the future, right? And taking a player like Resin, for example, shows to me that we're trying to be ambitious with the lineup, right? So, yeah, I think this lineup has a lot of potential.
That is high praise for your current players. And speaking of Res, you know, taking him in, we know that he was at times struggling a little bit in NIP. Is there anything specific you think you can help out with in terms of reigniting Res to become back to his best?
I think building his confidence, to be honest. I think that he's probably taken a few hits being like where it is, and I can see sometimes he's a little bit too supportive for my liking. He's not really embracing sometimes the stab mentality, and he's offering maybe too much utility and too many ideas with his voice, and I think sometimes he'll focus on himself, and I think that can get the best out of him.
Okay, so be a bit more of an asshole maybe?
Yeah, exactly.
Ash, we all know you as, being one of the best tactical minds out there. I think anybody that's watched your YouTube content knows that. But we got to hear a really great insight from you coming into that second half saying, guys, no pressure, we haven't practiced. What did you mean by that? Is it kind of that map specifically that you feel like you haven't been getting the reps in, or is it just because this, the project's quite new, right? You've only had a res on for a couple of weeks, right?
Yeah, so we've had a lot of sickness, and actually we checked before this, and we've played 13 games across all of the maps total. So like 2 times on each map, and it felt like we were playing that there was a lot of stress and maybe too much pressure. I feel like some of the guys were feeling like we should win, and when we weren't winning, it was maybe hurting ourselves, and some hesitation and try to do things too fast. So I think sometimes you got to have perspective, and I don't think we've really had it so much here. And we were so eager to win when 13 games of practice for 6 maps. It's not enough for any team, so I think sometimes you got to try and remind that to help a little bit, but it's something to learn from. Yeah,
I mean, that's impressive that you made it this close with that amount of practice coming in. Ash, thank you so much for your time, and yeah, best of luck moving on towards the rest of the season in 2025.
Thank you very much, everyone.
And we can take a look at exactly how that shifts up the seeding, or doesn't shift it up, I guess. paiN, they were the most wanted. GamerLegion getting so close as the bounty hunters has taken them down, taken that bounty, taken that seed, but close, no cigar, Jake.
In all honesty, one of the closest matches we've had throughout the entire tournament so far. Yeah. It's a game that could have gone both ways. I think Ash is spot on when he said that the first half kind of ruined it for GamerLegion here to mount that comeback on Nuke. They had a little bit too much to do, but overall, lack of practice, lack of preparation coming into the tournament. GamerLegion showed us there's definitely some potential within this lineup. So a loss is a loss. It never feels good. You're out of the tournament, but there's different ways of losing, and this one was okay.
Yeah, it was great to hear from Ash that he believes and there's like a lot of potential inside the project. I think it was very interesting to hear his ideas about Res, how he sees him as a player now, how he wants him to be, as you framed it, a little bit more like an asshole. And one thing I paid special attention to was the whole idea about there was maybe too much pressure from the guys feeling that they should win. And I can kind of see myself in that position, because as a player, when you go up against a team like paiN and you feel like this is not Vitality or Spirit, all these the actual top teams, you see yourself as, we should be able to beat these guys. Yeah, they're good, they're not bad, they're not something special. We have the capabilities of beating themselves, so you may be at that top of pressure, especially from the fact that they had, at least some of the players had a good time in China. They had a good success run there from what they were worth. So I think it's something that is very important to also remember, that these new guys coming in, they are hungry, they want to win, but sometimes they also need to understand that we are still in a process where we are still very new and we still have a lot of work to do.
And we've still got a lot of games left, 3 to be exact, as we can see by that graphic there. Only 3 of the remaining bounty hunters potentially could take down some of the most wanted, but I'm feeling like this was the moment that it could have happened most likely today, right?
Yeah, me too. I think we have 3 games coming up where there's a clear-cut favorite in every single one of them. Obviously, FURIA is the game we have coming up next, and then you get to see G2 later on as well. It's hard to imagine them losing. Same could be said for Mouz. So I feel like if you want to take down one of the bounty teams right now, you really got to play up to your A game.
Yeah, G2 obviously going to be going up against Bates to round out this evening's action. Mouz versus BetBoom team. But first, we have got quite a spicy game coming your way. It's FURIA taking on Nemiga after this.
Another opportunity around the truck, trying to take advantage of that. Great collateral shot as well. Oh, and he finishes it off onto Spinks right there through the top of the truck.
With 40 seconds on the clock, that's a very powerful smoke, but potentially a powerful boost coming in as well. That's a nice idea, and ZywOo will convert the kill. We're in trouble now. G2 will find Apex elsewhere. Do they commit in towards the B bomb site? 4 on 2, but ZywOo is alive and well. Hunter coming to back up the B bomb side.
No support utility for Nico. He's got to hit the shots right now. Oh, and ZywOo takes him down. Great flash from Jax. This is actually unraveling for G2. 13 seconds left. You've got to get this bomb planted. Hunter, he can pressure the smoke right here, but he's not able to find anything. ZywOo, in fact, takes down 2. No! Doesn't even see a single target, but m0NESY's quick on the flank. ZywOo, he's already got 4 in the round. He's looking for the ace to clutch this one out.
Here we go then, m0NESY. AWP has no information and taken down by one of the world's best, ZywOo. We thought m0NESY had done enough here. 2 opening frags, nowhere to go but the B bomb site, and once again, they completely crumble on that side of the map. It was a brilliant boost, a stroke of genius, but Nico needed one there.
That is wonderful stuff from ZywOo right there. He doesn't see Snacks, he doesn't see Hunter.
No
and
way.
Then he blindsides m0NESY.
They give up space on the B site, and as Magix tries to get into the cover, he just gets his head torn off. He's not alone, though. Zontek's still behind Green. But that bomb goes down. Nice rotation from Astralis in the mid-round. It's going to help if Donk gets that kill elsewhere. But Zontix pushes through with the double, so they don't let any pressure off. Device, can you close? He gets the first in the 1v3. Snips Donk as he tries to cross over, but he's lost track of Shiro. Or has he?
Just Tom Cruise on another skyscraper doing his own stunts.
It's an awkward one here for Brokey. Guns are being swapped, and he's not able to hang on. The pistol finally gets what it needs. Rob goes forward, but a double from Zontix.
He's making that thing look like an op.
$300 pistol keeps them in this. And a push into the market.
Oh,
a push,
this is scary.
A push into the op. But not yet, not yet. Shiro can't miss, not this time. And so Kerrigan is tasked to clutch. There is enough time for this defuse to happen. CTs have to get it moving now. No kit, they have to get in. And as they push forward up the catwalk, Zontix dead, but what do you know? Lo and behold.
Beautiful timing, and Spirit picked that up somehow off of Zontix's 2K.
Vitality is delivered in that department time and time again. Jax, not his best work, no trade potential. Little bit of damage inflicted towards Brolan, but he doesn't come out on top in that key duel. Shadow spotted by Spinks. Flashbang delivered, and Brolan starting to step up here. Towards B we go. It was a bit of a ruse. Can they at least get a bomb plant down again? Oh, Apex, it's Scrappy! That's more like it! Breaches the B bomb site, and the round is back on!
We picked them before we first of all watched for map pool. It's so comfortable for us to play against FURIA, and we had maybe 3 or 4 teams that we are looking for. And first of all, it's map pool, and of course our form from our opponents. So we're gonna see what happened.
Why do you think they picked you?
No idea. We never really practiced that much against them, and I think they are a team that, of course, they have some good results. But yeah, I'm curious, and I want to see how it's going on the server. But I'm excited for sure.
I couldn't see you guys having any officials against Nemiga as of late. Have you practiced against them at all? Are you familiar with them?
No, not really. I think we practiced only one Inferno against them, but yeah, it's just one map, and it's hard because like Europe, you have so many teams, you know, and yeah, I'm just curious to see how it's going to be.
Yeah, very excited to see how it's going to go down. Thank you so much for your time, Skulls. Good luck.
Thank you, Freya. Thank you.
FURIA versus Nemiga. FURIA, of course, ranked 9th coming into the Valve global rankings. Nemiga, 22nd seeded coming into the tournament. That means, Jacob, they're fighting for a 20k bounty on the heads of FURIA. Question is, can they do it? Is it going to happen?
It's a lot of money. I don't think the chance of Nemiga winning this series is that high. I do think Nemiga have shown through the online results and through the way they've been playing Counter-Strike that they definitely have some skills within the team. You know, again, a young prospect in a couple of these players, one being called out by Donk in particular, saying that he's the next big thing. So I wouldn't rule out that they can apply pressure towards FURIA, but them winning the series and taking down that bounty, I highly doubt it.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm have to say that don't sleep on the CIS scene. Don't sleep on the talent base that they have over there. I've recently, or not recently, but not too long time ago, actually made a tweet saying that you should not sleep on the CIS talents because, you know, a lot of players, they come into this thinking, you know, we don't really know these guys. Like, we just go in there and just do our thing, and then we will potentially win if we just show up. Not going to be the case here, I think.
It's been the history forever. Vega Squad Run, all these majors where a random CS team comes out of nowhere and then goes into the playoff. Like, they're so good, all of them.
Yeah, you remember that day when NIP got banned from being in the major down to Vega Squadron. Let's roll back the years. But let's fast forward though, because obviously Donk, you aptly said, he had a bold prediction, and it was one of the players on the side of Nemiga, right?
Yes, I don't know too much about him. I mean, maybe it could have been a friendly thing for him, like mentioning him to get some attention. I don't think so. He's, I think he's 17 years old, and I believe that, you know, a guy that we've seen it multiple times now with Kyusuke coming from the Spirit Academy, Donk as well. You know, these are young guys that just live and breathe Counter-Strike. Can be a dangerous thing to add into a team in a positive way, obviously. But it's going to be great to see if he actually lives up to this expectation. You know, it also adds a little bit of pressure to you when you have a guy like Donk comes out and say that you're going to be the next big thing, right?
From the young to, I guess, the more mature, let's say, on the side of FURIA, because Fallen, obviously, he's been around the block a couple of times. Now he's found himself in this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, I think that's always the conversation that I'm going to have when it comes to FURIA, that it's a team that is, You look at the player material they have, you look at the budget for that matter as well, you look at the fan backing they have within the South American scene. It's a team that is supposed to do well. It's a team that is supposed to be part of the playoff conversation. It's a team that is supposed to be maybe winning trophies occasionally, or at least up there in the conversation, and they have not been for a while. Curious to see Inferno, by the way, third map. That's the one they have practice against each other.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting point of conversation.
FURIA banning out Train.
Yeah, but
Fallen said he used to be the king of Train. Wasn't that his thing?
Well, that's a perfect way of setting up my point right here, because he used to be the king of a lot of things, but not really anymore, right? The way I look at this FURIA lineup, the way I look at Fallen as well, is that, to me, he's a massive legend. He's done so much for the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene. He's achieved an awful lot, and no one can take that away. But everyone has an expiry date, right, Peter? And I think Fallen right now is one of those players in the conversation for that expiry date. If he cannot make this FURIA iteration work, with Skulls coming into the lineup, with still having Keserado playing well and Yuri, then at some point you gotta look at Fallen and be like, can we find someone who's a better in-game leader, who can maybe elevate this FURIA to the next level? And we just watch that player in Big Ozera. I think Big Ozera has been in that conversation for a long time, and I think he has the skill set to be part of that. So not to take anything away from Fallen, but I'll give you 6 months, Fallen, to show me that you can make FURIA competitive at a high level again. And if you can, then, you know, maybe it's time to hang up the mouse or find somewhere else so we can bring Big Ozera into FURIA. It's not so much against Fallen, more so pro Big Ozera.
And despite you burning me down, you know, I totally agree with you. I think that is a very valid point for you to make, that, you know, Fallen has had his chances, you know, especially in this FURIA lineup. He's been around for a long time. He is the godfather of Brazilian Counter-Strike. And, you know, his time maybe is about to be up if he doesn't like figure out something that works for the FURIA team. And it's a team that I also has expected to go out and do and make better results than they have done recently.
So you're saying this is officially the last dance. This is the final tango for Fallen in this FURIA jersey.
That's for Fallen to decide, but within FURIA, yes, I think so. If they by the summertime, if they by arguably the second major of the year, another team within the top 10 at the very least, a team that can have ambitions of being part of the playoff at a major, then I think when you have Keserado, you have Yuri in your lineup, you got to do better.
Okay, I raise you the point of they did almost make it to the major playoffs back in Shanghai,
almost.
Right? It was versus FaZe. I mean, FaZe ended up making it well deep.
I almost joined the Strikes once, but I didn't.
But they almost did it, and that was actually broadcast, and that doesn't matter, Jacob.
Exactly.
But does that not give you hope that maybe there's some movement, maybe there was an upwards trajectory for FURIA?
Of course it gives you hope. It creates that spark that you need, but obviously it's too inconsistent. Like, with the player material they have, and especially like a superstar of Keserado that has been in a position where he had offers to go somewhere else. You know, if you lose this guy and maybe potentially also Yuri, like, what are you left with? That is my concern. You know, when are they potentially fed up with not making the result they want to?
The reason I'm saying it as well is that I believe both Yuri and Keserado have re-signed their contracts and extended with FURIA, so they're committed to that project long term. All I'm saying is, if I'm Keserado, if I'm Yuri, doesn't matter how good friends you are with Fallen or anyone else within the Brazilian scene, you don't want to waste your time anymore. You've had 5 or 6 years where you didn't win anything out of significance, and Keserado in particular is arguably one of the 10 best players we've seen the past 5 years, and to not win anything, that's not good enough.
No, I think it's an apt point, but there's sort of, I guess, outside the server circumstances as to why Keserado has decided to, you know, stick with the Brazilian lineups. We'd heard it, you know, over the course of, I think it was last summer in the player break, there were offers coming from international teams. But he's been saying, you know, he wants to stay around his family. That's very important to him. He doesn't want to have to stray too far away from home. No, I mean, you also have to remember that we as players, we're also like persons. Like, we also have a family. You know, we're not just robots sitting and constantly grinding Counter-Strike, even though it's like 90% of our time. But I have to respect his decision as well. Also staying true to Brazilian colors and wanting to promote that region is nice. You know, not just giving up on it. I think it's also it showcases that he still has trust in the project. Otherwise, he would have gone. And sure, the whole thing about having a family, for him, he's still young. You know, there is a case where he might change his mind if he decides to go somewhere else to pursue like more success somewhere. And for me, I'm like, you know, I have a kid. I have a second one coming up soon. You know, for me, you know, it's more like a natural thing that I'm also turning 32. You know, I'm getting into the older things. You know, it is more difficult when you establish yourself having kids to travel, because you start missing them. There's a lot more things you need to take into consideration than just playing video games.
That's why I don't have any friends. I don't miss anyone. So easy.
Christ, Jacob.
You have your bike. It's your friend, man.
Your only friend. Sidestep, Skulls. How do you think he's been doing since he kind of integrated into the roster. It's been, what, roughly 5-6 months now. Do you like the Skulls that we're seeing, maybe compared to that of Team Liquid of old?
I think he's trending upwards, and I think he's helped FURIA trend upwards as well. And I agree, I buy into your argument. FURIA, the past 6 months were better than the FURIA the 6 months prior to that period. So it is going the right direction. I'm just not sure if it's going the right direction fast enough. I don't think Skulls is the problem within FURIA. I think he's been doing well for himself, and I think he's still developing as a player. People forget that when he got into Liquid, he didn't have that much experience. He gained a lot of experience. He came back into FURIA, and I think he's thriving. You know, he's becoming better as a player, and maybe he can help to elevate Fallen and the boys a little bit more.
I also believe that Skulls going to FURIA has been a good thing for him compared to his time in Liquid. And I know for a fact that when paiN was about to lead this Liquid team, you know, they also had Mouz coming in, you know, having a saying, since he's Brazilian, he probably has a saying, and, you know, what is the Brazilian talent that we have out there? And he wanted to bring into Skulls. And in that sense, you know, I think that also had a saying that Skulls wanted to bring him in without maybe knowing, like, he knew what he probably could bring to the team while playing in a national team, but bringing him to an international team where maybe he doesn't fit in as well with his roles could be a difficulty for him.
Well, speaking of Skulls, I caught up with him earlier, so let's see what he had to say. You guys ended out the year by almost making it to the major playoffs. Having reflected, I imagine, upon that moment, what was your biggest takeaway from that?
I think for sure in the whole Legend stage, we had opportunities to close the games, and I mean, we all had individual mistakes or little things that cost us the comeback or the entire match. But I think this is part of the Tier 1 CS, you know. So it's more like we gain experience for that. And coming out in this new season, I think we are more motivated than ever because we were so close to our like objectives, and I think we're doing like pretty good recently. So it's just a matter of like keeping the focus and keeping working harder and harder always to get the trophy, you know.
And for you personally, you know, recently it's been your 6-month anniversary on the FURIA squad. Where do you think, if you had to put it down to one area that you've grown most as a player since joining the team, what would that be?
Probably confidence, because coming back from my past team, I think my confidence level was really low, and when I joined the guys, I was in this area that I was just building my confidence back and playing the roles that I like to play or adapting to the new roles that I have here. So it's just it took a little bit of time, but I think in the last tournament I showed the real skills.
You agree with that, Jacob? You think he has looked more confident inside the server as well?
I think so. I think his uptick in performance is probably also a result of the fact that he's more comfortable, and I think there's also the language barrier thing. He speaks English fine, but trust me, even for people who speak English at a decent level, to communicate fast in pressured scenarios and have your entire livelihood, you know, be in English as a player can be difficult.
I've experienced the same thing, you know, going from talking Danish in Australia for so many years and all the previous Danish teams, and then converting that into playing in an international team, which is a lot more like popular nowadays because you have a bigger player base. But it is a different change. I mean, I feel like I'm pretty decent at English. You know, I get to a point where I still spend 10% of my brain thinking about what's going to come out of my mouth, and can my brain, like, you know, keep up with everything. And in the heat of the moment when you're talking in English, for this matter, in the team that I did, you do get into a flow for sure, but you still spend a little bit of your brain capacity of thinking of what to say, and especially when you go into Vitality, you know, the Frenchmen are not notorious known for being good at English, you know, and when we joined Vitality in the beginning, it was mainly Apex being the star of the English speakers in there. Sawu has definitely improved throughout the years, but I remember many occasions when we've been sitting in a heat of the moment thing, I would go like parler français, which is like, you know, speak French, when I know that Sawu and Apex was in a situation, because I didn't want to interrupt them, but I wanted them to communicate in their native language.
Yeah, no, I was actually going to ask that same question, because I think at Cado, maybe, I was standing behind you guys, and sometimes I'd hear, like, go Danish, go French, like, when it was just the two of you, right? Do you think, does that help in the long term, or is it just kind of a plug-and-play solution for the moment, right, when you're still getting used to it?
I mean, of course, we've always had this discussion inside. Like, when it's about the in-game stuff, it's always okay to swap. If it was me or Mattis being alone, we would go in Danish, especially if it was very heated. We've had multiple situations where I've said to Mattis, talking to him in Danish, and he just continues replying in English while I'm talking Danish. So we also have this combination of weird language things. But I think it's all about securing the round. That is like the most important thing. So if you can get that extra % by talking your native language in the heat of the moment, I think it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, and I feel like for Skulls, he did the inverse, right? He started off on a higher tier team, or the biggest team that he'd ever been on at that point. Having to speak English must be a relief now to go back to Portuguese.
I think so. It frees you up, and I sentiment to what Peter said right here. You know, I've been doing this job for 7 years, and sometimes you are, you know, in a position where you think a lot about how you articulate yourself in a language that is not your native language. Despite being able to speak English at a level everyone understands, it's still not the same, I would assume, as being a native English speaker. So as a player, when you're in a heated clutch scenario, or when you're being pressured by 3 nades and a smoke, and all of a sudden you have to communicate in a different language as well, it's a lot of stress that you apply to that player over a long period of time in a best-of-3 series. So for Skulls to go back, that must free up some of that, I guess, brain capacity, you know, in order to focus a bit more on aiming and a bit more on killing.
Speaking of brains, who's got the biggest at the moment? Should we check in with our predictions to, well, out of actually the 10.
Well, are you surprised, FURIA?
Yeah, everybody going with FURIA. I guess that makes sense. Does it, I mean, does the map veto sway you at all? Like, we got Anubis, Mirage, Inferno if we do need it. Does that change your opinion, or is it going to be the Brazilians?
Doesn't change anything for me. I'm just still surprised that Vu decided to call me out online on Twitter, went for GamerLegion, lost that one, and then he picked, who's G2 playing against?
Bait.
Bait.
He picked Bait.
Against G2, yeah.
Well, he was almost right with GamerLegion, so maybe there's someone in the water today.
You really do love stuff that is almost, you almost got there. They almost won. They almost qualified. Where nobody cares if you do almost.
I care about Anubis, though. FURIA are going to be starting on T side of things. What should we be looking at?
That changes everything.
The game?
I'm sorry,
What
Vu.
does it change?
It doesn't change anything from the fact that FURIA gets to control the pace on Anubis. We've spoken about it already, Peter, throughout this tournament. Anubis CT side, incredible difficult. You're very limited in how aggressive you can be, and if you are aggressive on the CT side, it better work out, because if you lose that opening kill and you're playing 4 versus 5 CT side Anubis, you're bound to lose, dare say, 90-95% of those rounds. So for FURIA to start on the T side, it's going to be tough to control.
Definitely, and you know, I'm curious to see how they approach. You know, I've never really been the biggest fan of Anubis. You know, the limitation.
You just like it, huh?
Nah, yeah, I've said it multiple times. Well, let's just keep it one more going. You know, I don't like Anubis. It's not the greatest. You know,
you're a real team player, because Vitality, they like playing it, right? When you were on.
Yeah, I've been playing in all my teams. But I've played different positions. I always kind of stuck in the B bombs.
Maybe that's why you hate it. What's the position we should be looking the most towards
on
in
Anubis?
This particular game? Yeah.
I mean, like, the middle area is always going to be kind of crucial, you know, especially in how you approach it. Like, on the T side, you want to try and grab it fast, you want to grab it slow. Some teams like to grab it just, you know, to manipulate the rotation. Some teams leave it up, just, you know, play on the sides, you know, keep them gambling. There's like a ton of different variations, but obviously, yeah, middle or at least the cape position.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts. It is time to be diving into the game. We got FURIA versus Nemiga.
Native speaker, huh?
Oops.
Yeah, okay, he's fast with it, man. He's quick, and we're going to get into this game quick as well. FURIA and Nemiga, Harry. 4 FURIA predictions across the board. Any expectations in Nemiga today?
The problem I have with this Nemiga squad is you have some exciting pieces in this team. It just feels like whenever they play versus top-tier opposition, they get kind of wrecked, if I'm honest. Like, the track record really isn't looking good there. And that, to me, screams you have some guys who are really talented aimers, but when it comes to being up against squads that have really well-drilled protocols and systems in place to try and make life hard for them, that's where it all comes undone. They're in this, like, cursed realm where they kind of... They're able to dominate some of these up-and-coming, you know, Tier 3 and bridging that gap between Tier 3 and Tier 2 squads. But then whenever you see them face off against teams that are at the top level, it's very one-sided. And so they're still in that growing pain area where you're learning a hell of a lot every game you play, and you're going back and you're changing things. But I don't think we've seen them hit like their final form yet, right? There are some really nice pieces in this team. Zwei and Xanta as like the two that come to mind. There was some fantastic games from Zwei back at their attempts to get through the RMRs, but it was all in vain ultimately.
Yeah, when they added Zwei, they started to pick up some pace, though. I think this team has been rather interesting to watch. Zwei even being Donk's pick for, you know, upcoming player, future player. Keep your eyes on him. 17 years of age. We obviously saw this Nemiga squad win a LAN in Res towards the end of last year with this pickup. So I'm not going to count them out of an online game against the old boys of FURIA. Anything but easy, though. It's Serato.
in my mind, it's less about...
Oh my God,
That's lovely from Zwei.
Hello, Zwei.
Let's see then, these dual Berettas off to a rip-roaring start. Zwei makes a name for himself in the pistol. Can Skulls and Yuri offer anything up for FURIA? They both get a kill apiece. That's the bomb plant secured. Suddenly this round could be rescued. Glock set up, Skulls good for a second and just steals himself away. Yuri takes next contact and buys time for Skulls to swing out on a timing. And this is the kind of rounds I'm talking about. It looks pretty for Nemiga. Zwei is living up to the hype. But in the end, it's all for naught. 3 kills in the pistol round, but no one else is able to capitalize, so FURIA stick the landing.
Yeah, Skulls has been one of the more exciting pieces of this FURIA team. His recovery since joining this team after leaving Liquid, he's looked way more comfortable, clearly communicating in his mother tongue, playing with his countrymen. I think he's even talked about in the interview just confidence, belief, right? Not just beating some of these top teams, but now being in a better environment for him as a player. We can see that so clearly in how he's been playing. He was
the driving force at the major to get them as far as they got.
Yeah.
Some of the games he had, some of the openers this guy was able to find was insane. Skulls had a fantastic tournament. And so when he talked in that interview about feeling himself again, building the confidence up, you really felt that in his gameplay. I think when he joined Liquid, it was a weird ragtag version of Liquid that had been assembled, and there was a clear hierarchy at play. That's crazy from Zwei. Bro, this guy is really good.
Yeah.
Oh my God, another ding. Fallen just died to a USP. Oh dear.
Just run. Oh,
well, the bomb was on Fallen.
The smoke helps. Get an upgrade. Get out of there. But so in Nemiga, they are resetting round the world right now. The quicker they move, the better. They're very scared of a lurk through mid, perhaps, so they're shifting the entire way. That gives time for kSerrato to take space in the A side. Santa may as well let them pass and then backstab, but the late timing of Yuri is perfect. And Nemiga, they've got 1 gun, but they've also got Zwei's Deeg. This is still a round where I feel like FURIA should be recovering. But the tagged up players don't fill you with hope.
I mean, it's in this round, opened up by Zwei, made interesting by Zwei that he might have to be a bit of a hero piece. Risky Bob, one more. Zwei found another from Risky Bob's USP. It's only Yuri. Time on his side, but still a 1v2 to stick the landing on, and Lear shuts him out of it. Yuri clutch denied as Nemiga pull up. Only pistols, 1 deagle in the round. And they get on the board in round 2. That's mad. That is not supposed to happen.
No. No. That's really not.
This is how it starts. Oh.
Crazy headshot. Yeah, don't underrate the talent of some of these young CIS players. As we already know, that's nothing new, but Nemiga trying to come through with an upset today, take that bounty off the head of FURIA, and immediately a timeout as FURIA's whole game plan is thrown into a loop.
I think a good way of trying to frame this is Nemiga have very talented individuals and players that are hungry and on the come up. In a decisive win where those individuals can shine, that's how Nemiga have to do this. I think if it's a long, drawn-out game, that's where Fallen does his best work, right? And he's very, very good and likes to play these mind games, especially when he's versus lesser-tier opposition. So you don't want this to be a lengthy battle. You want to deal a knockout blow. Crazy openers from guys like Zwei. Put your stars in position to shine. And don't fall prey to the Fallen mind games. That's the challenge ahead of Nemiga.
Mid-take. FURIA have no resistance here. It's a rotation back from Leah all the way to reinforce A. They're stalling well. Those flashes are really good. They've block FURIA for just a few more seconds, who fake smoke the molly and then send it to B. Right now, Nemiga are panicking about that A-Rap, and they've got only one man in the site.
Yeah, but he'll show them there's way to the door. 3 kills on the round as he withstands that wrap in through Temple. Bomb now away from FURIA and their hope of upsetting with their own force buy might have just gone out the window. kSerato does put 1 on the board. This could still get interesting just based on who's still alive here. The fact it's kSerato, chart topper in Brazil, the man who's supposed to be the best from the region, and alongside him, a confident Skulls. Let's see if there's any more intrigue on this. They're going to meet up in middle.
Oh, they just cleared B main, and then Skulls got here later, so they think this is completely empty. They have no idea. They're being tracked, traced, hunted down by Skulls. kSerato are going to join him, but they've got to go quick right now. 15 seconds. If they want to win this round, Skulls just has to run in. He's trying to set kSerato up for the trade. Back at the site, guns out, and the molly. kSerato wins it all. Nemiga caught off guard with a late reset and a backstab from Skulls.
Carbon copy of the pistol round as well. Another 3K from Zwei that the rest of the team are unable to capitalize on.
Yeah,
that's now 2 of the 3 rounds played.
They can just live. That con player does not need to be overcommitting with so little time. Sure, FURIA molly out his teammate, wants to help them out, but what a fantastic flick back for kSerato to take both kills.
Where we talk, right? Like coming into this saying,
remember who you're up against.
You got to have the protocols. You got to be well drilled here. It's not enough to just be a flashy player. Zwei has given you advantages in spades, and twice over now you've given it up. kSerato, opener secured. kSerato entering A is always a treat to watch. He feels right at home playing entry on this side of the map. Only good for the first kill this time around. And so weapons retrieved at least for this CT side. They're going to get something out of this early skirmish for the main control as FURIA now look elsewhere.
Yeah, 2 upgrades, so not a bad situation for Nemiga once more, but they are again weak on this B-bomb site. Zwei get caught in the open, does find a dink, but it's the drop in dark denied by Yuri. And this one should finally settle back in the hands of FURIA to start their T side. Yeah, I really don't think you're overstating how important these first couple of rounds were for Nemiga to close for Zwei. 2 3Ks denied, and now FURIA run away with the T-half probably because Nemiga, they had their opportunity.
Yeah, you got given not 1, but 2 great chances to get off to a good start here.
Yeah.
Right? An insane win on a full eco in the second round to make amends for the fact that you dropped the ball in the pistol. A 3K in your anti-eco round from your lone player in defense of the B site, and it still wasn't enough. And so now, what are the consequences of that? Well, it means you're on the CT side of Anubis, the harder side of the 2. You're the underdog in this matchup, and you had that chance to get off to a really good start. Now it's FURIA with all the early momentum. It's just 2 huge opportunities whisked away.
Yeah.
It's very exciting, though, to watch Zwei play. You know, he is looking good. And there's a reason this guy's talked about. There's a reason why Donk likes him.
Gotta say, kSerato's just been sharp as well, though, so it's, you know, as good as he is, he's not going to be the best rifler in the server. Kanzanta. Oh, he knows how important just any kill here is in middle, putting this AK to use. It's FURIA who really don't need the kill as much as he does, so molly down. Skulls keeps patrolling, but hopefully just not going to overstep here.
In terms of who Nemiga have chosen to play, I like FURIA as a matchup for them, because I think if a team was going to be down to Clown in some of these skirmishes, in the same way that like Cello is really interested in taking this fight in middle, and he's kind of given a few chances to Xanta to get that opening pick, I don't think many teams would. I think FURIA do, because they like to play a very
confident
brand of Counter-Strike, and that was what we saw even from them back at the major.
Dude, how many rounds is Zwei going to be solo B, man? They haven't cleared it. It will. And another dink for Swag. So close, but yet nothing. They've really left him on his own. Sure, only an eco, but kaiSerrato will farm with 4 kills.
Only up against the pistols, but if that's a sign of things to come, the control, the confidence shown in how he approaches that, especially after, you know, it's not like these USPs aren't threatening. FURIA lost the second round to them. He stands out on an island and just goes tap, tap, tap on the first 3 players that come in, commits to the spray. kaiSerrato coming into this switched on.
This is a sharp FURIA. Let's think back to Shanghai, Harry. You know, the topic was, hey, they're only 2-3 rounds away from making the playoffs of the major. They're also the only team in the major to beat Spirit. They won the BO1 opener dominantly with a great game from kaiSerrato. So keep that in mind. FURIA, no slouches individually right now. Risky Bob, clues in the name. He's pushed through a smoke on stairs. They're behind him in middle, but he is patient. How is Cello ready for that? There should be no way. Did they see him? I don't even know. He checks that.
Well, we always say Cello's like the hype man for this team, but that moment there just shows you don't actually trust any of them. He's like, no way they've actually covered this for me.
That's crazy.
I'll go back, I'll clear it.
His team have A main. He's still scared of that. FURIA in a great position. I like the aggressive move from Risky Bob, but it's the 1 in a million of getting cleared that early in the round.
The other thing about like FURIA's run in at the major was in terms of actually getting to the top 16, they did all of it with kaiSerrato almost being absent. He wasn't even, don't even say best player in Brazil. He wasn't even the best player on FURIA. He wasn't even top 3. It was kind of absurd. So much of it came to Skulls. So what happens when kaiSerrato's switched online? What happens when he's feeling it? FURIA get that much more dangerous now. They've learned about the stack. Fallen's going to run out of there with that bomb on his back. He leaves Yuri to hang around, keep the intrigue over here at A main. And Yuri's done a great job of not allowing Nemiga to leave this position. They can't react to this info. They just have to take this one fight, and he's wasted so much time, even getting away with more damage on his way out of the round. That is enough. Yuri did all he had to and then some. FURIA are already in a position to hunt down these saving players.
Yeah, nice bail call from Fallen because they see 2 players on that swing and someone through the flash, so that was plenty of info. I like the gamble for Nemiga, but it's a hard map to pull gambles off unless you're doing it off a spawn because it's so easy to bail from A main. Fallen looking to finish these kills. 2 players very low, and Fallen just going to wall bang him out of the round. Respect your elders. Shows these kids how it's done.
I mean, there's something, you know, there's been fair questions levied against Fallen's individual performances, but in terms of the game plan and how he likes to play, how he likes to call around his squad, you can't shake it. There's a reason why these sorts of matches where you have like one really shit-hot prospect up against you doesn't phase Fallen. There's a reason why, as you say, they were able to take down Spirit back at the major.
Still has these games where he can take over on AWP, like, you know.
Oh, don't get me wrong. It's a treat when he starts to deliver, but I just mean, you know, the way that he envisions the game and the way that he calls is, I think, still exactly what FURIA need, especially after they were stuck with Art for the longest time with a very unique view of the game, shall we say.
Oh, they're playing with so much bravado right now. Another rush for FURIA. And Nemiga push to try and find the A main player. There's no one even here. Zwei is once again stuck on his lonesome, operating in the CT spawn as FURIA are in no rush to plant. kaiSerrato in his spawn. He's going to get given some exit kills, it looks like. Pad those stats just that a little bit more. He couldn't see him through the smoke of the nade. Zwei, come on, show us some deegs. No one's here. Wait, he's got smoke. No kit, but they are leaving right now.
10-second stick in the smoke. We need the deeg, maybe on a Cello.
Dude.
Because Cello's close enough to stop this, or at least he should be. 10-second defuse denied as Cello hangs around.
That was a 4 seconds he was on it.
No tomfoolery now as Cello will lay it all to rest.
If he had a kit and he could have gone later, he could have won that. That's terrifying, but nice try.
One of the things that I do love about watching FURIA on Anubis is just how paiN has a lot of responsibility, being the guy you often see taking these early A fights, but he feels perfect for the job. Like, they do look very comfortable for him. Even back at the major where he wasn't having a insane time for a long while there, he had some insane impact on these A lurks on Anubis. And I like seeing him, you know, he's still given a good degree of freedom to decide how he wants to approach it. It's not like he's running in always looking for openers. He's just denying you such key real estate. When you're on that CT side, there's a very limited playbook in terms of those moves you can make to siphon info from the ranks of the T's. got the chug jug, bro. Pulling up. 100 shields, 4 health, landing tilted. Farming.
Okay, I play PUBG, I don't know. Risky bomb. Molly in, and he hears Yuri take on as well. Does eat the bottle. Oh my god, he's double mollied. He's living on a prayer. On the edge of the fire. FURIA wanted to hit B, obviously meeting smokes. So don't give them a pick. Finally, Zway's got some support. 3B strong.
This probably feels foreign to Zway. He's not used to this. Tell me I don't just shoot everyone I see. I actually have teammates here. That's unheard of. Zway on the board first.
He's in trouble.
Oh, paiN tries his hand at this fight in through dark. Yuri now takes up the position and will come through with the double. Doors now open, but they're promptly closing as Nemiga scramble these rotates in. Fallen left up in the clutch. Can he fly solo? First shot connects. Fallen in with a chance. Just card left to be. Pistol pulled and he'll run him down. No room given to Fallen, no respect. As Nemiga cut him down shy of the 1v3 clutch.
Yeah, he's feeling it though. He's having some nice input individually, but too many targets, not enough bullets to finish this one. FURIA still just commit to that B hit, even though Nemiga know exactly what's going on, have 4 strong on this bomb site before FURIA even get out, and they still make it close. Yeah, I like what you said earlier about how this is the right kind of game for Nemiga. Just getting to scrap, getting to play a lot of, 5v5s in sights, not slow defaulting every round. Somewhere where a young team of strong individuals can match FURIA perhaps, but right now...
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a double-edged sword in that sense. Like, FURIA are going to play into the style you want to go for, but at the same time,
that's their style.
It's their style, and it's how Fallen likes to play. So, you've opened yourself up to that. Well, it takes a lot for Nemiga to get on the board, but they've managed it. Finally breaking that streak that FURIA were on. Can it be any more than that? Don't just want to flash in the pan here. You want this to be a start of something for your CT side.
Middle gets taken. There's not much Nemiga can do without a smoke available. They can't just run through the door running and shooting. Lear stuck on an island, will be traded. Fallen gets out. That's the bomb as well. He's going to get hunted down. Good cover from Skulls. SMG's not up for the job. Out A, Khan sees him. Can he stop him? Space being taken by FURIA as the bomb comes in tow as well.
Zway.
Hello?
Running at them. No reaction yet. paiN does wise up to this, but it's pulled the attention away. That orb's going to get to strike. Zway cut down. Not ready for paiN. Can't he do anything? Risky Bob here alongside him. Orb scoped in, but kSciratoh lays waste to Nemiga.
How? He is just a monster right now. Unfaltering, unwavering, ever present.
It's so reassuring that this is the form that kSciratoh is showcasing. Don't get me wrong, these are not the toughest opponents FURIA will ever face as we start a new year. But you want kSciratoh in good form. You don't want him quiet. You don't want to be looking at Skulls and going, oh, thank God they got this guy because he's providing so much for the team right now. You want kSciratoh bringing the heat from day one of 2025, and thus far he's lived up to that.
I mean, the thing that I think is cool so far about Bounty is we've actually not seen that many upsets. I think it's part of, you know, coming off of the new year, coming in refreshed, keen to play, some top teams with some new ideas, some well-spent prac in the last week or so. So I think that's, you know, take it while you can, that you can win these quote-unquote easy games, because I don't think these kind of games are always easy, especially online. That's where the upsets happen more often than not, where these less experienced teams can prevail. And hey, we're far from done. This is 10 rounds into the T side of Anubis. Not shocked to see FURIA up in the lead, and there have been some close rounds. But we do need Nemiga to get a little bit more done by the end of the half. It won't be in this one. They'll be looking for 4 as a max. FURIA, lots of stake on middle.
Going to extend Nemiga the benefit of the doubt, but only because of that second round. I'm still thinking back to it.
Yeah.
And FURIA are poised, like their options are open, don't get me wrong, with kSciratoh over at A, but he hasn't taken the space in A main, which he usually does if they want to go back to it later on. So this will be the B hit, and so they are going to walk in to the pistol stack. As a result, this one could still get weird. It's going to be weighted heavily around these first couple of kills, and wouldn't you know, Cello falls first. Once again, it's way to open. They get past Lear. Risky Bob finished off. Khan now throws his name into it. 3-on-3, more damage done, but no kills found. Low HP for Skulls as Xanta moves in. But the chance, as FURIA walk into this stack, the chance to upset for Nemiga looks to have passed them by. Making a list, checking it twice. But it's bad Fallen, who's been naughty, not nice.
Excellent work, FURIA. No problem on the anti-eco so far, with the exception of that 4-spy round. It's been perfectly fine, despite some attempts at the ninjas. We're going to see some more aggressive starts for Nemiga because they've allowed a lot of room for FURIA. They've not really been able to block them out of middle. Khan's actually starting B with the orb, holding for contact. And FURIA done a lot of lurk smokes, but not this round. So this is bread and butter. He's going to feast. Khan with a couple on this AWP. Sway swings out for a little bit more. And Nemiga put up a stellar hold so far. But don't let them get 2v5. They need this round more than anything. That molly's going to bloom before the smoke pops. And FURIA smash their way through B.
There have been so many rounds like this. So many rounds when Nemiga could have looked to leave a mark, build something on this CT side, and now it's a 5v2 left hanging in the balance. Xanta seeing if they come pushing his way. They do take Dark, but they haven't full cleared this close angle. Fallen floats around. There's the info. There's the spot. They know they've got Xanta trapped, and Fallen's going to find him. A path has now opened. A route to redemption in this round. Fallen fakes it for the death cam, trying to bait them in to kSciratoh. 2v5 from FURIA to keep this T side damn near flawless.
It's the Fallen and kSciratoh show, rolling it back and just looking so good while they do it. You could just see, you know, Nemiga thinking the round's dead already. They're just fighting together. One player mollied out, nade on the smoke, no one's safe. The big mistake there is Xanta. He doesn't need to move. The flank is coming in. He can at least wait for his teammate to get behind them before they clear B as a unit. Sure, FURIA could have already left, but why risk walking in alone with no trade available? Just goes too soon. It's these little mistakes that are costing Nemiga, the experienced reigning crew. And they've been ready for this before. They might be ready again. Quick turn. Lear still gets his. Risky Bob trying to survive, but his teammate might die at the same time. No way. Lear gets the AK and gets out. Okay, Nemiga, they need this more than anything. A third round at the tail end of their CT side.
The thing that's sad is, you know, it's just kind of going down exactly as you were worried it would, where you've got to respect the output that some of these Nemiga players have put forward. Most notably, you're looking at Sway. But the protocols is where they get let down. The fact they've lost so many of these man advantage rounds. I want to say that was like their 4th, where they've had a heavy advantage. This one they're looking to deliver on. It's all chaotic. It's another one of these 2vx's required, but Skulls seems up for the job. This time 2v4 as it begins. He's brought it down to a 2v2 over in middle. Gonna link up with kSerato as kSerato looks to add another one of these type of rounds to the tally.
Yeah, great shots from Skulls, though. Hits the counter-strafe while running forward on the 3rd player to peak window. And that's after Nemiga sit in front of the Molotov and swing on a late timing. They completely catch FURIA off guard, and still we're in a 2v2 with full nades on the wrong side of the map with no kit. I know who I'm betting on.
Plant will come in. FURIA being very diligent, making sure there's no one hiding here. In the B site, they've cleared it out entirely. Skulls and kSerato even have time to get comfortable. There's no agency behind having to reposition here. They get teed up for this post-plant playing. The same crossfire, really, as to how this map opened in the pistol. kSerato in at jail. Skulls tucked in, back of the site. FURIA run it back, and this half starts the way it ended with a 2vx turnaround out of FURIA. I called the way this game would go so accurate. Nemiga learning the hard way that experience reigns king, winning out more opening fights than FURIA in that first half, being in many more man advantage situations, and still the scoreline reads 10-2 against them. When that's the case, when you lead the charge in opening duels, when you constantly find yourself in these 4v2s, 5v2s, and they're still coming up short, that points to a lack of experience and a failure of protocol from Nemiga. They have to hope that this T-side will be a different story as their map pick starts on dire straits.
8-4 in those opening duels, and Zwei with 5-1. Like, he had some massive 3Ks that just went nowhere for Nemiga. Got to try and do it on the T side here, and got to do it from the back. Shifting towards the A side. They did make some noise dropping off, so maybe a bit of doubt, but camera smoke and a bit of util to pop them in. It's FURIA looking to play retake with a kit.
This is just cushy for Nemiga. They've
got heaven.
Got a lot of control here. FURIA were teed up to play retake, so they have to have tricks up their sleeves. Smoke and a flash for Fallen. Kit there as well. Gives them a little bit of extra time to work with. Having everyone heaven, maybe that's a problem if you get boxed in, if you lose some of these opening fights. Wade falls early, Cello follows up, and now everyone's spotted heaven side. Fallen's just going to drop a smoke on that bomb, looking to get on it. They've got to deny this. Tap will force the swings, and knife pulled. Fallen stabbed out of the round. Nemiga pull up with a pistol round. That's something. A bit more fight in this second half.
Nice to see Risky just go for the knife. Don't mess around with shooting the smoke with a Glock. It's not a rifle. It's so much easier to just get him off the bomb with a knife. Gonna get that audio cue and close it. So a bit more money and momentum break for FURIA, who had a monumental first half. Now Nemiga can try and match it. Full eco for FURIA and plenty of rifles.
It's like, here's the thing for this second half. Should FURIA be winning this map? Yeah. Yeah, they should.
Yeah.
But in an insane way, it's like, it's way harder to give away those sort of advantages when you're on the T side, right? If you're able to get to those same positions, if Zwei is able to provide you openings and you go up 5v4, 5v3 right off the top, and then you just commit to a site hit, it is way harder to give away those sorts of rounds. You know exactly what the objective is. You've got the bomb to play around. It's FURIA that are feeling the pressure of the clock. So there is still a route open to Nemiga to make this more interesting. But if they actually want to come all the way back and have FURIA on the ropes, it is going to be an uphill battle every step of the way. You are just one Que Serato or Skulls moment away from this game getting out of control. So this won't be easy for Nemiga, but to paint it as impossible is disingenuous.
Yeah, especially a T-side Anubis, you know, give them a chance. But they're going to have to earn it. I'd say Zwei's earned some eco kills after the game he's given us. And Fallen might feed him one more on the way out. But this is where the game begins. FURIA, I like that they don't force. Get guns in as soon as possible. And let's compare this like CT aggression and info gaining, right? Because Nemiga, even though some of the site holds are really good, it just crumbled in the advantages. They didn't really make much info play, apart from 2 drops out mid-bridge, up con, or rather upstairs. So for the most part, a gambly and a passive CT side. I don't expect FURIA to be the same.
I mean, I think even though already all eyes have been on Zwei, because he's been involved in like every single fight of consequence that Nemiga have taken, they are just as on him in this second half. If he can keep that going, if he can provide the openers, that's the route in for Nemiga. It's relying on individuals, but that's what they've got right now, and it's down to the rest of the team to play around that and not give up those man advantages like they did in the first half. T-side, that should all get easier. So let's see if FURIA are up for the task. You feel like eliminating Zwei is the ticket to winning this map?
Here comes one of those early info plays where he's got good cover. Hitting this shot is not easy, but he swings out, and the flash does nothing to him. The second blinds, and Yuri keeps it even. It's a huge 1-for-1 to find, and FURIA know that B is mostly clear. Bomb's still loose back there while Nemiga look for a pick on the other side.
Usually a kind of fight in a trade like that where you end up in a 4-on-4, that favors the T side, right? It gets really hard for the CTs, but just because of who you've taken out and the way that he plays and the amount of room that he creates for Nemiga, I think this is a trade that benefits FURIA. They can shelter in place a little bit now. They're going to wait and see what the reactions are out of this Nemiga squad. Usually in a 4-on-4, you kind of group up, you try and make some moves in the mid-round, but with only 30 seconds left, they're just relying on Fallen's reads right now, and they don't like how quiet A's been. Yuri is on a slightly deeper line. He's confirmed that there's nobody in A main, and so FURIA are one step ahead. Nemiga have got to do this without their star.
Cello gets the first, and with the smoke on the molly, it obscures the vision of Nemiga. They're not going to get these kills for free. Bomb making its way in. Important entries required, and Fallen denies the second. He's going to go wide on his own. They just don't know about Yuri still here in the smoke. Nemiga slink away back to B main. Bomb in their favor. And the odds just increase massively, and they clear out their flank too. So FURIA, they are very cautious right now, scared that they're still in the site. Don't have the time for this.
Keserato and Yuri, this iconic FURIA duo, the two that have re-signed back onto the FURIA org, putting in a few more years. Can they stand up to this? Yuri tries his damnedest, but Xanta and Leah just swing together. And that's what we're talking about when we say if they get into these post plants, they're a lot harder to give up than they were in the first half. Holding on by the skin of their teeth right now are Nemiga.
Absolutely a shot. I think, you know, if we were swapping over the CT side and do this, I wouldn't have anywhere near as much faith, but they're going to have plenty to fall back on in terms of ideas. A team that grinds, that plays so many online matches with a lot of recent success as well. They know what works, they know what doesn't. Khan been pretty quiet, pretty irrelevant in this map with the orb. With one multi-kill on the B site and a round they lost. It's been a great time to find some value. Fallen didn't even touch the orb in the first half. Rifling was what got him here. Oh, I like this. They take middle, and they have a late camera nade after the mid mollies, but FURIA already fell back to double up A main. Should be a simple A split. Xanta doesn't need to play. Can hold for aggression as Nemiga scale through camera. No stress here. Site clear just tells them what they already know. That's crazy.
Oh, this is really like more awkward than it should be.
It's fine.
It's fine though. Like not going to lose you the round. You're telling yourself just a bit of running into one another, a bit of body block, a bit of harmless fun with the boys.
Free AK.
Does this get any weirder though? Pistols all grouped in main, locked out by the util. This should be safe. Still, there's a flashbang on Fallen, as you say. Could look to make this interesting. Smoke in at Heavens, locks out the angle, but a collateral connects for Khan.
That AK
lends a helping hand, and yeah, that AK might want to think about staying alive. Khan does not give them the chance. They run down that AWP. Fallen, for a brief moment, gets to hold that AWP in his hands. And they try to knife him again. But all that matters for Nemiga is that the gap is closing, and they are sticking the landing.
Yeah.
In these post plants.
FURIA very confident. They are going for that round to win it as well. They're going in with the AK on a low Yuri with armor. I thought he'd just run to save while they send the pistols in, but they think they can win a round like that. Speaks to the mindset.
I can't undersell enough how important Zwei feels to this T side, and I want to keep track of this, Hugo. He was 5-1 coming into the second half, sitting 7-1 in opening duels right now. It feels like he really is to have a flawless opening kill game to keep this sort of pressure on. Those are awkward nades. Lear bested in the head-to-head. Zwei goes for the trade. It's not come through.
Excellently done. Just a airstrike. up top B. And Zway's coming back in looking for revenge, knowing the util is lacking on this B bomb site after Molly HEs are used. He doesn't want to reveal how close he is as well. Jiggle spots it though. Fury still stay strong on this B bomb site with the orb in water. Fury all the way. Now he could just sit here and take mid and they can fully rotate pad of sight, but the timing of him looking away couldn't be worse. He lets him cross. They don't see him either. Nobody's winning here. And he doesn't even get the backstab, so now they're deep in middle and Furia don't know what's coming. But that kill from Con might tempt them back into Fallen.
They've just heard Fallen's AWP fire off here.
But they already bailed from A.
Yeah, they've given up that ground. Are they going to go back and try and retake it? This is the plan changing on the fly for Nemiga. Sure, this might misdirect Furia. It's certainly going to keep 2 players in this B site. No, wait a second. Fallen's calling their bluff. He doesn't believe this. He's seen fakes like this before. You really think spamming a smoke is going to trick Fallen? He's kept 3 players in the A site. He's even moving around there now as well. Nemiga are going right into the stack. Fallen has read them like a book. And so that's how Furia find their way in.
Oh, yeah, Nemiga getting stuck in the mud, overcomplicating it. If they just recommit off of that kill in water, obviously they don't know, they don't have the info that they weren't spotted on the cross, but they had the entirety of mid for free. Wow, it couldn't have been more than 2 players at A, and they would have had 4-on-2 with a camera split. But they overcook.
Dude,
they burn their dish, Harry.
The fact that Fallen the rotate was happening.
Yeah,
as the fake was getting thrown in, like the util hadn't even landed yet, and he's already going, no, this isn't real.
I think he
could just tell. Fallen, respect there on that call. He had 4 players in the A site while the B fake was taking place, meaning Nemiga think they've pulled the wool over Furia's eyes. They're going into a site 3v4, and it all comes undone.
That's only Furia's first CT round, keep in mind. After 4 in a row, but they had so little room for error, Nemiga, that now they have to respond immediately, or this game will go nowhere. Saved by the bell. Oh, and look at the money, because it's been so close. They've got pistols for crying out loud. Skulls feasts on the B push. Xanta makes that saved AK work. 2 entries.
It started really well for Furia, and now not so much.
They've got guns to pick up. I'd love to see a reset here. Go back to your default.
Suddenly you're armed, you're deadly, you've put pressure. Furia concerned, having to shuffle players around the map. Okay, there's upsides here for Furia too. It wasn't worth giving 2 guns over for the 3v3. You thought that was going to be the crushing blow that won you the game. But at bare minimum, you know that any reaction from this for Nemiga is going to take a while, right? They were just all over at B main grabbing those guns. So you know you've bought yourself a solid 30 seconds across the entire map. For now, it's allowed this 2-man hold to take shape over at B. And if you look at the minimap, you don't even have a player in the A site right now. Cello is just waiting in middle, waiting for that reaction. But this whole time, Fallen's brain is on a timer, and he's conscious that Nemiga can be moving and shuffling and changing their goal, moving around the map. So what does he want to do now that that timer starts to approach?
Setup's pretty nice. Con player's going to go first. They won't see Case or Otto. Fallen has the cross. This is perfect for Furia.
Fallen once more looks to read them like a book.
Oh no.
Holding on to Dark, ready for this push out. Fallen's orb will strike, and he is in the heads of this Nemiga T side. Just 1 step ahead from Fallen, and Furia teed up for map point on Nemiga's pick.
Oh dear.
A save, a desperate save out of Lear.
No chance.
And this AK is so far from guaranteed. He's going to get fully hunted here. Knocked out of the round. And with it, any hope for Nemiga as they are relegated down to pistols with 1 last chance still to play.
Yeah, crazy that they had no money after a 4-round streak on this T side, right? Like, they were getting so close. Furia chasing on that eco that we thought they had no chance on. And that had its consequence, and the consequence is Nemiga back-to-back 4 spies against the might of Furia, who are ready to close out this map. Finishing it as strong as they started. Very impressive game from FURIA. And even if we've seen glimmers from Nemiga, we've also seen huge mistakes. Charging through middle. Fallen's AWP with the camera cross. This could be A or B split right now. They're going to walk the walk. Fallen, easy opener, sees more, gets out.
Oh, gap closing, but Yuri puts distance and Fallen even lends a helping hand. It's all come unraveled down the stretch. You know, this has been a real masterclass of a map put forward from FURIA and Fallen. Showing that experience does reign supreme here, right? In terms of real hot individuals, Nemiga have certainly had them. But the calls, the stacks, the reads, those have all firmly belonged to Fallen. He's trying to make this FURIA squad a team that is not easy to upset, not easy to beat down when you are the underdog. They make you feel that pressure. And so now Nemiga, they've got to hope they can bounce back on FURIA's pick and Mirage, or else their decision to face FURIA, a matchup they thought could be kind to them, one where they would get to scrap, they would get to brawl, the individuals would get to shine, is all one big regret.
Ferocious FURIA certainly turns up to play today and leaving Nemiga in the dust on their own map pick. That is going to be a bitter pill to swallow. But on the flip side, for the Brazilians, we had Cerrado firing on all cylinders. We had Fallen with both aim and brain. And even in the moments where you thought, Fallen, he's in a man deficit situation. FURIA, you don't have enough people to be converting this round. Somehow, they make it work.
I think this scoreboard, you know, suggests that this game was very one-sided. Well, in reality, there were a lot of rounds that could have gone the way of Nemiga. There were a lot of rounds where they had a great opportunity of winning them and applying even more pressure towards FURIA. When you look at this scoreboard, when you look at the scoreline as well, 13-6, you may think to yourself, that was easy for FURIA, but a lot of pressure were being applied by Nemiga, but they didn't have the capabilities to close out those rounds.
No, and it was very much back and forth at the beginning, you know, and the fact that when you go as an underdog, you just cannot afford to lose these kind of situations in the beginning. You need to really convert them, and especially when you have such a big advantage when you come into some of the rounds. So they just simply flattered and didn't manage to get it to work.
There's plenty of examples of, you know, having that advantage there. Nemiga should have been closing things out. It already comes out in round number 3 where somehow FURIA convert a 2v5.
I think it's fair to say they fumbled quite a lot of rounds. We have a round 3, as you said, again, Sway, you know, being called out by Dong to be the next big thing, puts down a perfect Molotov, gets a triple kill. You think to yourself, it's a force buy. You're 5 against 2 Tech9s. There's absolutely no way you lose this round. For some reason, Nemiga are overthinking the scenario. A player gets caught off guard here, not knowing what's going on. And even more important is that Skulls is picking up a Molotov. That Molotov is destroying the rest of the round because that forces out this player in towards Covey, and then Cerrado can come in and trade both of the kills. I don't know what Nemiga were thinking in this scenario, but if you have a 2v5 that essentially became a 2v4 because the trade came into sway, that's fair enough. A 2v4 versus 2 Tech9s when there's no utility whatsoever on the side of FURIA, and you still end up in a scenario where 2 of your players are getting shot, turned back towards the guy because you have no control over the map. That's when you tell me that in terms of your raw understanding of the game is not very high.
There's definitely a lot of things in this round that went wrong. You know, there's absolutely no reason for the A player to rotate into mid. First of all, like he needs to rotate, but he should just maybe pick another route. The whole idea that we could see that there was some communication issues. The guy outside B gets caught off guard. Also, the guy that sits inside cave decides to be the first contact instead of communicating it up, being a double swing. There's a lot of things going wrong, you know, and that's what I mentioned. If you cannot get into a favorable position and winning these rounds as an underdog, you're not meant to win the game.
And I think there's a reason why we're putting emphasis on situations like this, because it wasn't an isolated case, was it? What happened in round 11?
No, because again, the excuse could be some things like this happens once in a while, you know. But round 11, we see it one more time. Maybe not as bad, maybe not as severe. Again, a great opening from Nemiga. At this point, though, they're down 8-2, and you think to yourself, now is about time if you want to fight your way back into this game. Again, for a short, brief moment, it's actually a 2v5. The trade comes in, and then you see Fallen, which we're going to see later in a highlight package as well, doing the dirty stuff with the AK-47. I like how FURIA is drawing out the tempo of the round. round. Caserado is now stuck in towards cave right here, and he gets the final kill. Fact of the matter is, Nemiga now have 2 times on a very, very tough CT side had a 5v2 scenario where they were not able to convert, and if you do that against a well-playing FURIA, there's absolutely no way you're going to win.
What was the biggest reason for your money that Nemiga, fumbled that particular moment? You were saying about on round 3, it's communication, maybe positioning, over-rotating. Was it the same kind of issues in that round 11?
In this round specifically, yeah, they get off to a really good start, getting 3 very quick kills, but then eventually all of their positions are exposed. They know exactly where to go. They get the kills and the trades. And then the crucial part for me in this round is the 2v2, and it just oozes of confidence and experience from the 2 FURIA players. Like the way they position themselves inside cave, watching each side, and Fallen gets that all information looking down the river, and he just lets Caserado sit there. When the guy, they're simply just waiting for mistakes. And when the guy close cave, that is actually not, they're not aware that he's there, but when he shows his shoulder and trying to get information and gets run down, they know that this is the only player that's coming from A. The other guy has potentially flanked, either coming from Temple or coming from behind B. And when Fallen starts to run out, it's just a simple, it's a simple play out for them. He just waits for him. He knows he's going to get this kill.
We get to see Caserado highlights rolling in. There was plenty of them on this first round of Anubis. This is what we want to see going forward from Caserado, right? Sure, we've got to put an asterisk that, Nemiga, not exactly top tier, tier 1 opposition, but I want to see this more because he is capable. It's just a consistency.
He's off to a good start for 2025 for sure. As you said, FURIA, not against the best of the best opposition, but again, it's a reality check. It's kind of what we expected. Caserado being arguably one of the best riflers the game has to offer, always in the conversation within the top 5, top 10. Of course, he's supposed to dominate against a team like Nemiga. So I don't want to take anything away from Caserado. Had plenty of impact throughout this game, but he's delivering what we expect from him. And, in a world where that's not always the case with some of these players, it's nice to be able to say that Caserado did exactly what was needed from him and maybe a little bit more.
Did you expect Fallen to deliver this much impact though, right? We know he's calling, we know he's most of the time wielding the AWP. Did you expect him to put this many kills forward?
No, I think it was interesting to see on the T side that he actually decided to play so much with the AK. And I think, as we also talked about a little bit with Inferno, on Anubis sometimes not always being the best off-matters T, you just rather want to go in and have that trade potential. I think it was great to see him, and it's always great to have an AWP that is really great on the rifle as well. Coming into mine is ZywOo and m0NESY. Not that I'm going to put him in the same basket, but maybe Vintage Fallen could do that. But the fact that he actually can wield an AK and actually do so much damage, I think it's a very crucial thing for FURIA as well. And it was great to see him have this kind of performance.
Even got to pick up the AWP on the CT side a little bit as well. And I think that it kind of describes Fallen. And I don't want to take anything away or be negative here when it comes to Fallen, because I think he had a fantastic game. But if I were to give him a two-sided compliment, I think Fallen is severely underrated with the rifle. I think he's actually been showing over and over again, back in Liquid, now in FURIA as well, that he can be a quite handy rifler in more scenarios than not. However, he's also slightly overrated with the AWP, and I think that's where he can improve. If Fallen can find back to a shape or form where he's a little bit more, I guess, impactful with the AWP, his rifling and his ability to pick up the rifle and be a little bit more versatile on the server, be able to trade a bit more and be able to pick up the flow while he's calling as well, that's always been there. So for me, it's Fallen adding another layer with the AWP, because the rifle right there, we saw that's spot on.
We touched upon Sway, obviously coming into this series because he had quite a big accolade behind him. He was Donk's player to watch coming into 2025. Did you learn anything in particular about him? Obviously small sample size, but this was their map pick. Let's not forget that.
Kid got aim. I think that's safe to say. We saw early on his triple kill as well with the M4. We saw a couple of rounds where he got a multi-kill as well, and he was not fearful at all of fighting 24/7, which is always a great sign. Obviously, there's a lot that can be polished on a kid that is new coming into the scene, playing what Peter would call a fancy tournament as well. But I think in terms of him playing, getting 98 ADR, 17 kills while losing 13-6, that's not bad at all.
No, I mean, he was the better performer on Nemiga. That was safe to say, but you also saw glimpses of him making mistakes as a very young and obviously still talented player. But it is also about finding the balance when you have this talent. I saw multiple times where he would maybe go for that extra frag or maybe trying to get that extra kill that he really felt like he could get. Especially in the round they lost. This one's given, he had no business peeking the guy outside B main. He could have just been hiding and he probably would have lost a round.
It's true.
Any final thoughts on Nemiga before we do dive into map number 2?
I mean, to round it up, it's your own map pick. You never were any close winning. As we argued, a couple of rounds could have gone your way. I don't think that would have changed the tide of the game in that sense. It would have made the scoreline slightly closer. So no, if you're Nemiga, you're picking into Anubis, you're getting owned 13-6. Not a lot of positive stuff to say about from the fact that Sway had a great individual showing. So shake it off and hopefully be better on Mirage.
Yeah, in the words of Taylor Swift, you better shake this one off and you better shake it off fast. But it's only going to get tougher from here on out. It's FURIA's map pick of Mirage coming up after the break. FURIA coming in as a 9th seed here, the Blast Bounty 2025, and looking to hold on to that bounty as well. That is because they pretty much absolutely decimated Nemiga on their map pick of Anubis, which means we are waiting to come onto Mirage. Now, just got confirmation Nemiga will be starting on the CT side of things, but we will see FURIA on that T side. Not sure how many rounds they'll have to work with, but let's talk about positioning, because we were just talking about it. There's maybe some, I don't want to say controversy, but there's some discussion to be had about exactly where the players you feel like they should be playing on.
I feel like Peter brought up a good point, you know, discussing FURIA and the CT side setup. You have a lot of playmakers within that team. One of the biggest playmakers and arguably the best player on the entire team is kaiSeRado. And kaiSeRado, historically speaking, has been the B anchor on Mirage. And when you think of B anchors on Mirage, you think Na'Vi Zeus, you think Vitality Dupree, you think Astralis Sipnix, you think these players that not always have the aim and the abilities to be somewhere else on the map. So why is it you think kaiSeRado is playing over towards that B bomb side?
He must really love those B apartments. I have no clue what the guy is doing over there, but maybe he feels super comfortable, or maybe there's like this thought process in FURIA that if we put our Star Rifler inside the B apps, we can leave him alone a lot more than he needs backup. Maybe that is a theory. I'm not sure.
Maybe that is a theory, and maybe, just maybe, I don't expect that to be the case, because I think FURIA, historically speaking, have been doing well on Mirage, but maybe after a player break like this, where you had a time to practice, could be some positional changes as well. I could argue that Skulls could be a player you could put over there, but then you need someone to play the A-bomb side, and could that be Cello? Could that be Yuri? Could that be kaiSeRado? I will say, I feel like Mirage is a little bit wasted to have kaiSeRado over there. What I will say as well is that I always notice that they like to play aggressive Counter-Strike, also on the CT side. So there's a lot of pushing in towards B-App, so that elevates a little bit of kaiSeRado's skill set. There's also a lot of placing Fallen over there with an AWP, which frees up kaiSeRado to go somewhere else. So maybe it's a joint decision where he gets half the fun and half the time he's just stuck. Yeah,
I'm a little bit curious because, you know, kaiSeRado is one of the more passive players on this team, and I understand why you would put a guy like Cello around Connector. You know, he is this bulldog that just goes out and, you know, just try and destroy everyone and just runs around. You know, he needs to be unleashed to be performing. And I think more for kaiSeRado, you know, being a B anchor is also kind of a passive position. Yeah. Something maybe he thrives in. Maybe he doesn't have to make too many decisions. Maybe he's good at just, you know, minding his own business. Maybe that is also why he is not playing Connector, because playing in Connector requires you to have a lot of decision making. And that throws me back to my time in Vitality when we've always had Apex playing Connector, you know. And a lot of people are thinking, why is Apex playing Connector? But the reason why Apex is playing Connector is that, first of all, he's super aggressive.
Can't play anywhere else.
No, and he's super good at controlling ZywOo, and ZywOo likes that. And then who else was supposed? We actually at a given time put Apex to play B house, and he was always talking and trying to come with ideas what to do mid while he was the B anchor. Yeah. And we didn't want that. And then who was left to play it? Me.
You. Yeah.
So I was put over there.
There was also a time in Vitality where Apex played Ramp on Nuke, I remember, which wasn't perhaps the best idea. I think another argument to that case, because I agree with you, I think kaiSeRado being left on the B bomb side also means that he's involved in a lot of retakes over towards that A bomb side, and who better to come into the A bomb side and retake than kaiSeRado? So it could also be a case, and Peter could probably attest to that as well, when you build a team, there's obviously roles on all the different maps that you'd like certain players to have. Sometimes you gotta sacrifice, and I feel like kaiSeRado are playing all the roles that he would like to play on pretty much any given map apart from Mirage. So this could be the one map where he's like, it's okay, I'm not playing my preferred role, or it's okay that I'm playing a little bit of a backseat role here, because I get it on 6 other maps that I like.
No, I think that makes sense. Would you care to give the viewers at home, maybe those aspiring B-Apps players, what is the most important thing about anchoring that position? Because we always talk about it being like, you know, not the most glamorous of positions. What's key to making sure that it's still successful?
And don't die.
As Jacob just mentioned, like jumping and getting information. If you don't like to jump, at least just get information. Trying to get the first guy when they pop B, but other than that, just staying alive. Because the most important thing is being a B anchor when you get like a B pop coming at you or they're doing a B split. It's just important for you to stay alive so you have time for the rotation to come help you. And if you just buy those 3-5 seconds, then you'll have a good time.
Well, it's important for us to be getting into the game very swiftly. It's Mirage with Harry and Hugo.
If you're not a fan of knitwear, not a fan of jumpers, there are other ways to get the info in through the apartments, Hugo.
Tell me.
No, just looking in. I don't know. That was kind of the bit.
Okay, the knitwear, the jumpers.
I was wrapping up like their thoughts. There was no more.
who's going to be sweating in this one?
There
Sweaters, something. Yeah. FURIA, they're the sweaters right now. God damn. kSerrato playing a great game. Really no weak link for this team, right? Numbers not there for Cello, but who really cares when Fallen is giving us games like this on the rifle, no less. And now we go to Mirage, home ground for him as well. Kind of the opposite for Nemiga. Of all the maps they do like, this one does not look good. If you just look at the track record recently, these online games, losing more often than not. So we're poised for a 2-0 unless something crazy comes through. It's going to be a CT side start at least. I'm trying to find the positive, Harry.
I think the stance is this. FURIA, this is their series now to 2-0. If they can do it convincingly, that's very reassuring.
Yeah.
And I hope we get to have a bit of a highlight reel as we did in the last map. For Nemiga, if they do upset, it's so against the odds. It's almost unthinkable. But this is at least a chance, one more chance to see what Zwei is capable of.
True. Good map for an individual to showcase, akin to Anubis. Bomb plant on the B site. One guy there. Khan got smoked off on Cat. Got Lear with smoke kit. He's on short though. FURIA have some nice positions in this post plant, so good luck breaking back through. There's going to be a lot of repeaks and trades available. The bomb's already half gone. Just toying with them. 99-1. Zwei will finish it.
Kills back from kSerrato. They're trying to keep this all in check. Yuri up on that boost is needed eventually, and even drops off for the second. So a well-handled pistol round there from FURIA. Good util to nullify the Nemiga setup, as you say. Khan got smoked off over his short, leaving a one-man B hold as your pistol defense. That's so far from ideal.
Not fun. Not fun at all. kSerrato's rabid right now, just running for them, as he was on that 10-round Anubis T side. If you missed it, it was a mare for Nemiga. Eco round. And I think we're going to see some very explosive CS from FURIA in this first half. No slow defaulting and waiting for that top mid push. It's FURIA who is sending it straight down the middle.
Now, unbelievably, back on Anubis, FURIA lost this round. A mistake that they don't want to repeat.
It was a force, right?
No, it was one deagle for Zwei.
Oh my god, yeah, you're right.
And full USPs. So actually, this one's better.
So they're really going to lose.
I think Fallen would be... I don't think he would mind either way, actually, but... It's not a good sign, you know, like you just don't want it. It's a bad taste in your mouth.
It's like Anubis. It's Zwei v the world. They love leaving him on his own, but he doesn't need bloody help. Quick Deeg. Zwei, can he hunt down this mid kill?
Don't do it. Don't do it, Zwei. Come on.
Absolutely do it. I want to see this once more for the people in the back. Push off Cat. Zwei not going to be able to help them here. It's just Yuri trying to retreat. Another USP kill. Zwei overwhelmed. Can they grab the guns? kSerrato's Mac 10 is the answer to the question. Into the window goes Leah. kSerrato is here, and Nemiga will not be winning the full eco.
It was like a second of worry just when Zwei got the first.
Running one Deeg, yeah.
It's kept contained. This time FURIA don't fall down. I'm sheepishly nervous that this is going to be...
Go on. Be what?
A 12-0
That is... You're
that
calling
is an
that
insane prediction
that
called
is
early.
pretty crazy, yeah.
But that's... I'm throwing it out there.
Okay, why? Got to sell that. It's so confident. Got to sell it.
Well, you know, I just think, like, their protocols didn't do it for me on their map pick. And so now that we're on FURIA's turf and they're all looking really good, and they didn't do any miraculous upsets, I'm oddly nervous.
All right. I like that.
I just have a lot of faith in FURIA
Yeah,
here.
it's loose. It's up for debate, but anything's possible, Harry. And FURIA, they're doing it again. They're going back for the B hit. They got one guy in middle just selling it right now. Cello putting on some pressure. And look at the eyes. It's drawn 3 players in mid, all towards the connector side. No one even worrying about A right now. And just Skull's looking at B, so they can't even hit the panic button yet. Fallen goes back with the bomb. So it's not going to be that B contact hit they were hoping for. FURIA very reserved. Fallen back with the bomb to B. Have they made up their mind? As Risky Bomb pushes Cat, this is the perfect timing. A crunch in mid for Nemiga. Cello trying to waste their time. FURIA, sooner the better.
Yeah, especially when he's got all this info. Like, there are at least 3 players fighting me in mid, so they try to hit the go button.
3v5, here we go.
Replay. Risky Bob one step further, even a follow-up dink onto Yuri. And so, it looks like Nemiga going to pull up early with a rifle round win.
It was really nice of you to curse the 12-0 super quick, just so we could get Nemiga in this game, because I didn't want another one of those, Harry. I wanted some competition, you see. So bravo.
Yeah, I was trying to think of it like a good way of framing what it is I like about how Fallen approaches these sorts of games. And I think it's that he doesn't ever underestimate his opponents, but that's not to say he respects them. He's done a really good job of like towing that line, right? Where they certainly give respect to the opposition, they don't get too wet and wild with it. But that's not going to stop them from running at you. There's just more steps to get there, right? But already with Nemiga on the board, that represents a real challenge here to FURIA, as now they have to come out with Tech 9s around this hero gun.
It's more like their openers. They'll be happy to play really fast to get into those 3v3s, 2v2s, but then they will just freeze, and, like that's when they don't make the mistakes, because the experience, think about that 2v5 on Anubis, they really slowed it down, cleared everything, got their nades in, waited, cleared out Xanta and Dark. Like, they may look crazy at the start, but their late rounds are actually pretty solid.
Just think it's really cool to have that level of respect and understanding among the team, right?
Clean from Zwei. What's he got?
Skull's knocked out. Zwei again providing these openers. It's just the one and done this time, but it was the hero gun removed. Yuri now dons it. Still, don't underestimate Yuri. He was having a hell of a game in the one prior. Chases down that kill to Kant. Looked like he was going to hang around, wait and see if anything else presents itself, and it will over the stairs. Risky Bob plays his hand now, and it's all eyes on kScerato. Deeg pulled, and there's the triple swing. Nemiga tie us up.
That spam for Xanta is so important, because Yuri was holding the stairs peak through that smoke, and then the spam draws him back to shoot right through it. And so gets caught off guard by the smoke push. It's a little worrying for a moment there, but it was only a hero gun, and gonna see Nemiga land back on their feet. Break the money early. Already looking like they're gonna do better than the first half of Anubis. Warp early, hopefully a better map for Khan here. Flashing his mid players, and lots of Glocks to get rid of. Oh dear. 5 up.
Sick movement from kScerato though.
Good one.
One of his better plays. All right, we're about to have the guns make a return for FURIA, and they want it to be a triumphant return. You don't want Nemiga suddenly picking up all this early momentum, as this CT side has taken shape very, very quickly. And could even start to spiral out of control. I mean, look at the money, right? It's going to take FURIA a little time to break through this, so you want to hit the ground running here now that the rifles come back out.
Execute, and they'll be recommitting and making it look... Oh, no. Okay, nice flick somehow. They're making it look like a fake, but it is going to still be the recommit into A right now. Cello gets spotted. Now they can start to panic back to the other side of the map. Skulls gets his mid-kill. They're still sort of stuck in the mud right now with one spotted at ramp. Nemiga should be knowing where this is ending, but Fallen's picked Zwei. FURIA have so many options right now with Yuri in the ladder room. They can plant for him. They just need to clear out connector. Skulls is on it right now. Crossing past the window. Nice shot for paiN. He's on one right now. 2 kills. There's the cover that allows an open plant, but they got to pick up that bomb once again. And paiN is just hitting everything until Fallen comes flying in. 1v1 for Fallen.
Has to swing wide to go and get the bomb.
No way he's going around. Okay, no.
Feigned footsteps, but Xanta didn't hear this. Home's in on ramp now. Fallen is already up and past him.
No way.
Oh, did Fallen actually make it work? Has he got him doubting himself? No, Xanta stays committed to this angle. Not falling for Fallen's tricks. And now with the spot, he's got the info. Fallen's going to have to win this one with aim, not the brain. And Xanta, swinging him wide, puts him to rest.
He almost, for a second, looked like he wanted to go B, but Xanta doesn't doubt himself. Fallen ain't built like that. paiN, a couple of important kills here from CT. Reassuring look for Nemiga, a team that don't have good results on Mirage in the last few months. Putting up a strong defense right now, but it can all get a little awkward with a B rush like this.
I mean, there's this unshakable feeling that any moment now FURIA will break through, but if that never happens, Nemiga are on their way to a great CT half. Even this round, right? Might have started with that one from Serato, but it's so quickly petered out in the apartments. They're getting stuck in here.
Contained.
Not allowed to get out. Yuri left as the last man standing, and they collapse down upon him. 5 rounds straight for Nemiga since these guns have come out.
No AWPs on these T sides today for Fallen, just staying away from them. Did the same on Anubis. I love it. Solid rifle, that's a crazy opening kill as the double orb enters the fray. Skulls gets wallbanged, and Zwei wins his fight on ramp. Suddenly the map is a lot easier for Nemiga. They have so much room.
The fact that they even have the money and are feeling comfortable enough to go for double orbs here on the CT side is a real sign of the times with how clean these rounds have been from the Nemiga CT half.
Surprising.
Follow-up kill for Risky Bob.
It's not ready for that reposition so quick. That's bomb loose as well. This round's dead before it started.
I mean, if you're FURIA, you're probably feeling a bit like how we're feeling, which is, where's this come from?
Yeah.
This is a whole different team. We could win every round back on Anubis. 2v4, doesn't matter. 2v5, even better. But here, it is stone cold denial at everything that FURIA have brought to the table.
Called a save with more than a minute left, and now they're just trying to survive. And they know they still have bombs, so at this point, Nemiga can realize, like, they're not going for this round.
You know, I mean, as much as this is daunting for FURIA, you got to credit Nemiga for having really tightened things up. They're getting these openers, and they're not overplaying their hand on the back of it. They deal an early crushing blow, and then they all tuck in.
I do want to see a bit of hunting, though. That would be nice. Get some revenge. They have the money for it. Xanta's making that push happen. Serato should be done for. Oh, good cover.
I mean, with Risky Bob now donning that second AWP and already looking real good on it and constantly keeping them guessing as to where these AWPs are going to appear. This is a problem.
Is that a leg through the leg into the headshot? That would have been a double kill if not for the jump. Back for more.
Slow burning round.
Needs to be. Seen far too many rounds disappear too quickly for FURIA, so let this window boost lurk happen, but he gets caught on the jump. Lear sees him in the smoke.
Was waiting for that exact move. They're giving Fallen a taste of his own medicine with how they're reading the game plan being put forth here from FURIA's T side. I mean, it was Nemiga who picked into this matchup, and you could have predicted that FURIA would have looked to go for Mirage were it left open. So maybe there's been some homework done here from the Nemiga side. They look very ready for what they're up against. As you say, this has not been a map that's been kind to this squad. Even kind of within their usual realm of Counter-Strike, this is not one of their go-tos.
Yeah, and they've been winning a lot online recently. At the end of last year, even a LAN.
Play through the ramp smoke. kSerato in the meantime out on the stairs as these rotates start to stifle over for Nemiga. It's going to be a little slow on this approach with room getting taken from FURIA, but still they're not in a position to plant this bomb, and with Sway having waited all around over in Palace to play his cards, there's the first strike. There's the first incision to bring them in for the retake. 5v3 now, couple of missed shots from this AWP, sure. But Nemiga only just having this retake take shape as Xanta and Lear both come up with kills. Skulls at ramp.
Seen this one before.
You have seen this one before. Gonna have to relive one of the best moments of last year and cut short.
2 players on 10
Yeah,
health.
I was believing.
I was not counting that out by any means. If you had the AK, maybe. Yeah, the thing is, FURIA have gone for so many set calls like this double fake where they exec A, show B, go back A, or quick mid and just try con split. They haven't been defaulting properly, and they don't know that things like this have been happening. Sway's been pushing Palace like every round of the CT side. He's been there so often, and they just execute into A again, and he's up in their face. So FURIA don't really know even what's going on. The double AWP was a surprise. They get caught by the reposition. Now they know Zway's pushing. Now Khan's done it, but oh, they've already crossed. He's dead. He has no idea. If only Skull swung, he would win this kill right now. Still got a backstab late on that play. That must feel annoying for Khan. It's got to be up to the AK of Zway, but he's been good for it all day. 2 headshots, crisp conversion. Only kSerato, blink and you miss it, but he doesn't miss. Almost the third. 10 health, the difference.
That's so close from kSerato. Oh. It's a round like that that would have brought FURIA right back in to this T side of Mirage, but 10 HP makes a world of difference. It means this flawless CT side put forward from Nemiga keeps on coming through. No breaks on this trade. Timeout from FURIA. It feels like they're up against a whole different team.
Yeah.
If you are just tuning in, if this is the first map you've decided to watch, in map 1 on Anubis, which was Nemiga's pick in the series, FURIA, it didn't matter how many players down they were, they would win the round. They won countless 2v4s, 2v5s on their way to an incredibly one-sided game. They come into Mirage, a classic map for the FURIA squad. One that Nemiga aren't particularly well versed on themselves and have had a rough time on as of late. And it is so one-sided. Only the pistol round and the conversions for FURIA in the entire game so far.
And now they're pushing mid. We haven't even seen stuff like this. Flick, headshot, not connecting. Xanta gets a second chance at life. His teammate's pushed all the way in under as well, and he's blocking it, so FURIA can't even set up to trade, let alone get that fight. And Nemiga just get out. A refund on the mid control. FURIA now another execute. These have just not worked, have they? And now we have a perfect double ramp bait and switch setup. Lear committed, so I don't think they're gonna clear his way. If Lear even takes a kill, that's massive, but he doesn't need to make this work. There's the first. Lear doubles up, forget the switch. All you need is the bait. They have B. kSerato's found a pick, but this is a long rotation. Khan can stop it.
Oh my God, Fallen moving in. Khan on the angle, that's the bomb dropped. FURIA might have B. But without that bomb resting over in top of middle, they cannot win this round. It's all eyes on Yuri. Can he save the day? Essentially 1v4, and Khan is ready for it. kScerato, 30 seconds left. He's been waiting patiently at the B site for that bomb right there to arrive. But it never makes its final destination. Visions of death, visions of defeat for FURIA here on their map pick as Nemiga's CT side knows no bounds. 9-2.
They're coming from as well.
The thing that's so mad is like FURIA have been forced into set piece after set piece because all their opening moves have been countered perfectly by Nemiga. Even in this round here and now. Smoke down in lower, the push into the tunnels. Doing everything they can to remove the starting play of the round. FURIA never got the space in mid. That's what they were looking for. They went and took lower tunnels. They had two players trying to challenge in the top of middle. They don't get the room. They're blocked by the util. They're blocked by the presence of Nemiga. And then it gets left with one of these set pieces into the A site that Lear just decimates. You can't do your opening moves because Nemiga are canceling them. That is leaving you with these desperate set piece calls. And Nemiga are one step ahead as they have been throughout the entire CT side. The ball is just not moving for FURIA. They are Sisyphus in this tail, and no matter how hard they push, it just keeps rolling back down.
Crushing them in the process. They can walk this con smoke, but Khan is again on the line with the AWP. Seems like there's been an AWP. Wherever FURIA go, they can't escape it. Fallen's finally pulled his out on the end of the T side, and he has put it to use. Maybe that's something.
I mean, the fact that he's finally started donning the AWP, but that feels like it's coming from desperation. You've seen the first few orbs for Fallen materialize in this game down the tail end of this half. Zwei dominating skulls over in the apartments. Risky bomb on this second AWP may as well take over. He's been nailing shot after shot.
He's walking through this every day. It's 9-2. Go for it.
Zwei still putting up resistance. There's the Lear backstab, and it's all eyes on kScerato. This time he has the bomb, but he's had to hit like a one-man army. He had an impressive sequence to save that AWP. Getting an E1 even more impressive now with real consequences. He will have an open runway to a bomb plant.
No way he's expecting it, though. He's going to have to take space, clear backside, check bench. He's going to be so paranoid.
Xana's position doesn't lend itself, though, to stopping this plant. So kScerato does have time to take. He can clear these angles. And he should still get away with the plant, even as that realization's kicking in. Okay.
Full nades on
kScerato's the one guy performing. 11 kills deep. He's got more kills than 3 of his teammates put together. kScerato's not messing around. He's the one you want left in this clutch. Nemiga, you might have had a flawless CT side. This is the final boss. Can you get past an entrenched kScerato? Tucked in right now. This whole game has fallen onto kScerato's shoulders, and now he has to bring the heat in this clutch. First connects. They're getting closer. He hears the footsteps, and they chase him down. And Nemiga, past the pistol and the conversions, do not drop a single round on the CT side of FURIA's map pick.
runaway first half on Mirage as Nemiga on a map they can't and don't play dominate FURIA. 10 rounds straight on the CT side. What have you got to say about that?
Well, I predicted a flawless first half, Hugo.
Just for whom?
Yeah, boy, did I botch. Did I botch that one? Nemiga didn't drop a round. The moment they bought guns out, that was it. And now they're teed up for a victory that feels as good as theirs.
That's a dangerous sentence, I'll just say that. But right now, Nemiga looking like they can't miss a beat. Sway putting on a great game. Lear as well. And FURIA nowhere to be seen. Put him on the missing posters, the milk cartons. kCERATO, the one guy in the team, has just been picked as well. Bomb's going B. It's in the sight. Cello fighting for his life. Skulls has even helped him out. My God, that's a quick tap for Risky Bob.
He is feeling it. He's in his element right now, Risky Bob.
They're all just getting killed on the other side of the map. No one's safe.
Yuri, head on a swivel. Oh, God, out of ammo. Longing this out, but Risky Bob will close it. Pistol round secured. And Nemiga want this win. They want to take us to a third. Inferno left waiting in the wings after a dominant win for FURIA to open up 10-2 on the half. On Nemiga's map pick, closing it out 13-6. This felt like it was going to be a fast day in the office for FURIA.
What's just so confusing is just how on the money everyone of FURIA looked on Anubis. Everyone was just hitting the craziest shots. Fallen was reading the game beautifully. They go to T side of their map pick. I'm thinking this one's cooked.
This is just so absurd.
Yeah, it's kind of the craziest game so far.
But Nemiga want that bounty on the head of FURIA. And they want to make it personal by dominating them on their map pick. Coming into this, we were saying in Nemiga, they don't play Mirage. FURIA said, don't worry, neither will we.
Oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear. One shot, FURIA. One chance.
This is the mother of all casters' curses, man.
It wouldn't be your first.
Why did I say it 2 rounds in? How has this happened? They didn't win a single round after I said it.
You did
Well,
this.
maybe that's going to change now. Come on, FURIA.
You did this.
Come on, FURIA. Just give us 1 round, just so I don't feel like I'm at all responsible.
It's too late. It's all your fault. No, jokes aside, Nemiga have absolutely earned this. They've played a phenomenal defense.
What we were saying, clearly they've done the prep. I can't get over how much they were shutting down all the early opening moves that FURIA tried to do in that first half. It was absurd. You forced Fallen into just having a cool exec after exec after exec, and they were all falling on deaf ears. Nemiga with a B rush, run it down. They want this one over and done with. They want a flawless game under their belts. kCERATO offers up resistance. Rotates are arriving. 1 found, but there's the return of force. Xanta, they've lost track of kCERATO. He's got behind enemy lines, and a kCERATO that's behind you is a scary thought indeed. They've got to deal with him now. They have him in a box. Lear picks it up. Cello and Fallen. Can they find just 1 for FURIA? Or will this be 13 straight to close it out for Nemiga? A statement made on this second map for sure, as it comes down to this 1v1. Fallen versus Xanta. Low HP on the clutching Nemiga player, but he's dodged Fallen. Gotten away from him, put some space. Fallen's now the one playing guessing games. This guy looks so composed in the first map. He was calling rings around Nemiga. Experience was reigning supreme, but in his clutch, it's about the aim. 1 shot from Xanta could close this, but it's Fallen to pick it up. Finally, they break the streak. 12 rounds straight from Nemiga, and it takes an awkward 1v1 from Captain Fallen.
Overtime coming. You heard it here first. Get ready for the best CT side, the second best CT side you've ever seen. I love how Fallen plays that as well. He walks in, he gets him trapped back sight, and then he just pulls back, and he knows playing just the range. He's further from the angle, and Xanta can't go anywhere. Such a nice way of repositioning. After a little B pop for Nemiga, they're going to go to A, right through the smoke with a pace. Fallen. Ooh. Clean on the MP9, almost gets a third. This one will slip by as FURIA gets some consolation rounds, it seems. But dare I call this an inevitability at 12-3? They might as well save at 120.
Just what an absurd game we've got to watch here. It really is nothing like it. This is all the while K-Serato and Yuri have both looked good. It's the other three that have all entirely fallen silent on this second map. And as we say, Nemiga went from getting outwitted, outbrained on that opener to calling rings around Fallen here, leaving him with no options, even desperately donning the AWP, the weapon that he'd looked to avoid throughout a lot of Anubis. He was perfectly content on the rifle. Triggering that change was a real sign of the times. And so even though FURIA is scraping a couple of rounds together, it's such a long way on this comeback. It's messed up because I can't even pretend like you haven't seen a team win this many rounds in a row, because you literally have already.
Happened. Yeah,
just a few minutes ago.
Yes.
But surely not. Like, from this much of a back foot, that's such a monumental effort, a hulking effort required from FURIA.
You're so scarred that you're considering it at 12-4.
Why am I considering it?
You're scarred, Harry. You're the victim here.
Yeah. Will this be a pity party? Or do Nemiga just walk this one over the line and tee us up for that third and final map of Inferno in a series that did not feel like it was going to go the distance?
No apology from Nemiga here needed. 12-4. They have made this a very entertaining series all of a sudden with an Inferno decider.
I mean, I don't know what the game plan is here. Just looking for damage if you're Nemiga. It's not going to be found. FURIA triple set up on the catwalk. And eventually someone gets the kill.
Took a lot of effort. All right. Game on. Full buy. I've seen...
No, why are you considering it?
I'm just thinking, you know, I just popped in my head. paiN Mouz at Copenhagen, I think, for the playoffs and the major, and was it paiN got 12-0 and then they started playing scared. They got 12-0 on Mirage. They started playing scared, and they really didn't want to just end it.
No, okay.
They were like, okay, we can win this game right now, and they played super safe. And it went like 13-10. They won it, but it took them 10 rounds and a clutch to close it. Am I remembering that perfect? Because they were underdogs, obviously. Now, I hope Nemiga don't get scared and overthink this.
That's the one crazy train back into this game, right? If you're FURIA, you're telling yourselves, like, okay, things look really dire, but we just take it a round at a time.
The pressure's off for FURIA. Seen a lot of comebacks on Mirage. I think FaZe Liquid Cologne.
Yeah. In a way, because you've already lost this game, the only thing left to do would be to win it. So, Nemiga, pressure's on them.
Yeah.
Just to get that one round. They had no issue getting 12 straight. But sometimes it's the 13th that's the hardest to find.
I think I've heard that somewhere.
For the inexperienced underdog team of Nemiga with some real bright prospects.
Yeah.
It's not something they want to see come to fruition.
Ooh, good molly though. Girls is allowed to leave. FURIA bail him out with more util. Back to A for a set piece. They've got Azanta in lower middle. FURIA feigning some control, but they have no eyes on mid. They don't know how many players could be here right now. They've heard a lot of grenades. And it's about to be contact out A. There's no one in the bomb site as well.
Yeah, they've got so much control. They can play contact on this.
This is scary.
They don't have to drop a single piece of util, which means Skulls will never get like anything to tell him to turn around here. Meaning these players in comp might just get shot in the back. They've walked the smoke, trading places. Cello fed to the wolves. Skulls tries to hold the line. He's got support from Yuri. You've at least managed to get out with a 4-on-3. You'll take that. Oh, a wide swing from Fallen's AWP, and suddenly the game's afoot. Furia right back in for the retake. Another from Fallen. Where was this in the first half? It's only Risky Bob. Chart-topping performance right now from this man. There's the spot, gets the info. Everyone's moving in through the jungle. Risky Bob, all the info in the world. Now he's got to hit the shots. Backed up into the spawn. It's another from Risky Bob. Put down. His reign of terror finally closed out as Furia will stick the landing on that retake.
Halfway there.
That's what you got to tell yourselves right now if you're Furia. You might not have expected to need to perform this comeback, but it's quickly becoming the expectation, and it's one that they're starting to believe in piece by piece.
Yeah, Fallen hit some bangers. I think they were expecting a player in the site, or maybe they would, have actually got jungle smoke in, but everyone for Furia towards Con. That's a really, I think that's a great round for Nemiga to run, walking through the con smoke first and then contacting out A. They get a lot of room. Xanta shockingly even gets a kill from his position. It just comes down to Fallen hitting some beautiful AWP headshots from afar. So Nemiga, 1 for 1, going to be by eco. A round where they have nothing to lose. Risky Bob with a hero weapon creeping out, looking for that entry. As Serato no longer playing the B apartments, is Fallen AWPing it, so he gets to sit in the A site. Dreamy. Until he walks into the Galil.
Spot there. Is this a dry fight?
That's brutal.
Had players nearby, they could have lent a helping hand, but Serato on a quick jiggle takes matters into his own hands. Now they creep in closer.
Oh, no.
Serato bested by the Deagle. Skulls having a turnaround now. He's responsible for both Connector and this A site. He needs a bit of help, and so Yuri's moved in. Watchful eye over mid as Skulls won't let them in to his bomb site. Yuri wins that fight in middle, and Sway, low on health, will be finished off by Fallen. Now it's 5 rounds straight for Furia.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots. I'm quaking a little bit, Harry. Furia giving us a reason to buy in.
Does it feel like a bit of the flare's gone as well from the other side?
Well, it's a second half.
It's a little more fearful.
It's a different game, Harry. It's closing the map.
That peak was not in tandem with each other. That was kind of rough. The one way a rifle is able to pick that up is if the peak is just a second or so delayed, and that's exactly what they give Skulls there.
Dude, MR12, man, it comes back quick. It hits you in the face before you even realize. 1 minute you're trolling, you're having fun, you've won 12 rounds in a row.
There's only a handful of rifle rounds left between you and an OT game if you are Nemiga.
Mr. Window Smoke. They're going to come out mid anyway. There's an AWP on short. Fallen. He ain't bad. Break on it as well. I think they saw that, so they know the jig is up. Out under Xanta. His presence getting delivered to Furia, but it's him to fall first on that chopping block. No one here to help. And if they swing up mid, Fallen is waiting. Flash for Cello. Oh, it is in tandem with Lear's flasher. He gets blinded and double kill out mid. Fallen missed. Nemiga might have finally sent themselves all the way to a third map. Serato, Bianca, a long way from home. And there was a bit of worry in there. Don't tell me you thought this was free. But Nemiga have earned this victory and taken us to all 3.
It takes a hulking individual effort from Risky Bob here all the way down the stretch. Even while Furia have been on this streak of rounds, Risky Bob has been that one guy consistently offering up resistance. Nemiga certainly came into this prepped. They knew what they wanted to get out of Mirage, and they will deal that crushing blow. A crazy victory picked up for Nemiga. Scores will have to be settled on that third map of Inferno.
And that 20k bounty now firmly within Nemiga's sights. Damn, talk about a topsy-turvy affair. We go from map number 1, where FURIA were absolutely dominating, onto their own ground where we thought, surely with all that momentum, with all that confidence, hell no. Nemiga answered back with, how many rounds was it in a row, Jacob?
7 or 8, I think.
I think you'll be correct in saying 12 rounds in a row.
For Nemiga.
For Nemiga, that's crazy.
I thought he meant first half. Listen, for FURIA to win the first 2 rounds, go up 2-0 and be starting on their side, I thought to myself, Cello, T-side Mirage, FURIA, T-side Mirage, you get to control the pace, you get to control the game, you just won the first map. Everything was kind of laid out, you know, for FURIA to win this one, and that's why I kind of want to give a lot of credit to Nemiga. I think they were dominating in the first half. I think they were being very proactive. I think they were playing good Counter-Strike, and I think some of the individuals that we didn't get to see on Anubis whatsoever stepped up massively. Risky Bob is one of them. It's only fitting that we got to see in the very last round that he just went out top middle, got a triple kill to end off the game, but throughout the entire series, he was a difference maker for Nemiga, and I think I said it to you, Peter, I thought he was the worst performer on Anubis, so for him to bounce back in that fashion, pretty impressive.
Definitely. I mean, I think it's great to see that he gets to bounce back. I've had this saying, at least from my good friend Device, he always said that you don't have to dwell in the past, you just move on into the future, and what makes a great competitor is the one that gets, you know, to forget his past results, but get into and put up a performance like this. So it was a good mentality fortitude from this guy, you know, being the worst performer on the first map, going in, and then actually being such a big pillar for them to go in and create such a result.
Best player on Mirage, worst name in the game, no doubt.
Say it how it is, Jacob. I respect that. I mean, looking back upon that C2 side for Nemiga, I'm totally buying into what you were saying, Jacob. I expected Cello to be firing out all cylinders. I expected K Serrano, from what we saw on Anubis, to be having impact. I feel like, Peter, they would execute towards A, nothing worked. They would go down mid, nothing worked. They went towards B, literally nothing worked. Like, the defense coming out from Nemiga was nothing but stellar.
It definitely felt like Furia, they got off to a good start, but then they maybe felt a little bit too comfortable, also from the win on Anubis, going in thinking this is, you know, this is maybe a blowout, we're just going to win, you're just going to by showing up. Then they start fighting back, and that what can be difficult as a player is that you've come into a situation where you are maybe a little bit too comfortable, and then when the opponent starts fighting back, you're thinking, what just changed in the last couple of rounds that all of a sudden these guys are actually capable of playing Counter-Strike, but before they were not.
I can't fault them in the sense that obviously as a player you got to stay on top of that. You got to be able to constantly keep focus. You got to be able to never underestimate your opponents, but you can probably attest to that, Peter, as well. It's easier said than done from time to time. I, as a viewer, you know, sitting in the green room watching the game, also thought when FURIA went up 2-0, this is going to be a walk in the park T side. They get to control the entire thing. Leia was shutting them down. Risky Bob was shutting them down. All these individuals were shutting down the likes of Cello, K Serrano, Fallen for that matter as well. And as you said, FURIA, they tried to execute fast towards the B bomb side. Didn't work out. They tried a couple of rounds to take mid control, as you can see right here. Leia was shutting them down in towards connector. They tried a couple of times to do an A execute, didn't work out either. So it wasn't like FURIA didn't try, but it almost felt like they weren't trying at the right moments, and that's also part of calling, Peter. In T-Spawn, you can have an idea and you can call a great strat, but if the right strat is not called at the right moment where you catch off your opponents, that good strat or that good call doesn't work out anyway. And it felt like all the different calls coming in for FURIA were, I wouldn't say missed time, but perhaps didn't really suit what they were facing.
No, man, as you mentioned, FURIA did definitely try. They tried to go for the mid aggression, then they tried, you know, to put on the side, but they were constantly shut down. But I kind of want to turn it around and say, yeah, sure, FURIA, they tried, but I think it's more favorable to mention that Nemiga also had like this idea how to approach, you know, that they were being very proactive. They decided if they lost a specific place on the map, they wanted to re-aggress on another one. You know, they didn't let FURIA breathe. They kept being in FURIA's behind. You know, they wanted to go and grab these areas instead of just sitting back and playing passive. They decided to take matters into their own hands.
I think that's an excellent point, Peter. We see the highlight from this round 3 in the game. You're down 2-0. You just lost the first map without being competitive. What is the first buy round call coming out from Nemiga? Pushing 2 guys up top middle, having 2 guys towards the B bomb side, and just absolutely annihilating FURIA. That's a confidence play. That's a play that gives you confidence as well. You could argue as well, had they lost that round, had they gone down 3-0, 4-0, then probably they would have played a bit more safe, a little bit more laid back. That could have been the end of the game. But fact of the matter is that despite Nemiga being nowhere to be shown on Anubis and going down 2-0, they kept playing to their own strengths with this aggressive Counter-Strike and in-your-face Counter-Strike. And they won on their own playing terms, and I like it.
Yeah, they took the risk and they reaped the rewards in this map, to say the least. From the side of obviously the in-game leader for Nemiga, Lit, we talked about him having the impact in terms of the fragging capability as well. Shout out to him for taking those risks, particularly when you're going up against such a storied player like Fallen, who's already basically just decimated you on your own map pick. Like, being able to have that mentality, this makes me excited to watch Nemiga.
Definitely, like, you need to. Like, if you just decide to say, okay, we just got beat on Anubis, let's just fall on our backs and just do nothing, then yeah, you will lose. And I think there was a clear case of how Nemiga, they got back into the game by getting these important rounds. They started believing in themselves. They started believing in the team. They got to the point where like we can actually beat FURIA on this map, taking it to a third one where everything is possible.
Everything is possible, and I think with the way FURIA played on this second map, with the, I guess, vulnerabilities they were able to show, I can't say that Nemiga doesn't have a chance heading into Inferno. So for all my money right now, it has to be a bounce back for FURIA, and it has to be a wake-up call for them, and obviously we got to give credit to Nemiga for playing a good game of Counter-Strike.
On the flip side, this might be a difficult question to pose to you, Peter, but I'm sure you've had plenty of opportunity to play against Fallen, right? How much do you feel like he's one of those momentum-based players, like having been his opponent many times over? Did you have those ability to kind of, if you're pulling off those crazy plays, if you're pulling off something unexpected, is that going to have the capability of, kind of, I don't want to say tilting him, but stopping him in his tracks?
I think if there's one player that I would categorize as being a non-tilter, then I think it's Fallen. He's always seems to be this super cool guy that just, no matter what is thrown at him, he just keeps his cool and actually stays very true to his teammates. Always give them a high five if something goes bad. That is one of the things that I think is very important for him as a captain. Also, I think it just categorizes him as a person as well. I think that for this case, when they don't get to the point where anything is working for them, I think it's also a team dynamic that they need all to chime in to feel like what is working, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is doing that. It's not only on Fallen, and that is also what is important to notice on teams, is that, yeah, sure, you are the in-game leader, you are the one making the call, but you also need to remember that you also do the whole idea about having, you're a team for a matter, everyone chimes in.
And I agree with that, the team aspect as well. I think Fallen is an in-game leader, especially in FURIA, that gives freedom to the likes of Cello, to the likes of Yuri. We saw a couple of rounds, especially on the T side of Mirage, one where Yuri is being boosted up in towards window and he makes some weird jump, getting caught through a smoke, and by then giving up the first kill. Cello as well, trying to push up A by himself, getting caught off guard. Fallen is an in-game leader that gives freedom to his players, so I kind of want to defend him in the sense that they were trying different stuff here in Mirage, but he also relies on his individuals to do something to open up the rounds for him, to then make the right call in a 3v3, and unfortunately for Fallen, he didn't get much help. 2016,
2017 FURIA would kill me if I didn't ask you this question, Peter. What is one of your standout memories of playing against Fallen? As I imagine you've been head-to-head so many times. Is there any moment that you can kind of particularly remember, for better or worse for you?
If I just need to put Fallen inside my brain, he is just this he was one of the first AWPers in at least in Global Offensive that came out with this new AWPing style of always being up close. Like, he was not the one falling, staying behind and holding angles. Yes, he would do that, but occasionally he would also be the one sitting in the most weird position. You'd be like, how are you doing this with an AWP? And as an entry fragger, I have been in many situations where I've been the one that has to go first, and the first guy I would see is just, Fallen sitting crouched somewhere, killing me, and then I expect my teammate to trade him, but because Fallen had the level he had, he would also get the double, right?
Yeah. Any final thoughts before we do dive into map number 3, Jacob?
Nope.
Nope. Nothing at all. Nothing going through that brain. Well, that's a good thing, because we do have the opportunity to take a quick break before we're diving into Inferno.
the new bounty format from Blast, I think it's very exciting. That's first time I see something in cybersport.
I actually like the whole idea about you can pick like opponent and stuff. So
adds a little bit of spice to it, I would say. Really interesting to see how it's gonna see out also throughout the tournament.
It's gonna make things more interesting for the fans as well, putting money on people's heads. It kind of incentivizes people to take some risks.
To start the season off with something like this, like a new format, is always bringing something more exciting, and also the new rosters competing. So I think there's gonna be many interesting twists.
Something that the kind of scene sort of needs, so hopefully it should be something that's fun to watch.
A new season, new rosters, and a brand new format here at the Blast Bounty as well. Now, in case you aren't familiar, let's just refresh ourselves of the seeding coming into this particular series, because Nemiga down in 22nd place in terms of the seeding, FURIA then 9th. So that means, Jacob, if Nemiga win, they get that 20k bounty, they get to keep their tournament life, and they get the 9th seed as well. That's crazy.
Let's not forget we have the draft show tonight after the last round has finished. And as you said, if Nemiga were to beat FURIA on the upcoming map, which is possible, it's Inferno, it could go both ways, they will be the first team to pick their opponent, which most likely mean that we'll have an Nemiga versus Liquid or an Nemiga versus Team Falcons. So
that's actually big.
I think right now, you know, as cruel as that may sound, if you're Falcons or if you're Liquid, you're probably rooting for the Nemiga to take down FURIA, because you know there's a great likelihood that you then get a slightly easier matchup in the second round.
That was exactly the take that I wanted to bring. If you're one of the better teams here, then you're like, yeah, we want to play Nemiga. Like, come on, please win, you know? I mean, not saying they're bad, you know, but, you know, if you could pick between Nemiga and FURIA on paper, at least you would go for it.
No, there are like a hell of a lot of different seeding points between them, so that makes sense.
And I also do think it speaks into, you know, the landscape of Counter-Strike sometimes, and maybe you can attest to this as well. FURIA is a team that sometimes play up to the level of the opposition. If FURIA is facing someone that is not as great as, you know, other teams on paper, to say it in a political correct way, it feels like they're dropping down a level sometimes. And some teams have that habit of playing up to the level of the opposition. Where I also feel like FURIA, whenever playing a good team, they always show up and they always make the game competitive. So I think regardless of how you want to frame it, it's not disrespectful to say that some of these better teams would like FURIA to be out and Nemiga to progress, because FURIA is never fun to play. It's never fun to play Case Route. It's never fun to play Yuri. It's never fun to play Cello for that matter.
No, if you were still in Vitality, still in Falcons, you'd want to be playing Nemiga, right?
I mean, it would be okay, you know, and talking about the whole landscape of having...
Now, would you be an underdog against Nemiga?
In the Falcons?
Yeah.
Which Falcons
just the fact that he can't answer that with a straight face.
The fact that I have to think about it, that makes it kind of awkward, right? Yeah, sure.
Set you up.
But talking about the landscape that you mentioned, like having a big level difference between teams can sometimes be one of the things that can be very hard as one of the bigger teams, because you go up against an opponent that potentially see the game or at least play the game differently for what you're used to. Maybe you expect people to respect smokes a lot more, or maybe not run through Molotovs because you consider being that a stupid move. But people do that occasionally. That is what they need to do to catch people off guard. So I think that is one of the things that has the biggest saying in when you talk about Tier 1 Counter-Strike and Tier 2 Counter-Strike, the difference level, that the Tier 1 teams can have a hard time understanding why the Tier 2 teams play like this, because they're so used to it. And I think that has at least in the future, or sorry, in the past, played a lot of influence in how results has been.
It's just less polished.
Yes, no, I think that's a fair assessment indeed. Inferno, though, this is going to be the deciding ground between both FURIA and Nemiga. We heard it from Skulls in the interview earlier. He said that they haven't played any officials against Nemiga, but they have had some practice. One map, to be exact, and that was Inferno.
Yeah, and I think we should utilize Peter, you know, being the former pro of the two of us, the most recent pro, maybe also the
by a long shot,
some may say. Peter, practice is one thing, official games is another. They said they played Inferno against each other. I think a lot of people out there would wonder, obviously I know because I've been a pro myself, but how much are you actually showing in those practice games compared to official games, and how much learning is there from playing a team on a certain map than hitting into an official?
I think the first lesson when it comes to practice and official is that there's no pressure when you go into practice games, obviously. Then the other thing is that when you, before coming into a tournament as a professional team, or any team given, then you would usually look at what group, like what team you are in.
They don't know with this format.
No, that's true though. But you would usually look into like, okay, we're actually gonna have a chance of going against these guys, then you simply will not practice against them. And I don't think, as you mentioned, FURIA, they did not expect maybe to play against Nemiga. So yeah, sure, let's just play against them. And then when you go into like specific maps, at least for my sake, you know, I had situations where I had to go up against an opponent that I had recently practiced against, and then I would go to the point where I'm thinking, okay, this guy punished me doing that, I punished them doing that. How did they approach the game? How do they see the game? You know, you kind of add this thing, but then you can also mind blow yourself in some ways that you're thinking, yeah, they used to do this, but they were practicing it, and they figured out this one did not work, and yada, yada, yada. You know, it's like this constant back and forth where I think it's more important that you just rely on the things that you as a team know works for you instead of having to rely too much on what they think works.
But is it fair to say that when you go into a practice environment, because that's how I remember it, you're not scared of showing stuff, you're not scared of testing out tactics, you're not scared of testing out defaults, so you can learn a lot from practicing against certain teams, and you must have taken some mental notes if you're an Nemiga or FURIA for that matter.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, like, if you go into a practice game and obviously you don't know who you're going to play in the future, yada yada, then you also need to just, you know, you need to expose yourself. Like, you need to practice your set tactics, you need to run your defaults and do all these kind of things, you know. But that is also where I think the better teams are just way better at, yes, they can call an A hit or B hit, but they are better at playing the mid rounds. You know, mid rounding is more important in my opinion in Counter-Strike than set goes, especially if you are a really good team, because that is where you create and play off each other, which is in my book a lot more important.
Well, knife round has officially happened. Didn't make you cast it this time, Dupree. So be thankful for that one. FURIA did indeed choose the CT side of things. What do we know about how they, you know, like to approach Inferno in terms of the defensive half, Jacob?
I mean, we know Cello is going to be in your face. The CT side, T side doesn't matter. I think Fallen again. Please pick up the AWP on Inferno CT side. We had the conversation, you know, certain sides you can afford not to have the AWP, certain sides you can afford to have it. I think Fallen having an AWP present somewhere on Inferno is great. You spoke about his close combat AWPing. The first map that comes into mind for me when that's the case is Inferno. That was the map where he was always so good at being aggressive on Banana. He would stand exposed in middle, even placing himself on the A bomb side in the middle of basically anywhere. He could get kills. Now, it's not the same Fallen anymore, but I suspect FURIA to be able to shut down for Nemiga, despite that I feel right now Inferno is slightly more T-sided than CT-sided if you're a good team.
If Fallen has gone away from that identity, then something has changed in Fallen. And I don't think Fallen had changed that much of identity.
He's missing now, is that what you're saying?
Occasionally, yes. But if he goes away from this close thing opening, especially in the CT side, then something is off, because that was always his strength, especially on the B-bomb side is one, or at least playing short on A. I think that is like his go-to positions. I hope that FURIA is going to be a little bit aggressive. They, at least from what my remembrance is, that they do like to run down mid as CT. They do like to make all these aggressive plays to get opportunities of getting first kills. I hope they will do that and not be afraid that they are now in a third map against Nemiga.
But I think that's an interesting point, because I agree with you that used to be the FURIA style. That's usually what we thought of FURIA as well. But something changed with Fallen coming into the lineup and Art going out. It became a little bit more by the books Counter-Strike. And you speak of Fallen having changed identity. I agree with you. I hope that he's going to continue to be a close combat AWP. I hope he continues to believe in his skill. But I think we have seen throughout this series and the past 6 months as well that he's opting more towards the rifle, trusting less in his AWP, and hopefully that's not going to be the case here, because I think he's needed.
Jacob, spit some bars about Quesarado on Inferno. Sell me on the vision of the Quesarado you want in the server today.
I want 25 plus kills from Quesarado on Inferno, depending on whether or not it's going to be a close game. I want Quesarado to be the stabilizer. He's not going to be the first point of contact. Leave that to Cello, leave that to Yuri. But whenever it's a 3v3, you spoke about mid-round scenarios, you spoke about mid-round calling, that's when Quesarado comes into play. He's also a fantastic clutcher as well. So depending on how much Cello and how much Yuri gets done in order to set him up, or I guess leave any frags for him on the server, that's when Quesarado comes into play. He's not going to be the first point of contact, but I bet you he'll be the last one.
And of course, we have high expectations for Quesarado. He's been playing really well this series. So, I mean, even on Mirage, you know, even they lost, he was still like the guy. Maybe he didn't have as much impact as he did on the first map, but at least he pulled up some numbers, you know, so he is your go-to guy. But I kind of have a bell ringing in my brain saying Yuri is pretty good on Inferno. So I have a feeling that he also gets to the point where he will pull up some pretty good plays.
Didn't we all have FURIA winning this game?
We did.
Is anyone going to flip-flop this one?
No. Don't you mean clip-clap?
Clip-clap.
Yes.
Okay.
Jacob.
Put on our clip-clappers.
I don't know whether we can pull up the seeding graphic just once again, because I have a question to pose to you, gentlemen. Do you believe that FURIA deserve to be seeded 9th, because we've got the likes of Eternal Fire just underneath them. We got Astralis all the way down in 15th. We got paiN 13th as well as another kind of, you know, South American side. Do you think that it's justified that they have 20k if you beat them?
FURIA had an uptick in performance late of 2024, so in that sense, maybe it's deserved. Now, do I think they're the 9th best team in the world? Nope.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump the boat on this one with you. I think being seed 9 is very big for them. I mean, I think it's difficult because they have the player material. You know, they are obviously player material is not everything when it comes to
Day 3 in his career as an analyst, he's sounding like us 4 years ago. How about that? It's like, it's very difficult with FURIA, you know.
Yes, it is very difficult with FURIA, you know, and you know, they're not. Maybe they don't deserve the seed right now, but maybe I'm also just stuck and hung on names. You know, I have a tendency of always being stuck on names. You know, having to always thinking that, oh, this guy used to be good in X amount of years ago. You know, and that is maybe also what is maybe hung me up here a little bit. You know, I expect them to be better than they are.
I think FURIA is not a bad team. FURIA is not a great team, and that's the issue for them right now. Then there's a limbo of whether they're 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th. Essentially, it doesn't really matter, as we spoke about. If you're FURIA, if you have that kind of budget, you have that kind of backing from the South American scene as well, and you have the likes of Euro and Caserado on long-term contracts, you don't want to be okay with being number 9, 10, 11, or 12. So essentially, I don't really care whether or not they deserve the 9th seed. They should be a team that is contesting for trophies, or at the very least knocking on the door to top 5, which they're not at the moment.
And you think the solution to that is getting Big Azera in the mix? You think the calling is something that is lacking for FURIA at the moment?
I don't know if it's the calling. I don't. That's the thing. I think that's why it's difficult with FURIA. I don't know if I can point my finger towards Fallen and say you are the issue, because I don't think that would be fair. I think there are talents out there within the Brazilian scene that can come in and hopefully make the team better. You look at a player like Insani right now in MIBR, and you think to yourself, what if he were playing instead of Cello? Could that lift him to another level? Not that Cello is bad at all, but there's so much talent out there that I think you could assemble a team that is better. So yes, if you were to ask me, if you removed, and this is a controversial topic, you know, but if you were to remove Fallen and Cello from that lineup and bring in Insani and Big Azera, do I think FURIA would have a higher chance of being a top 5 team? Absolutely.
Who were the up then?
Who cares?
I think that's a quite
we do care. It's quite a big role, Jacob, that you would have to be.
Is it though? How much of the orb is Fallen playing right now?
Well, isn't that a symptom of maybe the issue that maybe there needs to be a bit more orping going on? Maybe that could bring them more consistency.
And then again, who do you bring in as an orber if you want to bring in someone? NQC, is he good enough to elevate that lineup? I'm not too sure about it. Does Big Azera bring him with him, or is there another orber coming up out there? Hopefully you're not going to recircle Henny. I don't know what to do. I don't think FURIA is a bad team right now. I don't think they should change, but for the future, yes, get Big Azera in.
Just to inform viewers at home, sorry to cut you off there. A little bit of a tech issue going down, as you can probably tell. There's a couple of players who are... I do have a lot of questions, actually, in this big old brain of mine. But yeah, we're trying to get the players' internet issues resolved as fast as humanly possible. Let's roll back the years, though, because we do have the pleasure of having somebody that played against, you know, the prime Brazilian era, where they were winning, you know, 2 majors to their name as well. What made that old Brazilian kind of roster with SK Luminosity, what made them so dangerous? Why were they able to kind of cement an era in our CSGO history books?
I think they brought something new to the table, but also coming from a region that no one was really expecting to be able to play that good Counter-Strike. I think the whole story about how Fallen and FURIA and Coldzera, for that matter, all the the OG Brazilian players came into play, like being BetBoom esports or whatever they're called back in the days, and they were getting helped by, if I recall correctly, Flush and JW, something like that, getting their trip funded to Katowice to go and get some experience. You know, this is just a whole nother level, you know, something that we haven't seen in hundreds of years. So obviously that is great. But I think what they brought to the table was, from my remembrance, is that they were the ones that started doing this whole shoulder peak jiggle thing, where you just show a tiny bit of your shoulder, and you know, that was not what we were meant. Like, we were not used to that in Europe, and that's what everyone, and you see everyone doing it nowadays. You know, they jiggle and they just don't stand still holding angles anymore. I think that comes from the Brazilian upcoming players they had back in the days. I think it's actually a very incredible way of looking at Counter-Strike back then. I mean, it was just something that we just never thought of.
I'll tell you one thing that made them so good back then. There's only ever been one team that were better than Prime Astralis as mid-round calling and mid-round scenarios, and that was the old SK Gaming. I think when you had FURIA, Coldzera, and Fallen alive, or when you have some of those guys alive in a 3v3, they would always find a way to close out those rounds. And I think people severely underestimate how good Coldzera were when he was in a 3v3, or in a 2v2, or in a 1v1 for that matter as well. He would always find a solution. They would always play off each other, communicate in a way that made it incredibly difficult for their opponents to win the rounds. So as you guys did in Astralis, I think you're one of the best teams of all time in order to play the 4v4s, the 3v3s. But there was one team I remember playing against and watching as well, both from a player perspective and as an analyst, that was slightly better, thanks to Coldzera, and that was the old SK Gaming.
I almost thought you were giving him a compliment then,
He's
Jacob.
the second best.
I almost thought it was happening. Where were you in your career when SK Luminosity?
Yeah, where were you in your career?
I was playing against him. I was playing in...
You're on Liquid?
Yes, and I was also in Dignitas, as I think the second best team behind Peter and the boys. So I played against them many times, and I've lost to them many times as well. Especially when we were in Liquid, you know, they were our biggest competitor within that scene. And as I said to Peter right here as well, it felt like, no offense against myself and my old team, but in terms of our capabilities of playing 4v4s, 3v3s, communicate, we were dog shit compared to these guys.
I just want to bring up the roster of FURIA as well, because I think something that, you know, we don't touch upon enough is just like the age disparity in this team. Average age of 26.7 years old. For Skulls, over on the far right, he's only 22, playing with, just want to check my numbers are correct, I want to say 33. Yes, 33 years old on Fallen. That is wild, just thinking about like how much legacy, obviously, we know falls on Fallen's shoulders, but imagine your Skulls. Like, if you were a kid growing up in Brazil, you know who Fallen is, undoubtedly. Imagine what he must have felt when Fallen comes knocking, comes asking if he'll join the team.
Have you ever felt that? I mean, you're technically also a bit of a legend in Danish Counter-Strike, Peter, the most accoladed major player ever, so good on you for that one. Have you ever felt that when you brought in new teammates to Astralis, or when you brought in new teammates in your career, you're playing in Pre-C as well, have you ever felt that some of these young guys were looking up to you and maybe perhaps a little bit afraid of showing their true personality towards you, or afraid of criticizing you? And if so, is that an issue?
It can be. I think it very much depends on what type of person you are.
You're not scary.
Thank you. For my personal sake, it's always been very important for me to step, especially let's take Pre-C as an example. You know, I stepped into a Danish roster that had some up-and-coming names and some players that has been around for a while, but it was very important for me. I remember the first thing I said to the guys when we had a small meeting was that I know I've won 5 majors, and I know I have...
Just so you all know.
No, yeah, but I mean, I think it's important to address it like this. I think it's important to address it like that making sure that they know that, yeah, I've won yada yada, everything. I'm still a regular guy, you know, I'm nothing special, yes, in that sense, but don't be afraid of me. I am a counter player just like you.
And I'm also afraid that it's time to be getting into the game. Of course, it's Inferno, third and final decider between FURIA and Nemiga.
All right. It's about time. Map 3, the map we never expected to get to after such a one-sided affair on Anubis, but Nemiga gave it right back.
Yeah, they really did, like far beyond the expectation. I think that's a good, you know, elephant in the room to address early on. This wasn't the expected result from Nemiga, not by a long shot. It's a map that they didn't really look to play. It's one that has been good to FURIA. This was supposed to be a one-sided 2-0 after how the first map went down, but Nemiga came in prep. They bought the Heat map too, and now the score's settled on Inferno. This is one that Nemiga do like to play. Now they're coming into this with a bit of pep in their step. They've had some downtime as well. Both squads have, with the tech delays. You can see kSerato there, all smiles. Seems like he's brushed off the results of Mirage. Gonna need to if they want to right their wrongs here.
Yeah, that's a smiley kSerato is hopefully a scary kSerato in this third map, but I think Nemiga are going to have a whole lot of confidence that they didn't display on Anubis after managing to take such a dominant victory, at least in the way they did it. 12 rounds in a row on Mirage against FURIA, and Inferno is certainly up for debate. Obviously, I don't need to tell you that FURIA are far more experienced. They beat FaZe last time they played this map 13-6 in a series for the playoffs, whereas Nemiga have not nearly touched the same height. So, hey, we're against them on Mirage. I won't hold anything against them here. Win is insane upset. Lose, they still have done more than anyone was ready for. I just can't wait to see a little bit more of this team, and especially Zwei as well. I think he started this series super strong. He was a little outshone by Risky Bob and even some moments from Khan and Mirage, but maybe this is where Zwei can come back and take over. As we mentioned coming into this series, he was the one to watch, noted by Donk, you know, at the end of his 2024 run. So that's quite a statement. 17 years of age is Zwei.
Yeah, I mean, it's the sort of matchup where you have this Nemiga squad who have very exciting pieces like Zwei that you're talking about. Risky Bob, hell, if he's able to repeat that sort of run, which is a dime a dozen type from him, that was monumental. Anything is possible. On the other side, it's FURIA. Their greatest edge here is the experience of their captain, the experience of their players. And the mileage is supposed to be able to get out guys like kSerato and Yuri, who, in their defense on Mirage, were the two putting in the effort to try keep that game competitive.
Yeah.
I think there's going to be some eyeballs on Fallen here, whether or not he decides to don that AWP. Something he's tried to avoid across this series, apart from when it really felt desperate back on Mirage. We're into the pistol now, clash in at top banana, and immediately first kills found for Zwei. He's back to his entry bullshit.
And they know Fallen's here. He threw the flash, although it was a little too late. Nemiga just double entry. Can Fallen respond and keep this round alive? He's picked Lear, throwing grenades for crying out loud. It's all Zwei in this pistol. As he finds 3 kills with the Glock, he still changes to the USP. Looking for a little range at the back of the site. Calm with grenades. Can he get somewhere to throw that Molotov for the bomb? Because I don't see a world or a way FURIA win this with that util in play. He's back at New Box, perfectly poised for this post plant.
Skulls and Yuri aren't really together in this either. Yuri's already peeking in. Skulls is watching for any swing out from Nubox or Dark. And, well, we found first. It's Zwei with the ace. All 5. Double entry in at top banana. Besting Fallen in the head-to-head. Zwei, this guy looking like the real deal as he one-man armies FURIA out of the pistol.
Talk about an introduction to a third map from this guy. Pre-fires Queserato and closes every single kill. Oh, young talent. Another CIS superstar in the making. Like we didn't have enough. I'm forcing out a rage if I'm FURIA, so go for it. Got smokes up, even a Molotov. Fallen attempts a scout pick. 4v5 would have really sweetened the deal here, but Nemiga dodged danger for now.
Just insane output across the series from Zwei. Back on Anubis, when this all started, which feels like an eternity ago now, like we were watching a whole different game, Zwei would like 3K rounds, 4K rounds, and they would still lose them. This time, he doesn't leave that room for error. He gets all 5 in the pistol. And Nemiga get out into the top of mid. Zwei left further afield, so for now he's coming in late through the apartments while the rest of Nemiga are wrapping this long side. Yuri smoked off, leaves all the pressure on Fallen. This scout has really got its work cut out for it, and Bested immediately can't. Secures the opener, and with it the round. This is already a save for FURIA. At least it should be.
Yeah, they're going to try grab some AKs maybe if someone oversteps, but I don't think more is unrealistic.
Yeah, Zwei has kind of broken this match in the way that like he's been able to consistently find multi-kills as the guy playing like hard entry and be flawless in entrying almost in that first map. He finished like 8-1. Many of them weren't just, it's not like he's getting 1 kill and then they fall back and they play a 5v4 out. No, they were living and dying on those opening fights, and Zwei doing a lot of living right now, I tell you that. So Nemiga stick the landing versus this FURIA 4-spy. Couple of pistols saved out of it short.
Oh, there's Lear live lagging. But hopefully a quick tech pause and we're back in. So important, I think, for Nemiga to kick this map off, not just with that Zwei ace, but just taking pistol and starting on the economical, as the economical favorite, right? Getting to...
Well, and just like carrying over the momentum from the second map is a big deal, right? Like you just kind of dominated FURIA on their map pick. And now you open up the third and final map with an ace on your star player. Petition now to call it a Zweis whenever he gets one.
Zweis, I like that,
it feels like we're gonna have to have a terminology for it with this guy's tendency to multi-kill.
Does yeah, I like it. Lock it in. Certainly he's way better than everyone else on his team.
Some Wild strays there caught for the rest of Nemiga.
I think it's a fair
compliment.
I think it's fair.
You're ignoring the 23-12 risky Bob.
True.
Life game back on Mirage.
That's Mr. Bob to you, but did kind of life game. Love that for him.
I mean, this is first season of Blast Bounty. There haven't been, in this first round, there haven't been many bounties claimed.
It's been pretty upset averse so far.
And as far as the rankings go, this would be the most one-sided, the most...
heavy upset.
Yeah, heavy upset.
Yeah, they get
out
number 9.
Out of all of those bounties that have been claimed so far.
Number 9 seed, as the desk said, so...
22 on Nemiga.
Yeah.
When they chose to pick in a FURIA, at the start of this series, that felt like the wrong move. Oh, how the tides have changed.
You also, oh, that's nice. You also get first pick, right, if you're number 9.
It's a very powerful position to hold.
So it's kind of the best position because you're still picking your opponent, but you're also, you get first choice. So you have whoever you want. But let's see if they can get there, Harry. There's still a whole map. FURIA with, smoke at the right time as that molly ticks. Nemiga give up the aim of the game. Flashing Fallen in, but they've already departed. They won't let him leave. He was already low. Tempts you into B, but is it too good to be true?
I feel like it took Fallen too long to realize what had happened there. He ends up just out in the open, a free kill to bring this back into a 4v4. Nemiga keep it low and slow. This is very different to how their T-sides have looked on other maps. I mean, Inferno does play very differently than the other maps, right? It's harder to get these snowbally skirmishes going.
This is nice. They just left Boiler. They're going to get backstabbed. This could be 2 kills. And as the bomb is in tandem in middle, it might have to commit to B. Here comes Yuri with 1 with the info. What a spray. Great control, forcing their hand into the B bomb site, but if Khan gets his entry, we're back on. Denied by kSerato's 5-7. Leah, 1v4. But we know how Inferno plays. It's winnable if he goes right now. I think he just expects more resistance than the lone kSerato. Be able to kill him grabbing the gun. Just about. But FURIA win on an eco. Didn't think the save Mac 10 would be that valuable.
Yeah, the penny pinching of FURIA matters a hell of a lot. It's those 2 hero weapons that started the round off, right? Boost on the Galil and Banana, nice little gimmick to try and open up with that there. And then that ludicrous timing found on the Mac 10, so nice to see FURIA on the board early. Had enough of seeing them wait till their opponents has won 12 rounds in a row before they show up to the game.
Fallen's up early in the game too is just a good sign. He's not playing overly aggressive. He's not trying to reveal it like instantly in the round. He wants Nemiga to walk in. They won't be expecting it here.
The downside to him not using it early, though, is this triple B stack is just going to be maintained for the time being. Eventually, someone should want to move over. It's a lot of resources to have a B with no info to justify it. Skulls now getting spots on 2 players over here on the long side. Does at least repel the offensive for the time being. Yuri going to take it 1 step further, and at this point, you've got a lot of info that there are bodies over here at A, and so kSerato makes his way over.
Fantastic grenade, but they're going into a crossfire with kSerato on the angle as well. He's dropped the bomb. This has been a hand forced from Nemiga. They didn't want to commit to this round, but Skulls forced him into it. And now he's tucked in. Xanta, nice entry. 2v4 though, and still with a crossfire to break. Not going to be easy. He needs a clean shot. That will do. Yuri down in the pit. Here's the drop. Takes 1. And the plant will be faked out. Trying to force a kill, but he's got no ammo left in the mag. Goes for the AWPer instead. Xanta is in hot water. It's burning. It's boiling his skin alive as he goes to hunt this pit player. They're not giving him a thing. And FURIA face together. Some lovely shots for Xanta, but not enough to win a 2v5. Not here.
It's certainly giving more respect to Nemiga after that second map, though, right? Playing that 3v1 as safe as humanly possible, leaving nothing to chance, and it feels like that's how FURIA are going to have to play. You can't doubt the individuals anymore for this Nemiga squad.
Control taken back swiftly for Liko.
Pulling up with the scope.
With that mental timer that they can be in boiler, so you can't hang around.
I was like weirdly nervous at first that this was the round where he decided to get aggressive, but you're dead on.
Yeah.
He knows his timings. He's backed out of there, put some distance between himself and the pistols. Cello in a strong angle.
Could
Has
just keep
support
spraying.
as well. Like, there's 2 layers of FURIA to get through here, and you're not going to do it with just these pistols. So Nemiga tried their hand at a little pop in through the banana smoke, but this was not a round they were supposed to win. All that attention's been put on this next one.
Cello and KSerato B is, it sounds like a threatening duo, right? Like banana control is going to be a battle in this half once the guns come out. You're not going to get it for free. And on top of that, Fallen as the AWPing in-game leader rotator is always going to be there, throwing nades, reflashing them back, doing that top banana util. And so don't be surprised if you see Nemiga put a lot of focus on long in this T side to try and find that gap after Fallen starts 3B. He's done it again. Maybe looking for a pick here. He does have a spawn.
Nemiga seemed pretty well drilled on the opening moves that FURIA like to employ on Mirage. If they've got that same research done here for Inferno, they will look to find these gaps, as you say.
Yeah, mid's fully conceded. Fallen's crouched because he knows what this angle entails. Xanta looking over the top. And here comes the banana retake for FURIA. Xanta will just have to respect. Double nade logs. Nothing for free. And KSerato, 2 rifles fighting deep. Nemiga now learn what they're up against, and an off angle for Skulls digs this grave deeper. Buried.
Good util to flush Xanta out from banana, make his life miserable. Zwei now going to try and do what he does best, the impossible, but nothing found. Yuri crossfire set up, but his teammates split between Library and called up close. Skull's now dropping off, and there's no way back into this for Lear, and I think he knows it. Boxed in. FURIA looks to take their 4th.
Yeah, they're not messing around in this game, right? Like, first map, they would peek you. Second map, they would peek you. Third map, they are waiting, keeping 5 alive. Just jiggling, jump spotting, making Nemiga's life very difficult. Because that's what we said at the end of Anubis and during Anubis was experience reigns true. They're making the smarter play. Nemiga might have, you know, some keen headshotters, some strong individuals, but when it comes to the mid rounds, as Dupree was saying on the desk, that's, you know, what the best teams in the world are the best at. That's the difference. It's not, do you have the executes? Have you got a dry run? It's how do you fare late in the round? It is FURIA though, so do expect some aggression. Yuri goes 1 for 1, not worth it in a round like this, and they even use a smoke to grab that gun. This is dangerous.
Smoking their way. Last time they were willing to go through it.
He is alone. He should leave.
Cello's going to try and get out, but might not be down to him. Holds on for the first. There's more where that came from. 3 about to come around this corner. Can Cello withstand it? Oh. Taps them down, sure. But now you've got time to set up here. 3-on-3 rotates, getting scrambled over for FURIA, and things go slow. Util comes out.
I think they had to go. I think they should have realized that that was a huge gap. They're still going to send it, but into the molly, that was never going to work. KSerato's nade obliterates, and FURIA come through the smoke. That's a surprise to not see them realizing that FURIA had left B, and it was just Cello. They had to send it. It was only pistols after all, but I think they just expected one more man.
Yeah, Xanta goes back to start throwing in the util after they fight for that opener. Usually he's a guy that likes to be in the front. The only time you see Xanta smoking is when he's in the elf bar.
That's actually, it's not bad.
Wow, I bailed myself out of that. That was actually kind of good, kind of fire.
Kind of your best work. It's all downhill from here.
But this is not the comedy club. This is deadly serious. Nemiga, this is starting to get away from them. 5 rounds straight for FURIA as this CT side is quickly building out of control. And the thing that's so concerning, the thing that's so scary, is they're not really making a dent in these rounds either.
That's off the Cello's whiffs. I mean, he could have gotten a couple of kills out of there. He completely butchered it at sandbags. Well held for FURIA nonetheless, and Xanta straight through the double Molotov eats kSerato's AWP. Double AWP, may I say, for the FURIA CT side. I've never seen that. I have never seen that, and I don't think I will again. Zwei just runs down the apartment stack.
Zwei wish he sees that every single day, man. That is a crazy double for him to pick up. The fact that he gets both of them, that's cracked. The A site wide open, fallen, burning alive.
See ya.
kSerato cut down in rotation. It's all Zwei. Nade on a fallen, Cello left up in this clutch. 1v2. They are separated, they are spread out. He caught Zwei on the aggro.
Wait,
he was going to try and move into the top of middle, and that bomb routing in through the apartments.
Yeah,
Cello in this moment knows he has time. Gap's getting closed. Cello moving in. Missed shot from the AWP. Oh dear, Risky Bob. Have they given Cello a second chance that they can't afford? They never should have gave away. It takes Khan stepping up to the plate, narrowly clinching that 1v1 for Nemiga, but it's far from comfortable. That was more like Anubis. Zwei does everything in the round, and it still is so close. It's still thin margins.
Sick double peek. They went for the boost apps, and they double peek left and right. No wonder FURIA can't even get a kill with them. And Cello, very close clutch, but Khan takes the risky play and just goes for the fight. While Cello's on a heater, 10-3. But Nemiga win a gun round. That's a very expensive double AWP, so kSerato's put down on his last legs, but immediately gifted an upgrade. Oh, these nades, unrelenting. Zwei won't get it done this time around. And look at how loose Nemiga are playing. They're running up Arch side right now. Skulls will not relent. And the AWP in apps. Joined by the MAC-10. Is not where Nemiga want to be. Maybe a save. Nemiga know the value of this banana control, but right now they are just leaving Xanta to do it alone against two of the most aggressive riflers in this position. He's going to need a lot more support, or just to play retake on this position. Because FURIA have won it near about every time.
Yeah, you're dead on. And I think it's exposing a bit of a problem for Nemiga, right? In the past, even when we saw them on Mirage, they would always try and leave other options open so they could change their mind if they wanted to. They were also good there at shutting down the FURIA opening move, something they've struggled with a lot more here on Inferno. But because, you know, they're only playing one guy over towards Banana, the moment they lose him, their hands are tied. They have to commit to these A plays. Either that or they're going back and they're re-clearing a lost Banana with like 50 seconds left on the clock. And suddenly that's a lot of time, it's a lot of resources, it's a lot of energy. So the solution might be as simple as just give Xanta more of a helping hand, or go and clear this Banana position late from the get-go. You can't really have your cake and eat it too here. If you're Nemiga. You're either going to play one guy there, take it a little bit later with proper util, or you help him out at the start if you want that fast control, because right now you're trying to do both things and it's not working.
Yeah, I'm sure they get away with it a lot in other games, but FURIA are not making it easy in this position, so Gonna need to make those adjustments. 2 timeouts already called by Nemiga. Using it early is a good sign. Trying to solve this T side while there's still rounds. It's not done yet, but FURIA have kicked up a bit of a streak on this CT side. So they have a wealth of money. I like this. Fallen. Yeah, you don't want to meet that there. That's a frustrating death for Zwei.
Just a full stack in the apartments for Nemiga.
Gotta pop soon.
I mean, thankfully, this is one of the few rounds where FURIA are like expecting a bit more resistance over at B, so they haven't actually gone aggressive here. I think they're expecting a slowdown, a late take of banana, exactly like we were talking about off the top of this round, and that's not what's about to come their way. Fallen's now tagged up, softened up over on the long side, and Skulls is really out on an island here. It puts a lot of weight on winning this fight, and he really does commit to it. Skulls had to win both of those, and he doesn't break a sweat while doing it. Yuri, in the downtime, has been waiting in this pit position, hungry for this push, and it comes his way. Him and Skulls combine for the round for FURIA. It starts with Fallen getting aggressive, but Skulls is the man that really walks that one over the line.
Yeah, unfortunately, they just don't have the util to actually make an apps pop happen. You'd love a front pit smoke or a high flash over the ceiling, but they have nothing in middle. They're split 2-2, and I guess they see Skulls. They want to take the fight, but the AWP is trying to trade, and that doesn't make it any easier. Meanwhile, they can't even set up their apps players, or they would have gone first. So it's a bit of a disaster in that round for Nemiga. And this half is disappearing quick, despite the pistol and conversion. Half by again, 1 flash, 1 smoke. Hardly a dream. Okay.
Well, that's just fallen things.
Yeah.
That's something else Nemiga now have to worry about. Oh, another from Fallen's AWP. Yeah. And it's still not done. There's still more where that came from. He tries his hand at the wallbang again. Risky Bob was there. Known about now, as this is very, very quickly coming unraveled. This T-side might have gotten off to a high-flying start. Remember, we come off the back of a Nemiga upset win on Mirage. It starts with an ace from Zwei in the pistol, but past that point, Nemiga have accomplished very little on this T-side. FURIA back in form. Fallen back to BS with the wallbang kill on Lear. And maybe normality restored in this series.
Final buy, final chance, and FURIA just throw themselves down middle. Of course they do. They won't even let you play your call in the last round of the half. Fallen finds a quick pick.
This is really a taste of your own medicine if you're Nemiga. You were denying their opening moves all last map long, and so now that they're on the CT side, they're flexing.
Nice shot.
They do lose players early, but it's that Fallen AWP. God, we've missed it in this series.
Go again.
It only came out of desperation back on Mirage, but here, it's where it belongs. Fallen.
Barrel.
Barrel's been seen.
Yeah,
Bigger ain't always better. And that pull of the pistol, too late, does betray him. Khan secures that kill on Fallen, entrenched in the apartments. And Zwei's got a lot of real estate up through short, even though it's K-Serato he's up against. God, he's quick. It's just Cello, 1v3.
Khan's got him cut off as well. He's even playing for info. He doesn't need to overcommit to this duel. This is such an important round just to get something at the end, but they've let Cello back in. He almost pulled the clutch before. 13-3, he goes back for more. That bomb wanted to fight. Instead, it's going to have to run, get a plant, set Zwei up, make this a little bit easier for yourself, and they're going to run B. I love that. Disrespect from Nemiga.
No.
And Cello has read it.
No, Cello.
He's going to beat Zwei there.
Cello, how have you read this? Cello, how have you read this? He's put 2 and 2 together.
If he shifts now, he has the best timing possible, and they're going all the way round ruins. He might find a 1v1.
Oh, cello on that swing, right idea, but couldn't nail the execution. Zwei finishes the job, and so Nemiga managed something down the tail end of their T side, but will it all be in vain? Nemiga might have caught lightning in a bottle on that last map, but they're up against Tesla himself. Fallen on the other side is bringing this one home for FURIA. This is FURIA trying to get back to form. They were caught off guard. They were not expecting the results of Mirage. Here, it might have started very impressively with an ace from Zwei. But all in all, it peters out to a somewhat underwhelming T-side put forward from Nemiga. They will have their work cut out for them as they trail behind 4-8. Moving on to the CT half of things. FURIA came into this one with a vengeance. And it's all eyes on now to see if that keeps up in this second half. Immediately, the hero of the first pistol round has been dinked down to 40.
It's nice pathing for FURIA because they run along the right wall of alt mid, so when he jump spots, he actually doesn't even see them. Well, Xanta gets hit by the decoy. Zwei's baited in for damage, and I don't think he's going to be able to stop this. Julie's are good, not this good. Four players jumping out of apartments, all pit side. Khan from afar, FURIA trying to pick him apart. It's Zwei who needs to do something in this pistol. Stuck in the sight, Queserato killing two, and it's just easy for FURIA. The USPs are not connecting for Nemiga. 1 on 3, Risky Bob would have to double his kill count right now. And they swing him together. Back to business for FURIA. It's a good sign.
It's their way or the high's way. As that pistol round does not come through for Nemiga. Head in their hands at the end of that one. That was their best chance to try and grind something out in this second half. Instead, going to be left with but a handful of rifle rounds here between them and their defeat after a shockingly one-sided upset win in the second map. Inferno was still always going to be a battle, even if you had FURIA wounded, even if you had them doubting, a little bit nervous. This is an experienced team, a team that, as the desk have been highlighted, with the players they have, should be in the conversation for trophies. Now, they're still a ways away from there, but this is all part of the build.
One of the most interesting things of just watching Nemiga CT sides is the 4-1s they always do. Sway might get Zeus kill.
They always make these rounds way more close than they should. Nemiga, how do they always do this, man?
It's these 1-4 setups.
It's a full eco! Please, Cello, my God! Normality might be restored.
Needed that.
Route to the plants opened up, but these pistols, they do have some serious bite. FURIA know that better than anyone. Nothing is taken for granted in this game. 3v4 in the post plant. You don't normally cast these at all with any sincerity that the pistols are going to pick it up.
It's just positions now. Inferno post plant. These are hard with rifles, so full USP, no armor. I don't think there's a hope in hell that Nemiga can win this. They're going to send a high flash over and push through the smoke.
All in, Hail Mary. Cello running low on ammo down in the pit will eventually have to leave this angle, but before he goes, he departs with 2, and Xanta is running for the hills.
Nice, well played from Fallen. Knows he can't get away, so he's going to hang around for the kill. Yeah, they keep doing this. They did them even in gun rounds, but especially on these ecos. These 1-4, they do an Astralis stack, and then they have Zway either with a Deagle or a Zeus, whatever he's doing, on the other side of the map. And my God, they've made these full ecos extremely interesting in this series. So little invested and so much output, but unfortunately at 10-4, it's rifle round or bust.
Well, because they've always been good at finding damage, they've always had these chances to reset FURIA early, and in the past that's been a nice chance for a second win.
Yuri! What's a 1G with an HE? Not ideal.
1,000 newtons of regret. And the force exerted by a grenade just plucked a number out of thin air. 1,000 seemed nice and round, just like the 10 that FURIA is sat on right now. Skulls over in the apartments. Has a funny feeling about Moto's way, picked from the pit, and now they're ready for Khan on this angle. It's not the best of fights for Khan. It's really awkward as he's pinned in. He has to pick an angle, commit to a fight. He chooses Cello, he chooses wrong. 4v3 as the sight falls in favor of FURIA, and Cello's not overextending on this lurk at the long side. He's just going to slow down these rotates. His presence there earlier on, enough to waste time for Nemiga, time that they simply do not have.
Yeah, hey, FURIA gave them a chance by sabotaging Yuri, but a quick, perfect flash from Fallen, and Skull and Cello and Fallen get entries into A. Leah, Risky Bob, and Xanta. Not many kills between them. And Caserato's come hunting, so FURIA on the dawn of an ending game, a 2-1. Nemiga need these guns if they want to stay competitive here in this series. Even one casualty is costly. But they just survive.
Yeah, I mean, that there's going to give them a fighting chance in this next round.
What happened here? Oh, he tried to nade the smoke, but they double naded him. So it would have been fine. It would have done 6 damage.
Yeah.
But he was already low. That is unfortunate. That's not even like a blunder. Like, he dropped the nade as he got double naded. So it's not even really a mistake. Just happenstance. All right, FURIA, don't make this weird now.
They're not giving the vibe that they're going to.
Sure, but I watched Mirage.
And I don't know if Nemiga have the firepower to make it, like, to force it to be weird. Sway's even quieted down. Bear in mind, he started this map with an ace. Since that point, he's had 7 kills, which, sure, he's still top in the charts. He's doing his damnedest.
They didn't punish him.
They had a chance. I mean, this is kind of the fear creeping in, right? Recognizing that this series is getting out of control. That was a free kill, as good as guaranteed on kScerato, and you had the info he was there. Not wanting to throw themselves into the spam could be a valid reason for it, but I don't know, when you get offered a freebie like that, Nemiga earlier on Mirage would have taken that. So now they just have to go into something more standard. It's a 4-1 split here, bit of a gamble, lean over towards the A site. Quad set up in top mid. Eventually this plays on a timer, right? They will try and clear middle, but that's why FURIA throwing in this fake is good. It's going to keep all these bodies here. They get out with the kills as well. This is a lot of info for FURIA. They can start to look to hit the go button on this B play. Creeping through the smoke. No. It's a nice move made from Xanta. The exact move required if Nemiga wanted a chance in this round. And it keeps now they know. Lear at the B site. Swings it wide, but kScerato ready for that. 2v2 now as FURIA battle back in.
That's an insane shot from kScerato, and he's hunting another one. Deep down banana, kScerato cleaning house. Someone's poisoned the milk and cookies. Xanta gone, and Khan cannot. It's FURIA on match point, ready to eliminate Nemiga from the bounty.
This is Nemiga that put up one hell of a fight in the series. Slow start, explosive second. But it might end the way that it started, feeling a little bit disjointed. They don't have the protocols, don't have the individuals, only Sway matching up with the opposition. Final timeout used for Nemiga, final chance to talk this one over. But as it looks right now, their time in the Blast Bounty might be remembered as one good Mirage, some nice highlight moments for Sway, and that's all it ever was.
And FURIA put themselves, or rather keep themselves, in a very threatening position, not just having and keeping the $20,000, but remaining as arguably the best seed number 9, able to pick an opponent. Their first opponent. They have the pick of the litter. So it's a valuable place to be. It's time for FURIA to hunt some bounties. Again, the quad mid stacked up. Lear 3 of 13 alone on this B site.
And I feel like Fallen's even had their number here, right? He's often not fallen prey to this top mid stack. Instead, trying to feed it somewhat. He wants to give them 1 kill to keep the intrigue up. He wants to give them 1 fight to keep 4 players here. That seems like a good trade. 1 for 4 in terms of positioning. Fallen will take that. And so as Molly. Cello goes out into middle, that Molly missing is not inconsequential. It lets this stack be maintained. Fallen's plucked from the ranks. But Nemiga now know they're on a timing. They know that FURIA got info from that peak, and you're still dedicating a lot of resources over here towards A. So they either have to dismantle this or go aggressive. And they're going to elect with the former, starting to rotate players back towards this B site. That's where kScerato's been hanging out. Going to play through the Molotov on an off timing, trying to catch them sleeping at the wheel. Creeping to the top of mid in the meantime. And no one from FURIA wins their fights. There's still more resistance in Nemiga. Can Yuri break through?
Not today. Nemiga holds strong and keep 5 in this. Nice boost setup as well. There's a chance that FURIA even heard a player drop off it, but they weren't ready for 2. They saw short and long player already, but Nemiga stayed tight. There's definitely talent on this team. That's my takeaway, but it would take more than individuals to bring you back in this game. I like these ideas. They've got a lot of cool little tricks. The double nades, again for the pit. It's only pistols for FURIA. Should make quick work. Oh no. Just missed that timing. but he does dodge the flash.
Risky move from Risky Bob, but he's helped out, and with only the pistols there, Nemiga farm up against the eco. But FURIA have been waiting just to put those guns back in their hands. In the last round, they spread themselves fairly thinly, right? They keep a lot of options open by allowing kScerato room over at B. But they do have a support unit nearby to try and help him, and they have been playing now in these last few rounds into the hands of the mid-stack. So wonder if Nemiga keep running that back. There kind of is a timer on that play. You can't play quad mid every round. That will lose you the game, or so you'd like to think. As eventually FURIA will get up to speed. They have 6 chances to close out this series.
They're going.
And it exploded at the top of mid, right as the boost is taking shape. Cello will have his revenge. And with it, the A site has crumbled. Nemiga, it comes down to Xanta and Lear. Desperate rotates in. Too little, too late from Nemiga on this CT side. We've all been impressed with some individual moments today from this squad. But in the end, FURIA will reign supreme. 3v1. And no margins for error here. kScerato even lies in wait, reading them like a book. That final kill meant to get locked in there. Mollied off, there's no hope, surely. Smoke even misses, everything's going wrong, and so Lear, sacrificial lamb, through the Molotov, the fate sealed of Nemiga. Their time in Blast Bounty draws to a close. FURIA, in that next round, they'll have their time as the Bounty Hunters.
Oh yes, the Bounty Hunters push us to a third and final decider, but it is the most wanted to keep their heads in this situation, at least. FURIA going forward with their 20k bounties still on them. And as Harry Outley said, they're going to be picking next time around because they are that 9th seed. That's going to be very interesting moving forward.
That is going to be very interesting, and obviously a very important win for FURIA as well. As you said, being seed number 9 gives you quite the advantage heading into the next round or next stage of this wonderful tournament. Also good to see them bounce back after what was a disaster on Mirage. Let's be completely honest, right? They pick Mirage. You think for yourself, this is going to be a 2-0 victory for FURIA. Couldn't quite get it going, but here in Inferno, there was almost only one team on the server, like we kind of expected coming into the series.
Yeah, it never really got dangerous for the guys on the FURIA side. They seemed to be in control throughout the entirety of Inferno, and you know, they were also firing on the majority of the cylinders, especially kScerato, Yuri, and also Skulls for meta. Fallen had their things. You know, everyone contributed and had some good fights. So I think it's also hard to go up against an opposition when everyone is just, you know, firing back.
Yeah, shout out Cello as well. Stylish both outside and inside the server.
Yeah, a great turnaround. I think he was arguably the least performing player on the FURIA side. On Mirage, couldn't get anything going whatsoever on that T side, which was a big issue for them. Coming into Inferno, instantly bounced back. You see the highlight package right here from Cello as well. He was helping on Banana, he was helping on towards the bigger bomb side. He was a little bit of everywhere. And it's good to see Cello activated. We spoke about it, Peter, as well. He's kind of this soldier within the lineup. He's willing to do everything that's needed from him. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Sometimes he will have games like Mirage, but when it does work out for Cello, he's a player on the server that has an awful lot of impact.
And something I also paid attention to obviously was Falling, going for these very iconic aggressive moves, you know, going inside Boiler, trying to get Banana kills, even shooting a guy through the wall on Banana. You know, it is hard to do anything against that type of plays, but you know, when he's doing it great.
Now, Jacob, you alluded to the fact that FURIA are going to be picking in the next round. They're going to get first pick. You also used the word wonderful. I think wonderful they get to do that. It ain't looking too cute though, because they've got some hard teams. Obviously, you know what happens with G2 and Mouz. We're presuming that those most wanted will go through, but this is going to be a tough challenge for them, right?
It is going to be a tough challenge. I would urge everyone to stay awake tonight and watch the live draft, because that could be very, very interesting. Obviously, FURIA, they have the first pick. You're looking towards a team like, as of right now, either Liquid or Falcons would be the 2 obvious picks, and for many cool reasons, it would be kind of cool if Fallen would pick into Liquid. As we know, there's a little bit of history right now.
Maybe we can ask him exactly that, because I do believe we have Fallen on the line. First of all, huge congratulations. I want to start off by talking about this match specifically, though. Anubis, super clean, as was Inferno. What happened on your map pick of Mirage, in your opinion?
Hello, everyone. Mirage, I think we had some chances on making some 2 rounds, but some crucial kills didn't go our way, and they started coming back and rolling on us. And it felt like they played well on City side Mirage, and I don't think we played our best there. But overall, I think we played very good on the other 2 maps, so I'm very satisfied at the moment.
Fallen, you had a bit of an uptick in performance in the later stages of 24, and obviously you're looking to carry that into 25 as well. What's the current feeling within FURIA right now? Do you still feel you're getting gradually better and better, or have we seen the best of you?
Yeah, I think the early beginnings of this year is gonna say if we are coming back exactly where we stopped in 2024 or not. And this first match is very important for us to get the confidence back, get it rolling. And let's see if we can go to Denmark. Let's see if we can win one more game tomorrow. And if so, I think we are climbing one step at a time. So yeah, I think we're looking hot and can get better from there.
Now, I don't want to call you old, but you are kind of old in a sense, you know, especially in the Counter-Strike world. Do you feel an extra pressure to find some form early on, knowing that you're probably not going to be around for the next 10 years, right? Do you feel pressure knowing that this could be one of your final rosters as well?
Yeah, honestly, I just feel that my goal is to get another Brazilian team to the top. I have been working towards that for the last years. And of course, there's a sense of urgency on that, but I have a completely understanding that this sense of urgency is not going to help me anyway. Yep. So in the end, I'm just focusing on coming here into the basics, making sure I enjoy the process of going through the practice, making sure I enjoy every team huddle and enjoy every clutch, every call I do. So I try to take it each piece at the moment, and I think that's the best way to go. Even though, yeah, of course, I want to win right away. I think everyone does.
Yeah, you sound like a guy who's still in love with Counter-Strike. Is that correct interpreted? Do you still love this game and love playing it?
Yeah, definitely. I love Counter-Strike. It's been part of my life. You know, we did on this HLTV Awards recently. I was able to meet the Counter-Strike creator. It was such a nice feeling, you know, getting to meet someone that you know for sure got a big role in changing your life. You know, I think my life has been always path around Counter-Strike. So yeah, I do feel a lot of joy practicing, competing, trying to get another Brazilian team to the top, and also creating a lot of content, making sure another Brazilian community is hyped about following the teams and learning about the game. So yeah. It's always been what I like to do about CS, and I'm just doing the best I can.
Hey, Fallen, man, it's good to see you. I'm glad that I get a chance to ask you a question here. We go back in the days, you and I, we've been competing against each other for a long time, and obviously I'm very curious to hear now that you also made your way into FURIA. Like, what is your biggest drive as a player right now? You've tried so many things, and like your legacy is just so big. I'm curious to hear, like, what is your drive? What keeps you motivated to keep going on?
Yeah, you know, I have a complete understanding that it is the last part of my career. You know, I don't want to extend this too much. There's a lot of things that I miss out because of the athlete life, you know. There's a lot of travel, a lot of big schedule, you know? I don't spend much time home. But at the same time, I kind of feel that my career deserves a better ending somehow, you know. I think I managed to win a lot of things I wanted to win. Won 2 majors, I think 11 or 12 big tournaments in CSGO, so many other tournaments in CS 1.6. So I'm pretty quite satisfied with what I did. But since the last 3 or 4 years, it was all about trying to do it again with a different type of players in a different moment of their lives and all those things. So the drive is completely about that. And another thing that gets me hyped up as well is the fact that, for example, for this tournament and for this semester, I bring my video maker. He was only editing from Brazil before. He was making my YouTube channel videos and stuff, but he's gonna be on the road with me for 6 months, and he's vlogging every single day of this journey, and he's creating a lot of content. So that's another path, another thing that I think is very important for athletes, to make sure that they stay connected with their community. And I feel like in Brazil I can do that very well, and I'm very happy to be able to show how the athlete life is for everyone else in Brazil. Maybe some English subs soon.
Yeah, by all means, please tell us where we can find that kind of content. I want to watch that, and I'm sure the people at home would love to watch as well.
Yeah, it's on YouTube channel Follow Insider, and right now it's only in Portuguese. But maybe I'm going to add it into English subtitles if people are interested into it.
Please do.
Yeah.
Fallen, one more question, just because we have quite a unique format here at Blast Bounty. Now, you're 9th seed, which means the next round, which is going to be drawing tonight, you'll get to draw your opponent first. I'm just curious if you have your eye on any of the teams we have at the moment. Obviously, Liquid, they're 8th, Falcon 7th, FaZe, Spirit, Vitality, Na'Vi. We're presuming G2 and Mouz will probably win their games later today. Anybody standing out for you?
Yeah, a lot of hard teams, but to be honest, I heard you guys talking about picking Team Liquid. I would not go that way. I think we lost the last 3 or 4 games against them. I think we have better chance against other teams. I think when it gets to this top 8, like it doesn't really matter which team we're gonna get. It's gonna be a pain in the ass anyway. You know, it's gonna be a very hard team to beat. So it's all about finding the matchup that we think is gonna be the best. I didn't have any conversation about that yet. We're taking one game at a time. But yeah, let's pick the one that gives us the more money.
Oh, okay, a bounty hunter indeed.
Ooh.
Living up to the name. Thank you so much, Fallen. We'll let you get off, and yeah, we'll hear from you later this evening in the draw show.
Thank you, guys.
I love to hear that. This is one of the first times we've actually got a player being like, yeah, we're going for the money now. Like, we've got our first game over the line. Now we want the big bucks.
I'm not calling Fallen a liar because I actually think he meant that. But I think when he speaks to his teammates and when he speaks to the management around FURIA, maybe they'll reconsider that statement just for another time. Because if there's one thing that is slightly more attractive than the money right now, that is getting a spot inside this studio as well. And they need to win one more game before they can qualify to the land stage of this. So if I'm Fallen, I'll probably wait with the money and then go for the easy opponent.
What do you think? True or false from Fallen there?
I mean, I think Fallen, he's a guy that stays.
I believe him.
He's a guy that stays true to his word. So maybe we're seeing. We're seeing FURIA's spirit.
I think it's going to be 4 against Fallen. You know, maybe he wants to, but I think FURIA would like to.
Sounds like it's a democracy over there in FURIA. But alas, we must move on as 2 more games for Stage 1 going down this evening. We're going to be rounding out today with G2 versus bait. Not before we dive into BetBoom team versus Mouz. We'll see you on the other side.
Bye.
You got to pick your opponent out of the most wanted teams. You guys went with Mouz. Why was that?
You know, it was 3 teams. It was Spirit, Navi, Spirit, FaZe, and Mousesports. But I think, like, for our map pool and just for our feelings, the Mouz was the best pick. So, you know, like, you can't prepare really good for any team because the start of the season, it's, you know, new strat books, rules, and new players, new teams. So it was like our feelings. That's all.
Knowing Boom is a very active caller, so I'm also expecting that a lot from them, from this roster as well. I think it's an exciting team. I like the way Boomage calls, so Happy to play against him and feel it on a server. But yeah, we'll see on the server. There's not much material we can have on a new team like this, so everything will come as the time comes.
And here we have it. The last 2 games of Stage 1 for the bounty, and the last time we get to see these bounty hunters try and get their chance at some of the money on the most wanted. I'm your host, James Banks, and I've got 2 phenomenal analysts by the side of me, Mr. Maui Snake and Vu. How are we feeling today, guys?
Great, great. We're ending the round of 32, James. Some of the most lopsided matches you could hope for. A lot of the favorites actually remain unscathed.
Even online?
Yes, which is surprising. People say online CS is random, but I'm kind of impressed with how the favorites have played so far.
I mean, you can't really complain. Pretty much the only favorites that have lost, I think, are basically the favorites you expected to lose. Like, you expect Complexity not to be able to take on VP.
The favorites.
I mean, Heroic 3D Max, I think, was the biggest upset, and you can't really say that's a huge upset.
No, we maybe doubted a bit of what this new Heroic could do, but Saw still stands strong as making his lineups and making his rosters work. But let's get on to our game we got at hand, the first one for us here on this evening shift, and it's Mouz taking on the BB team. And for Mouz, right, they got a gift this Christmas. No one was able to take Yimfat away from them, and he was rumored for what? Falcons, Vitality, I don't know, many teams are trying to get their hands on him. G2, for instance.
And that's got to be the big story here for Mouz. The fact that they've got a new lease on life, that it almost felt like a foregone conclusion that these 5 players would no longer play with each other. In fact, I think that's maybe even how we broke it down in the postgame at the Major. We might have said, like, this is the last time we're probably seeing that roster. Well, how the tables have turned and how Yimpat has actually stayed on. I'm surprised that, you know, nobody couldn't pull him away. Like, Yimpat just, again, he's an anchor in the server. He's an anchor out of the server. You can't drag this guy anywhere. He's gonna stay.
Yeah, I mean, the narrative around Mouz now has to go back to, instead of where's Yimpat going, you have to ask, how are they gonna fix the problems they've been having? They've been having problems in big events. They've been having problems in playoffs. They've got an insanely talented roster, but can they bring it to the next level? Can they get to a major final? Can they win a major with this roster?
How do you think, though, for the rest of the team this feels? Because, like, if I'm the rest of the team, it's like, okay, Yimfat stayed, now we need to deliver, but there are glaringly obvious problems.
I feel pretty good that nobody was able to pull him away. Like, I have to assume, you know, teams like Vitality, teams like G2 were probably looking at him. And so in some ways, him staying is actually a vote of confidence for the other members on the team, that he sees a better future with Mouz as they are than perhaps going to a G2, even though they have a Monacy, or maybe even going to a Zywoo on Vitality. Like, he's liking what he's getting out of this roster, and that's why I really rate Mouz highly. Like, these guys have so much trust in each other. They're all from the same, well, 4 of them are from the same academy project in general. And so Yimpat just kind of on this train right now, and he's trying to just make sure that everything's going accordingly with Mouz, and I'm glad he stayed course.
Well, let's find out what's going on in the Mouz camp. I did catch up with Shuhei ahead of this game. Shuhei, it was some very positive news for the start of the season that Yimfat was staying with you guys. I want to come back to this in a little bit of asking you, how did it feel when you had all these rumors, and how do you think it's affected the team, or is everything all good?
I don't think it affected the team at all. If anything, then maybe it made our team even stronger, knowing that we all believe in the project. So, yeah, I think we were all happy with the decision.
For sure, and I definitely would be too. Now, you guys had a pretty good 2024. I know you would want more trophies, but do you guys understand what needs to happen in this team to develop further and be able to challenge for the trophies in 2025?
Yes, I think we're all aware of the situation we are in, and knowing that 2024 was a pretty good year for us. Coming into 2025, we know that we need to step up and change a lot of things to be able to compete in the semifinals, in the finals of the biggest tournaments, as that is something that we struggle on throughout the last year. So yeah, we're gonna work a lot, and we're gonna change a few stuff, try out a few different things. So we're gonna be excited for this year.
And that's what they have to do, right? Because it wasn't like they were playing bad, but something needs to change in order for this team to go further forward.
Yeah, I mean,
individually, they might not be the #1 team in the world, but when you play them in a group stage, they beat Spirit many times. They've beat all the best teams in the world. It's just when they get into those hype moments, into those pressure moments, they just seem to crumble completely.
I feel like the problems with Mouz come down to a few of their individuals, if I'm being completely honest.
Okay.
It's not probably going to be a big effect to them playing BetBoom online right now today, but I've seen Exertion have a massive drop-off in his individual level when he's under pressure. It feels like he just takes too many liberties, almost just follows a plan to a T instead of thinking about his own, what he's doing in the round. So I just want him to like find some composure, basically, in big moments.
Well, looking at a very different side of things here, looking at the BB team, they are in a position right now where they get a great new in-game leader. This is a huge upgrade for them. And they get Axel come in as well, where I would say that, okay, Axel's not looking at his greatest strength right now, but this is still a positive sign overall for this whole core.
I am so happy with this move for BetBoom. I actually really do rate it highly. Not even just because, I mean, people know that I had my qualms with how Nafany liked to call. I thought he was calling a little bit of a better game with this roster than he did actually with the Cloud9 before. But let's just compare the two briefly here. Like, BetBoom team didn't qualify for either major last year. And let me tell you, Boomich qualified for both as an in-game leader one time without an AWPer, and they made it to the playoffs of the Copenhagen major. The second time, he did it with practically rookies beside him. And so this guy needs to be rated much higher in terms of in-game leaders when it's like the duress that he's under, the pieces that he's given, it doesn't even really always seem to matter. He's making it work in so many different constellations.
Okay, but he made it to the major with Electronic, with Axile. I think, was Heavy God on the team at the time?
That was the second time he made it.
There was no AWPer, but they had insane talent. And I mean,
he was the AWPer actually sometimes.
True.
So he made it work.
But you had Nafany playing with Chiron.
A talent that many people rated highly. He had Zorte, who Jerry got to the major
He's
before.
not Electronic.
Siren got to the major before with Chopper. Like, you look at all the pieces that Nafany got to work with, many people have gotten those guys to majors in the past, and Magnajez is Donk's best friend.
Let me counter you with one, okay? This is a team with Nafany as their IGL. They have better T sides than their CT sides.
Okay, that's one thing.
You gotta give him some credit.
Okay, that is okay. I'm not gonna rate that poorly that he has.
Nafany's the GOAT IGL.
No. You can't have too many goats, Boo. Like, I can't even keep track anymore, okay? No, like, this is an upgrade on paper, okay? Like, for me, it's a big upgrade. Chiron for Axel, I think some people might rate Axel kind of low because of the steep drop-off that he had. In actually what he did at some of the big events last year, he was a pretty solid player. Like, 1.12 at both majors last year, over 17 maps. Like, that's a pretty decent sample size against good teams. So he's not the same guy that he was 3 years ago, but he's still a really competent rifler.
But that's what we keep talking about, right? Axel overall, is this a player that can make a difference in this roster as well? Can he be the star of this team?
I'd say his floor is way higher than Chiron's. Chiron would just fall off a cliff sometimes in certain games for BetBoom. So I feel like Axel knows his role a little bit better and can kind of actually, I think the last year of trials for Axel, in my eyes, he passed them like lightly. He really moved out of the initial Nafany groove system, had to play a different style of CS, which took some adjusting to. And for me, it's like he passed with a B-, but I feel like people are acting like he failed that test. He didn't fail it to me.
Yeah, people are kind of comparing him both to his older self, where he was a top 5 player back-to-back years, and to how Heavy God did in that system, because Heavy God looked like exactly the same player. But when you analyze Axel just based on Axel, just how well did he do, I think people are kind of sleeping on him, honestly.
Well, let's catch up with Boomich and see how he's feeling ahead of this game.
Boomich, great to get to catch up with you again. I just want to reflect on Cloud9 last season. Obviously, the rebuild you tried with Icy and Heavy God didn't really work out. Why did you decide to move teams again and not try and rebuild with Cloud9?
You know, this is new year, new team, and of course it was 2 rosters with Cloud9, with Electronic, Perfect and Hobbit, and Heavy God, Inters and Icy. We was trying to do our best on the tournaments, you know, and they work a lot, but you know, sometimes you know, you need to think about your life and your team, and I think like 5 players after the major thinks about why it didn't work. So and you know, we feel this decision like on ourselves. So You know, for me, new team, and for Exile, for HeavyGod, for Icy, for everyone, I'm happy. So, you know, we're motivated, and next year, I think everyone. It's really cool, you know.
And for Boomich, he is a man that has come back in, right, from his Na'Vi days to one win, then going back to Cloud9. Okay, it didn't work out, even with some great pieces he had, but here he has a chance to show it once again that he can lead some players further than they've ever been before.
Boomich has seen the highest highs and the lowest lows of practically any player that is still competing in Tier 1 Counter-Strike. And for that alone, I would take my hat off to him. On top of that, like I said, I mean, he has the accolades now as an in-game leader that has made some kind of busted lineups pass. And that's really, for me, why I feel like this is an upgrade and why BetBoom today, they have a chance, even though I won't say that they are the favorites necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, there was initial questions about Boomich because was it Blade? Was it just Blade doing? But I think he's actually, like you said, I think he's proven it. I think he's proven he has a space, he has a slot, and it wasn't just, you know, a coach kind of making it work for him.
Touching on the veto.
Okay, well, actually, Boomich moves away from banning Nuke, which I did for Cloud9, goes for the Inferno ban, which I think kind of suits his 3-man core that he's joining a little bit more. Okay. And now they go for a Dust 2 pick. I'm not really sure what happened in practice to make them think that. Like, he really loved picking Ancient last season, for example, so I guess this has to be a melding of what everybody felt in practice. On the other hand, Mouz picking Nuke, I think that's just a great punish for if you're playing against a team that has never really played an official as a 5-man lineup. Rotations are going to be always really difficult there.
Yeah, I mean, Dust 2, when you look at their players, you're kind of thinking they're going to be good at Dust 2. Obvious pick by Mouz for Nuke, and then you end up on Mirage. Sad it's not trained, but I mean, these are 3 maps I think both teams are relatively comfortable on.
We've been blessed with a lot of trains, so we can't be too sad for now, but let's get ourselves into the opening game between Mouz and BB team. We got Scrawny and Launders.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yeah, nothing to be sad about. Well, actually, I got a bone to pick, Launders. Okay. You've been taking a certain tone with Mouz lately, and I want to know, why do you hate them?
I don't hate Mouz, but there are some things where you're in a position where you wish they would do better. That's for sure.
I feel you there.
We saw that first glimpse back at Dallas where it was just like, why are you goofing around in the group stage? And then you lose and got eliminated. And then it was like not 1 game or 2 games. It was a couple of games throughout the year. They were a team that were on the precipice of being able to be top 5. They have the next up IGL and Shuhei, and they have a really good composition, and they've made stories like Brolin come to life, but they still haven't reached their full potential.
Shuhei is going to tap down the first on long, not able to multi-frag as Exile answers. Quick scramble back from Torji off Cat. Brolin's here. We'll return to our conversation about Mouz in a moment. We'll see what BetBoom want to throw at long off the smoke. Nothing. Nothing at all. There we go, back in with a bit more, and it's Exile yet again, but now down to a single point of health. So they'll stall out.
I think they threw that smoke just to make it seem like it was a fake. They thought they were going to be pushing up aggressively for a retake, and instead it was a long-range duel that Exile wins. He's down to 1 health.
Another flash comes through. We still have a smoke and Molotov on Zorte. So you'd assume that one goes down on the cross, which will block off Xerxion's dual Berettas down in CT spawn. And Torji's going to use that chance to go for a reposition. Now still, dude, BetBoom team just sat back, sitting on this corner over and over. Another smoke. That's a CT smoke picked up. So putting that one down actually activates Xerxion. Jimpat gets his from the site peak itself. And Zorte still looking to kind of be the hero at this point. We can't forget that Exile is only on that measly 1 point of HP. Essentially same as Torji, who keeps his head down off of boxes. It really feels like Xerxion at any moment is going to come roaring in from behind. Jumping Beretta headshot? I don't think so. Now the hand's no longer busy. Exile's going to have to clutch with that 1 health. 2 kills in, 2 more to go. Can't manage. And we get Mouz on the retake for the pistol round win.
Yeah, it's slow. It's like kind of, it's a little awkward because BetBoom's reads aren't there, but they're still getting kills when they're trying to push up long, and nearly they make it work. At least here we get a bomb plant for BetBoom. I think that's a slight win considering the situation. But yeah, not the cleanest pistol round here from either side. But I'm pretty excited to see this BetBoom lineup play. I think that composition-wise, it's looking nice to me. Like to see a second chance for players like Axel and Boomich. And obviously, it'll always haunt Axel to have reached the highs that he did just a few years ago.
Surely.
But at the same time, I think there's been enough time out of that period where it's really like now he has to prove it again. And I think we can stay comfortably in that spot. I think even Maui brought up some stats that show that at the majors and at some games even last year, he was still very serviceable. The conversation around how good he was when he played with Shiro on Cloud9 has to just be, left in the past at this point. It's a very new team, and there are many players who have gone through sort of similar paths as him when it comes to trying to reinvent themselves.
Some more successful than others in getting back to the top.
And I think a partially important part about it is Axel's just not that old. I mean, he was so young.
Very true.
When he kicked off with Shiro in the first place, and still should have many more. It just comes down to his motivation, I think. We've seen the skill.
You use the word like compositionally, and I agree with that. I look across the board with the BetBoom roster, and I can get behind it. There was a lot of hype around MagnoJez as somebody who is supposed to be an up-and-comer, one of the many when it comes to the CIS region. This round's gone on too long for comfort. Finally, things start to fall apart. Shuhei's been waiting to activate on long doors, and as he does so, it falls just on Boomich. Another one down, so 5 up for the Mouz conversion. Quickly.
Yeah.
Do you wish that Mouz had made roster changes in this offseason?
Oh, that's a good question. I'm actually not sure that I don't know what the roster move would be. I think I'm pretty happy. I think it's like very fortunate for them that they didn't lose players. So I'm kind of that mindset. I think Jimpat did have to swat a couple of offers as an anchor that was floating in a position where like Vitality were looking for one, where Rops was potentially going to change teams. So I think it was, nice. It does speak to at least their how much they believe in each other to make it work. And I think how much they value their chemistry and being able to have fun playing CS.
Yeah, I think
I can't help but feel like, honestly, I don't know if this is true, but when Sergey's career ended, I think a lot of that had to do with his enjoyment playing CS with the team that he was playing on. And that's his brother. I'm sure he took a lesson or two from Sergey.
No, I mean, what would Sergey have had in common with his teammates in ENCE? Little. They were very different ages, different points in their lives. That's the one thing I love about Mouz is they do represent the next generation. Mouz NXT. It's where it started. It's where it had to be rekindled. And obviously, you throw in a star like Jimpat, it's supposed to go. But even as somebody, Mohan, who cheers for Mouz more often than others, I gotta say, last season. They got to do it this season.
Yeah,
that's in my heart. They've got to do it this season, or maybe it is the solution. In the gun round, they lose the opening op pick through the door, so it doesn't bode well for Xertion. Too many bodies and outnumbered everywhere across the map, no matter what. BetBoom up the catwalk into the A play, so the first gun round bodes well. MagnoJez able to capitalize off of the Zorte opening pick. This is a clean first gun round for BetBoom on their map pick.
Yeah, you can never know how much a team works and how seriously they took things. And knowing Shuhei and these guys and their progress, I'm sure they put in tireless amounts of work every day in a very competitive field that's hard to stand out in. But some of the points about Mouz are that I think Jimpat could have ended as anchor of the year and been a bit more consistent. He had amazing peaks, really great in late round situations. Brolin is the most improved player from team to team, but within Mouz itself, there were some games he was amazing, some games where he wasn't. And Exertion is probably the most important piece to be consistent, but you could really see when the pressure got to him in stage matches. And I feel like he provides something that, Donk provides to Spirit, and that's just a high consistency on opening duels. He's a player by any means, but in terms of the raw opening attempts and stuff like that, it was very good and very important. And you really had to be paying attention and watching the games to see when there were moments where he was more hesitant to be himself. Yeah. But you could see it. Yeah. Torsdy for me though, I think he's the absolute standout in terms of his performances from WePlay to the last year, how consistent he's become, how much of a clutch player he is in playoffs, how good he is with a rifle as well as an op. And I think that if he stays the same and everybody else fixes some of their smaller problems and consistency, then they reach that potential.
Really does feel at times like it's right there for the taking. You mentioned these Xerxen shortcomings. He was statistically one of the biggest drop-offs statistically from group stage to playoff games of all the players in last year. And there was no shortcoming of opportunity for this Mouz roster to kind of, upend that narrative. Beating the Mongols in Shanghai kind of gave you one uptick, but then we're talking about another incredibly young roster, if not the youngest roster, and one that had never been on a stage like that. So if you can't even beat the Mongols in that moment, then it's a real true testament to the Mouz choke that everybody loves to throw around.
Mm. Yeah. I'd say certainly like a touch overblown, but not completely. And we got Shuhei major finalist. Like that's, I think, the most important person to be on his game in those moments.
Speak of the devil, here he is in pit, trying to mow down 2 with the MP9, but this is looking like it's going to transition soon enough into the A-site split. Good entry to Torji. Xerxen's been trying his damnedest to get these multi-frags. It's always at least been one. He hears the player push past onto the ramp. If he peeks through this, his back's exposed to the Opper down in pit. Meanwhile, Brolin clears out Catwalk. It goes man advantage back for Mouz, and patience could pan out here for Xerxen. It actually drew Zorte back into the mix of it all. And, while under pressure, he hits that one on Smoke. Can't manage to hold them back off Catwalk, so he'll go for this deep reposition. I don't believe the bomb is for him.
Planted for long plat, so he could cross over to the right, but he wants to get his first kill right away, and he'll grab it. There is no smoke down. Jimfat is looking for the duel, and Zorte adjust for the 3K. Amazing round out of Zorte.
That's what he's looking for, and a couple of missed shots there sprinkled in would have shook a lesser man, but, we talk about experience. Zorte's one, as I think Vu mentioned, highlighted the fact that Zorte was at that Paris major playing so well under Jerry.
Yeah.
This to me is a very promising offer for the likes of Axile to be sat next to again.
Yeah, we'll just say though, on this peak, they could have done a high-low and instant traded, but Brolin went wide before Jimfat did. He wasn't prepared for that, and they gave him a chance to get that 1-on-2. Now that the moment's over, he got the 1-on-3. Great moment, but
no, you got to bring it back to reality, Launders. That's
what I do.
That's what you do.
Party pooper.
Got to keep guys like me in check.
Yeah, but Zorte's got big moments all the time.
Hell yeah.
So,
yeah. He was somebody who I thought specifically in Paris was going to wind up on a much bigger team than he did. I thought that was going to be the poach moment of Paris. If I'm not mistaken, he finished the first stage Challengers in Paris as the highest rated player.
It was insane.
Let me double check that because I don't want to lie.
It was one of the stages.
Would hate to be a liar. Blast Paris Major 2023. Doesn't it feel like yesterday?
I was going to say years ago, but...
Oh, okay. Third highest rated player of the Challenger stage, behind Monacy and JKS, who both played 4 maps compared to Zorte's 7, a 1.33 rating at the Challenger stage over 7 maps, man. That's impressive.
Yeah, that's when the street started saying Zorte, started chanting it.
Yeah. The time it was really him and Shalfie, who we saw play earlier this week, but already unfortunately get eliminated from the Blast bounty. That Shalfie, Zorte, Op rifle combo. So much promise. What's Jerry up to?
Yeah, what is Jerry up to?
What's Jerry up to? Having a good time. Probably streaming. I think I saw him streaming. I believe he was streaming yesterday.
He would be.
That's true.
He would be a great streamer.
Yeah, that's what Jerry was doing. He was streaming during Navi versus Imperial Javelins. He is currently officially benched on Paravision.
Jerry, very funny man.
Very funny Jerry.
Funniest Jerry that we know of.
My favorite Jerry.
Jer Bear.
I look at this map pool, Mohan, and I think to myself, there's no way Mouz lose it.
Yeah, it is a thing where BetBoom are a new team. So, yeah, it makes sense that they're going to have some new maps. But it's always hard to punish Mouz in the veto. So, maybe there was no easy place to go.
Flush out USPs, and still they manage a kill in lower tunnels. Siren hangs on. You know, we don't really talk about Siren all too often, but he is one of the forgotten pieces of Chopper's spirit back in the time.
Yes, that's right.
So nice to have him in this project as well, right? Again, promising pieces all coming together. I think BetBoom have assembled a team that has provably shown promise. Every single piece of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, composition makes sense, and Siren obviously an anchor. He's got real crazy aim. He can be wildly inconsistent, but can also have pop-off games every once in a while. And I see a lot of pop-off potential on BetBoom. That's what's got me excited.
Back in with the gun round, Mouz. Not keeping eyes on mid, and Boomich is wasting no time whatsoever to get up into contention for the catwalk. It's yours for the taking, my friend.
Torres is pretty comfortable here, I think, in this op, and Shu has another smoke and flash to use to support, and Exertion even making his way over for some well-timed grenades, it looks like. Oh, man, that's lovely. You know, sometimes see people throw that too far. You won't know how much damage he's done, but once he sees the setup smoke, I think it'll be clear to him.
Thing is, though, timing-wise, man, BetBoom just looking to crawl right out right here, right now.
Still got Torzy. He wants to dodge this first flash anyway, so it's not too much of a concern for him to be back there.
But they're out.
And they need another scaling flash.
Blind.
All right.
And so that gives just enough space. BetBoom
full
looking for
down.
A bomb plant in a 5v5. Xertion will get a nade dunked on his head. T's trying to peel back from this elbow. Everybody is out here, and Xertion's got a lot to shoot at. Too much, in fact, as he dies empty-handed.
They actually walk away now, don't they?
I think it's a save. Mouz leave an open route into that A-bomb site, and BetBoom making the absolute most of it. Great call by Boomich, and again, I think most importantly, just not hesitating.
Not hesitating, and it's so much comes down to the one scaling flash they throw for Torji, whoever's the op on car, right? Whoever's the device in the situation, they have to make sure those flashes are effective. They throw two, and you can see they're totally out of grenades now. They threw it all on getting the bomb plant down and then created one bad fight for Mouz, and that was it. So very, very solid attack, and it was just a 1 HE essentially that's done all the damage here to BetBoom. Kind of a flimsy defense here from Mouz that it comes down to, you know, just Exertion crawling back through the smoke, but the exec had all its I's dotted and T's crossed. It's that flash right there. It's their basically, you know, we were one opportunity. They even have a second late. They had two at the same time and then one later.
Does Torji have a cutout of himself on his bedroom wall?
Wait, what?
Can we check that, please? Gonna need a Torji cam one more time, thank you.
Camera?
Is that a cutout of him above his own head?
Or is that MagnoJez?
Surely not.
It could be MagnoJez.
Do you have a cutout of yourself anywhere in your house, Launders?
No, Fragadelphia did take a cutout of me from Laundersland 1
There
to
was a lot of them.
Fragadelphia.
There was a lot of full-scale Launders cutouts.
Yes, I don't have any myself.
That's probably good for the ego.
Yeah.
You know?
I was just trying to keep myself humble.
You'd be like Tom Cruise in Castaway. You'd just have many Wilsons. It would be you.
Tom Cruise?
Excuse me, not Tom Cruise. Tom Hanks.
Tom Hanks.
Already down in the lower tunnel, Brolin. Boomich. Gonna pop up into the two. Oh, love that. But it gets countered somewhat by Brolin. So Boomich and Brolin and Boomich. It's a double kill for both.
Man, when you got someone lower, you're trusting them to watch the jump up. Obviously, they're watching the upper tunnels push, so that was not as solid as Mouz thought. Great find here for BetBoom. That's a big gap. It's still a 2-on-3, and bomb has to be recollected. They haven't decided exactly where they'll end. There might be a chance for one deciding fight here for Mouz. Jimmy's getting real comfy now on the B site.
Not sure if he's old enough to drive, but he's hiding behind the car nonetheless.
Shuhei's going to see this fight. Oh, but he doesn't win it.
Finish it. 83 damage, but that's not enough.
That's a key duel for Axel. I mean, I wonder if they actually take it back this way now. I know Jimmy's often found in B.
Just looking to stop it with Zorte having been the bomb carrier up in the tunnels. I mean, there's a lot of utility. You'd think Siren or Zorte, somebody's going to chuck one down. They just send Axile over into the A site to clear it all out, and before they even need to think about bomb, Headshot out of Siren.
Yeah. I mean, and it's key duels like that from Axile that just like, hey, that's the form you want to see from him.
Mm-hmm. Props to Boomich. Look at this pop-up. Look at this snap.
And the flash. Oh, perfect.
2 snaps, in fact, right? He's jumping up with the crosshair in between both and rocking the headshots.
Skinny boom.
Never seen this man flick so fast. 5 rounds straight for Team BetBoom. Mouz curve the economy, buy up some rifles. Keep some in the coffers. Perfect round for Zorte to sit here and wait, as he was last round, but never got anything to shoot at, so we'll see him tested. Ooh, misses, but there's more where that came from. Jimhat's trying to disengage, and MagnoJez will not allow it. Good thing for BetBoom that they had 3 players there. The numbers prevail to at least keep them 3v3. Xertion uses this moment to push top mid with the Deagle. Again, seeing nothing, but Axile would have heard that fall back.
Yeah, he would. And Xertion does not stop running. They'll forego any map control they had. He's just got this Deagle in this position, but I don't know what's the next Mouz idea. They're sort of split up. Xertion shows them the cross, which either could mean there's no one else on A, or they should walk out B, and they'll go for the latter option.
Body shot in, but MagnoJez pulls back.
Round, man. MagnoJez looking good.
He's done it all thus far. Maybe it's Shuhei up next to go for this top middle flank. It'll boil down to timing here and which of the 3 players he can actually try to hold back. MagnoJez returning, prepared, but Shuhei wins the duel. Now we've got these 2 Ts kind of pinched at 25 seconds.
Oh, they're going to go A. That's so smart.
They're making a run for it. Torzi's not going to be able to find any angle as he comes out through the B doors. And so Shuhei, burned off of the bomb site, has to await his teammate to come forward with the retake attempt. You can see Boomich locking into the car, a little wary about Long, but he's now looking to go take a position on that side of this post plant. Axile looking to puff his chest.
Torzi has a molly.
Single flash for Boomich to try to set up Axile. He goes forward into Shuhei, who has added a second to the kill feed, and now looks to get the retake going. There's no kit on this round, so 10-second defuse needed. A very passive positioning here from Boomich, the same one Zorte pulled off his clutch from. And no peek.
Oh, he has to believe it. Really nicely done. Oh, maybe there was even a chance for the defuse after that. Really well done from Boomich. And that's a play made because of the HP, but it's a smart one. I think even if you had 100, knowing that that peek could come out and you could win the clutch playing standard. A lot of trades go down this round, and it looks like MagnoJez is just going to win this off of this B kill. But as it goes on longer, you see more good decisions being made from BetBoom in general. Getting into CT spawn off their mid-B smoke not only allows them a route out, but it blocks off any vision from Torzi in B. And it also blocks off Shuhei, who wants to run down middle to try to defend against that rotate. I really thought they were going to try to get the guy on the right side of the door to cross over and then take B together, but that was definitely the better decision.
A feather in the cap of Boomich as far as the calls go so far on map 1 in this series, but he will hit the ground in round 9. We haven't seen this like heavy emphasis on just a straight up B attack, so we'll see if Jimmy can handle the heat. He's got Brolin outside of the doors now, a little occupied with some mid pressure being thrown out by MagnoJez. Good job to try to draw something else away from sight, but a smoke grenade from Jimmy, is that enough to deter BetBoom, and how does the timing end up playing against or for them?
A second smoke change before a minute will definitely scare you because you think that Long's pushed. You don't have much map control here. But the thing is that BetBoom are still ready to full commit, waiting this out.
Jimfat, incendiary next. He's got a teammate now on car that's perfectly placed, burns them to a crisp, and sets himself up perfectly for the triple kill. MagnoJez will exit, of course, with car cleared out. We are talking about Xertion looking to just try to challenge the bomb plant. Bomb is planted, a little bit of extra cash. It's a decent recovery, all things considered, but a big triple and Jimmy's best moment yet.
Dude, Jimmy, like, he's got that brain, right? Like, how many times in this tournament alone have we seen the B defense throw their flash too late, not throw their preemptive smoke or their utility? Jimmy the entire time was so suspicious. He didn't see a single thing, but had that molly out, played off it perfectly. And even his movement as the molly's down, he's just trying to get them to crouch spray to kill him while they're standing in it to take extra damage. So many micro decisions that he's making as an anchor that just show you why he's so good.
You said it at the start of the game, could have been up for Anchor of the Year. A couple key poor performances. Maybe take him out of the running.
He was nominated, but, you know, could have won.
Did you vote on the panel for HLTV? May I ask where you had him in your, because it's what, 10 players you have to rank 1 to 10?
We had a few choices. It was not ranking them 1 to 10. I can't remember. I have to go double check.
It's okay. Hide your
some close
secrets.
calls.
Hide your secrets, Launders. Oh, suckered with the timing. Xerxin caught with his pants down on the deep side of CT, but at the same time, at least Shuhei is able to recover 1 kill with the long push. As far as the perimeters of the map go, Shuhei attacking this long doors has kind of been one of the positive notes of Mouz in a half they're currently losing. And oh, would you look at this? Oh, he thought he had it figured out, but Boomich comes in behind him. And with it, man advantage goes back to the T side. Magnajez, eyes set on mid.
I guess in one sense, they were looking for him, ready to come through the smoke at the same time, but Shuhei put himself in a pretty cute spot to be able to nail a 2K. You know, if you stand on the corner of the smoke like that, you can stop someone from coming through even if you can't see them, and anybody else that walks through you have full vision. But he took a step to the side. And now Jimmy taking a risk here, playing a spot that's not safe versus a mid-B setup, but over at Hummer, if no one comes to clear him, maybe he multis.
I think they saw it.
Yeah, there. Oh,
yeah. We saw that little inch of the gun barrel kind of awkwardly sticking through. He tried to turn it once he heard the once he heard the util. You saw him turn deeper in, but a bit too late. Launders, Mouz is losing.
They are losing, and I gotta say, BetBoom are playing pretty damn well. They're doing some crazy stuff, but not like some of the rounds they're winning. Just solid exec off cat, really good utility. We saw a round with creative mid-round decision making that they had to go off the beaten path, run through CT spawn to A. They have a clutch in their hands with Zorte, and they have lots of entries for Magnajez. I feel like it's been a pretty successful debut in terms of going from scrims to officials already for BetBoom.
Because it's 2 months since we've seen the core of BetBoom team in any sort of an official. And then obviously this being their first with this exact roster.
Yeah, it's just that the changes they made are so significant.
Yeah, he sees it.
Did it come through the wall, actually?
Did.
Oh, they got to fix that.
Yeah, it did.
That hot rod.
That's what you get for playing with flashy skins.
Yeah.
If he was
Should've
using
played with the M4 A1S Sand Dune.
That doesn't exist, but he could have used the flashback.
That's what BetBoom are, just a giant flashback.
Yeah, right, in many different ways. Well observed, Chev. We just caught every single grenade. I want that noted for the record.
Goat.
That is Chev, ladies and gentlemen, on the 1s and 2s. Four-time major grand finals observer, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe 5 now.
I've seen it all more than anyone else.
And still humble.
This round's actually going to a long play, but that's the bomb stopped in the doorway at 50 seconds.
Like, Shuhei's trying his absolute damnedest to bail him out of some of these spots.
And you can see that Mouz, though, are a little scared to over-rotate towards A, but they don't need to. They've got 3 here still. Not playing a 2-1-2 setup, and if BetBoom decide to commit, I'm actually surprised they will, because they didn't see any action at middle. They didn't see anyone faking a rotate, so I think they're just kind of crossing their toes and hoping. There's no op here on the corner, no one playing Goose, but there is. 20 seconds, good luck with this.
It'll come down to Torzi actually finding some kind of a hold, but first shot rings out with no impact. Xerxin hangs on to Goose. We've got a flash for him. He dodges it. Entry is good.
Oh my God.
Boomich on that little gap in the fire is able to peek down beneath Xerxin. You don't have time. Get the plant. Get the plant. They've got it. Woo! Woo! Siren.
He had no idea he had the bomb.
Oh,
wow.
Gets that plant in.
And how silly that would have been to take away from this round, because what an attack.
It could still haunt them, though, because in that flustered moment, look now as BetBoom are corralled on this catwalk. No actual cat presence, and so the CTs just start to churn through them. Oh, it's another 1v3 attempt. Missed shots coming out of Zorte, but he gets back into the cover, and Jimmy's going to put him down.
Whew. Okay.
Whew.
One kill.
Indeed.
One kill could have led to 2 right there. NT to Zorhe, good retake overall for Mouz, but man, with the amount of time left over, besides Siren forgetting he had the bomb down, they pulled off that exact same cat attack, had the scaling flashes that worked on Torzy last time, used to perfection, and to have this much utility this late into the round, that is a really good forward thinking. They're very prudent about this whole situation. And like you said, because they took so long to organize, they couldn't get those good after plant spots. They couldn't get deep control on cat. So that does cost them, but I think it's even a miracle that they get the bomb down in the first place.
Now that's a TeamSpeak listen in I'd pay for.
Some AI translations.
Yeah, sure. No, you can, you know, sometimes emotion is universal. Panic? Sure. You can always understand a good panic.
Words are just air vibrations.
We're paid to make air vibrations. You ever think about that?
Yeah.
How do we manage that?
Kind of magicians. In the sense that we are clowns.
Yeah. Definitely more clown than wizardry. Final round of the half. Some casters are literally clowns, like Jackie. He can make balloon animals.
Yeah, but he did that at a party that had a professional clown at it.
Ooh, it's a good party trick until you get out balloon animaled. Then you're just the guy who made subpar balloon animals.
No, they were good. They were good. Really good swords. The bomb is up here on Boomich by himself for the moment.
That's crazy, dude.
We're trying to do it a little differently here.
Yeah. He's like, no one can forget it if it's
in
me.
Between them.
He gives it over. Oh boy, down goes the T. Axile, where are you going? Into the CT spawn, he will hop.
They have the bomb.
Yep, it's scooped up. There's a recovery happening here. They're in the process of trying to still pull this one off. Long fight could go well. They try to double peek, but it's back around the corner for Shuhei. Cat pressure comes out. Can't stop the plant. Siren's unable to pull anybody off, and Zorte not even given a chance in the 1v3 this time around. 3 attempts for him, 1 put to the board. It's still 7 on the half, but a recovery from Mouz towards the end. with $30,000 on Mouz's head, post a excellent start to their season. Launders, 7 rounds on the T side of Dust 2. Could have very well been an 8th had maybe they had more time in that sketchy little post plant. And of course, a couple clutch attempts that don't go their way as Zorte attempts 3 on the half. I'll say this, of the two teams, it felt like BetBoom were definitely more inspiring in the first 12 of this map.
Oh, yeah, only good things to say really about like a lot of their moves, and everything is extra special considering it's just a debut for them. They're going to have measured expectations coming into this. Even though there's a big bounty on the line, it's another game where we see they have the quality and they have the depth, it looks like, to take this. It's a matter of do they have the consistency and how will they feel when they get closer to the finish line.
This game's been going on, and very subtly, it feels like everybody's contributing. We don't have some big pop-off, no star moment, just...
That flash is...
Hang on to.
Great
Zershin into the corner.
Zershin, man, he went right for the ante.
Really want this. Maybe now Zershin T-side. We get to see him try to take over the map. He holds on for a little longer. Brolin with a double. Zershin's got a double. Mouz make quick work of second pistol.
That was so clean from Zershin. I mean, moved right into that corner. Obviously, he only does that because he has teammates behind him as well. But it covers 2 options and created a great fight for him. Can't ask for more. Where are they?
I mean, they came to him, and he delivers. Brolin scoops up the next 2. Cyclone, happy about that one. Let's see if Mouz can convert and tie the game at 7.
Is that AK really expensive here that Jimmy has? Or those papers?
Yeah. I mean, those are papers.
But that's
those
still
are paper
really expensive.
Oh, but I think that's like a 557 pattern.
Yeah.
557 pattern. Oh my God, chat 557 pattern. Hot Wurst, little sausage charm.
Was?
Met Onapixel for the first time at the HLTV Awards.
Yep. Same.
Nice to see him out of the house. I think hopefully he walks away with the feeling that he's part of our community, and we all feel like he should be.
It was his first IRL stream,
hanging out with us. Yes.
Was that the first event that he's been to?
I think maybe so. I mean, even the likes of Donna. Donna had only met him once in person.
Right.
And that's saying something.
Him, Donna, Arrow, I think they had a little excursion together.
Exactly. Like, she's his handler, you know? You'd think they'd hang out more often.
Yeah. Maybe she just doesn't let him out the house that often.
That's what it must be.
Yeah. Yeah, he was great.
He was okay.
Did you see the Magnus Carlsen tweet?
Yes.
About the jeans?
I'm a fashion icon first and a chess player second.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah, I did. Oni also came second place in the shooting range competition that HLTV put on.
Yeah.
That's the thing with the HLTV Awards. Activities organized by them ahead of the pre-mixer.
I didn't know they were going to give out actual trophies for those.
It's true.
Yumi won bowling.
Yumi was the best bowler in the Counter-Strike community. Shout out Yumi one time.
He also got second in something else, right? Or was there more than 2 competitions? You were there, weren't you?
I was crapping my pants trying to prepare for the show.
Oh, okay.
I partook in no activities.
Oh, okay.
The only activities I did
and next
was
year I'll be there for the activities.
Hanging out with Freya.
Boring.
God. Ugh, don't get me started. I thought Hugo was bad enough.
He said he wasn't going to listen to us cast today, but you know he was joking.
Of course. What else does Hugo have to do other than watch Counter-Strike? First gun round for the second half, and Zershin's going to try to disrespect the long door hold. He gets his one on the corner. There's so many bodies here, though. Let me in. Let me back. He pushes his teammates out of the way, and it's a quick changeup from 2, nearly 3 players committing to the long doors fight.
Yeah, this is like a real classic CT side where they go 4 long because you have the one flash, and if it is going to be a 5v5, it's the perfect thing to do as a CT. Now, they come out 1 for 1, but they maintain long as the real important part. Siren here in the pit, an interesting choice from Mouz to pick this like mid-timing re-aggression. Siren's still watching for it.
There it is.
The way he peeked that, though, he was going to see head, but he wasn't aiming at it.
Triple Molotov. Wow. Oh my god, and his teammates from the site don't even kill the T that's going for the deep peek. I mean, that would have been back exposed with 2 counter-terrorists holding on. A near lineup for what's left of it here in the 15th. This double long corner still being contested at 45 seconds. They'll put the smoke on the cross and leave again.
This is smart for MagnoJez to get into tunnels. So let's see how he plays this, because he can play on the lower stairs or push all the way playground.
Oh, dude.
And he decides to walk at the right time. It looks like he won't be spotted.
Show me, show me, show me! MagnoJez already prepared for the peek over top of the edge of it. Just go ahead and put this round away, would you? Huge play from MagnoJez. Understands what Mouz want to get up to.
Yeah.
I am impressed.
Or a fan? Yeah. You already liked MagnoJez before. Right?
I did, yep.
This would probably be, this might be his like most real chance to, you know, we've got Boomich thinking about how to get back to the top, and we've got a team for him that looks promising, as a lot of the rosters he's been on have looked promising. But this one in a different way, because it doesn't have the super team energy. It just has 5 guys who I think have come to terms with having to rebuild together.
Exactly,
you know, so they've experienced an ego death, and then they've got a nice injection of people who have not even built that up yet, who haven't had the accomplishments in the past.
I think BetBoom team as an organization has just kind of like worked their way into this approach to the game, which is like finding pieces that have proven they can do it. When MagnoJez is technically your like least decorated member, you know, everybody else here has had a taste of success.
Definitely.
And so I think that they understand as professionals, let's take a step back and build. And like Axile and Boomich, definitely the 2 of these 5 who know the real heights of Counter-Strike, bringing the experience to the table. Hungry to get there again.
There's a moment for Axile to help out from CT spawn, and the spray's actually very decent here for Zorte. He's a bit in jeopardy with no flashes to be able to throw, but he holds his own.
Nicely done.
Big time.
Zorte gets the double straight up from Goose. Really takes the wind out of the sails here for Mouz. Jimpat finds 1 off the spray, but I mean, so be it. You've cleared Goose. It took you 4 players trying to press into that one position to get a singular kill. The round comes crumbling down around Torji. He'll be given a chance to clutch, and the CTs continue to fight him ever so slightly. Axile may be realizing he doesn't want to be the thread that unravels what should be the 9-7 lead for BetBoom team.
Oh, they didn't see him. They did. They're watching it, but
they haven't confirmed it, but they're nervous. Torji's going to come up and get blindsided by Boomich. This is a CT side that's got legs to stand on, a T-half that was good enough to put this map away, and a Mouz that, to me, don't look sharp enough to get the edge over this defense.
I mean, look at this 2 players coming at Zorte right after he uses a full mag of ammo, and then he basically has to frag out. There's no tricks he can make. He's just got a very deep off angle. That's the one big advantage of Goose, is you can start the fight from a various amount of angles without exposing yourself to Cat. But even from that perspective, you got to get that trade, man. But Zorte, it's too nice. Now Mouz broke.
Glocks out, BetBoom. Great chance for double digits.
Wait, what?
Don't worry about it. You saw nothing. Who else did you meet at the award show that maybe
for the first
made your night?
I'm trying to think if I met anybody else for the first time.
I think Min Lee is an obvious answer.
Oh, Min Lee, that definitely made my night. Yeah, because I went up to ask him for a photo, and then he asked me for a photo, and I was like, no way.
Wow.
Like, Papa. Yeah, that was genuinely like almost like meeting a parent in some very strange way. Like we were just playing this game for so long, and I remember just thinking from his perspective, he must be looking around thinking like, you know, like all of these careers are started because of the game that I made. Like it's pretty amazing.
Yep.
So that's
I think a compliment from Min Lee solved all my father issues, Lunders. Just like that.
Boomich will solve the rest.
I'm ready for it. Axile's gonna go headhunting. Ooh. Easy does it. Triple kill from him. BetBoom not even gonna sweat it versus Glocks.
I was hoping to see Nard out here.
I met him last year.
You bigged him up from last year. I didn't get to meet him.
I did. Yeah. It's true. Didn't end up managing to get top 3 in the community vote, so wasn't flown out for the show.
I see.
Right. Flew at top 3.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Nard out here also a full-time nurse. So a very important job back home. Not easy to get away from that one. Saving lives and T-sides. This was something.
Yep, you're there. Yep, got the info. All right, I'm out.
Nice spray here from
cross
Exile.
while I'm watching.
Makes sure that things can't get too weird.
That was
all right, Mouz.
almost as weird as the wonderful knife attempt.
Time to play.
Mouz decide to keep it simple. They want long control. They come out real quick, and they've only got one smoke. So let's see how fast they scale. Smoke actually... Oh, no, sorry. They've got one more.
But they don't catch anybody on the cross.
Oh.
They feel it. They feel it.
Shuhei has an opportunity and a half right now.
Nice flashes. Oh, perfect for BetBoom. She actually sets up the team kill here from Jimmy. Magnajez down beneath smoke. Axile drawing attention over. They chase Magnajez out of the corner, and so it's man advantage here for Mouz. Very sketchy there with the flashbang and the smokes all over.
Still not a done deal. Shuhei's very low. Exertion's half HP.
Counter-terrorists still within incendiary on Axile. He's going to chuck that one out, try to fluster somebody inside sight. Xerxin looks down into the spawn. Very good on him to continue to keep that pressure up on the rotators, and it's enough to convince Axile to call it quits. So Mouz get through on the gun round, but it felt like you run back that whole smoke flash situation 5 times, 50-50 who comes out on top.
Definitely, and I think in some ways that's the worst part about Dust 2 is the, like how kind of random on the timings it can be with this cross and how important it is just to sneak one by. They don't go for this flash play if they think there's someone who's already made it to the ramp, so they're looking for that right opportunity, but it's all based on just game sense and the comms at the moment. So Mouz coming very light on this round. If it was a 4 long start for the CT side, which is again just a gamble, that could have been a very ugly situation if they lose any of their grenade holders, but instead it's a clean exit and a very fast attempt on the A site, which is also nice to see. It also sucks to see teams wait till 40 seconds after taking long. So it's a 2-round game. Let's see, Mouz, if you can get warmed up.
No contest on the long doors from the T side this round. 4 bodies coming at mid. This totem pole gets disassembled. BetBoom do not want to stick around on the corners. What you got to offer, Xerxin?
Well, they're going to fake cat. They got a lot of information inside of mid.
Ooh, Boomich didn't throw the smoke.
But I think Axile does throw his. Now he can make it over towards A. They're going to drop down into him.
Xerxin actually getting to the side of the smoke, waiting for some kind of player to give him a fight, and he will not see it coming. Boomich able to get down off of the ramp, won't be able to double up, but Axile, he could climb through this. He's got teammates falling all around him. He knows he is the playmaker if there is one to make. But that smoke grenade sitting on top of him just denies anything, and they try not to take the chance.
Oh, now
they try to
leaving.
disengage, but it's not going to be afforded to them. Mouz actually making a convincing run at this A site to close this gap.
Dude, I thought that BetBoom were going to find a way to get, after they got the first kill on Xerxin and CT spawn, I thought this is a really bad situation for Mouz, but no. It was enough to get that bomb planted as quickly as they did. Once again, keeping it simple here. Cat control, instant exec. Last round, long control, instant exec.
Yeah. I guess there was the long, yeah, it must have been a long, I was just thinking Zorte had the op on long. I don't know if somebody came up from behind him to kill him, but I think it was all 5 cat.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
So somebody from the site must have just gotten a gnarly shot on Zorte.
Yeah, you're right.
Because when this happens, you're thinking all's good. Everybody turns to catwalk, Brolin clears him, and then what? Yeah. Jimmy finds him trying to fall back to the corner. So ultimately, like, even though they had conceded this round, it's 3 players running for the hills that get killed.
Yeah.
Mouz just kind of in their face, and BetBoom couldn't handle the heat. It's a good showing on their map pick, but 10-9. You let Mouz back into this. You know, funnily enough, it's one of the, to me, it's like the duality of Mouz sometimes. We can talk about on playoff stages, them having shortcomings, but there's a lot of times I can also recall where like Mouz get into the real nitty gritty with some teams. Cologne last year versus Mongols, this nuke game where Torji goes nuclear. They do pull out wins when they get challenged by teams of lesser caliber. You know, they are such a gatekeeper in that regard. Yeah. And I think that this exact head-to-head at the start of a season is going to be another prime example of Mouz maybe coming in, getting caught off, and then still irking out the win here.
Yeah, they're also a team that don't spend much time playing online anymore. You know, like they're also a team that are very used to just playing LANs consistently, where BetBoom are sort of back on the grind from behind.
As this map's gone on, though, just realizing we haven't really had to talk about Torsi too much.
Yeah,
and
pretty quiet map for sure.
Not the most impact. Brolin gonna find the top mid rush. Wasn't just the pistol, but Siren's M4 hits the ground. That's the key piece of what BetBoom team had to offer us in round 20. Should be walking away with this one for free. Bomb outside of the tunnels will be delayed to the site. But it's not looking like any casualties for Mouz to have to handle.
Give me your ammo.
Oh, they'll give it to him all right.
5 alive. Mouz are officially back. They've tied the score line. They have economy. And on T side, they've won 2 really clean rifle rounds. So now I think the question is, what's the call? There's been very little love given to B, very little love given to mid B. 2 massive options on T side that are totally underutilized. They instead have been sort of banging their head against the wall and trying to make long work. They do it. Same thing with Cat. Eventually they get their success. So now do they expand their repertoire? No, it looks like back to long. Well, at least just sneaking one out.
Yeah, Xerxin going for the corner too.
And if they get long really fast and take Cat really fast at the same time, this is when they know the CTs are going to try to re-aggress towards it. It's either this or crawl up long. And if Xerxin knows that they're not here,
look at him go.
This round could be dead simple for Mouz. I think they put themselves in a really good spot.
Zorte trying to set up Boomage with util. We'll see if anything can go well, but it's not looking nice.
Oh, yeah.
Mid-door push also punished, so all on Zorte. He'll find the one, but yeah, I mean, you set that up perfectly.
Yeah.
And then we see them just pull the trigger, cut right through that A-site defense like it's butter.
You could see 3 people playing anti because they know like that BetBoom are not going to be comfortable with that amount of space, especially after just trying to take long. They know that there was a commitment there. So now everybody gets crushed. Last round was 5 alive versus just pistols, but this is a full rifle, 1 death here for Mouz, and they're definitely heating up.
5 players surviving in the last, 3 members up at the end of this one. I mean, that was total control, clear image of what was about to go down and execute right there with it. Time to kill was sharp. Only Zorte, in terms of the defenders on A, able to get anything done.
Oof. Wow, just like that, man. Mouz back
Pistols
in the lead.
Here for BetBoom. So saving up to try to fight for overtime. Again, not a bad debut. We saw promise early on, but this T side starting to get the better of them. Along the wall hides the USP. It's a good dink, but just so ill-equipped for this round that what can you truly expect?
Yeah, this is a wash so far. Kills don't even matter that much here to BetBoom. If they could save guns, of course, that would be nice. One flank coming in, watched right now by Magno Jez. And it's official. We get the full recovery out of Mouz as they get onto map point. It is what you want to see from Mouse Sports. Can we still call them that? Sometimes, at least?
I think so. I think we're allowed to.
Yeah.
Mouse Sports. I feel like if you were around when they were, you're allowed to. It's like the grandfather clause, you know? And you're practically a grandfather now, so.
I have a dog.
Yep. In 2025, Mo, that's like a kid.
Yeah. My dog, Connor.
Okay. Your scrawn dog. Did you ever notice that Torji and B-Dog kind of look alike?
Whoa, and MagnoJez then, right?
Nah, that's a bit more of a stretch. But I mean, B-Dog sometimes at events has people come up and say like, oh, Torji. That has happened.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
I would play into that 100%. I'd take all the photos.
They'll come up and ask for a signature, and then he writes B-Dog, and then they're like, what?
Oh, no, it's going to be a lurky play like this. Oh, he's hearing Axel leave as well.
Nice calling, man.
Ooh, Shuhei's flowing right now.
And having a really good game, I think, individually.
Finally a B take, but Brolin gets picked off behind Shuhei. Yeah. Weird, but they can still continue with this.
Aggressive cat peek. Oh, but that certainly helps. The walkout from the tunnels.
Got window and know that it's Car.
How can he hang on now? Well, missed Molotov will certainly help. Gives him a little pocket of control to play behind. CT's not too sure if anything else is out middle, but it's the all-in from Xerxin and Torji to try to close this 2v4 with 1 kill already collected.
Look at the utility.
Easy here for Torji to just keep that op trained on the doors. CT util coming over the top. Frag grenade will take a quarter of Xerxin down. Oh, good spam damage. That actually ended up softening up both the remaining Mouse players. So it's going to be the Torji 1v3.
They're really waiting this out.
We saw one from Zorte in the first half. Can the counterpart Opper do one too? He keeps it on the plat box, buys a bit of time, but Boomich inching outwards will connect, and they make that look so damn easy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it was the early fight that Mouse want to take through the door, I think, that dictates it, but they have every right in a 2v3 to look for something. You could argue they could play standard spots and still have a pretty good chance since it's the B site after all, but I think with the way that they attacked, they were even lucky to take out window when Siren was sitting there at Car ready for anyone to come through the smoke.
I think that I want to give a little credit there to the BetBoom wall bangs, because you saw that simultaneously, the player front plat and on plat both getting shaved down to like 30 HP. So we go all 24 of regulation. We get the op trying to go for the suicide peak, but that double op setup coming out of Mouz in the final round of the half. Very quick transition from Xerxin down through tunnels, and look at him go. This is the Xerxin I like to watch.
And then they need he has the smoke, actually, if they want to use it.
We're going to see that pressure, you'd think, be applied off of the CT smoke to the B site. They're going to try to run it back by the looks of things. Previously, that cat pick from Zorte alleviated a bit of pressure.
Man, with the lack of rotations right now, BetBoom are playing reactive. Mouz have control, but they still have to actually breach the site.
Siren plays on top, not behind the car, falls off from the position, dropping util. Window player also now into the site. Axile's able to hang on to his. We've got Xerxin dead towards mid, and BetBoom back-to-back on this B site are going to push us into OT.
Oh, wow, well earned. 2 rounds that try to end B finally in this half, and they both fail out of Mouz, and that's because of the hold that's put up by the BetBoom boys. Nice attempt at the attack, but overtime, I think, is definitely well earned. BetBoom had lots of great rounds this game. It would have been a shame if they just ended up losing straight up in regulation. Job certainly not finished for either team here. But we're going to come into this one with full money, really decide who was the better team on Dust 2.
A test for Mouz, the start of 2025. Not in the realm we're used to watching them struggle.
But again, they're not a team that grind online anymore, so this might be slightly less comfortable. You know, they have to look at each other, keep the emotions up and everything like that. They've become accustomed to the tier 1 lifestyle.
Xerxin out and denied. Nice hold here from the 2 pieces of BetBoom team. 5v3. So Mouz gonna have to try to wiggle their way back into the start of overtime.
going to take a real bad mistake at this point to have this round lost by BetBoom. Full cap presence, shied them off along. Zorte's been so aware in the B side. Is he going to go for the other swing? He does, and it's perfect. Torzy aiming on top of the box. Eats his own flash, down to 22 health, but still alive. But so is Jimmy.
The one thing he's got back for Mouz, a single punish on cap, but it doesn't come with much control. More layered defense, so prepared for it. If you thought there was a space, a gap for him to play in because he got that kill, could not have been more wrong. Shuhei will find Axile, trying to run and join his teammate towards top mid. And this will send him back into Zorte. It's just enough to peel a player out of this bomb site. Zorte's low HP, but he's got that angle locked in, and BetBoom take the first in OT.
Yeah, definitely worth a shot. BetBoom got to be hyped about that. The lead taken back, a very clean round in overtime. 3 straight as we get here. And this time it's versus Long, where Mouz want to go back to it. They had so much success. That really made the comeback possible, and they end in the attempt to beat, but initially they were going to go for something real simple again.
Just to really cement your point about Mouz not playing online much, in 2023 they played 30 maps of online Counter-Strike. 2024, only 10. All of them part of the major qualifier circuit.
Right.
So you're dead on. They have been enjoying Tier 1. Magnajez, however, born in this. And as he falls back from this fight in tunnels, his teammate picks up the Shuhei pick towards top mid. Look at Boomich, ready to come out A main. Yeah, he's gonna find it right through those doors. Sidelines Brolin, pushes us to the 5v3 despite damage on 3 members of BetBoom. You've got Torji locked into this corner top middle. He's not feeling too good about this. You can see him wary of what's coming next, and that threat in the back of his mind nets them the 1 response so far for Mouz.
Yeah, I mean, some solid awareness keeps this round alive. Mid B smoke comes through, and again, the simple decision is being made. Do we go out mid, or are we going to go up cat?
Zorte would welcome the challenge.
Torzy, I think he gets shot at, but not enough shown.
Zorte onto the corner. Axile gets a bit of damage in. That frag grenade could be valuable. Jimmy's dead to it. And the last player tries to emerge, but denial. Back-to-back rounds here for BetBoom, where they do not look like they are going to give up a round in OT.
No, man. Solid setups, man. Getting better as we get into overtime. To be honest, the T-sides did not look that deep so far for Mouz. Haven't done anything extremely complicated and gotten away with it. And now that they're going back to some of those successful attacks of previous rounds, they're just not working anymore. BetBoom. Whoa.
I saw that.
We got some cool tricks. Was that with an eye drop?
I thought it was a chapstick.
Okay. Zorte's been clean. Definitely the best op on the server right now.
Undeniably. Double ops, triple ops setup here for BetBoom. Making the most of the overtime money. Bit of a dry spell for Mouz.
Not being watched. Oh my gosh, they left that timing open for so long. This happened in a previous round. But there was no one to push, and no shot comes in here, but Axile with a repeat.
Yeah, that second of 3 ops. The third one was Magnajez trying to go into the tunnels, so
genuinely.
Fortunately with Axile's kill, but then the tunnel push, this just opens the door for the transition for Mouz.
No reason to not go back in this spot.
They've got the site control, they've got Shuhei out middle. If Siren can kill Shuhei here, well now the round's a little bit more on because that window fight comes forward. Unfortunately, so little health for Siren that Xertion's job's made so much easier. And now Axile's tasked with a B-site Dust 2 1v3 retake. That ain't gonna happen. Brolin double kill catwalk is what gives Mouz their 1.
Yeah, man, that same boost was used before, but what happened was there was a lower play that came down and 1 flash at first to keep their attention, but I think last time they decided to unpeak when there was no second flash, and then Torzy had snuck up into the Xbox. This time there's no flash at all, and so they're just holding it, waiting for the walkout, and instead it's an attack up cat, of course. There was a small risk for Mouz that maybe lower control had been taken or something like that, but they're willing to play these gambles, and it pays off. They catch that boost finally.
Straight into that B site. Jimmy's got a test. Not going to waste the moment. Up to the top box. Great grenade damage. Him and Brolin just lock this down. You thought it was going to be fast. Brolin with a 4K puts a quick end to the BetBoom hopes.
And this was the good side about Mouz, was playing B, watching Jimmy go. The utility is like from a dream. Absolutely perfect placement and timing. A total shutdown, and you brought up that BetBoom did not try too many B rushes in regulation. So, you know, we're at the point of the game where a brand new team, yeah, they're going to have to start throwing stuff at the wall, see what works. Because they've already used a lot of ideas to get here.
Quick, do it again.
Do it again, but faster.
Zorte going to put the op up quick. Jimmy's not going to take over platform positioning until he smokes it off. A cautious man, that Jimmy.
He is. Suspicious one. Very shrewd.
That's why we call him Slippery Jimmy.
Slippin' Jimmy.
Oh.
You've watched Better Call Saul?
A long time ago.
Okay. Memory lost Connor.
Did call me a dog after all.
My dog. All right, Torji, redemption time.
Yeah, time to do something memorable throughout this first map.
Oh,
have your moment.
Dude, his nades have been solid.
Yes, sir. 50 damage on Boomich. Big. Then the flash into it. We'll see if Xerxin can clean up what he just started. Boomich actually burns. Double flash, and they're blind, but there's so many of them with no mid-peak whatsoever out of Mouz. You can just play top box like that.
They had MagnoJez ready, so lots of players blinded, but the most important one wasn't. Clean shot.
Brolin and Jimmy trying to go above and beyond here for Mouz.
And Tor's got another flash.
Send him in.
You surely wouldn't be ready for the second re-aggression.
Shuhei blinded, hangs on, but he gives himself up and still comes out with the kill. Full blind Shuhei. We've got another opper here on the site. Torji's not gonna miss as Zorte emerges. Beautiful headshot out of MagnoJez. A 2v2 and that Molotov's gonna be challenged. Good thing there's a smoke on it. MagnoJez not ready for this walkout, but he reacts. And as Jimbat comes up from spawn, here's that reload. And he would know that that's not the planter.
It buys him time. MagnoJez is peeking wide.
Should have a good idea as to these two players' spots. He's just gonna keep crawling this in.
I think
T-side both turn back. Jimmy wins the duel to MagnoJez, but not the second. And Axile takes BetBoom to 15.
Dude, that's all about MagnoJez. Man, I feel like Brolin, there's a chance where it's really early on the smoke and he can run through, but after a second or two, there isn't anything else to watch, you know, just to be safe. And so he was really risking it. He also wasn't early enough to even stop the bomb plant, which would have been a small win to make it a 1v1 for Jimmy, but yeah, MagnoJez makes it look easy, but he also saves the day twice this round. The guy to jump up on Xbox with all of his teammates blind, and Mouz did an excellent job of trying to layer those flashes and really not make it clear exactly when they were going to go off the flash repeak. Whoa.
Hey, we got a cool guy.
Oh. Gotta learn how to do that.
Spin something in the air. Hey, put down my phone. Boomich can sense this victory, huh?
Yes, he can.
This is what I love about Boomich, is I thought, like, with previous personalities, he's somebody who really wants to take control as a leader of men. And I feel like some of his ex-teammates maybe didn't have that respect for him. Mm-hmm. But
now he's skinny.
Now he's got it. I think he's got a firm grip on the reins of this roster. And with a team who are hungry to listen to a leader.
BetBoom went from 2 ops to start this round. And now Mouz are the ones who are double opping with Brolin on the side of the map.
Yeah, snipers all over the place. Screw it, make the most of all that money.
Brolin's definitely done an excellent job so far.
Oh, Axile gets caught.
Yeah, it's a huge one because now
yes, sir.
you got the push from Shuhei.
He's going to go.
But he's actually thinking about them trying to go B for a second, going wide a little bit.
I mean, Shuhei's gotten away with this. I wouldn't be shocked if the T's are ready, but they don't seem to be considering it.
They wouldn't think the op pushes.
Nicely done from Shuhei to just slip forward and take that man advantage one further. Brolin's op gets revealed. Folks, we ain't done here.
No.
No chance. No shot. BetBoom team in a 2v5. Mouz get the op shot. Shuhei knows an opportunity when he sees one. Keeps that pressure up. And double overtime on the cards here in our first map of BetBoom versus Mouz.
Torzy evens up.
Hate to write you off here, Siren, but you don't even have the bomb at 25 seconds, my friend. So we do it yet again. 6 more rounds between these two locked in.
And another clean one out of Shuhei. Again, the setup is him getting into long doors, the op behind it, and when the op gets the kill, they know Axel solo holding. That's an easy play for Shuhei to make. I'm not surprised BetBoom weren't watching their flank for that. Brolin getting into the fun with the op too, and that's a really cool thing to try when you get to overtime, is just the second op, because you can put the same amount of thought into the round, but the second op totally changes the dynamic of the approach from the T side. They have to plan for something they haven't seen before, and it can be as simple as one guy sitting on a site holding an angle. Now we got Brolin leaving the op, going into lower. BetBoom really just wanting one pick. Oh my God, he actually does pick off the bottom of the totem pole. They break that smoke open due to find him, and Brolin gets a second.
Not bad. Tries to peel away, won't be able to escape this one. It's just Brolin and Jimpack going back and forth between who's racking up these frags. Can't be understated that I think Shuhei has played an essential part of the CT side. We got that long push last round as another example of it, but really he has just been so constant in that threat.
Saw BetBoom, you know, in a really late round moment like this, in a similar spot with the utility and time, find a gap and pull off something really creative. But it's Dust 2, man. It can be really hard to manufacture those opportunities. And Torzy is starting to get better and better by the round. He's in another moment where he sort of needs to shine. They're looking for this late split, which actually Shuhei, if he's not careful, gets caught off by Axel. 2 timings taking place at once.
Ooh, another Molly at his feet, so gives himself a smoke. They'll be on high alert for it. 15 seconds for BetBoom.
I mean, the smoke should be good for Torzy.
Long activation out of Axile is going to put pressure on the back end. Now that Alper has to deal with it, and as he's going back for the flank frag, that's what allows the bomb to go down. But Torzy keeping it going somewhat. We've got Boomich. A single kill into the 1v3, but jumping back and forth, man, awkward.
Yeah, bouncing around, and Torzy missed a couple shots, hit a couple really good ones, definitely put himself in a position to win the round. The approaches from BetBoom on their cap plays are excellent. They're finding like lots of ways to make Torzy's life miserable. When it came to when he was playing car, they flashed him back consistently off multiple flashes. Here, they throw the mollies in the right spot when he's playing on the ramp, smoke his position, but the smoke ironically gives him a good fight, you know, versus Cat.
Yeah.
And so it keeps him alive, allows him to get the trade on long as well. And that just shows you how powerful an op can be on the A side.
Yep. Great moment for Torzy, because at one point we said we don't have to talk about him much. Impact in overtime starting to come through. Let loose on the mid peak and into the 5v4.
Overtime games are simply the best way to warm up. First match of the season.
TSS knows all about that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Molly here for Shuhei. Wallbang's trying to get him. We get the teammates util, but it's Torzy to come bail Shuhei out of a tricky spot.
And he knows that they're going to try to come for him, but Xertion's utility here has been great.
He's kept the second half of this split at bay. They're going to try to come back in, and Zorte finds a little pocket within the flames to come up with any kind of a response, because it feels like at this point, that's what BetBoom are going to be fighting for. Anything they can get out of this T side in double OT.
I feel like the timing that Siren just found was the one, you know, with the smoke in the mid doors, but at the same time, there's still 2 players up on B. This doesn't feel like running into Torzy head first is the safest thing to do.
Shuhei playing a dangerous one.
Yeah,
he's going to be inside the smoke now. He's going to get flashed through. They're going in on it. And he blinds a couple. Can't manage to get all 3 as 2 stand behind him.
Oh, going Goose.
It's the Hail Mary. They're going to try to just charge down the op with a little CT control. MagnoJez feeds himself to the Crocodiles in the moat of CT spawn. And Siren is just so desperate at this point. He's going to gun down the Opera at the least. No time to plant from here on out. Needs the frags, and will find none further than the 1 kill on Goose. Mouz 2-0 on the defense of OT2.
I mean, the difference is clear, right? The op shots, obviously, I mean, Torzi's still missing some shots, but he's also hitting lots of critical shots every single round now, and generating the opportunities is the big one. Many moments for him to win the round for his team, and he's finding them. Even the flash setup allows Shuhei to get a kill and get spots on the last 2 guys on the round. So
very disruptive round from Mouz, starting with that Torzi cat to top mid peak. Really disallowing BetBoom to have any chance to set things up. Can they sweep it? Really contesting as heavily as they have in previous rounds of overtime. This time, BetBoom's just afforded a lot of catwalk control.
Yeah, I don't think Exertion has his cache of utility in spawn this round as well, unless he's just left it on the ground, but he's only got a flash in hand. They're actually not going to come in his direction, it looks like.
Oh boy. Going into the tunnels instead. That's where Bomb's headed. How many players get left behind for any kind of mid play?
With the timing, 40 seconds, Shuhei knows if they're not long yet, it's over.
Shuhei again, man. Just so essential in these moments. Look at Jimpat lock into the car play. Brolin's going to be hanging on to Humvee.
Yeah, they have full vision on mid. No one smoked mid B.
Shuhei's going to come clear Boomich as he starts to throw grenades out. Oh, but he loses the duel.
It doesn't really matter, though, I don't think.
We'll see. We'll see if the crossfire can stand tall. Back exposed to car. Jimmy's got 2. Brolin dies empty-handed. Over top. It's 2.5 frags, but it's perfect for Xertion. Sliding in. He can't finish. He can't finish frags. BetBoom get their 1.
Dude, somehow. That was like an impossible situation. The fact that they got Shuhei when he was ready on the flank, and Boomich was thinking he was selling some kind of sick fake, and it was a 40-second timing where, you know, Shuhei knew he could push safely. They had 2 players. Hummer in this crossfire is about as good as it gets, but Siren, 1 bullet's Brolin, and Jimmy hits 2 great shots, but the trade back from MangoJez, and as you mentioned, none of the last 2 players could be finished off. How did BetBoom pull that off?
Honestly, that instant headshot from Siren, key piece of it.
I guess that's it right there. Otherwise, the crossfire stays alive, and there's no chance. But man, no mid B smoke in that situation meant that Hummer was alive. The crossfire with the flank, they knew it was B the whole time. The staging went according to plan for Mouz. Did you just sniff that?
Yeah. Oh, schnozberries smell like schnozberries.
Just flicks it around and sniffs
it.
You know,
I'm still surprised we don't have like sniffing salts in Counter-Strike yet.
I mean, do you need like Counter-Strike branded ones?
Yeah. Or just a player who uses non-CS branded ones.
Like ammonium.
Yeah, nobody's sniffing salts, man. You telling me going into overtime of a major, you wouldn't just give it a...
That's actually my sniffing salts, is just being there.
Oh. Yeah, nothing like a whiff of Counter-Strike, fans. Yeah. That'll wake you up. Just kidding. We've got the coolest fans.
Dysons.
I'm not just glazing. I've been to Magic the Gathering events. I've seen both sides of the spectrum.
We had Smash at Launder's Land.
Damn, no contest offered from Bet either.
Yeah, yeah. But like 3A again. Like 3A, you're looking comfortable.
They're going to try to dive spawn. Look to challenge the corner. Missed shot here from the Opera. Exposed, though. Ton of damage. That frag grenade is going to be worth its weight in gold. As they try to step forth into the A site, softened up, the Op strikes fear in the hearts of Mouz. It turns them back. They get a little more footing, but this has gone south so quick. Nothing until Torji's 1 for Mouz.
Damn.
A single kill off of an all-in from Mouz on Catwalk. And as he just goes running for the hills, back into Zorte, Torji gonna chase down the Opera into the corner, will come out with a frag, but you'd think that's where this party ends for Torji. Or does it? Oh. He'll find that wall bang, one for the road, but sent packing as BetBoom stand 3 tall.
Oh my goodness. You have to appreciate the way that, I mean, first of all, MagnoJez on the op, looking like a real Opera right there over on the A site. Those are some great shots that he hit, and he had the perfect rifle support to dip into CG spawn to get the kill here. Axile just removing the problem, knowing that someone's dropped down, and that reaction is extraordinary. Straight to the dome of Jim Pat, and that makes it so much easier for MagnoJez to get a second kill.
Somebody's taken 18. Triple overtime secured off the back of the next one. And it's Zorte to try to keep eyes out in middle. Scouring through the smoke. It's actually MagnoJez to open. Brolin's gone down on doors. Uh-oh, backline compromised. And BetBoom not going to pull the Shuhei here at all. They instead just completely reallocate. MagnoJez sitting in CT spawn, perhaps here to help Zorte in a moment.
Looks like he kind of noticed that, but no one on a screen at the moment.
Because MagnoJez can take over CT spawn control for the Op, it frees up Zorte to go and throw himself into the B tunnel hold. That last Siren just stare at his feet.
This has been a promising position always for Zorte. He's really good on this angle.
Oh man, they're tiptoeing into their death here, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, they can throw lurk smoke and get close and try to exit. We are looking at a molly left over for Zorte. That's huge.
Chucks it down. But MagnoJez actually peeled back from mid, so this does take the Opper into the mid play, and Siren pops up. Now we've got incendiaries coming out. Zorte able to clip one, pops back in, and gets bested. Torji and Jimfat 2v3. Axile hot on the trot. We've got that set up towards middle, and Axile will buy time. As Jimmy's hands are busy, Torji goes back towards tunnels.
He's thinking about it.
Awkward positioning here from him. Missed shot. Now he's in a bit of a pinch from both ends.
Oh, he's freed.
One body freed up towards mid. Jimpat, the second headshot's nasty. And the window player's dead. That's all Jimmy.
You're kidding. That's all Jimmy at the end. But Torji allows them to get in with his refrags. Zorte through the smoke in the tunnels. He comes off the cusp of the smoke, gets the refrag to K-Sharp. It looked like the round was over right there. Insane 3K at the end, but man, the teamwork between those two. This is basically an impossible round. What is that spray?
That is...
What is that spray?
Nasty. Anchoring in the post plant.
Oh, and a tag on Siren crossing over towards B.
Shuhei slides forward. Op shot blinded and missed, but Shui makes the most of it with the long play with compromising Axile. He peels back. Map point Mouz. But this lower control, I mean, how long can you run the risk of keeping MagnoJez's Op down here? He peels back, he goes top middle instead. He's thinking about suicide. And it's a fatal error. Attention in the wrong direction. Zorte's missed shot. And a second CT just stuck inside of this A site. Mouz look like they've got this win queued up.
Yeah, I mean,
but looks can be deceiving.
They can be. I think with the info they have, they got to be pretty aware it's a 2-1 at the moment with Zorte on this side of the map. If they want to run into him, they could cause problems for themselves. And Zorte has stuck around big time.
Nice spot caught. Brolin fast around the first. Axile's nade goes deep. It's negligible damage and an eventual attack from Shuhei on long. Axile's gonna have to do this single-handed. And he doesn't fancy his chances at going massive on the multi, so instead peels back somewhat. It's a long road for Siren, cautious about taking over tunnels. They damn well know that they are going to need a second body to make this retake happen. Axile denied, and it is only Siren on a quarter HP towards long. No utility left here for the attackers in the post plant, but so be it. Shuhei comes out big. 2 kills on the entry of Long, a portion of this map that he himself took over on the defense, stepping up when needed. Mouz shut down in double OT.
It got dragged to double overtime. BetBoom certainly put up one hell of a fight against Mouz there, and they certainly had a chance. If we look at this, right, both pistols go in the way of Mouz Sports, and they still get forced in double overtime, and they still look shaky throughout the whole game.
Credit to BetBoom for bringing it the distance in that regard. I mean, they had overall some really good players. I mean, I think the funny thing about this game is that at one point BetBoom were leading, I think maybe by a few rounds, and they actually were behind in the kill total because just Mouz were saving more. They were just getting kind of like these peel-off kills, and so it was actually in some ways kind of hard to say who the individuals were that were shining for BetBoom. Turn it to overtime, and people like Magnajez showed up. People like Axile had moments. Boomich even had a couple nice spray transfers there. But all in all, I think their strategies on the BetBoom side and the cohesion from day one in an official, this looked pretty promising.
Yeah, I mean, BetBoom was up 6-2 and then 10-7. Then they were down 12-10, and I was like, they're out of this. I mean, Mouz found their footing. They should have no chance, and they still brought it back to OT, bring it to double OT. Don't win the map, but I mean, I'm impressed with the first showing.
And in the beginning of that, right, it was a lot to do with Magnajez and what he was able to show across the map here in all situations that Mouz threw at him.
And so Magnajez right now, for people who may not be paying attention, aren't familiar with his game, comes from kind of the tier 2, maybe even you'd say tier 3 sort of Eastern European space. But he's kind of known to be a guy that likes to party queue with Donk. That's kind of where I've heard his name the most. They play a lot of Faces together. But in reality, like, he's not just kind of a run-in, aimer kind of player. He was actually pretty cerebral in this one. He was playing anti-flash in key positions. He was a good team player overall, taking space when Mouz were allotting him those kinds of opportunities. And so, yeah, in terms of actual game sense, that's what I would praise Magnajez for this one, along with, of course, some nice shots here and there.
Yeah, I mean, we even had that clip of him in T-spawn as a CT, catch Mouz rotating back to B, and usually you have that type of player that gets into T-spawn. They also have a round or two where they die in tunnels. They go over aggressive. He didn't do any of that. He was actually, I mean, 23 and 27, but I don't think he made a whole lot of mistakes.
And talking about not making mistakes, also being a team player, we're going to take a look at round 29 here because he got himself up on box. You mentioned he was playing the anti-flash as well.
Right. So this is Shuhei being set up with a flashbang, I think. Or no, I think actually he might have already gotten one in this one. So
yeah, he had the kill first.
He had the first kill, yeah. But this was a great late round situation for him. That's what we wanted to touch on. The fact that he gets the kill onto Torzy, nice shot, like clotheslines him right there as he's trying to peek, and even is able to react to Brolin trying to get a little sneaky with things there. And Yimpat, I think actually the final kill is Axile, but all in all, like that moment from Magnajez, just the wherewithal to understand what fight is coming next, when he needs to play anti-flash, just like he's playing a bit beyond his years, and that's why we're touting him as a great prospect on this BetBoom team, and he might even just be their best player in a month or two.
Ooh, okay.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible.
Even over the likes of Axile?
I mean, yeah. I mean, I think we got to see how they like decide to set things up for each other. But I don't know why I wouldn't try to set up a guy like Magnajez.
You're basically predicting them to be a top 10 team.
No.
I think you're going to say he's better than Axile, and Axile is still like very good. Then how are they not going to be a top 10 team if that's going to happen?
I bet you they're going to be vying for the best player on the team, Vu. That's what I think. Yeah, well, okay, who do you think in 3 months is going to be their best player? Would you say Axile?
Yeah.
Okay, you can say Axile. Okay. It's the safe pick. It's the safe pick, Vu.
Okay.
Come on, have some guts for once, Vu.
Yeah. No, I think it's going to be Boomich. I think Boomich is going to be their best player.
Let's not get too crazy. He's my favorite player. He's not the best.
He's going to pick up the op, and he's going to be their best player.
But overall, looking at Axile, right, we're touching on how maybe on his Cloud9 moments, it wasn't looking so great for him. Is this a place you can see him maybe thrive better with some of these other new players coming around him?
He was playing more active positions for them here. I think he was the cat rifler on the CT side. And really, Axile made his name on Cloud9, on Gambit, by being an anchor star. Like, he was so good in those positions. But he's had to switch a couple roles here and there. He's gained some versatility. There were growing pains, which is why people started kind of rating him poorly for a while, but he's caught up to speed in many of those spots where he's like, okay, I have to take the onus in these rounds, and he's actually been delivering in quite a few moments, even against good opposition like Mouz.
Well, that's certainly a positive sign for them. You're talking about roles and positions changing. I was actually catching up with Shuhei before this game, and I want to take a look at that on the Mouz side.
It's hard to say in a spot. I don't want to say how much we're working internally as well. But definitely there's some small things about the team or inside the team on the server stuff, how people are feeling in their roles as well. So more internal things, I would say.
Okay. When you say about the roles, is it some maybe possible changes on position and roles, or not really?
Maybe. We will see soon.
I mean, that's one of the most obvious things we noticed is Xerxin fighting for Cat, and we had Shuhei on long, which is, there's nothing wrong with it, but Xerxin did kind of look out of place a little bit on Cat at times with the way he was holding the angles. He had a few dunk nades. I mean, he had a few some nice utility, but I think that was a major factor in Mouz not really picking that one up early.
I agree. Yeah, the fact that they swapped positions from the previous season there, and I'm also a little bit concerned as to why. Like, I don't really know why I would do that. In the middle of last season, actually, they swapped Exertion and Brolin spots. So I think it's just that Exertion, he had to take long from being the mid to B CT player, and now they're shuffling him again to Cat instead, and Shuhei's having to give up his position. I don't really know if this is Exertion just not thriving on this map, and so they're trying to give him anything they can so it works, or even the players in these new positions are getting uncomfortable themselves. So I think right now it's a weird thing. Like a lot of people throughout the year last year would have said Exertion was their best player, but I feel like on this map in particular, CT side, he hasn't really found a solid footing of where he wants to play and where he's even good at.
Yeah, I mean, theoretically, if you're looking at Xerxin, you look at his playstyle on T side, you look at what he's good at. I feel like short A, I mean, CT rotator is what you want him doing. I feel like that's where he should be most comfortable, but obviously it's gonna take him a little time based on what we're seeing here.
Do you think there's gonna be more changes across other maps then, given what we just heard from Shuhei?
I mean, we'll just have to see, really. I feel like there's probably, you're going to look at some of your problem maps and say to yourselves, like, which ones were not working for us. I don't think there's anything that's really jumping off the page for me in terms of Mouz's last season where it's like, this is a huge hole in our map pool.
But they obviously want to make a change, right, in order to get trophies because they've been so close to it.
I was going to say, which map is DE playoffs? That seems to be their most troubling map. Yeah. Because in group stages, they seem like they're pretty comfortable on everything.
But are we still on that narrative, even right after the Rio performance, they're getting to more playoff positions? Are you still going to say this?
Losing in Shanghai to Spirit is a loss that you're going to take and not necessarily say, wow, we should have beat Spirit. They ended up winning the whole thing. So they have shed some of that narrative. Because at Rio, like you mentioned, in the quarterfinals, they beat Vitality, which is crazy. And then in the semifinals, they beat FURIA in what was the most hostile environment
FURIA
of the year.
And the crowd.
Yes, exactly. That's what I mean. In Rio. Like, that's the one time the crowd's even there in Rio.
Luckily, I was gonna give them a break a little bit, but you have to admit, they themselves seem to think their roster was dead when they were at the Shanghai Major, and that takes a lot of pressure off. I'm not ready to say they've solved it quite yet.
Well, they're trying to solve it, at least for this map. They were able to solve it against BetBoom. Next up is Nuke, but we're having a quick break, and then you'll join us once again. See you soon.
Welcome to The Bounty, a new, bold Counter-Strike format where every round raises the stakes. Here's how it works. The prize pool isn't just split at the end, it's distributed as bounties. Each team starts with a bounty based on their seed. Lower seeds begin with 0, but can still strike it big by hunting bounties from higher ranked teams. Win a match, and you secure 50% of your opponent's bounty as a guaranteed payout. The other 50%, it carries forward, growing the stakes for the next round. After each round, the lower seeded teams pick their opponents from the higher seeded pool. If they win, they claim their opponent's seed. In Week 2, the final 8 teams bring their bounties to the Blast Studio. It's a face-to-face showdown with new twists. Teams can challenge opponents by raising the stakes with their banked winnings. It's high risk, high reward. Here's how it works. Teams use their banked winnings to up the ante. For example, if Team A has $50,000 and Team B has $25,000, Team A can only challenge up to $25,000, the amount their opponent has banked. Both teams have to accept the challenge. This is Counter-Strike like never before. Are you ready to go bounty hunting?
And out of all of the games we've had here, only 3 teams have been successful bounty hunters, because it is not easy whatsoever. You can see it right now on your screens, how it's working out, who's been able to steal some of that money and move through to the next stage. We're right now on our final 2 games for stage 1. And after today, when all the games are finished, we're gonna be doing a live draw to see how it works out for the second stage. So the fun is still to be had for all of us, but the game right now is Mouz taking on BB Team. And I guess for Mouz, you're moving on to Nuke, you should be hella confident. And I guess you've got to kind of wonder, how much is BB going to be ready for this battle ahead of them? Because Dust 2 was good, we were happy with it, but Nuke's a whole different thing.
Nuke was a map that the previous iteration of Cloud9 that Boomich was IGLing was trying to stray away from, more or less. Not really a pick that they were going for whatsoever. And so for me in this one, I feel like they are probably going to try to meld the 2 systems. But all in all, this is going to be a very confident pick for Mouz. Yep. Let's just remember, the last time they played Nuke was against Spirit in the Major. They made Donk look mortal. I think they're going to be able to make Magnajez look even worse.
And not only did they make Donk look mortal, in the interviews after, they were like, were you trying to counter-strat Donk? They're like, no, we're just that good. You know, we're just capable of doing it. You know? In BetBoom's defense, though, I mean, we look at them, one of the things that I thought they were really good at on Dust 2, they had really solid execs. They had flashes, they had good trade fragging. These are things that are to your benefit on Nuke. This is what you want on Nuke. You can have a good upper exec, and you can make that work. It's not completely impossible, but yeah, I mean, Mouz is clearly the favorite here.
One thing I've always seen though, and we know Boomich is talking about this so much, is like how hard he wants to push his team to work. So I'm assuming, right, we don't know just yet, but they probably came back quite early to get ready to put themselves in the best foot forward. So do you think they're gonna have more than just the basics?
Yeah, I mean, I think that that's going to be shown on the T side. And so what I'm really concerned about is, given that this is Mouz's pick, I want to make sure that the rotations look good for BetBoom. Are they actually going to be, when there's outside smokes from Mouz, who's going to be moving down? Is it going to be the ramp player? Is it going to be the door player? Are they going to be able to make those kinds of live adjustments? Are they going to have good reactions in the mid-round? That kind of stuff is where BetBoom will be tested today, and we'll see if they pass or fail.
More questions to be answered, but you guys have done enough of that for now. Let's see what happens in the game with Scrawny and Launders. We're going to Nuke.
Yes, sir, gentlemen. Time for Nuke. Answers, Mohan. Do you have answers for the people? They have questions. Do you have answers?
Yeah, I think that I think Mouz are warmed up now. I think Nuke is more guaranteed. I thought that BetBoom would take a map actually in the series. Dust 2 seemed like it was going to be the one, even though the veto was sort of a surprise. They got to double overtime. I mean, that says enough. They won over 13 rounds in that game. They really did put in a very good effort, and they were going 1-for-1 on a lot of duels, and Zorte was overall more consistent than Torzi was, but towards the end, Torzi got a lot better. Mouz got a lot cleaner. They even had to make a comeback happen in regulation, and Nuke is way more comfortable for them. Tough map for BetBoom. Not one that they shouldn't be able to play, but a hard map for a new team, that's for sure.
Let's find out whether Mouz can take that overtime, double overtime win. Run away into momentum. We get the smoke for top main. Little waterfall for the CTs to have to deal with. T's go flying past it. Boomich finds first blood of map 2 and then crawls right back up into the heavens.
As they get downstairs, however, his rotation upper, it's so early, they're just running it 2 rotations have already been made, Lord, but look at this, man. This is a crazy play.
Xerxin looking for the ramp control. Smoke out from double doors. We've got 2 bodies down here for BetBoom.
No mollies, no nades, no smokes.
I mean, you go for that plant, those Berettas could rip in. They do.
It's just a fake.
It's going to give away Axile's position. And that's going to activate Xerxin, who comes down, gives himself up. Oh, and he gets caught as he tries to fall down. This ain't comfortable. The 2 CTs still managed to pick up a kill a pop. Jim Pat is executed from behind. And BetBoom making the most of that because I think Xerxin didn't.
Yeah.
His missed shot.
I think because he came to clear dark, but to credit to, I think it was Axile who's playing dark, he backed up to watch the ramp flank instead of just sitting there and watching above him. So I think the bait was there just to create an opportunity for Xerxin. But again, to be fair to Axile, that was really great awareness. Like, he was the one shooting forward into the smoke and then had to take a risk by assuming that they weren't in there or they weren't going to spring out of it, and made sure to check his flank. This is a cool call from Mouz overall in terms of how they get into this position, how they snuck Xerxin through hell, even though Boomich got his kill and silently climbed up the ladder.
Actually, extra props there, because with that third-person camera replay, we see that not only does Axile find the kill on Xerxin, but then he does a great job of hugging the wall immediately. The second Mouz player... Oh, my God. Okay. I thought we were getting crazier than that, but... Yeah, then he gets back into the wall. You see the follow-up fight from Mouz, jumping out control to try and trade out Xerxin, and that opened it up for Magnajez to get his from single. So... Axile really just magnetizing the Mouz attention, and easy cleanup.
Yeah. Good stuff. What was your impression of Axile in general in the first map?
Didn't blow me away, but he hasn't for quite some time.
Yeah, okay.
You know?
I thought he was like pretty decent, but yeah, not anything amazing.
I mean,
it was Magnajez, I think.
Yeah, for somebody who has hit such a high peak once upon a time,
yeah,
on an individual
that's gonna be brought
level,
up for the rest of his life, unfortunately.
It really, yeah. So, you know, I'm still impressed with BetBoom's debut. Still think he has a lot to offer. Don't dislike the guy. But, you know, when you're kind of blending in with Magnajez and Siren, is that really the Axile we want?
Yeah, I mean, Magnajez could be the star of the team. You know? It could be him. It could be him and Zorte, and I think that actually might be sufficient, to be honest. Really depends how good they can get, but I really saw a lot of range out of Magnajez. I mean, even on the couple of rounds that he opted, he looked pretty comfortable. He made a couple of small peaks that were like, okay, you know, you weren't super ready for that. But some of the shots he hits were good. Pretty high on Magnajez before the game started, even slightly a bit higher now.
Also, sorry, I take that.
Config.
Where?
In the background of Brolin's camera.
Oh, scared me for a second.
In a painting, it looks like a photo.
Also, not to take anything away from Axile, he actually didn't blend in with Siren. Siren, statistically, the worst performer of Dust 2. So just blending in with Magnajez, and now that I consider what you just said about him, that's not bad company, is it?
A good company.
It's not bad company. First gun round for Mouz.
Connor has a great line about Axile. Saving it for a moment where Axile puts together a highlight, but it's just not taking place.
I've actually repurposed it for somebody else, but we're not gonna talk about it. We're stopping this conversation now.
Well, Axile, he's back.
Get him on a big stage, and I got you.
It's a big studio.
It's true, it is. Yeah, that's true. Blast has gone above and beyond for the bounty. Our new spaceship studio.
Yeah.
You know, this is actually, they repurposed Pimp's landing craft.
His landing craft?
Yeah, this is how he got to Earth.
Oh, because he's an alien?
Mm-hmm. Explains a lot, wouldn't it?
Does explain a lot, yeah.
So.
That's why he speaks English funny.
We made the most of his flying saucer.
How'd they do this, by the way?
What, you mean walk downstairs and plant on B in a 5 versus 5? In a full total gun round? You know why? A lot of emphasis this round for BetBoom and lobby control. And while they went lobby, Mouz went B.
Oh my gosh. I mean, Mouz lost that last round. They are just such an excellent nuke team in terms of the way they move. Like,
All good, Jimmy. One AK lost, but Xertion's not going to let them nab it. So no free upgrades here for BetBoom. 3M forced to walk out of it.
They made this look like some kind of weird anti-eco.
But that's the lobby emphasis instead of the B rotate, costing BetBoom round 3. Oops.
Oopsies. The easiest part about Nuke is rotating lower. The hardest part is rotating back. So that's why if you play your cards right and you don't give any clues, sometimes you never see a rotation. The pistol round had all kinds of red flags. You know, the taking hell control and trying to wrap everything like that, opening up secret. But that last round was just so inconspicuous out of Mouz. This is a map where you pay attention to Xertion's pathing outside, how tricky he gets with it, and ooh, Zorte wishes he had a few extra bullets. Full visual confirmation, but only 75 damage. Still good, but look what happens. Got another situation where BetBoom have rotated, but they're still like not totally confident as to what's happening.
Ooh,
oh, what
nice.
a find. But he's got the reload soon.
You take those soon. Oh, clean. But not until.
So clean.
Shuhei also cleared with the very same mag. It is a sprint and a 2v5. 1 kill in already.
Wow.
Axile is just wonderful.
He's better than that, man.
Well, Torji to the clutch. Burn back, won't be able to get over to the single door. And while that's burning, he's going to sprint towards control side instead. Would have heard that. They're still of two minds looking both ways. No coverage from the player on the rafters, just the footsteps. Gets the diffuser off.
Oh,
but Axile,
okay, there's the round.
Deep.
Finally, we got that. This is the round that we want to talk about. That's incredible. The pre-aim through the molly into control, just like off the timing. That's basically an eyes closed peek. He has nothing on his screen at all. Like a beautiful move by him, and it's off the game sense to go through these shots through the smoke, and then this as well. He has
So
almost
nice.
no ammo at all.
2 bullets, actually. He had 2 bullets, missed the headshot, and finished it off with it. And again, last bullets. Just
yeah, that was a top 5 play right there.
Just like that.
Bomb spotted awkwardly.
Nice to have a round like that for the Axile package at the end of the night. And we're not even close to the end of the night. Plenty of time for BetBoom to still make Mouz's lives difficult, but JimFat will take down the star of the show so far.
It's gonna be heard.
Zorte scouring outer, looking for contact, knows somebody's close. He's got that intuition. Player up above him. Oh, insertion, able to lock it on the door. So Heaven peek in just a moment. Torji's op reigns out. 5v2, comfortable for Mouz with lobby control to boot. Siren walks into his own death, and Mouz from the hiccup of the Axile 4K prior to a clean sweep here in round 5.
Man, they were left so confused, as they were last round. And it's another win for Mouz. Now, love the way they play T-side. So good at spreading out on those lurks. Don't waste too much time with it. Very good at navigating smokes. Exertion's the perfect guy to do this. Look how much stuff they had going on. Even if these kills don't go their way, they would just trade for positional space over and over again.
Excuse me.
Hiccup?
Yes, I have the hiccups now.
Is that just going to last a while, or do you know how to just deal with it right away?
Yeah, I'm just going to hold my breath until my face turns blue.
Oh, okay. For me, it's I just have to hold my breath until the next potential hiccup. Uh-oh.
This shouldn't happen.
Not a great spray out of Jimmy.
Mohan, every once in a while, the USPs into the trophy push works.
Yes. We even had a USP round 1 earlier today.
Man, and it's not one of those like long-range ones where the gun hits the ground and then everything's okay for Mouz. That AK is now out there on the field.
Yes, it's Magno's now.
It's an ominous feeling to know there's a rifle.
Magno Carlson.
A dink comes through for Xerxin to have to deal with. Torji's off collecting, and all seems to be going well. Still, that AK yet to get another chance. Shuhei not sure what to shoot at. Util exchanged, and the bomb plant guaranteed.
They just know what they can get, though.
Yep.
They're so comfortable with it.
Yes.
Going back upstairs, even after that push.
Naturals on Nuke.
They are. Blast TV vote is feeling Mouz going 2-0. I can understand why. Even down around here. Because we hyped him up. Are you at all disappointed with Mouz or just impressed with BetBoom?
Impressed with BetBoom. More so.
Same.
Still a little disappointed.
Still a little disappointed.
But I think it's the fan in me more so than the pundit.
Sure.
Still just
first game of the season, though.
I know, but I keep thinking to myself, like, I'm waiting for, obviously it's the first game of the season for all the teams that have played Bounty so far.
Oh, you're waiting for the crushing opener.
We're waiting for the crushing opener. Like, all these new teams, and obviously Mouz don't make roster changes, so I thought to myself, well, this is their chance to just come in totally convincing that not making changes was the best move, blow BetBoom team out of the water, et cetera, et cetera. And now really it falls down to, like, if G2 don't do that tonight, then nobody did. Nobody really did. Their Vitality's won. Vitality's CT sides were great. T side, left a little to be desired. FaZe Elige, he looked good, but the team allowed that to go to a third map versus an underdog. Na'Vi almost lost Ancient.
Yeah. Only JL wasn't trying so hard.
I know.
All right, another lurk, just working better every single time. They make it look so easy, man.
I mean,
for a team that is ready for him as well.
Yeah,
and look, he's not even worried about making presence.
Okay, boys.
Siren's thinking, well, I mean, he just made noise on the ladder. Surely he's gonna like chill now.
Oh, nice. Xerxin, spray control for the third. Good tracking, fourth. Almost to be had.
So crazy. Like, no one else is even really making noise. They're just slowly walking in towards the A side.
I think that's where Mouz really get to show how much better they are on a map like Nuke.
Yeah. It is just hard to stand out on Dust 2, I think. I mean, yeah, like your most complicated Dust 2 round really isn't that impressive. Your most complicated Nuke round is genius tier in terms of IGLing and what you can show. Oh,
get him.
Wait a second.
Wait. He's got the kit. He's got the kit and the smoke on top.
And it's
behind. Nobody can get him.
Wait.
MagnoJez just pulled this off.
Maybe.
No. He just pulled this off.
He actually did it. 1 on 3. Axile's not even celebrating. He just looks stressed. He came, wait, was that 1 on 4? Because he came out of the vent, got a kill, and then went for the smoke diffuse.
No way.
Just as easily as they got in, it all went wrong.
I take back what I said. I'm disappointed now.
It was 1 on 4. Oh my gosh. And if he didn't throw that flash on that timing, he still dies.
Axile may be stressed, but Boomich is lapping it up.
Jokes.
Tisk.
That was like on the blast stage when you come out of the floor. It just showed up.
MagnoJez. Kind of gross, bro.
So 1v4 for the career.
Kind of gross. We'll put a pin in that round in case things get sketchy for Mouz going forward.
For as genius as Mouz look, they're still down around.
Up until all of that, it was so convincing. We were sat here singing their praises. We were honestly paving the road to the 2-0. And instead, everybody point and laugh. I don't really advocate for bullying, but on a round like that, well...
Who would you pick, though?
To bully?
Yeah.
Pimp.
Pimp responsible for that. I'm fine with that. Oh, man, and then winning the following round. Oh,
Yeah,
salt in the wound.
Oh, that's the one.
Salty, salty wound.
That's the one. Can't be letting moments like that happen, Mouz.
They can and they will.
You know, because Cyclone's not mad at you, but you know he's disappointed.
Oh,
down to the B side. They'll try to disengage. Sorte.
Wait, there's still 2 down here.
Yeah, MagnoJez is back on
but
dark.
they're missing.
Hopping all over. Help him. MagnoJez comes wide, only gets 1 kill. Shuhei quick enough to answer, and bomb scooped up. We've got this quick rotate down soon enough from BetBoom team. Bomb plant in the corner of the site, and nobody here to stop him. Everybody down, just flying through the vents. MP9 in hand for Boomich, so perfect for the job. 46 health on Shuhei. Jumping out from double doors comes Boomich.
Bad molly.
Yeah, you're giving him another chance, but he's not able to snap over to Siren, so all is contained. BetBoom celebrating a 5-3 lead on this defensive half.
Yes, not too shabby, man. Not too shabby. I mean, a lot to do with that 1v4 Ninja Defuse. Brought to you by MagnoJez. On the best round so far called by Mouz. All of it upended entirely. 2 rounds straight for BetBoom. You could say for Mouz, at least they get a plant.
But we go from praising their map 2 to now finding silver linings. Ooh, a plant. The tone has shifted quickly here on Nuke.
They're warmed up.
Back to the outer challenge. Sorte locked in on Squeaky. Yeah, he finds his opening.
Another one.
Ow, smoke was coming out. Looked like the opener was going to come from some outer play, but MagnoJez queued up for a peek in just a moment. That's Torji with the bomb as well. Blindsided, bomb delivery to MagnoJez, going to try to fight for more, but Xerxin keeps the headshots clean and keeps momentum rolling down towards lower as Brolin takes to the high road.
Yeah. Oh, misses a jump.
Brother.
Brother.
Can't be missing jumps. We're getting sloppy.
Look at all the guys looking at heaven right now. Everyone's looking at heaven. But you know what? It's going downstairs.
Siren ready for the peak.
Brolin committing to this is kind of wild to me because, like, they know he's there. He made the jump incorrectly. He gets some information. He at least gets 1 kill. But his presence seemed to be enough, that's for sure.
And honestly, it kind of is. There's nobody down here for the defense.
Yeah, but he died. You know, I mean, he could have, at least he got a kill, so it's a 2-on-3 situation. So, plant will go down back site, nice and comfortably. BetBoom have looked pretty chill on the retakes, coming in slowly and looking pretty organized. We've only got the 1 flash from Xerxin. They're not going for control side, which does limit their... Okay, yeah. I want to expand a bit, I think.
Last time this retake came down from Vent and Secret.
No smokes, no flashes, no mollies here for the CT side.
Not ideal. But they do take a lot of control of the site itself. Bomb planted back site, don't forget about it. Shuhei has peeled back from Secret into the single door. Door shut on the other T. Shuhei gets 2 from this further distance. And Axile would have had to stick that. He elicits it, gets back on top, or does he? No. Not enough time. Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
Close.
But
perfect peak, though. Timing from Xerxin. Good weight.
I would say Shuhei catching the backs turned of the 2 players trying to fight double doors. He picks up both those frags. Made Xerxin's clutch all the easier.
It was when Brolin was in heaven, so this is a 2v3, and it was a 4v3 there for a second. So Mouz continue to look very creative and amazing on this T side as they almost get into the lead. Still rounds to go. It's crazy how much you could learn from Mouz's T side so far this half, and yet still down a round.
Yeah, well, I know the biggest lesson is don't get 1v4'd on A side.
Damn it, Pimp.
recovering from it nonetheless. Looking for that tied 5-all. We've got a Nova on the field. Zorte, you know, Zorte's the kind of guy I'm surprised he doesn't play the MP7. When CS2 first released, I literally watched this guy drop the op and start playing P90 every round for a couple of weeks. I swear to God.
Just watching some simple demos.
Gets a little wild. He drank some sort of Kool-Aid. And now it's the old Nova. And that's what happens when you play the Nova. It betrays you. Magnajez reaching for it.
Come on.
Shows the power of the $500
and he
pistol
sneaks outside
instead.
Into the site.
Brolin's got a couple bodies lined up in vent. Won't be able to spray further from the first.
It's not a full commitment upstairs, but there's no bomb for them.
No.
Very awkward with how far apart they are, but in the rounds we've seen, this is how Mouz make their magic happen. So I think you've got BetBoom, who are just worried about everything, and for good reason. And honestly, approaching for patrol is a very good spot to do. I actually like the CTs coming in for the retake. And
that helps.
Trade back actually sets this up for Jimmy. Time is not real good for him at the moment. Didn't want to drop vent.
$30,000, Launders. Place your bets. Yimfat in a 1v2, 35 seconds to the clock.
I think I'll take Magnajez.
All right. We shuffle the cards and deal it out.
Can he get to the bomb in time?
CT separated. Yeah, he could run it, but he's going to have to get a headshot there. That could have opened up the possibility.
He didn't even know he got spotted.
Now he's feeling a little awkward. I mean, just incendiary down in front of him. This one's feeling done. Cooked toast. But Jimmy's going to give it the old college try. They're close enough that both could die. They're looking to get out.
Oh, okay.
Jimmy don't die after time. They face him. Yikes. One will run, guaranteeing the outcome. Now it's just a matter of not losing this AK, but he doesn't have a ton of health. Magnajez has the edge. Good headshot from Jimmy to hang on to what he wants. That rifle will be kept, but it's a measly, stinking 4-round T-side here for Mouz.
It's a necessary save, actually, man. After time, Jimmy could have died right there. Whoa, cool view.
Also, if you ever need a reason, it's not even about the Nova being bad, it's about the 5-7 being so much better.
So good, man.
$500 5-7 one-tap headshot kill.
Insane.
A Nova to the body does 60.
Yeah. It doesn't make that much sense.
Come on. What are you doing? Trying to get Nova headshots? Well,
banana phone.
5-7, baby. Couple smoke grenades sprinkled in for Mouz's 11th round, but I mean, this is a force, dude. They're not gonna have a ton of cash in the follow-up either.
XL's been solid on ramp.
This is BetBoom with a real good chance at a strong CT side made possible by a stick. Axile, 3 players ahead of him with pistols, and he's just going to easily topple Brolin, Jimfat, and a high likelihood of dropping Torji too. Nicely done from Axile.
Looks so nice this half.
Yeah, that's it. You know, back on Dust too. Okay, he was alongside Magnajez just doing what he had to.
I remember you.
Now he's the star of the show.
I remember you.
How could one forget? Axile keeping the wheels on this bus. Gotta give it the Torji. Clean Deagle shot to the backside, but not nearly enough to topple the anchor.
Yeah, that'd be nice if you were the underdog.
Back in again, similar buys, back-to-back for Mouz. I mean, round 7 and 8 come basically free due to the economy. All of this made possible by Magnajez. You can keep your high expectations for Mouz come the second half. This one would have been nice to collect as well, but Top Hut player hangs on for the single frag only. Man advantage. Heaven Peak denied by the Tech-9. Shuhei hits the ground. Axile's been giving us highlights, and he's going to shoot for another. Second kill's clean. Almost snapping down to Torji, but a double from the Hungarian to give Mouz one more of the 2 pistol rounds at the end. They break through. Their job not nearly done yet. Mouz trying to set themselves apart from the challenger in this one, but BetBoom team doing everything they can to hang on. And when I say hang on, I mean lead, Launders. Sure, the pistols break through into the A site, and that's going to kind of put a little bit more wind behind this Mouz second half. But on an individual level, BetBoom got the best player in the server at the moment.
Dude, MagnoJez, Zorte on opening kills. Axal was just incredible throughout. Like, yeah, they've got better players right now. Looking super comfortable, operating well together. I mean, setups were great. There was a moment, I mean, there definitely could have been a way worse half happening if not for the Ninja Defuse, if not for, you know, a couple of moments for Mouz. They worked hard. They got their 5 rounds T-side. That's usually good. It's just that this is a map that they should be basically dominating a team like BetBoom on, at least on their debut. But that being said, if you watch these last 2 maps, you got to be very impressed with BetBoom. Double overtime on Dust 2, 7 rounds CT side with a 16-5 Axal, and I think that's only pure impact kills, pistols, rifles.
Yeah, I mean, ramp was basically closed that entire map.
Yeah.
I mean, did you see a successful Mouz ramp to be?
No.
Not with Axiles around. Second pistol would bode real well for BetBoom, but
there's Axal.
Torji's got the first one. P250 at this distance, denied. Torji posting the 5 versus 3 here. So Mouz, a little bit of comfort on their map pick in the defensive half. Jimfat able to peel back. Shuhei says hello. And all of Mouz can just relax for a second as it looks like their CT side endeavor begins with the pistol round win, but it ain't over yet.
It ain't over yet?
Nope.
MagnoJez is still alive.
Backside player, though, gonna deny it. Xertion here to close.
No deaths.
5 up for Mouz. That's exactly what they're looking for, Launders. I don't put it past Mouz to still just shut it down on the defense.
Yeah, definitely. CT side will be better even. Just still disappointing about the way T side went for them. And we have no idea what kind of CS we're about to see from BetBoom here on T side. This will be a cool thing to look at.
Would you look at that?
Boomich used to op on this map for Cloud9.
What the hell?
He had a couple of good moments too. But now he's got Zorte for that. That's perfect.
Yeah, he can leave it behind. He can pull it out if he wants to, but no need. MagnoJez lickety split into the hut peak. Sees nothing and has nothing. Not him, nor any of his teammates. 5 Glocks. If Mouz lose this one...
Yeah, you'll shave your head.
Sure.
That's the least you could do.
Ain't gonna happen. Easy does it. Mouz gonna get a little aggressive now. Feed Jimmy his money. Word on the street is Jimmy loves money.
Slippin' Jimmy loves his money. He loves cash.
But not as much as he loves being on Mouz.
Cash on delivery. Want a pay-as-you-go phone? $200. Cash from Jimmy.
No questions asked. No serial numbers, nothing.
Run into a pickle? Better call Saul. Better call Solo. You mess with the Solo, you get the Lalo.
Round 15 guns brought to you by the previous save, and it's another attempt to tuck a player into secret, but Torchi's not going to get away because the pace is fast. BetBoom gonna punish you for your attempts. Brolin, better get ready. MagnoJez, he's ahead of the timing. Yeah, wow. Dude, fast timing.
I thought Brolin heard the steps.
Yo!
You can't get
through
anything.
the smoke, and the guns bode well for BetBoom.
Enjoy your pistol. Enjoy your conversion, but you won't get the first rifle. Mouz.
Suck on these 7.62s. And the AKs tear through too.
What's your favorite type of ammo?
5.56 NATOs.
5.56 NATOs.
Mm-hmm.
Because you're a CT?
Yes.
Yes.
Generally. Looking just in case, but nothing really down here.
You ever no-clipped into the water?
Nope.
I have.
Really?
Now
You
I'm
fell through the floor?
radioactive. No, just like no-clipped off.
I don't know, dude. I think you've always been toxic.
Remember, guys, being toxic
is a choice.
What's Vu's closer?
I'm
Vu, and I still have no closer.
No, I think it's like, I'm Vu, and I make one video every 6 months.
Oh! That's why he came here, guys, so he wouldn't have to upload for you.
It's true. Now he's one of us. From YouTube to the big stage. Just like Mahone.
Yeah, that's right. YouTube works.
The only thing is Mahone was too good for us.
That's right. He just left us.
He was just
high and dry. No one to take his place.
He's like, God.
No blueprint, no instructions.
Why would I hang out with these chumps?
See ya.
Same as Stiko. Stiko hung out with us here at Blast for a little while. He said, oh, God, I'd rather be a player.
It stinks in the green room.
Oh, get me out of here. Here we go. Man, round up. BetBoom 8-7. Lots of bodies on A just in case that fast rush came through. We get grenades being set through the vents. They'll come. Pressure here for Shuhei's positioning, even flushing Torji down into the bomb site. No immediate follow-through, however, from BetBoom. Then they swing, and as they do, Siren will find the trade. You've got a player still on hut in smoke. Brolin dead with nothing.
They don't know about Shuhei. He's just waiting the smoke out, but I mean, when it comes up, are they going to be watching it? Oh, they really have no clue.
Shuhei waits, and as that smoke fades, Axile's hands no longer busy down beneath him. First contact made by Shuhei. You've got Jimmy coming in from heaven. Shuhei not able to get himself a second, and that MP9 wounded to 56 thanks to the nade, even with Shuhei in their back line.
Yeah, but you know what? He was taken out of the battle, right? Even though he waited the smoke out, it was only after BetBoom were done trading out everybody upstairs that he even got into the mix. So he was essentially just a retaker, you know?
I like that little delay that BetBoom kind of had.
Yeah.
And a little 1-2 step before they full commit to the hit.
Their execs are looking extremely good. On Dust 2, their cat exec was so perfect every time they were countering Torji. Here on Nuke, their upper pop, it's looking like 2021 Na'Vi. Boomage.
Whoa. High praise. You can see Mouz trying to press into both the choke points, but simply bested by the BetBoom team.
He's got to be proud of his squad right now. That was a very, very clean exec.
Stinking pistols.
First time in an official.
Going up against a major semi-finalist. And the 30th seed of the bounty, shooting for a $30,000 price tag on Mouz. 15 grand immediately earned with the win, and they come into week 2 of bounty.
It's revenge for the BetBoom Dacha champions.
That's true.
Dacha gotcha.
Be sure to use code BET. Pistols up. Ooh, this is tricky. Very tricky, but Axile.
Damn, master of the tricks.
While getting shot in the side of the head from the other pistols, still just keeps it cool. Collects 2. MagnoJez finds the entry path into the A bomb site, and that'll let Boomich go back to feast on some anti-ecos. This is BetBoom 10-7, uncontested. They could have 2-0'd Mouz.
It's time to get excited about this team, man.
I just like the philosophy behind the roster on paper, right? I like the olive branch that they've extended to pieces who had kind of been left behind. And it's one thing that we always talk about. So
there's not a single player on this team that hasn't in that sense. There's no like current superstar, and then they're playing with players who are, you know, trying to revive their careers. It's a few guys trying to revive their careers with new guys that never had one. So, again, that already sounds great.
Yes. You know, I think Dupree on the desk earlier today was doing a very good job of like hyping up these up-and-coming young CIS region riflers, and I feel like because there's just such a player base in that regard, so much hype around Donk and his friends, his group, and anybody he kind of vouches for, as we saw earlier today on the Nemiga squad. But BetBoom is built by others. Very little util here for BetBoom team. Brolin on the smoke, gets caught out by Boomich. No hold on A again.
Send him home.
Through the smoke, Axile just keeps ripping heads clean off. And we see Mouz transition into the instant save. Boomich is calling a great game, but it's Axile who is delivering.
Definitely. I mean,
21 and 8.
Yeah. From CT side to T side, clean all the way through. Wonderful entries, wonderful execs. Boomich, I think he's just got to be so happy that they clearly, I mean, they've had to have, you know, spent the last couple weeks dry running everything, making sure all the protocols are perfect. Nothing's falling apart here. Every flash is landing in the right spot. And they shouldn't be able to just pull off these clean upper pops versus a team like Mouz. Oh, and at least Torzi will hang on to this op, man. That was close. If not for that, I don't even know what they do next round.
Curious how much longer this team has really had a chance to practice with. The official Cloud9 departure of Boomich and Axile only happened on the 10th of January. You know, we go earlier today, for example, with the interview with Ash, who said that, you know, we saw Rez leave NIP quite late. They had, I think it was, they were able to run each map twice. They practiced each map in the pool twice. That's all the practice GamerLegion had coming in.
Yeah.
You know, again, the core of BetBoom, the other three, 2 months since their last official, very much not involved kind of with the Shanghai major run. And so I wonder, you know, just how prepped this is. In our post-game interview, maybe we'll get a chance to speak to BetBoom and just see.
You mean when they win?
I said after the game.
Winner's interview?
I'm remaining ambiguous. Mouz on Mirage comes next, and you'd be a fool to write them off there.
You wouldn't be a fool to write him off on Nuke.
Copium.
Thought this one was in the bag.
Menthol flavored.
This is last chance, Mouz. Last chance to see an op.
Or else you see the door.
Boomich doing his electronic impression. Shoving first for secret control right away. What's the master plan?
It's not that full-blown exec we saw them hit A with.
No, this could just be a fake to go.
Yeah.
Push. Whoa. Towards eating that damage a little bit.
Nice flash, dude. Brolin just can't see a damn thing. Magnojez on the chase. Molly behind the vent. It is so clean, but there's still a player here. Torji. Oh!
Dude, what a round. Woo! Absolutely fantastic. I mean, that's twist level with the entries and the flashes. Every single time he's about to peek something, a player is blind, mollied, turned around, completely outclassed.
Give BetBoom a real opponent to test these executes against.
Boomich, baby.
Because Mouz can't handle this heat. I mean, layers. It felt like a fake because it was only Axile throwing half of the util. Previously, we had seen Zorti on the roof throwing the second half of it when they went all in. And so for a moment there, if Mouz thought, oh, this is only half of the util because it's not the commitment, what? Main gets hit. Magnojez instant headshots once, twice, thrice.
Ooh, man.
BetBoom goes 12-7 on Mouz's map pick. On fire. This T-side has been lights out.
A Ninja Defuse really did matter. Insane. Look at the support that he's getting, man. All the distractions, the flashes, just wonderful.
No, that's Brolin.
Better than that.
Magnificent. Magno Jez. Still Axile's show, however, here on map 2, going God mode with the 21 and 8. We'll see if he's got anything else for the road as Mouz come into this one, limited double MP9. Top mini taken. Torji looking for his contact. That's Magno Jez. Don't really want to lock horns with him at the moment, but you got to do something to stop BetBoom from taking outer. Siren catching the lobby presence. This is Mouz. Oh, trying to get active.
Yeah, right.
Brolin gets drop kicked.
8 deaths, man.
Sent back in 7 and 15 in the face.
He was holding the bomb too by himself.
Axile. That's that one-hand AK snap headshot. Axile doing Mouz dirty as we hit that minute mark. This one doesn't get nearly as gritty as back on Dust 2. Double overtime needed there for Mouz. Good damage, but it's still not enough. It could queue up the death of Magnajez and Axile, and maybe we'll have to bank on Boomich and Zorte to close out this last round. If it is indeed the last round. Xerxin able to shave one off. Oops, sees to climb up to the hut. Boomich doesn't realize just how obvious that one was, but he doesn't get punished. And that's going to be bomb planted by Axile himself. Now on the op, 23 and 8. 25 kills, best case scenario to close it out on Nuke. Xerxin's teammate looks to join him out through the lobby. And there is nothing they can do to get this op from behind the vent. They'll go for the boost to clear top hut. Good play. They know about the position. Axile still able to just hang on as the flash hits him. The flash is enough. The peek from the box site. Not a lot of frags from Zorte, but he'll close with the final 2. And BetBoom send us to the 3rd.
Well, it may have been a back and forth affair on Dust 2, but this, for BetBoom, was an absolutely solid performance on Nuke. And yeah, I saw that too, Maui. It's just after that game, sometimes you need a moment.
Siren's just lighting one up right now. Hey, him and BetBoom lit up Mouz, I guess, so that's why he's doing that. But this is actually kind of a demonstration of, in Tier 1 CS, if you have a lack of preparation, if you have no footage to go off of, how destructive a T-side can be if they just run amok, if you're just completely in the dark. And I feel like Mouz here were very frequently in the dark.
But remember what Shuhei said at the beginning? He said, I expected this kind of unpredictable play from Boomich, but he still wasn't ready for anything that was coming his way in order to try and slow it down.
I mean, you can expect it, but that doesn't mean you're going to be able to stop it.
He wasn't able to stop it anyway. I want to point out one man here, right? You were saying Magnajez, Maui.
Yeah.
Boo, your boy is at the top right now.
Yeah, I mean, Axile's going to be the best player of the year. No problem.
Wow.
Oh, he's got it. Yeah.
Someone clip this, please. Keep him at this.
Yeah, this is a top 10 team, right?
I mean, this is already looking pretty scary, actually, for the Tier 1 teams. I'm not even being really sarcastic or ironic here. Like if BetBoom actually can play like this and they have this kind of firepower, they might be one piece away in a move, in a roster trade, maybe in the middle of the season. But I want to see this play out for a while. I want to see how this team works, because this T side was really difficult for Mouz to deal with. Mouz had a lot of different setups that they wanted to run against it, but BetBoom, in taking the head-on fights early on that T side, they were making sure that they would punish anything that Mouz did if they wanted to get information, and they also had so many strong finishers, and I feel like they've only been practicing probably for like a week, 2 weeks max. So this is extremely impressive stuff.
Yeah, I want to go back to the first day. Freya asked Dupree, how do you play Nuke? What's the key to Nuke? And Dupree says, you have to stop the first 15 to 20 seconds, and then you can actually play the map. And Mouz just couldn't stop that. BetBoom were getting an entry in the first 20 seconds of the round, almost every round.
And part of that, though, right, we've got to give some credit to Magnajez there, because many times he was ahead of everything Mouz wanted to do. You'd see him go in there, and they're thinking like, okay, we're going to go take secret control. No, he's already there. He's already down there and taking you in the face.
There were a lot of great moments for Magnajez here. I'm glad that he kept up the performance from Dust 2. I know people that maybe didn't watch Dust 2 might say, what do you mean the performance? Like, the eye test on that map, where he was taking space, making sure to make Mouz as uncomfortable as possible, may not have shown up in the stat sheet, but we saw it in terms of round impact, and that kind of impact materialized once again on Nuke. It's just this time the rest of the team came along with him.
It does feel like, though, right? We saw how close it was on Mirage. BoomItch probably said to his team, like, we had this. We threw this away. And they came in, and you see how vocal he gets, right? There's definitely some inspiration coming into this nuke.
Yeah, I mean, you can see it with how fast they're playing. I mean, that's what you want to see out of BetBoom, and that's what you want to see out of BoomItch. I was bigging up Nafany a little bit. I was saying they had strong T sides, but I'll admit that was a BoomItch T side. That was a BoomItch calling masterclass.
Yeah, I feel like in terms of the one round that was kind of scary for me with this was like the first gun round where Mouz just snuck down lower, 5-on-5, planted the bomb, and BetBoom were just out of it. I thought at that point, oh geez, BetBoom did not know this map. No, that couldn't be further from the truth. That was not foreshadowing at all. In fact, it was a complete red herring. And in reality, like, they looked very well prepped on this map, and the players looked very comfortable maneuvering off of each other.
It looked like, though, what it should have been for Mouz is that, okay, you lose the pistol, you lose the follow-up round, but then you can fight back into it, and we expect them to have a better T side than what we saw.
Of course. I mean, the thing, it's hard to pin it down to like one thing in this one. I feel like when I'm looking at this Mouz team, I feel like at times there were just kind of individual like little slip-ups, and BetBoom right now, they're like shooting their hearts out, and there were moments where Mouz get into like a lower bomb site position and Torzy misses one shot, and then it kind of like the whole post plant crumbles because of that. And so it's just these little threads that get pulled on, and BetBoom are just capitalizing it every single time they can.
Well, you're talking about little threads. I think there's a big thread that happened on round 7, because that was one hell of a stylish ninja.
Yeah, I mean, and it felt like before this that BetBoom might just get blown out. It might just turn in Mouz's favor, and they're just gonna win out this game. But not only does he get this round win, which is not inconsequential, but it's not the end of the world because Mouz still have plenty of money. But he gets the round win, they buy up the next round, they win the next round, and then they kind of build a streak off of that, built off the confidence that comes from that type of ridiculous clutch.
I really think that BoomItch-led teams, when there is a morale boost like that, though, they just fight themselves back in it. Like, they get into this position where it's like, if the captain is just elevating everybody else, like, that's kind of one of the things that is sort of those intangibles where I used to underrate them until I saw it again and again with teams that he leads, where it's like, oh, they're all feeling good now. Okay, now they're playing in a much more competitive sense than they were 2 rounds ago, where they got planted on and they didn't even like try to fight in that round.
Would you say a round like that, though, could affect like Mouz, despite all their experience, all the skills they have there? Can that be one where they felt stupid from getting this happen to them?
So we can see the cams in the green room. We can see everybody's cameras, and the body language wasn't strong. We'll say that. Like, I think if they were in a boot camp, this is something that actually probably would have gone better for Mouz, in all honesty.
Yeah, and I mean, you actually had BetBoom call a pause after that. And
just to rub it in.
We questioned it. Were they rubbing it in? Was it one of those ones where you call a pause because you know your team's getting too hyped right after that type of round win? Is that one where Mouz, I thought they might recover based off that pause, but they didn't.
They didn't at all. And this is one even where for BetBoom, they didn't need to have Zorte doing so well, right? We keep praising how Zorte can be so versatile on the map. In this one, he's not even doing it, but everyone else doing the heavy lifting. I want to give some credit to BoomItch, not just in the calling. He continues to frag out a bit as well.
I mean, BoomItch's individual ability has probably been one of his most underrated characteristics, because on Na'Vi, he had to have a MAC-10 or an MP9 like every round. But in reality, he's a really solid rifler. Like, he was the best player on that QBF team back, like, I don't know, 6 years ago. So maybe I'm dating myself by saying that. But no, he was a really good fragger for a very long time.
Yeah, one of my criticisms of BoomItch, especially on Nuke, sometimes it feels like they go up 5v4, they go up 5v3, he gives a kill back, he gives his opponents a way back into the round, and at least on that map, it felt like that wasn't really what was going on to nearly the same extent.
Now, you spoke a lot about how Mouz was trying to read the situation, trying to understand what's going on. Can this be a problem that they need to be very wary of? Because shouldn't they just be able to bail their way out of this based on their experience, based on what they have as a unit, as a team?
Exactly, yeah. You would expect that, given that they have so many reps in Tier 1 CS at this point. But the fact is that when BetBoom were catching some of those plays, when, you know, Mouz were trying to fight for a little bit of space towards outside, towards lobby, they were just getting punished. And so that is kind of the response that they had, but BetBoom were just ready to meet it head on.
Well, I know that Mouz are going to have to meet it head on when it comes to Mirage, because that's the next map that's coming up. It's all to play for, and maybe a bounty hunter can take one of the most wanted down on our final games coming here. See you after the break.
the new bounty format from Blast, I think it's very exciting. That's first time I see something in cybersport.
I actually like the whole idea about you can pick like opponent and stuff. So
adds a little bit of spice to it, I would say. Really interesting to see how it's gonna like see out also throughout the tournament.
It's gonna make things more interesting for the fans as well. Putting money on people's heads, it kind of incentivize people to take some risks.
To start the season off with something like this, like a new format, is always bringing something more exciting, and also the new rosters competing. So I think there's gonna be many interesting twists.
Something that kind of scene sort of needs, so hopefully it should be something that's fun to watch.
Oh, it has been fun to watch, and it is something completely different that none of us are used to. But I'll tell you what, we might be able to see one take place now. If BetBoom can walk away with this win on the third map here as we move into Mirage, they will be able to hunt their way some money for one of the most wanted. And that most wanted is a Mouz, who we thought were going to be heavily favored in this. That Dust 2, sorry, was very close. That Nuke was dominant, and now we're going to Mirage, which I don't know where to go on this one, boys. This is a bit of a coin flip now.
It does begin to feel like that, James, with the fact, you know, if it was just like a really convincing Dust 2 for Mouz, I'd feel pretty good about their chances here because they got kind of shell-shocked by some of the strategies. And if you can't prep against a team, it's really hard to sometimes play the defense on Nuke if they just have all these good set pieces. Okay, I mean, BetBoom's just playing great CS through and through. Both maps now, they have exemplified that. Even though they're a new roster coming together at this point, it feels like there's already synergy between some of the players and a wealth of strategies, which that's the main thing I didn't expect.
Yeah, and when I'm looking at Mouz, one of the things we're noticing is Xerxin wasn't really there on map 1. I don't think he was really there that much on map 2, and Jimmy was missing a little bit. And when we go into Mirage, I'm really looking for Xerxin. He's that connector player. He's the guy that needs to activate. And if Xerxin continues his form in this series, I don't think the Mouz is going to take this.
Yeah, but what happens if Axal and Magnajez keep their form? Because I, right now, and I'm no analyst, would say, if I'm Mouz, maybe you try and play them at their own game. Maybe you try and fight back here.
Man, it's a scary game, James. Like, if you actually wanted to send your middle players against each other, like Shuhei, Xerxin, responsible for mid control most of the time, versus Magnajez and Axile, who I think will be responsible for connector and short. Dude, today I'm taking Axile and Magnajez. That's what's frightening about this whole situation. It almost feels like you actually have to win with really good tactics now if you're Mouz, because there's a real case that BetBoom are shooting harder today.
Can they do this, though? Can they pull it off? You guys have spoke about this, right? That they don't have this information. They don't know what's going to be seen from BetBoom. So how do you dig yourself out of this?
I mean, we're being kind of tentative because it's Mouz. Mouz is one of the best teams in the world. They've beat teams like Spirit, and you can say BetBoom's great, but you're not going to tell me BetBoom's got better aimers than Spirit, right? Like, you know, if they can beat Spirit, they can beat BetBoom. It's just they need to, you know, show up. They need to activate. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know. I think there's a jumping jacks between maps or something. I don't know.
Well, looking at Mouz, though, right? This is a map that they used to be incredibly good at. They do struggle against the top teams, but they beat the teams they're supposed to. So, on all things considered, this is where they should. Okay, look, we go back to what we do.
I mean, the recent losses for Mouz on this map are pretty much all against teams that made it to the playoffs of the last major.
Yep.
And so, if I'm looking at BetBoom right now, I would think that playing the normal game for Mouz or whatever you reworked in the offseason should be sufficient here. It's just that it's very scary, and like Shuhei even acknowledged it in the pregame interview, like playing against Boomich and Boomich-led teams, like he likes the way he calls. I like the way that Boomich calls because it can be this frenetic energy that somehow Boomich is able to control. Like he's usually putting himself in the midst of it. Now it feels like he has Magnajez to be him, or Magnajez can like just stir up so much chaos. The thing is that Magnajez is like pure firepower in these chaotic situations, and so there's a lot that he has to work with here.
I think the term I might use to explain Boomich's calling is he's explosive. You know, they're gonna pop out of a smoke, they're gonna pop through a smoke with 2-3 players, they're gonna jump on top of you, and if you can't hit that insta headshot, if your aim is just a little bit off because it's, you know, the first event of the season, you can easily lose that type of match.
So if you're Mouz, you sit back and you hold your own, and you believe that, okay, I can have an idea of where they might want to face, because you don't want to over-rotate in these situations.
No, and like the thing is, if you just play back, like Boomich is a seasoned enough in-game leader that they're going to start getting into window. They're going to start pushing up con. They're going to start pulling off good flanks, and he'll even start to sometimes play with rotations. Like, that's why it's really, this team, like, we were hyping them up a bit at the beginning, like in the pregame here. This is kind of why. Like they have a really good in-game leader, and they have some really strong pieces. Like they, in a weird way, ended really low on the seeding here. I feel like they should have easily been higher if you just did this like 2 months later in the season.
And this is just the beginning, right? So how much are you impressed with what you've seen so far from BetBoom? Is it exceeded the expectations?
They're probably the team that has exceeded my expectations so far the most in the bounty. Like I liked what Imperial Female did, but they still lost. Like BetBoom might actually win this today.
Not enough to become a top 10 team though.
Right.
You're still not, you know.
BetBoom, I mean, what do you think, Vu? Like in 3 months, I think they could probably be, from what I'm seeing here, top 13 ranked.
Top 13?
I don't know, it's a very specific
really?
number, but like, you know, you can only gain so many points so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, it's one series, right? I mean, it's Axile's great. I like Magnojez. I like Boomich. You know, I like a lot of the things they have, but I think you put it best between the last map. They're one change away. They're one change away, and I think they could be a top 10 team.
Well, that's a lot of high praise going their way. We do have a few technical issues at the moment going down with the internet. That is the joys of the online world. But we still got another game to go. It's G2 going up against Bait after this. And then at the end of the whole show, we're going to have a live seeding moving into the second stage, where we get to see who will be the bounty hunters that time around to go after the most wanted and how they want to play this out. We'll be doing it live here as well, getting some of the players on at the same time. This is where it gets fun for us as well, because we get to poke and prod on understanding some of the reasons, and also teams would have now seen and had a look at some of the, it's only one game, but some of the form that showed, which is now going to influence the decisions.
Oh, definitely. They're going to see, you know, the fact that FaZe barely beat M80 in some ways. People are going to I bet you people are going to target FaZe. Like that's my take. That's my prediction of it. Is that a low, you know, they're not going to wait for it to just be like, oh, FaZe is the lowest seeded team at this point. Someone's going to pick them a little bit earlier because they saw that they were really pushed.
Yeah, I think when you look at it, the least interesting thing is like when the number 9 picks number 8, right? You don't want to see that's boring. Okay, they're just picking the worst ranked team. We want to see the FaZe pick, and I think you're exactly right. That absolutely could be, and probably should, I mean, if we're talking about it, should be one of the picks that's a little early on. FaZe looked a little lost at times.
Who would you say is in the team that's impressed you most out of the bounty hunters that were there?
The bounty hunters. Well, I mean, Heroic catching up to speed as quickly as they did, that's got to be a big
team they have as well?
Yeah, you know, and the thing is, when we looked at them before, it was like, you had this Sangal core, which was pretty good online, but Sammy was probably the problem of that roster. And then you got to just slot in Sun Pius, who was, again, like, he was never, to me, a problem on Falcons. And so, yeah, I want to see what they're able to do in the next round.
Well, we'll be finding that out later on tonight, so make sure you're staying tuned for it. But we've got to conclude this exciting best of 3 with Scrawny and Lorna as we're moving to Mirage. Take it away.
Thank you, gentlemen. Did you catch Maui Snake there trying to buy the BetBoom stocks as fast as humanly possible, Launders? They win one map versus Mouz, and he says, calculating top 13 team.
Top 13.
Top 13.
Classic Maui.
Heard it here first. Where's Patsy, bro?
Give us Patsy, man. You might give us Axel finally.
Yeah, actually. It's time, folks, for Mirage. Mouz win Mirage. Mouz win Mirage.
Say it as loud as you want, brother.
Mouz
Say
win
it as loud
Mirage,
as you
surely.
want. I would rather have Axile and Magnojez
Mouz win Mirage.
in all these rounds.
Did Mouz win Mirage? We'll see. First, we got to see which team starts on the other
telling
side.
us is a knife round. It's obviously a knife round.
Yeah, I was actually... are you sure?
Streets know this is a knife round.
35 health, both players.
This is what it looks like in the UK every day.
That's political.
Is it?
Maybe.
Who are these knifers voting for?
Who? I don't know. Voting for CT side, that's what. Magnojez has changed his camera angle. Probably because his camera fell 20 times in the last map.
He's got, see, look at that cardboard cutout of Magnojez on the wall for Torji.
No, sir. There's some nice wooden support beams, though. It's making it a difficult job to raise the roof, but that's what we're doing. BetBoom, baby. Top 13 team of the world. Why 13? Why is that so oddly specific?
I don't know.
That guy gives me the heebie-jeebies. What the hell was that?
Wow. I think something just got built.
Spaceship doors closing in the studio. Pistol time for Mouz. CT side, huh? Understandable. Oh, okay. What goes around comes around.
How did either of those things happen just now?
Sit.
Somebody tell me.
What's this connector and catwalk duo going to look like once we get to the defense of BetBoom? That's the question I want to answer, but we'll have to wait an entire half to get there. Zorte is going to get man advantage established here for the BetBoom team. Catwalk control, theirs for the taking. Jimfat calls for Brolin to come through market, but he's a little cautious because Murder Hole could be occupied.
Who would you rather be in this position, Connor?
BetBoom.
BetBoom, that's right. Get used to saying it. We're on map 3. We're on map 3 of 6 tonight.
That's true. This is going to be the first 12-map day at the Blast Bounty.
Perfect day to do it.
Mm-hmm. And then we've got the live draw after. Don't forget about the live draw, folks. Live draw for the next round.
All day long.
Comes after the games. Zorte hangs on to the cat control. We get the revealed position of the second CT. Ooh, a chance here for Torji to close that distance. Running up into jungle. Nah, good double peek. And then the connector player disengages, leaving poor Brolin lost for words. How the hell am I supposed to do this, he wonders, because he can't. 3 stand for the BetBoom team as they take the T-side pistol.
I mean, you know who was better than Mouz on Mirage last year? 2021 Na'Vi. Okay? And as we saw, not a peek, flash, or smoke out of place the entirety of Nuke. We had a perfectly called game with everything orderly from BetBoom. All to do with Boomich, I'm sure.
You know, that is very true.
It's
actually.
incredible.
Yeah, you couldn't have isolated mistakes.
We
We didn't, on the executes, there was no fumbles, no nothing, eh?
Not only that, but they were highly effective nades. Like, there were great flashes.
True.
There were great flashes on Dust, too. All their cat scaling nades were fantastic. I was already complimenting them back on the first map to think maybe Nuke wouldn't be as clean. Well, it was.
And then, meanwhile, you have the likes of Mouz allowing for MagnoJez to just straight up defuse bombs underneath your nose. So where were the mistakes really? Mouz Camp have some tidying up to do coming into the decider of the series. And our new format here for Blast at the start of the season.
Unforgiving.
No prisoners, no second chances, no third chances, no showdown to go to instead. An independent single elimination tournament where money rules all. Nicely done. Zertian slides out with the Desert Eagle. That'll be Zorte down. So the force buy is boding well for Mouz. It starts well anyways. Torji back and forth between Murder Hole and Apps. This double setup inside of the catwalk could be disassembled.
But they're gonna go A.
They're gonna go charging back. 30 seconds to hit this A site. Brolin's got that deep ramp control. Desert Eagle from behind, missing its chance to strike.
A little extra damage.
Jimpat serves up a distraction.
They can run by this, but as soon as Torji gets into CD spawn, maybe Brolin has a chance to take a peek. He's gonna go for it. Boomich covers it perfectly.
Off the top of stairs. Now Siren will still fall to the Jimpat Galil. That is rifles in the hands of Mouz for the 2 versus 2 retake with a health advantage. But we know that Boomich's AK is shooting straight. And right now, MagnoJez crawls back onto this side of the Murder Hole. That bomb is planted on this side of Con, so you'd think the BetBoom should hang on to this. Barring a couple of very clean, convincing shots with no kit in the play, now it feels impossible. Torji's going to have to run for the hills, and BetBoom converts after pistol.
Not worried at all about the kid in that situation. BetBoom will take a second round in classy fashion, and a lot to do with Boomich as an individual, not as much nearly as an IGL. Taking over window was the key play, but just his cover in that spot. There's a lot of good opportunities for Mouz to upend that round entirely. Starting off with this, then the smoke push, but just perfect. This can be one of the most volatile spots, right top of stairs, but in exchange, you get vision of anything you want. So sometimes you peek this as a CT holding the site, and you get peeked from connector over top of the smoke, or you get peeked from Palace, or you get held by ramp, and you always regret it. But in a situation like that, it can get you so many options covered when you need them. Up numbers, great position. Mitch making a little run down mid.
Axel finds the entry on A. Brolin! Brolin!
Oh no,
Two deep.
Got the third.
USP kill out of nowhere.
No easy rounds. Two mollies missed.
But here's that duo that the desk was talking about, right? If you are MagnaJez and Axile, you are the engine of this BetBoom upset thus far. Axile shows no signs of slowing down. USP to the corner, unspotted.
Oh, Axile,
nah.
Really?
MagnaJez clutch queued up, and Jimmy's got the deke to boot.
Oh, that's such a big mistake.
4 pistol kills across the board here for the Mouz members.
That's well, first of all, amazing shots, Brolin. Amazing shots, Brolin. Shuhei with the USP. Everything like that. But Axel, someone was called in CT spawn. You don't clear the close position. You don't clear back missiles. Really? It's free, by the way.
Didn't get to see Shuhei's first USP kill in the mix of that, but would have loved to have seen it.
So, they win the even harder round.
This one's going to get messy.
It is. But Mouz look really sharp here, so it's a good start.
Bye-bye, Brolin.
He's trying to hold his nades. MagnaJez just fighting to show him that he's not. It's not a good idea. That's nice for MagnaJez. You know, he goes to the first jump spot, but then shows himself in the second window. This is all because of Jimpat being extra careful just to delay as long as possible. This will hold Exertion's attention on the second window, 4 lurks. And right now there's only 2 on the A site, so it's actually a pretty decent situation. Now BetBoom only have the 1 smoke. So the question is, are they just going to walk up contact and throw the smoke after, or are they going to use it? Because it might be a low telegraph moment. 2 players getting close. No one coming in from behind, and a shot in from Torzy. Great one.
Able to get out the path.
Right.
No way. Shuhei blinded. No way. No reaction. Shuhei, what?
I have no idea.
In what world does he get away with all that?
He threw the smoke.
Just sat there blind spraying and no one reacts. Concerned more so about Torzy and the players in sight. Shuhei gets away with daylight robbery.
Nice one. You okay?
What?
He threw the whole smoke. One of the best on Mirage, man. Funny moment, but good aim to compliment it at least.
Watch this. You heard nothing. Gets 2 kills after the fact.
Has cake and 8 at 2 right there.
Yeah, Siren's like, what? All right, Mouz with a good response. I'd say bet broke.
Okay.
Sounds better, no?
I don't think so.
No, you're wrong.
Disagree. Muted.
Talk to her.
Mom makes meat.
Easy does it, man. Poor Glock's gonna find nada. Watch Mouz start to tear him apart, Mohan. Watch it. Watch it. Learn.
We're gonna learn from Axel and Window on CT side.
Nah,
okay?
This is Mouz on Mirage. Mouz on Mirage. Making
Mouz on
mincemeat.
Nuke doesn't matter.
Mal, you know, it's a
no, nothing to say about.
Well,
Mouz
it's a Friday. It's a Friday. Mouz on Nuke on a Friday?
Oh.
Nah.
Oh, gotcha.
Nah. Monday
they
through
only clock
Wednesday.
In 4 days a week.
Exactly.
Three. Okay.
3. Yeah, we're European now. Don't they work like 3 days here?
Right. That's true. Yeah. I don't think anyone in Denmark works, except for our production.
I was gonna say, yeah. Careful what you say. 4 best of 3s in a day here. Three rounds straight out of Mouz. Lead taken early. Off at the back of Deagles and USPs. Great kickstart to the CT side. Low nades for BetBoom, but a lot of bodies up in this B apartments, and we haven't seen Jimpap truly fully tested. Doesn't shoot. Good thing. Torji gets blinded a second time. That's when he pulls the trigger. We've got 2 pairs of feet on site. Clean window climb out of Boomich. Oh,
he set it up. He set that up.
BetBoom on Mirage. That's what I'm saying.
Been saying it. You'd rather have Axile.
Yeah, best player in the server tonight.
Best player in the server. That was a top 5 performance on Nuke.
Damn, and that's with Torji even getting the kill on the second player trying to cross windows.
Yeah, that's Jimmy going down without a frag as his anchor. That's rare. That's rare. That is very rare.
You know, MagnoJez has kind of been toying with him up in the apartments, playing around, showing some contact without fully committing, and then all of a sudden this round, it is a pop.
Yeah, their set plays are clean.
How is that possible?
I don't know how it's possible. I really don't.
How is it possible
it's
so soon in this roster's life?
It's only possible because of someone like Boomich, you know, in the first place. And then secondly, there's not a player on this team that's totally brand new. There's players on this team that have yet to see a lot of success or any kind of peak in their career. But there is a mix of players who have, and players who have played on Spirit, on Fours. Fours grinded for a long time. Spirit obviously grinded for a long time. So there is like a wealth of experience, even if it's not top level tier 1 experience across the board. But even then, Zorti's got his mate. No, played at a major. Siren, same thing.
Nice flash, but takes a second. Boomich still able to get the better of Shuhei. No chance at the fallback. I have no numbers to back this up.
Go for it.
But I will say that actually it's starting to make sense to me because we have individuals on BetBoom that are actually very good utility players. Siren back under Chopper was always chucking nades. I think Zorte with Jerry was somebody who is always utilized and executes in that way. And then Boomich and Axile, you know, kind of, they're no inters, but of that Cloud9 team, I think that the more I think about that 4, and it's because I'm not as...
You don't need the numbers, man. You saw all the nades. They all landed. That's all you need to know.
They all landed. And they all have landed for their previous teams when it's those 4 throwing it.
We're watching for something to miss here.
I'd like to compliment MagnoJez, but I'm not familiar with the game. Kid can rip a headshot, though.
Yeah, man. He was great. He was running through everything like a star.
We'll see if he's able to tap back into that as he sits 2 and 5 for the time being.
Jimmy never goes 2 rounds without getting 1.
Oh. Now, today's not Jimmy's day. Oh, Siren takes the head off. Boomich's flank
same lurk.
Perfectly timed again.
Same lurk.
The A defense cannot keep Boomich at bay. Searching's going to get killed. BetBoom are going...
Yeah?
To at least make this competitive.
To make this competitive. There's a $30,000 bounty on the line.
Would you play a best of 3 and win $15,000? You'd sleep real well if you were them.
Yeah.
That's what's on the line. 15,000 cash for beating Mouz right here, right now.
Baby.
BetBoom. We're getting into the wacky hours, Mohan. Time to get weird.
I am loving this, man. This has been great siesta. Like, it's been definitely not as good for Mouz, but it's been so surprisingly good for BetBoom. It's just been so enjoyable, especially because, again, all their nades are hitting. Everyone's getting blinded. Their entries are looking sound. The execs are looking like they're trusting Boomich's calls. They're organizing behind his calls so well. And, I mean, there's basically nothing bad to say about the way they're playing. There's virtually nothing bad to say. What could you even say that was bad about Dust 2? It was bad about the way they played Dust 2.
Nothing, really. Kept the game tight.
Maybe the XL wasn't immediately great on Dust 2.
Sure, yeah.
But then Nuke was so incredible.
You know, Siren also kind of dragged it down individually, but I mean, that's not a criticism of the team.
Yeah.
That's just a couple of weak points. Here in round 8, they're going to find no contest inside this site. Again, look at the util. It's perfect. It's perfect. CTs make it easier by not taking any position within this site.
Wait,
but
that's not perfect.
oh. Well, that's a little awkward timing.
Oh, that's really, really awkward because smokes come up and you need 3 to lock down the site. But if people keep peeking Axile, they're going to pay for it.
Double setup over towards Ticket for him to deal with next. Xerxin gets his off the stairs. So right when you're looking for something to criticize, bomb gets left in spawn. The recovery can still be had.
Man, Jimmy just wanted a peek. He only had an MP9 to do that, though.
2 versus 3 situation evened out.
If they want to crawl up together to fight at the jungle, this is very bad for Xerxin. He's got to fall back a bit. And Torji does not have a safe line because he knows that they're here. Look, they're going to come for this exact engagement. It's really going to come down to, yeah, and Xerxin knows, like, with the time left over, they're going to take this peak. And they, with the time left, they've got to cover this perfectly, and they don't. Okay, Xerxin deals with it. That was a game where Xerxin knew they were going to be watching for him, but he was in the best position to do something about it. And what's really important for Mouz is we do see, like, their players outshine BetBoom's players. That's actually not, that shouldn't be too much to ask on a debut.
No, absolutely not. It's also not too much to ask to bring the bomb with you, though. Yeah, and we saw back on, actually, okay, we saw it on Dust too. That one time where Boomich and teammates up on Catwalk forgot the bomb. Siren didn't know he had the bomb. They got all jumbled up on Cat.
They won the round, no?
No, they still lost that in a 1v1.
Dude, dog shit looking good.
Yeah, thank you. Show the stream after. But yeah, that was one round they did lose because they couldn't get post plants because the bomb came down so late. So that's actually twice now in the series. Something like that one has happened.
They did lose?
They did lose that round, yes, sir.
Okay.
They got bomb plant, but they couldn't escape the catwalk.
Oh, right.
And the flank got like a double kill or something.
Right. We're seeing chronic issues now for BetBoom with the bomb.
Oh, yeah, but you can make up for that. Who needs bombs when you've got headshots?
Yeah.
Magnajez cracking open the Brolin frag, pressure on the stairs player, and in a moment you're going to have Axile helping you out from connector. A little bit labored from Magnajez. Axile actually can't find it, so things get weird for a second. Zorte strikes down Torji towards Cat. They get what they need. An extra second for Magnajez just lets him get his triple. Deep peek, no quad. It's a Jimpat 1v5. 45 seconds, bomb to be planted, uncontested. He'll give himself a smoke, and if he's able to live through this post plant, he's lucky.
They got totally toyed with right there by Magnajez. I mean, yeah, that was a tough steak to chew on with Shuhei running up and down the stairs trying to find that engagement, and his teammates smoked out of connector, but there was nowhere for Shuhei to go. If he goes top stairs completely, he could get peek from A ramp or Palace, or splitting A in this situation. It's really tough, so his time was limited. And Magnajez did not get tunnel visioned. He made sure to watch for window afterwards. No chance here to slip in for the retake, right? No. It's only BetBoom who pull off the ninjas.
Boomich watching.
That's 5 rounds so far here on T side.
Terrorists win.
Scenes. And they're fun to watch too.
This is the one moment that got a little weird, giving extra time to the stairs player, but I mean, Shuhei is just walking up and down the stairs, still looking for the jungle fight, clearly just relying on his own aim.
Yeah.
Loses the duel.
He has
and
nowhere to go.
That shuts down Magnajez right after. Now we get, of course, Xerxin with an M4, so forcing in with everything he had.
Oh, underpass.
Pistols on 3, and Magnajez to the top mid, peek off spawn with AWP. BetBoom about to sink their teeth deep into the flesh of this B site. We have seen Jimpat fall here with 0 kills, multiple rounds.
3 times.
It's happened twice, back to back. They show him presence, but then leave.
Reorganizing into mid control. This window smoke's coming through.
Xerxin could get caught out here. Yeah, has an idea that it's coming, so he falls back. Look at the bodies ready to hold this back. Mouz with numbers. We've got a bloodbath, a big clash. Set for mid. Shuhei's able to find the deagle kill in the middle, so a pistol prevails. It is still recoverable. Axile tries to chase outwards. Sees a player running top mid. Siren can clean that one up with ease.
This off, though.
Oh, nice. Torji gets his hand on it. Xerxin comes back from Cat. It's a lesser buy scooped up by Mouz.
They won with almost nothing. They had great use of the one gun on the round, jumping up over top of the smoke, and the mid control. Maybe overdoing it here, but you got to say Mauser in this spot where you don't think they're going to play mid late. In a round like this, it's like a beautiful call. And their window smoke missed. They missed a nade. They missed a nade. Why is it always the window smokes with everybody, man? This is, don't miss that. Don't miss that smoke.
Feels like
a missed nade. Finally, BetBoom miss a nade, and they lose a round for it.
You almost should miss. Excuse me. You almost should lose rounds when you miss your nades.
Yes.
You deserve to be punished for making mistakes.
It's jail time for that smoke missed.
30 lashings. No, too far.
And a karambit in the side.
Losing a round is bad enough. Seen a couple of these get picked up now by Mouz.
We're not spinning any more chapsticks now, are we?
Time for business. Five-round T-side, nothing to be ashamed of, but oh, what could have been, and what could still be. Far less of a contest offered by Mouz in mid in the 11th.
It's going to be another quick one, man.
Yep, gonna pop into con.
Don't know if they actually commit. Oh, and the smoke.
Nice cover from the top plate. Brolin. He gets only the one. Shuhei dies with nothing. Axile just sprints in with the bomb plant. They're going to capitalize on this sudden burst that they are able to put forth from Connector. And we get this creepy crawl from the B rotate out of Mouz. So BetBoom just popping onto the scene. And Sorte, as he climbs that ladder, should find Jimpat at some point. We'll see if Jimmy's ready for it. Doesn't look like it, but Sorte actually peels away from the hole, and he's not going to see this jungle
doing
walk
too much. He had a really good position.
He could technically help from Connector soon enough. We get Boomich tucked in behind Ticket. Axile really the insurance policy. A peek from Boomich for the frag. Didn't have to, but time's running out. And luckily for Jimmy, he'll be afforded a save. BetBoom right back to winning ways. That's the 6-round T-side guaranteed.
6 round. Boomich, that 2K, was that a spray transfer? Because it killed the guy at the back at a Connector. And
Let's watch.
Yes, it is. Oh man.
That a Boomich.
And again, with the way they're attacking every choke point simultaneously, perfect exec. Axile up the ramp, player on site dies at the same time, and a double con and a site player means Mouz are ready for this A hit. They have the pieces in place. Blowing up the con smoke is a nice touch instead of just waiting for it. And it looks like they're setting up for the B attack. There's no one in the back of the site right now to hold against this. And this is a buy up for Mouz.
Boomich making quick work of the mid walk up.
But the boost surely. Oh, he's going under the smoke safely. Okay.
Doesn't get his kill because Shuhei hangs on.
They know it's a cat setup. Yeah, they're going to call that.
Instantly attacking into the B site. They will find 0 resistance. Varied attacks from BetBoom.
No one even came back from cat.
Procedures in place for if things go poorly. Jimpat burns up by 3/4 of his health. And Sorte is going to play out this late lurk 20 health op in apartments. Now there is a moment here where Xerxin should find Sorte back turned. Not playing for the money, so just get yourself the kill, and the retake's on with man advantage. Very little health for 2 of the 4.
Oh,
Mouz,
that's the flash.
Couple of nades to still throw themselves. The flash gets the player in the back. That's why Torchi's left on his own. Magnajez locks in the marketplace, and it is BetBoom's 7-5 T-side Mirage. Mouz's bounty looking prime for the taking. We've yet to have a $30,000 bounty claimed, if I'm not mistaken. Actually, I said that before I really double-checked, Mohan, so forget I said anything. Back to you.
Yeah, it's probable. I don't think we had any real, like, massive upsets so far. I'm pretty sure, like, the one upset was like 15. Well, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
So, okay. But this would be the most impressive win, I could tell you that, so far. And I would say, you know, on its face, pretty disappointing for Mouz, but that's, I think, only if you really didn't watch the game, because it's been pretty incredible so far from BetBoom on all 3 maps. And Axa, no way he stays alive. He was already down to like 1 hit and managed to get almost all his ammo out, setting his teammate up for a really good chance at this retake. 4 on 3. And this would be disastrous if Mouz don't win this round.
Those Berettas just unleashed havoc to be offered back the other way. Jimpack, clean double headshot, takes man advantage to Mouz. Looking to hang on for dear life in this pistol to close that lead quick as could be. Magnajez, a set of his own. Nice kill to finish up Jimmy, who was low. That's going to open the door for the market player to push. Boomich trying to get footing on sight. Magnajez doing a good job of avoiding the player in apartments. It's perfect tethering. And now Boomich with the kit that could catch Torji off the stick comes out.
Oh, the cover is perfect. He even backs up so he's not exposed to the second window. Doesn't even worry about it. It's not a problem. Hiding in plain sight coverage is amazing. Magnajez, amazing peaks. They pulled off the retake 2v3 even after Jimmy's 2 really seemingly important frags, because Axile somehow, after getting gushed, gets 2 dually frags from underneath the window. Wow. Wow.
Axile getting 2 kills. Can barely believe it.
I don't even know. I don't know how. Well, how is because it's been basically 100% headshots. That's how.
Fair. Tearing through them. 3-round lead plus money advantage. This is such a prime place for BetBoom to be.
Now a lot rests on Xerxin, you know, the guy to always fight hard to take connector for the T side, to go for lurks. And Magnajez has been quite a shrewd player in terms of watching for moments like this. Let's see if he's ready, though. Yes, somehow he gets away. Wow, that's amazing.
Not a guaranteed one here for the BetBoom team. Jimpat still scouring for next contact on A. Sorte. Oh, he had a chance. Drops the opportunity to deny. MP9 will finish off what Zorte started. He could nab one of these rifles easy. The thing is, Magnajez, can he offer anything on that 10 health? Right now, he is just stuck over towards jungle, trying to crawl away for the B site. We'll see what Siren can do. No kit for the defuse. I think they cut their losses.
He does have it now, but yeah, there's no other nades. So, okay, Mouz actually picked this one up. That's... I feel Zorte wasn't actually... It was the spray was a little messy, I guess, but he tried to like reset it and everything. It didn't look too bad, but it was a great shot, a great adjustment from Brolin, I think, to pick that one up. That's his 6th kill. Will be necessary for Mouz on Mirage as well.
Terrorists win.
Wait, what? It was jump spotting from so far back.
Got your cans on backwards.
Oh my God, that's how he did that? Look at him squirming around.
Squirrely.
Mixed buy up here for BetBoom. Mouz looking to take this lead away.
Oh, that's a shot.
Solid. Magnajez again, top mid.
Yeah, that's good control to maintain. It's going to be a fast support system here for the A site. Boomich just trying to get a hell out of there, but it's a back-to-back Brolin impact. One round after another. Double kill this time. Magnajez still hanging on. If he lines up that wall bang, He could keep the hope up, but Jimmy's got the homing missile from inside sight, and Mouz will take this A site by storm yet again.
I remember an Axile MP or 573K. Never mind.
Okay, walks away. I was believing for a second. You had me there, Mohan.
I do remember one.
For the record as well, we have not had a $30,000 bounty taken. It has been Saw with their 20K. Complexity lost their 15. 3D Max their 20 as well. The biggest seeding upset of the event in the final day of opening games, perhaps.
Terrorists win.
Job not done. Three remaining players for Mouz here as their T side closes the distance.
It isn't. They can make up for everything today.
Nice
they just
shot.
Close out this T side, yeah. And Brolin getting into the mix. Exertion, Brolin. These are the two names you really want to see on this T side.
Trying to make something happen here with the very little they hold.
Quick A play though. It looks like is the split that's coming in.
Yep.
There's a full push in information, and the one gun is on Axile, who's going to go off of Cat, but it feels like the only real fight he'll be able to find is maybe Shuhei. We'll see. We've got quite a hesitant Mouz for now. I mean, just make sure to do things properly, but Shuhei, he could get caught off by this boost if he walks into connector. We'll see.
Two sets of Kevlar here. Good job killing Magnajez. Obviously primes Axile for the easy cleanup.
Oh, the Molly. Oh, don't trust that one, Jimmy.
But a trio of A hits. Back to back to back. He is going to overtrust it.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, or not. Okay. Excuse me. We almost questioned.
He did.
We almost questioned Jimmy. What fools we would be.
Hard to shoot that guy in the back.
Boomich steals the AK-47 from Shuhei in connector. And that's looking like a second weapon saved here from BetBoom. So even though they lose this and the game gets tied, it's a freebie for the follow-up. Leave it to Mouz to put up a fight here on Mirage.
Terrorists win.
Gonna have to see if there's a continuity to this A pressure, because right now it doesn't look like Mouz are hesitating to hit it time and time again.
Next time they'll know to take that shot. Okay, for the lead. Full buy up on both sides.
Missed window smoke.
Oh man. Not Mouz, man. You know, BetBoom, you're not supposed to miss nades. And if you do call it, it's these damn window smokes, man. They're too many aren't figuring this out.
It's a pretty big window, for the record.
So they make an easy mode with a bigger window.
Maybe.
Okay.
Insertion onto the bench, good recovery headshot, and if you're taking down Axile, then you're making your job all the easier. Boomich trying to face into the ramp just with the jiggle, sees the shadow, drops smoke. That'll be him disengaging, but he's got a lot of responsibility. He's got no eyes on Palace, no help on Con.
And they're about to?
Yep, looking like they want to pop straight through that ramp smoke before it fades. So good thing that he did disengage fully. But that is a lot of free real estate offered over to Mouz. Smoke to help Xerxin so that he doesn't have to worry about Cat and can get into this jungle fight with Torji.
Yeah, the plant's coming in a little late, but it does eventually come down. Spray's bad for Xerxin.
Jimpat from behind bricks, challenge out from Torji, rid off the possibility. Good cover from Jimmy. That keeps his teammate up, and it's what lets Torji come in with the follow-up. Health advantage for both of these players in a low HP clutch. We'll get Boomich 1v2. He's got the kit and no nades. Open vision for both players with deep control of their spots. He knows it's impossible. He'll tap it once to try to get them to come in for the peek. A jump spot from bottom con unpunished. Could chase the ramp play if he wants it. Will do so and kill him. And he's got the kit still. The face,
Wait
the
a second.
overface.
No way, no way,
And he
no
gets
way.
on top by the skin of his teeth. Did Boomich just pull this off?
Oh, quarter of a second. My God, he somehow almost won that. Yeah, the fact that he even got the last two players there, that's pretty unreal. But my God, he almost won that. One bullet sooner, and that would have been an absolute disaster for Mouz.
Yeah. 0.21 seconds. That's a nice try if I've seen one tonight.
Very nice. That was the only way you could have elicited a peek. The way
it was so nice, right?
Yeah, defused the bomb, walked that far back.
Full jump around triple, and then still, it's like he didn't even get the kill in bottom connector when you saw that one player jump. He had to go for the deep peek from sandwich onto ramp.
Yep.
Like, really well put together. And, you know, I shout out Boomich. I feel like not the first time we see him kind of make magic like that happen. You know, cerebral and a clutch.
But it does damage to the bank accounts here for Mouz, but they still got a full buy. They still have some left over, and it's BetBoom who are in a mixed situation one more time. Jimmy is going to hear this push.
Anticipating it, MagnoJez jumping MP9.
That was a good idea.
With Boomich with him, so supported by the M4. Lesser weapons, Siren! Raise the alarm because Mouz are now 3v5 walking into their deaths. Xertion will try to recover this. It's an op to come and join him from the top of stairs. They know there's a player pin default. But how do you get him out? Well, you'd have to wait for this deep ticket peek. And you'd think the player on site would be ready, so good job to reposition from Siren behind the firebox instead. Torji gets the fight. It's half health taken off the Opper. It's still the man advantage here for BetBoom, but it is still the tease to take over into the site.
But where do they plant? And they're coming into a ramp. Beautiful stuff. Torji takes a little more damage. And now it's down to 2. They still don't have information.
They should, though. These are the 2 players that pushed up into the apartments. Where they're coming from because it was so long ago is one thing.
Ramp?
And they're cautious, so they'll pause and take the gamble that there is nobody ticket. Good call for now. Boomich starting to move over into that very spot. MagnoJez to challenge in a moment. Off the stairs. He gets a bit of chip damage in. Torji, quarter health, posted on the angle. MagnoJez just extends out and Xertion can't cover. So now Xertion to reposition up into the triple. And as Boomich takes to the high ground, he won't find this contact. Smooth moves from Xertion. He's got the audio, but red like a book.
My God.
Still, he can't be stopped. It's a headshot out from Boomich as he predicts the peak, but the clutch goes Mouz.
That's all that matters for Xertion. Again, Mouz have some money to work with, and they get the round, and we are so close to the finish line now that that's the key moment. This is a 5v3 situation set up, saved by Torji. Kill on Firebox, kill on A-Ramp. Full awareness the entire time, and MagnoJez didn't make that move. Xertion let go by. It was almost certainly over.
Man, does Axile regret making that move before his teammates can retake with him? He tries to catch them off with the ramp play, but so ready was Torji. And so accurate with each of those shots. MagnoJez is nuts for going for that deep stairs peek.
Insane, and it worked. Yeah, he can really see outside the game in some of these moments. I mean,
fearless.
Yeah.
You know, there was a lot of hype behind Chiron when he came into the VP project and then departed and played alongside MagnoJez, obviously, in Team BetBoom. But Chiron no longer. MagnoJez holds his position and holds his nerve, trying to get back to Mouz, who now go 5 rounds straight.
5 rounds straight, but BetBoom have been successful in making each of these rounds expensive. The big problem here is Siren is alone.
Yep, and the T's
cat
are
player.
in. However,
their own flashes, guys.
Come on, you're giving them the best chance to recover. And Siren snaps over to the bench for the second. Mouz have made their job hard again. Their own fault with that flash. No recovery being pieced in until the Hungarian hits his.
2 frags off the op with the quick Van Pop jump over. Ready for that deep peek. It's his counterpart in the op. We get the pressure up from Orange. Jimmy's getting dinked, and MagnoJez comes in. BetBoom answer after 5.
Oh my goodness, and if not for Torji, they crushed that round because of Siren's hold on B with his 2 kills. Exertion swinging the pillar with, like, totally blind. I mean, maybe it's flashes from Siren's teammates over B through CT spawn. That's entirely possible. But yeah, that just confirms it right there. Thank you, production. That was
good catch.
Really egregious.
Siren struggles. 5 and 13, 5 and 12 before that 2K.
Yeah, not had a great series,
but almost had an instrumental start to the Behold.
And then that second shot, what? So you can see they successfully made it expensive, and now they win the round. And now Mouz are here with Jimmy on a deagle, a couple Galils, still enough to win. And as you can see from BetBoom, they're not exactly opulent at the moment. But Boomich is on his best weapon.
The classic MP9. When we saw MagnoJez go jumping up through underpass with it, I thought it was Boomich.
They're in the window. Axile is patrolling between these 2 angles. This is such a key duel. And that smoke's about to come up, I think.
Yeah, Axile versus Xertion in a second.
Oh.
Just missed it.
Did he jump into the window sill?
Yeah, I think so. He's standing on it right now. Surely dropped out, in fact.
Wow, didn't bother. But going towards B, it's... Man. I mean, there's 2 here, backside waiting. You know, if MagnoJez is not playing cat in this position, they're waiting for this exact exec. Now,
it's weird, though. MagnoJez opping, right? He really wants a cat fight, not apartments.
Yeah, but he can still support this.
Siren's gonna have to offer something off this flashbang. He doesn't peek.
He can hear him.
Delays it, and a back turn to him makes the first one easy. Siren not able to go any further from there. MagnoJez missed shot. Torji peeks out into the window with his AK and hits it. A B site cracked open. Mouz back to winning ways.
Oh, that was such a solid position. It took the MagnoJez's flash. Siren heard everything. He took the time to peek when he wanted to, but he didn't turn 1 into 2. And of course, the shot getting missed is huge. And I think also Exertion gets his lurk kill. That's the other key part of this. Now, he'll always do that. Lurk towards A on the B attack to get the kill for the guy who was looking for him in window. So he eventually wins it. It's not in the first engagement while he's sitting in the windowsill, but it's still on his terms. It's a great round for Mouz, but with BetBoom's setup, they are actually acutely prepared for a B defense that has nothing to do with cat. They are, an op watching second window is incredibly powerful, and with a rifle up here and the flash that they set up, they can really complement each other, but the shots didn't come in.
Is there something about MagnoJez having the op by bench before those first players come through?
Think about if he was playing in market window. He smoked out.
Sure. What if he was on that pillar a little sooner? Because we see him try to take the corner fight after 2 players crossed. He's in transition as they first run out.
He didn't know they were in. He didn't know that they were execing at that moment. He flashed for Siren to either peek or listen. But they don't have info on mid control. But when you play committed back sight, that's when you're expecting 3 or more coming out of halls.
Well, they came swinging, and it was no miss. Mouz 11-9. Torji starting to dominate the server here. AK, M4, op, doesn't matter.
It's a total fake, but is MagnoJez jumped up already?
Molotov down beneath for nobody. We've got Siren back behind Firebox. Connector player trying to get into the fray. Axile under a bit of util pressure. Ooh, Xertion just floating out in no man's land. Activates back sight. No! Siren drops the ball, but Axile picks up slack. Thanks to Axile. This is man advantage. BetBoom players over top. He's allowed to keep fighting for now. It's a dangerous place for Torji to try and make this op somehow connect, and all the while, MagnoJez able to slip up from Ticket to take that back from him. It is BetBoom on the brink of double digits. Torji with 40 seconds on this clock.
Man, 19-9. Torji's going to turn this passive for a second, see if there's any egregious swing that comes his way. But there's really no reason for BetBoom to make it. They have an op on the cross themselves. They have Axile on the stairs ready to swing at any moment. They're not about to get Cadian'd.
Not worth the risk, not with low money. Mouz concede. Torji peels back. And Axile, I mean, with that deep stairs peek, because he was so worried about Connector, we saw him frantically spinning around. But because he's still tucked against the staircase, the jump over didn't spot him. And if I'm not mistaken, that was Torji with an op and bomb jumping top stairs. That's really proof of how badly they want to peel him off that bomb site.
Yeah, but he's actually real crafty with his positioning, going up against the staircase after this initial engagement.
And getting 2 kills in the mix. And the timing on the deep peek here, Shuhei just looking away from Ticket.
Yeah, and I think MagnaJess was opping, he was opping B. I don't know if he peeked at all, but the whole fake that comes through, if you throw like a single player fake and don't actually commit anybody to it, and there's like an op hold in the line, that's only doing you a disservice. If you're totally quiet on that side of the map and you just exec A, then they could think that it's an A fake, but now they know it's a B fake, and that just allowed BetBoom, I think, to get into better positions more quickly. They could have still lost without a second player top connector, but Axile clearly doesn't need any assistance.
Watch this jump and watch the way Axile hugs the wall.
Oh, it's just insane. Like,
just dodges the deep peek.
So prepared.
Not only is he killing everybody, but he's seemingly unkillable. Avoids the fight. And Torji's gonna have to be the hero here of round 22.
He could be, man. Best map so far.
Nade will soften him up by a quarter HP, timing off the mark with a fallback after throwing a player up into window, and Axile on an op. Why not?
Works. Jeez. How many players on this team can op?
Util to the bottom of middle's gonna get Xerxin up into the corner. Oh, but he gets the deagle shot back. Nice way to somehow manage to get one of these pistol players active. And Xerxin's got armor to go with this.
He's been great at finding that cat player, jumping up on the bench, obviously picking his fights. But it looks like we've got one still here in Boomich.
Yeah, it's well supported, and honestly, that op is gonna just be a trap. As Mouz tried to come and claim the fruits of their labor, they're denied. They lose another body, so Xerxin now hits the ground. The only Kevlar player remains is Torji, and it looks like Mouz are gonna just group up 3 players for the B commit.
Yeah, back to watching Siren. He had one really good hold. He's still 8 and 15. That hold set up this game to make it possible.
Perfect.
Oh, and he gets the player dead, so they know for sure.
Right, that just tells you everything you need to know. On top of it, the damage added to the tally. So cleanup duty made easy for Boomich. Jimpat's gonna scoop the sniper back up. 1v3 left to pull off. And nobody's gonna give him the shot that he hopes for. And you've got to think, again, money limited, so it's got to be valuable. Okay. Somebody just dropped.
Okay.
Jimpat is still hunting. Nobody gives him anything. He'll go for that deep peek. He's not wrong about the position, just no way to get him out. This is BetBoom tying up map 3 at 11 all.
Let's go, man. If it's going to go to map 3, it's got to deliver in this fashion. BetBoom looking to make the full comeback.
Counter-terrorists win.
Another round where they do a good job of looking out for each other. I mean, it's another round where you do see a glimpse from Xerxin that it's almost enough X factor to make this round scary, but first shot in from Axile. Oh, man. Shuhei was almost touching the ground already. Nice little flick.
Man, we started this matchup with a conversation about inconsistencies when it came to Mouz throughout 2024 and why that was ultimately a component of their shortcomings. Brolin back on Dust 2 alongside Jimpat and Shuhei. You know, 31 kills and 30 kills for Jimmy in double OT. We come on to Mirage Mohan. He is nowhere to be found, trying to hang on for dear life in the face of the BetBoom challenge. Meanwhile, every player on BetBoom can apparently op. All of them land nearly all of the grenades.
Impressive op shots.
If it wasn't for that one awkward bomb fumble, I haven't forgotten about it.
Window smoke, but Mouz threw 1-2, so it kind of cancels it out.
Because, you know, leaving bomb behind and losing rounds because of it happened in a double OT match back on Dust 2, and happened here where we don't know the result just yet, but it would be a heartbreaking loss for BetBoom as they have taken this challenge the distance, not once, but twice now. 24 rounds needed. It is Zershin who has dropped from the server. We were delayed coming into this game because of internet issues. We can only assume that's the case yet again. But he's back. And hopefully for Mouz's sake, with a vengeance.
(11-11), all tied up, full buy here for both teams. Boomich again on his best gun. Ops on both ends. And Mouz setting up for something very fast.
Shuhei already starting to sniff out bottom connector control. There's no eyes really on this. Axile's just up in the ladder room. Boomich, he's playing on the palace and he gets just cleaned. There is no resistance from the first one. MagnoJez time to shine again. Oh. Double headshot on the cross. Won't be able to react as Shuhei comes out, but now his position's known. Axile pushing in, clearing it by force. And a 3v1 emerges here for BetBoom team. The bomb is gone on the back of Torji with a minute to pull off the clutch.
And another shining moment from the two best players of this series, MagnoJez and Axile. 2 kills apiece on the hold. In disfavorable positions, and Mouz opening up with the first frag on Palace. That does not shake him.
A rapid pace set in round 23 by Mouz, but just as fast was the reaction from BetBoom to throw their players into that fight. But this B site's looking prime for the taking.
If he can get onto the site, there's a chance he could set this up. He has a smoke to work with.
2 bullets in the
they're
op.
walking back because it's too late to go for mid control, and Torji makes noise.
2 players here, 2 bullets in the op. That's all he's got, and he doesn't even get one off. Axile and MagnoJez, 5 kills between them.
They're on bounty point here.
Completely shut it down. They had the same attempt back on Dust 2 and allowed Mouz to push OT. Do not let that happen twice.
They regretted it last time. It could very easily again. It's insane what we're watching. MagnoJez, perfect peek. And Axile to come in right behind him. Couldn't ask for 2 better players in that rotation.
Limitations clearly for Mouz. They go utility over rifles, Launders.
Wow. This new roster might be onto something special. If they don't close out this round, we'll never see them. You know, if this goes to overtime and they lose, that's the end of their tournament run. But if they do complete it, they have turned some heads. Taking Mouz out of this tournament in round 1 would be a headline. And Mouz are giving them time to think about it.
Tons of utility thrown out to try and get some jungle control going. We've seen Zershin do good things from this jump up, but he's going to have to go well above and beyond with the single rifle Mouz have to work with. The body's positioning for this B hit to test Siren yet again. Incendiary goes deep beyond the 2 front runners here for Mouz. Siren trying to peel back. He has no support other than Axile up on that catwalk, who honestly has a lot of responsibility to also hold mid. Axile turns, softens up 1. Siren's able to get his first in the sight, and the arch peak denied. This is BetBoom, 3 kills out. Zershin's got the answer with that solo Galil, a double down from it, and a little bit more to keep Zershin back. Zorte gets him, and Torji to the clutch with just the Tech 9. Up in the face of the op, he'll get his first, turns back to the arch side, but they're getting past him, and they do it. A $30,000 upset here from BetBoom. They take down the number 5 seed, and Mouz falters, stumbles, stutter at the start of 2025.
And that is how you go bounty hunting. Sweating across 3 maps, delivering, and they could have been able to take this 2-0, considering how things started on Dust 2. BetBoom team came out here and they look strong. They look better than we expected. They impressed you. You already said that. And they just grabbed themselves $30,000.
This is exactly why we were hyping them up in the pregame. You know, this is just a pure upgrade on paper for the BetBoom roster. You get a more tenured in-game leader. You get a guy that was slept on in the previous year in Exile. And now you've retooled. You've actually brought some significant strategy improvements to your team.
Yeah.
And you are now taking down one of the elite teams of 2024.
Yeah, I mean, this excuse me. This feels like kind of like Prime Gambit. This is like they have Magnojez instead of Hobbit, but they've also got Siren instead of Inters, which is 1-for-1 maybe. And they've got Boomich, and that was everything you want to see if you're a BetBoom team fan. It's everything you want to see. They showed everything. They showed the fragging. They showed the crisp executes. They showed, I mean, they showed everything.
They showed versatility across the whole series as well, right? It was the unpredictability we expect from the likes of Boomich, but it was also Magnojez being able to take a lot more space and do a lot more damage than what he would doing similar roles.
And the way he played in this game, again, just so much poise. I really have to state that this isn't just some guy that is just running in first, getting entry frags consistently. His timing on his peaks is so well thought out. The way he's maneuvering around the map and playing off of teammates always feels like it makes sense. And overall, like this BetBoom team, they are clicking so quickly. They hit the ground running here. I said, you know, that they can, in a couple of months, be 13th in the rankings or something like that, but like no, I like this really passed the eye test today in terms of all three maps and how they push Mouz.
Yeah, I mean, you might even up them to maybe they'll be top 12 in the next 2 months. This is a honeymoon period. You wouldn't expect it when you change IGLs, but this does feel kind of like a honeymoon period to me.
Yeah, and those honeymoon periods we'll find out when it comes to later on, but there's very positive early signs here, and that's what I want to look at, because when you're seeing these players come together, they had to do it when their backs were against the wall as well. They had to fight back into this. There was many times they were trying to be bullied by Mouz. If you look at what was happening on the B side, poor Siren had hit after hit coming his way, and maybe it wasn't easy for him, but he got the job done.
Siren stood the test on that bomb site. He was, I think it was 8-15 at one point, but you know, last round there, gets a multi-frag, stays alive. You know, he has a couple of moments here and there where I'm scratching my head, but in a high-pressure game where you're just trying to kick off your season, where VRS points mean absolutely everything, getting a win versus Mouz is going to bolster your standing in the rankings. It's going to help you get invites in the future, and even just this singular win is going to set up BetBoom for probably the next month, at least in terms of invites.
We've done a lot of Magnojez glazing on this desk, so let's grab him in over here for this winners interview, because Magnojez, that was one hell of a game, and you guys played very well. Just talk to me your feeling of this overall best of three, because it was a long one, and it was a tough one in the harshest way.
Yeah, actually, hello guys. It was one of the hardest BO3 in my life, to be honest, because opponent really strong, and we tried our best. So,
in terms of trying your best, when did you guys start practicing with this team? How many days practice have you had?
I think we had like around 10 days, but we were like I think we're practicing like 12 hours per day, so we tried, we played like a lot of practice, a lot of theory thing and other stuff, so that's not enough obviously, but I think we showed decent CS today.
You definitely showed decent CS, and I was going to say, because I was talking on the desk how Boomich loves to work hard and push everyone to work hard. Is he putting this in all of you, making you grind out a bit harder than normal?
To be honest, that one of the best guy I ever met in my life, because he is tryharding very, very hard. To be honest, I see first time when major winner, Grand Slam winner, everything winner, playing solo Faceit every day, practicing KM every day, talking a lot of things. So that's he's trying to improve our game so hard, and also his individual skills. So I'm impressed by him, and that's great.
That's very interesting for us to hear and know. Does that like inspire and motivate the other players around you?
Yeah, he's a real leader, and he's inspiring me so much. So I've been playing more than I play by usual, but By usual, I'm playing calls a lot, but now even more.
Great win, Magnajez. Fantastic performance. I also wanted to just say, like, with Boomich, you know, you talk about the motivational side of things. How about on the tactical side? How does it feel when Boomich is controlling the round for you guys in some of these hectic situations?
I think you can see by our game that we have less stupid decisions, that we are not rushing, that we are playing a lot of good mid rounds. We have more communicate with each other, so flash, just go here, let's play a bit slower, guys, and everyone communicating and enjoying the game. But of course it can be like first days, because no one tired of each other and other stuff, but Boomich controlling around really good, and we have really low percent of stupid things.
Yeah, we're talking a lot about Boomich, but I wanted to ask your first impressions of playing with Axile on the roster, how that compares to playing with Chiron in the past and other teammates.
To be honest, I don't want to compare my teammates. I want to say that Axel is really professional guy. He know a lot of nades, he have a lot of tips on his spot. He's really rarely doing mistakes, and he's you're playing with him and you understand that he will do everything right and he will not forget everything and other stuff. He is really rarely mistaken.
Well, Magnajez, thank you very much for joining us. Congratulations on the win and the 30,000 bounty that you managed to take. We'll see you on stage 2, buddy.
Thank you guys. Good luck.
And that is so interesting. It's very eye-opening on that. And just to end this with, him and Axel hit a 1.28 rating. Magnajez hit a 1.10 rating. This is a duo I'm going to keep looking at for the future of looking at these games.
Oh, for sure. I mean, both of them were popping off today. Their control of such a variety of situations. The way Magnajez jumped up the stairs there to guess the spot that Yimpat was defaulting in, that was crazy, okay? His prescience in some of these fights and the way he just takes them so perfectly, consistently. This is a guy that has, in so many ways, just mapped out all of these angles, all of these ways to approach, and it's this is to me like the school of Donk, knowing how to peek every single thing on every single map.
Yeah, that Magnajez play up through underpass is actually funny because we mentioned Boomich isn't picking up the MP9 as much. It was Magnajez picking up the MP9, the Boomich roll, except usually you expect Boomich to jump out and die. Magnajez trades. No, Magnajez jumps out, gets the kill himself.
Well, it's a very good sign of things to come for the BetBoom team, but we've still got more games to see. I'll just have one last point on this, that it's good to see Axel smile again, because it's been a long time since I have seen him with a smile on his face. But we'll have many more smiles on your faces for more Counter-Strike coming up after this break. We're going to G2, taking on bait for our last game of the evening.
Go to the two Xbox. They wanted to compete without shooting now. Nice. Long player alive. I have long as well. Lower tunnel was one. I have long and short. I tried to have both. Hunter was short. Malus is long player. Short out one. That's one short. Let's go. I'm so bad. Maybe coming back. Maybe coming back. He was. Il est dans l'avant, Mathieu. Dans l'avant. Non, mais on a l'avant. T'as la visu ou pas? Je peux te sur contact. Non, il fait à droite. T'es solo pour l'instant. Je reprends le spot. Vas-y. Nice, Mathieu. Sick fucking round, bro. Nice round, bro.
One long, I'm walking through mid. Just walk out boiler. Just walk out boiler.
F. Two
walk out boiler.
Look, pay pick. Long. Okay, go up, squad. Long one. F. Nice. Flashing nip. Flashing nip. Nice. Damn, nice loader. Nice loader. Bro, let me go. Bro, take the last one. No, nice. Good job, bro. Sick loader. Nice loader. That's what we need. He wasn't. He was apple. I don't see. He wasn't out, right? No. Ben. Out now. I have out. On one side. Out inner. Two outdoor. Side. Two. Side. Side last. You got this. Here to main. Towards main. Planting full.
Sun. Going A.
One A main.
One A main. They might come back.
Not taking it yet.
He's faking it.
Hey, one guy.
Mid. He's putting it. Mid.
They're
just running mid with bomb.
Take one camera on you.
Two more mid. One more
Side,
camera side. Nice. That's pretty good. I mean,
I'm running him in.
You have nade smoke. That's it.
I'm playing
He
first
can
when
go
you get
anywhere,
close.
Ross. He can go anywhere.
Yeah, I'm playing first when you get close. Ready?
Okay, I'm walking in.
I'm grabbing informations now.
I'm strafing him in.
I'm picking heaven soon.
Looks like side or camera.
What's heaven?
Side. I'm nading him.
I'm picking up the nade.
Nice.
Now coming into the Blast bounty, the opposing team got to pick you and it was bait that decided to go for G2. Any reasons why you think that is?
I mean, we played Prague against them and they won us. Maybe that's why that they got confidence from practice. I don't know, like obviously I don't underestimate them, but yeah, I mean it was our first day of practice and maybe that's why, but we will see.
I mean, we decided which team we will pick before even you know which seed we have. We didn't even consider other teams. They have a lot of points, and I think if we win them, we will gain a lot of places in wall ranking, and also play back against them. And we feel like it's comfortable team for us.
Comfortable team, going off practice results, knowing who you're going to pick before you've even seen the other teams that he could pick from. That's a very confident MPL, but this is still a brand new G2 with a lot of firepower and a heavy god fitting into his old roles.
Of course, this is a heavy god that I have been loving ever since I saw him at the beginning of last year. What he did for that OG lineup, what he did in general for Cloud9, so above and beyond anything you would have expected from like a guy with practically no experience versus Tier 1. And it's kind of a shame that you have to say, technically it's a downgrade for G2 because he's filling the shoes of Nico.
Yeah, when you look at Heavy gone on OG, he had a lot of resources. They allowed him to do anything he wanted. Then he goes to Cloud9. I mean, he had to change up roles, but you wouldn't be able to tell it. His stats are practically identical in worse roles with less resources, less given to him, and he still does exactly the same thing. I think he's going to do the same thing in G2.
So you think like he won't miss a beat potentially?
I think G2 as a team might miss a beat, but Heavy God, I don't think is going to be a problematic player. I think he's going to impress, just maybe not as much as Mouz did, but... Heavy
God was my just favorite rifler, period, in Tier 2. When he was on OG, it really was so abundantly clear that he should be on a better team. He got an opportunity, but I would have kind of considered Cloud9 like a Tier 1.5 team, you know? True. They're in a kind of an awkward position, but now he is finally on a Tier 1 roster, and I think, okay, I haven't done any hot takes for all of this bounty yet, James. I think Heavy God's going to be on the HLTV top 20 this year, man. Ooh. This guy is going to be a top 20 player this year, man.
And he's got the skills to do it, and he's so flexible with it as well. And then we put this into a system like G2's got at the moment. Mouz is going to slot into, obviously, what we believe is going to be the roles he's born to play. And this should just make things work in a better rotation, obviously, given some time.
It should suit Mouz that he's going to get to play some of those natural M80 spots that he had where he was the star rifler. However, the biggest thing with G2 is that you're losing your secondary caller, a guy that was even through the Dallas run, your actual in-game leader. And so that's the big thing where Mouz, Heavy God probably aren't able to fill that voice, but in terms of actual statistical output, they can definitely frag in the server.
I mean, not only are you losing a big voice, but this is probably a big test for Snacks. People have been maybe on this desk critical of Snacks in the past, right? I've been critical myself. The question is, can he slot in a new player? Because previously he joined a team, it was Mouz kind of slotted in relatively easily, and now you have to actually potentially rework the system. You have to make something work with an entirely new style of player, and if he can make that happen, I think you have to give him some credit.
Well, let's find out more about Heavy God and how he's feeling getting into G2. Now, you played Anchor, Lurk roles back in OG, not in Cloud9, but now you're back to it. So how is it switching back and getting into the role again?
I mean, for me it's fine. I don't really care what role I need to play. I'll just fit and I'll do my best from what I can. Everything that it's in my hands. I'll just get adapt again, and I'll do my best. Obviously, I'll learn. I'll just look demos, whatever I need to look and see. Yeah, I think basically that. Like for me, it's not a problem. Like I used to play that in Cena, and I did it as well in some maps, but not everything. Other than that, yeah, it's fine. Like I don't really care what roles I need to play.
And let me just tell you, right, from speaking to Heavy God personally, this guy is not just grinding, but he is really willing to do whatever it takes to hit the goals he wants to hit and peak when he needs to.
The praise that a lot of people were giving Mezzi before he made the jump up to tier 1 was like, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's always going to fit into whatever system. Heavy God does that. He has the right attitude, but he shoots so much harder. Like, he's going to kill 2 guys running into his bomb site every single time while he has a good attitude. I'm glad that you can get both with this guy.
We're getting a train ban coming from Bait, so no train once again. Tears being shown.
I mean, we've seen some good games of Train, so I mean, I can't say too much bad. We've had a few really good games on that map already. If nobody else plays it, I'm fine with that.
Overall for this though, right, from Bait's side of things, only 1 player change coming into this. They had an okay 2024 given the level they're playing at, right? Captain Kirker goes out of the team. Kenzazor is a huge upgrade in firepower, but he also is lacking a lot of experience.
Yeah, I mean, the way they used Captain Kirkan, it was kind of a sacrificial player. So bringing Kenzazor in, it is only 1 player change, right? You're right. But it is going to have to be a stylistic change, or it's just not going to make sense because this is an insane talent.
All right, well, let's see what that talent can do when he gets inside the server. It's a debut for Kenzazor. It's a debut for Heavy God. Let's see how it goes down between G2 and Bait.
Big shoes to fill, man, when it comes to Nico, Launders. A G2 without Nico it just doesn't feel real, but we've been processing this all week long, and this is the reality of it all. Yeah, we saw him over there. We saw him rubbing the walls. What we haven't seen, of course, is in a very long time, Hunter and m0NESY without Nico.
Yeah.
I think that both of them, truly, in their hearts, loved playing with him. That's something they're going to have to get over quickly, but who knows, maybe Heavy God is a lovable guy as well.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he's making his way around the scene, and like people seem to like him internally, and the stats are looking good. Seems like a very strong player. Pretty excited to see this G2 lineup play, all things considered. And, you know, versus Bait should be a very strong matchup for them. We will find out, though, because we've already been surprised today.
I've loved watching Headtrick since he left that Ninjas project. You know, definitely somebody on the list of redeemed Ninjas,
yes,
so to say.
Yep. His time did not count either.
New G2 jerseys as well. Looking FaZe-esque, if I say so myself.
Yeah, for real.
But here we go. Heavy God and m0NESY in a dual Berettas crossfire on Cave. I know that Maui Snake's been riding that Heavy God stock to the moon. Are you a big fan as well?
Yeah, definitely. Heavy God.
Heavy God. Seen great things from him, starting with his OG stand-in.
The last big thing to come out of OG, right?
Yep,
that's
agreed.
Yeah.
Ooh, Kenzazor, careful. That's a bomb, brother, on your back. And so he doesn't overstep. Threat of the potential back hit, but it's looking like G2 are happy to just let Bait do as they please, play as they want. And they're going to wait that smoke out. So clearly they're pretty adamant about taking Donut, and Hunter's going to find the first headshot. That's going to set up Malbs. Ooh, they let it go unchecked.
Oh,
they didn't fully clear.
Shadow.
Malbs executes from behind, hits NPL in the sight, and executes
so clean.
Clean as need be. And this is the exciting thing about this new G2 is when Malbs comes into the team, he has to reinvent himself. And then they said when the rumors of Nico's departure came out that Malbs would take those spots.
Yes, there's a little extra pressure on him, but to be honest, like he's almost passed the harder test. He's had to play roles that we're just are more limiting, or don't fit really his personality in terms of what he brought to M80 before he played on G2, and
yes,
so
sir.
he should be more opened up. There are bigger shoes to fill, but at the same time, I think he's like more than ready to try.
Yeah, no, running with what you're saying here, I'm actually happy that he played on the team with Nico, watching the roles he'd have to do, learning how to play in a system and succeeding without it. But then from that point, we get him now getting to transition into it. So like we've already had the onboarding process with Mouz.
Yeah, for sure.
And hopefully that means that he can just slot in, be comfortable with the calls, etc.
Faith in him for how well he played, given the circumstances.
Earned. I mean, in some of the biggest moments of G2's year, Mouz was a key part of that. I mean, instrumental in the grand finals of the Blast Fall finals, huge in surviving the heroic head-to-head back in the Shanghai playoffs with that clutch on B site. There's no denying that Mouz has earned this spot. I mean, personally, I had him as my most improved player of 2024, just because 6 months with G2, and look what he did.
Yeah, man. Tough to be in the same pool for Rookie of the Year as Donk, that's for sure.
Yeah, he knew that.
And also for as long as he's played, really funny. But still, like for his year in Tier 1, incredible. Lifting trophies already. I mean, was an absolutely necessary part to G2's year. You cannot overstate that.
Into the pack. Very little control across the map here for bait. They've got still one over towards elbow.
And Mouz has full info on middle.
Uncontested. He lays down another smoke on elbow itself. That opens the threat of a climb up. So these 4 lane players got to be careful as they're continuously burned back from being able to get any footing beyond the cave itself.
Good pressure from Snax. They would have wanted to attack in that situation, but Mouz gets an escape route, and now the pressure comes towards Snax himself. And with 3 on B, we don't have many leads here for bait. They're searching Ghosts a little bit behind on tempos.
G2 looking for the prod down the ramp.
What a great move. They seem to be suspicious that this is no longer B. They're correct about it. They're about to pass off this information to Mouz, who has the perfect crack spot.
Flash into the pack. They're going to try to still trounce him. Wow, he gets the double kill, which is honestly great considering Hunter's just playing with the MP9, who can inevitably slow things down if m0NESY was smoked off. Clean headshot out from Headtrick. That's going to activate Hunter. Fire at his feet, delays the bomb plant in critical amounts of time, but essential, critical. Kills him, and bomb can be planted by Headtrick. So this is a winnable round that bait have managed to put together. Headtrick down to a quarter HP. Fight out from Temple, clears the site, and Essential leaning back in Donut. 2 flashbangs, would have loved to have something to keep them off the defuse. Heavy God trying to elicit a reaction.
Snax hoping he comes
Wide
to the other
swing out.
side.
Oh, what?
Wow. Okay, that's amazing. I think I was looking at like Snax holding the other side, and it's like he's not going to peek there, but that was a tough situation to try to get the 2v1. I mean, it's a really good post plan is what I'm trying to say. So Essential, nice lineup and spray down for him. The fact that they managed this bomb plant is off the back of Headtrick's incredible shot onto m0NESY, who picked up his first frag on the cross. It looked like that G2 did most of what they needed to, but they didn't have the greatest guns that round.
True. Luckily for them, they've got the rebuy. And that's off of Mouz still doubling in Donut.
Oh, be careful with that.
Yeah, didn't see him at all, but Alex gives it a couple jiggles and then commits, and even the slow wide swing. m0NESY tries to flick up into Headtrick. Headtrick freed up for the cross with the flash, but nobody's actually full commit, and Snax is just gonna walk through smoke. Yeah, gets caught trying to get into the antics. I guess Mouz can still keep them corralled, so him dying is one thing, but they don't know that everywhere else on the map is still free.
Yeah, it's just sort of protecting their exit at the moment and also playing active. Mouz with the smoke down, and he's right that they're actually a little bit afraid to approach. He still re-peeks with his FAMAS. He's alone though.
Drops down into
He's the only
bottom.
one protecting the A site at the moment, and they are trying to approach him, but very carefully.
Shot lands, Hunter dies, and that's 2 and dead for Cave. Heavy God dying with just the 1 to his name. bait able to get into the B site. Mouz did a good job of keeping them away from middle, forces them back into the 3 players in Cave, and those 3 players, Mohan, only walk away with 1 frag.
Yeah, man, the trades were just extremely strong there for bait, and it was a pretty good situation for G2 on an information basis. Is there a weird chance that Mouz will find this next clear? No, he's not even going to think about going. Oh, wow. Okay. Honestly, right on him.
Lucky to be alive now, down to 3 health, and honestly, Headtrick's going to want to finish him off.
Yeah,
had to run, or the bomb's going to get you. It's a big moment there for Ethentheal.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, bait right now look pretty reactive. They look a little bit messy with the way they're approaching things, but they're always grouped up in a way that they can get trades like this. Now, this is still a 4v5 victory. But as you can see, they're crowded, but they're not overlapping. And I think Mouz kind of did everything that he could in terms of his hold onto mid. Like, the fact that he didn't just completely fall back, and yet he was also right that they would still be scared and go B. GT now on the back foot.
Bomb left in spawn here from bait. And Headtrick about to get rewarded for a bit of patience. Should be, isn't. 3 kills with the USPs and nothing else. Another dink, but that one's only for 40 damage on NPL. AK for Hunter.
Mouz is absolutely frying right now, man. 2 more USP kills, and the bomb is like considering. Okay, yeah, I was like, there shouldn't be any real chance they think about going towards the B site. They have the A side open. There is Snacks in behind them with an AK in hand, but with donut control, surely there's no way. The molly, however, makes this interesting. The problem is no kit.
Deep molly could burn him out from going to the peak, but kit's the bigger difference. So maybe just bring them down with you or get the hell out of here with some AKs.
Yeah, that's all you can really do.
Still got a time to stick it, but it's going to have to take big kills coming out from CTs. Snacks Molotov goes deep. Aim punch, obviously a key part of this post plant for bait's favor, and neither AK saved. MPL runs for the hills.
4 kills on a round like this is a massive success. But the close for bait is all they, I think, really care about. You know, if this Mouz is well supported right now, he'll give G2 a life game at the moment. He is going even above and beyond what he normally does with some of these kills.
Shout out G2 for going above and beyond and giving us that extra camera angle. The bird's eye view of the new G2. Damage from Donut. Monacy sprays from Red. And Mouz not hiding the fact that he is challenging this. And I think that's why he just ate a nade for 1/3 of his health. Snack's not too far off the mark, but no damage on the wall bang.
Bait haven't really tried to lurk just yet, and they are only pressed up against a glass window, but not going through. Bomb dropped back again, looking for a reaction. And G2 have to be quite careful about letting this round go on too long. They could run out of utility quite soon. They've only got the single kit on Mouz. Telecommunication is just a little bit frantic, but bait still have it under control in terms of amount of time left over to go for the exec. There's enough CTs here, but first kill. Heavy God goes down.
Just enough util as well for the attack, but they miss their Molotov. We get Kensazor going for the deep red peak. Oh, it gets there in the end, but it did leave a little slack for Mouz to slip in with 1. Problem being, the majority of that site defense just dies empty-handed, and Mouz can't do it on his own. So 3 stand tall for bait as another round slips their way.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of just got closer and closer to the B site without doing that much. They had the right amount of utility, but didn't overcomplicate the situation. Straight up default victory once again, and obviously a lot of it comes down to this one important duel.
Can we switch to the snacks camera? Because then you can see this camera in the ceiling. See it? Right there.
Damn.
And back.
Intel.
And back.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
He's pushing the buttons. Connor on the 1s and 2s.
Yes, sir. And now can we show Launder's hotel room?
Wait a second.
Huh?
Gotta clean up first.
All right, G2. I didn't expect struggles out of the gate, but 4-2, pistols only. bait piecing it together. Strong start, could bode well. Yeah. Nade a little too far forward. Heavy God unscathed. Flash for his peak, he nets nothing.
bait looking for a similar staging with Cave walking in, and they really like to use just their, their actual vision and clumping up to like get control of things, as opposed to using their mollies to clear out their angles. Saving a lot of grenades here.
Flash is perfect. I'm gonna get a whole pack of them. It's so good.
Oh, and they get out.
They
Everyone
are
blind.
so
What a
blind.
shot.
And then slammed by the Heavy God Deeg. The bomb belongs to G2. The AK in the hands of Snacks here, but the fire, if it spreads, he's done. Big if.
Oh, the nice CT molly. He's being so generous.
Because the gods are on G2's side. Alex is gonna walk up into the cave. Doesn't clear the corner correctly. Hunter gets the frag, and that flashbang sets up G2 to rob a round away.
Yeah, that's everything. And it's again, bait were going for the similar staging. G2 knew exactly what they were trying to do. And now there's no chance for NPL to win this. Will there be a chance for him to save is the question. He's got the right angle on Hunter, but now they're on full alert. And if they swing, he's got to be so careful to die after time.
Not ideal. That flash right there. Look how blind bait are.
And that's also a symptom of the way they're setting up, because again, they're kind of just like walking around, right? They're not playing set positions, holding and deciding who's anti. And that's why they've eaten 2 big flashes in this half already outside B.
Really a testament to the minute details that make a good team and a great team that much different. But they are still winning. So let's just say counter flash maybe not their forte, but the shots have been coming through.
Essential is like kind of like Ibiza.
Ibiza? Yeah. Essential. Maybe he is like Portuguese. Just come and hang out in the summer sun. Don't forget to put on your SPF 40.
It would be Spain, though.
I love house music. Oh, you know some pies? Okay, we'll leave it there. Who is that? Essential. Essential.
Fragrance of the summer.
Yeah, sounds about right. A walk up A main, nobody's home. It's a double donut setup for G2.
That's not ideal, actually.
Man, it's really
They can be
passive.
here, but they might have to sit here if they get smoked. And there are a couple smokes, but they're readying this jump to cross, and here's where it comes down to.
Even with the smoke not ahead of it, it gives Mobs a fight. He could spray the bomb planter, but Ooh, that red room peek from Kenzazor. Mouz still hanging on to Donut, and him hanging on to Donut's what's going to open the possibility of the retake. There is a Molotov and a smoke here for Kenzazor, just getting into the site in time, but the kills come out.
Wow.
Both kills from G2. I mean, it ain't pretty.
No, it wasn't.
But it's a round win nonetheless.
It is. Yeah, they'll have to just take that. But that was not a very convincing setup, and it was a pretty big gap to leave open for that long. It's one thing to leave, like, forego the A site, but to not come back to check on it every once in a while, especially when the map is that quiet. It's really concerned about mid.
I thought that utility was going to make the difference and save the day, but...
Man, these ecos have caught up to bait there.
Yeah. That's 2 of them collected and almost the 3rd when you consider that USP ramp hit. Hunter going to look for the field day versus mostly unarmored players outside of the B site. Grenades doing a bit of chip damage. The door players would love to come and help. I mean, they know they're in there trying to flush them out. Desert Eagle finds 1. Tech9 starts to rip. And luckily for G2, Mouz will keep the numbers flowing. Even 3v3.
A little messy on that attack again, but honestly, as long as Mouz is alive, that's the biggest threat to bait.
Yeah, 15-4 is his start, so who does need Nico? Well, actually, if you had Nico and Mouz, that'd be nice too, huh? I take it all back. 16-4 as MPL hits the headshot, but here comes that ramp challenge, just missing the timing.
Doesn't know if they pushed into cave, but I don't think really believes they would have. And an interesting adjustment here from Heavy God. I mean, if they walking back to ramp is probably unlikely, but if they did go cave, he's still sitting in a spot where he doesn't have to watch his back at least. All right.
Monacy, meanwhile, deciding if he wants to take the high or the low road. Oh, he hit it, but he doesn't get the kill.
Are they going to pay on this round?
Heavy God sprinting in from behind.
This is almost a full save. Do they have any armor?
They had one armor on Kenzazor. Armor Tech9 on him. And he's the one that swings out. Oh, missed shot. Low health for Alex as well. Heavy God, he's got the kit, but he's got to get it going. And a dink. A dink. Alex not only besting Monacy, but I mean, this just primes NPL to win one back. And we've talked about 2 ecos for G2. There's one back for bait.
Oh my goodness.
What goes around comes around.
They were ready to save off the eco losses and didn't have much money at all. But like, look at the approach. Like, they tried to come through with the confidence, but I hate to draw this comparison, but they kind of look like bait in the way that they approach is really messy. They were just not operating like 5 fingers on one hand here. Instead, just pushing at different times, just assuming they would win all their duels. But bait have been defaulting out there consistently and somehow are managing to find the trades. Can only rely on Mouz for so much. He gets his 1 kill, but the Deagle shot is so clean on him.
I think it was the confidence that was on Monacy to get his, and he lands the shot. He lands it, damn it. But opening up that A site. Because if anything, in hindsight, you know, we talked about Heavy God going for that door tuck, but then that's sort of what allows the 2 players on lane to get away.
Yeah, I think the only other, like, the idea is he could walk back up the... If he sits on the ramp, then if they push through cave, he can get flanked on the ramp holding for the push. If he pushes through the door, he makes sure they can't cross back, and he's in a good retake spot.
Right.
That was, I think, the idea, but he's also, either way, removing himself from the immediate action.
Yep. MP9 dead in mid. We just said how the ecos were catching up to bait, but now it's Lesser Guns G2. Obviously have to respect it. They've pulled it off with less, but not quite the star-studded performance you would hope from the likes of Monacy, number 2 player of the world in 2024.
He was on him. Little high.
Little hey, little ho, little high, little low. Stuart Little.
Great film.
Oh. Trying to feed Monacy. They're getting corralled this direction.
That's what they do with enough times. Group up for the B hit late round. Some consistent